We gon' separate line from jazz. You did. You might understand me. Am is better than am. A bill better than no bill. Trap. I'm on my motherfucking trap shit. I'm on my motherfucking trap shit. I'm on my trap shit. NBA, I'm the number one in trap. D57, nigga gon' lay his ass down. Nigga came at me about a fucking bitch. D57, I laid his ass down quick. Blah, boom. Yeah, all that shit. Niggas talking shit. All that shit. 20, 50, 100 shit, I want it all. First round draft pick, that's how I ball. Bitch think she bad, but I put that hoe on pause. Trap. I'm on my trap shit. I'm on my motherfucking trap shit. NBA baller, I'm that trap pick. C57 lay his ass down quick. Body found in the bag, laying in the ditch. I'm on my trap shit. First 48 a bitch. Nigga playing with the G shit. Simo, you know I'm with the shit. I'm ballin', girl, paid him back in 96. Don't give a fuck about what I do, cause they don't make you shit. 93 gang bag, that trap pick. I don't know nothing about shit, I'm on some trap shit. Hold the fuck up. I don't think these niggas believing in you, man. Sleeping on you. Free up, man. I thought you the number one draft pick. Oh, Anthony, my boy, what's good?
What's good, man?
How you doing, young brother?
I'm doing fine, honestly.
Absolutely, man. You know, it's another day, man. That we blessed. We blessed to see another day right here, my brother.
Yeah, and honestly, I want somebody. As a fan, I know it's realistically these promoters are controlling some of these fighters, so we want some of these fights to happen. But in the business of boxing, we have to realize that these promoters are protecting these fighters to the detriment of their careers. To be honest, it's a double-edged sword. It's a detriment, and it's to safeguard them from getting seriously hurt and stuff like that. So,
and who do you feel like is being, which promoter are you talking about?
No,
all promoters or what? Like, what exactly are we talking about?
It's a general statement.
Do you feel like the fighters could put pressure on the promoters to get them the fights that they want?
No, the fighters are doing all they can, but the promoters are looking at the money aspect, and they don't want the fights to happen and stuff like that.
But do you feel like fighters have the option to put pressure on their promoters to make those fights happen, like the big fights that we all want to see?
Yeah, they have the option, but the promoters know the fans want these fights, and they don't want them to happen. That's why you're seeing a fight like Benavidez versus McKenton, because his promoter specifically doesn't want that fight to happen.
Which fight they don't want to happen? The Morrell fight?
Morrell.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree with that one. Yeah. But you said Benavidez is fighting who?
McKenton.
No, that's Virgil Ortiz. That's your favorite fighter, Virgil Ortiz, buddy.
Oh, no, my mistake. I meant to say Virgil. We want the fight, and I think, in my honest opinion, I think Boots wants the fight, but I think his promoters are going to get into his ear and say, get more fights, get more experience, then fight a guy like Terrence or Earl.
Okay, but how could we say that when his promoter never said anything like that? You're just assuming, but we haven't heard. No, he has a promoter. Jerron Ennis, his promoter is Dimitri Salita
from Salida Promotions. I talked to him before on Instagram. They want the big fights.
No,
those guys want the big fights.
I thought.
But I mean, you could say that about Virgil Ortiz. I feel like you could honestly say that about Virgil Ortiz because Virgil Ortiz, he's the #1 contender to fight Terrence Crawford. Virgil Ortiz been calling out Terrence Crawford in his last 2 fights, but he's not trying to fight Terrence Crawford. Maybe his promoter, Golden Boy Promotions, Oscar De La Hoya, they want that McKinson fight because they're trying to protect that investment in Virgil Ortiz. That's a possibility right there. But for Jaron Ennis, those guys want straight smoke. I can't say the same thing about Boots Ennis.
Yeah, no, as fans, for these 2 young guys,
go ahead.
And for guys like Boots and Virgil, to be honest, I'm gonna be patient with them as a boxing fan because realistically, I don't think the fights with he wants the fight, but I don't. In the way I'm looking at it, I think the only way they get those title shots is once Earl or Bud vacate and move up to super welterweight. And
why not right now, though, brother? Because these guys are ranked high, right? Jaron Ennis is ranked #1 in the IBF. Virgil Ortiz is ranked #1 in the WBC and the WBO. So according to those rankings, these guys are ready to fight for those belts. If not, the champions will have to vacate those belts. But you know, Virgil Ortiz, he's right there, ranked #1. He could push for that fight, file a petition, you know, and go for this Terrence Crawford fight. But maybe his team doesn't want it. That's why they're going for McKinson. That's what I believe.
No, that's what you believe. But looking at from the business of boxing, as a boxing fan, we're pushing. I understand he actually said he wants to fight Bud, but is that a smart thing early on in his career with Boots to fight a guy like Bud? I'm not saying
it is. But was it a smart move for Tio to fight Lomachenko that early in his career? Yes, it was. That put Teofimo Lopez on a pound-for-pound list. So to be great, you have to take risk. Was it smart for Mike Tyson to fight for a world title at only 20 years old? Was it smart? Was it smart for Wilfred Benitez to fight for a world title at only 17 years old?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yes,
just because of what we already know that he won the title.
Okay, yeah, that's what I mean. I think Boots can beat Terrence Crawford. I honestly believe he could beat those guys. He could beat Earl Spence.
Hey, I got some good news for you. My man said he willing to come on the panel. I guess we just got to set up, a good time for whatever you want.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, we can set that up.
But you brought up Tyson and you brought Benitez up.
And I brought up Teofimo Lopez. They thought it wasn't smart for him to fight Lomachenko at only 16 fights. And he did, and he beat him, right?
No, I'm going to bring up Tyson and Benitez is a freak of nature. It's a rarity. I'm not saying Boots is not that, but I'm saying that I think, to be honest, I think Wilfred Benitez and Mike Tyson are freaks of nature in terms of being able to fight at that young age when they're not developed in the ring.
Hey, but I'm gonna say this now. That's the same thing they're saying about Jaron Ennis. They saying he's the LeBron James of boxing. They said this kid is a freak of nature. He's a fucking a phenom and all of that shit. So let me just say this one point. Now, I was just watching The Zone. I'm watching the app and shit, and they talking about Virgil Ortiz, how Virgil Ortiz is ready for Terrence Crawford. He just beat Mean Machine. That's what everybody is saying. That's what Virgil is saying. So fuck it, throw him in there if he's so ready. If not, it's all cap and it's all talk.
Are these the?
I'd rather Bud fight Virgil than Boots. Boots gonna fuck. He gonna fuck the money train up, man.
Me too. That's what I'm saying. That's what I want to stay away from
right now, man. He gonna fuck the money.
But Virgil, I'm saying Virgil ranked #1. This dude could have. If he really wanted Crawford, him and his team, they could have pursued that fight and put pressure on Crawford, but instead they went to go fight McKinson from the UK, a guy that we never heard of before. But go ahead, Anthony.
Yeah, Virgil got a fight coming up.
Yeah, he got a fight coming up against McKinson, and that dude is 21-0 with only 2 knockouts. That nigga got 21 wins with 2 knockouts. I never heard no shit like that.
He might be ready for a boxing exhibition, man.
Virgil gonna fuck him up, man. Virgil gonna beat his ass.
How long you got?
Nigga, Debo, you fight a nigga who only got 2 knockouts. You know this nigga ain't got no power. You ain't gonna respect him.
Yeah, that shit don't sound intimidating at all, man.
It's like you gonna walk through them punches. That's what I think. But But go ahead, Anthony. What was you about to say?
Yeah, put Ronan's comment, the first comment that he posted. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say, but I can't clarify what I was trying to say.
Okay. Let me read it. Ronan says, I agree. It looks like Oscar/Golden Boy Promotions might be waiting for Crawford to drop the belt and move up. Ortiz also just switched to Eddie Reynoso, and they're also giving them time to work. So he needs more time. So let's stop saying that Virgil Ortiz is ready. I mean, the rankings say that he's ready, but now they saying Golden Boy Oscar waiting for Crawford to drop the belt. Why he got to wait for Crawford to drop the belt when Ortiz is ranked #1?
But when you're
why you just don't fight the fucking champion and take the belt off? And why you got to wait for him to drop the belt? That's crazy.
When it comes to a fighter switching trainers, how long does it take them to adjust to a new
trainer?
How long does it usually take how many training camps or how many weeks does it take a fighter to adjust to how the trainer? He just recently,
man, not that long, brother. I mean, some fighters it might take longer, but you gotta understand, man. Like Emmanuel Stewart, man, this dude, he brought Lennox Lewis back. Like you have fighters that switched to Emmanuel Stewart in their first fight, and then they went to go fight for a title. Like you had Marlon Starling. Marlon Starling, he switched to Eddie Futch. You know what I mean? And he went to go fight Mark Breland in his first fight with Eddie Futch. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I disagree with that. If a guy is ready, it's ready, man. We got to stop making excuses. Now it's that he switched trainers. Then Golden Boy went Crawford to drop the belt. If he ready, man. That's what I think, man. But go ahead, explain.
I'm not defending Golden Boy Promotions, but that's where I'm looking at from their perspective, the two matchmakers' perspective. They're waiting for Virgil to adjust. Maybe there's certain fighters that takes them a little bit to adjust to their new trainers. I'm not saying Virgil is not ready to fight Bud, but switching from from a guy like Robert Garcia to maybe they're being smart on how maybe they're doing these fights for him as an adjustment period, like a McKinson as an adjustment period for him to get used to Reynoso.
So, okay, I'm happy you said that. So, therefore, he's not ready for Crawford right now. He needs more time with his new trainer, Eddie Reynoso. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
Okay, that's all.
Him. No, I'm not protecting him. I'm saying...
No, I'm not saying you are, but maybe that's his promoters doing that.
Yeah. So, I don't like that they're protecting him, but I understand where their mindset is. They don't want to hurt his confidence just getting with that new trainer.
Okay. So just because Virgil is not ready for Crawford, doesn't mean that Boots is not ready. Boots said that he's ready. Boots, has shown no indication that he doesn't want any smoke. Now look at this comment from Rich. Rich says, Virgil is not free smoke. It's simple. What's your thoughts on that? What's your thoughts on that, Anthony? That people are saying that Virgil is not free smoke. Oh, he fell off. What you think about that, though, Debo? They saying Virgil Ortiz is not free smoke, knowing that he needs more time to fight Crawford, even though he came out and called out Crawford, more than one time. He calling out all these dudes, but seems like his team, they not trying to fight these guys.
Sorry.
You back? So what you think about Rich saying that Virgil is not free smoke? It's simple. What's your thoughts on that?
That's a little bit harsh. I'm saying the promoters don't want that smoke yet for Virgil because they're waiting for him to adjust to.
Yeah, I'm with that. He ain't. I mean, as far as the promoters case, he's not free smoke.
Yeah, I think
because he's too young. They ain't
fight.
trying to, you know what I'm saying? They don't, like, he the money train too, so you got to be careful with him too. You feel me? Because he could be. He got a chance to be a great one too.
They know Virgil's gonna be the moneymaker for GBP promotion, GBP in the next 2 years because I think
if Virgil with top rank, ain't he?
Nah, he was Golden Boy. He was Oscar.
Yeah, he's with Oscar because I feel that Oscar, to be honest, is gonna be focusing. They're doing the right thing with how they're moving Oscar, Virgil, to be honest, and I think what's happening. They're looking at what's happening with Ryan Garcia, and they're fixing their mistakes a little bit and taking their time with Virgil and not pushing him too far too fast. I think that's what happened with Ryan Garcia, in my honest opinion.
Nala, go close the front door. Go push the door closed.
Yo, Q, what up, though?
Hey, Q, what's up?
Oh, what's popping? I'm on this bitch. I gotta find my headphones. I can barely hear y'all. So I'm about to put my headphones.
So
I'm just saying, like, what's the point of calling out Crawford and doing all of that if you ain't really trying to fight him, though? That's what I'm saying. And like, I that's what people are looking at.
I think Virgil wants.
And you know why niggas do that shit, man?
You put a clout or whatever, but then you turn around and not try to fight the dude. It kind of look bad. You know what I mean? And you rank number one. You don't even push for the fight.
I mean, it might look bad then, but at the time you gaining the clout.
I don't think Virgil was clout chasing. Debo.
Now I don't think Virgil clout chasing either, though. I think he really do want to fight all them dudes, just like him in Boots.
Yeah, it's the promoters that are. I think Oscar saw what happened to Ryan, that he pushed him too far too fast, and Ryan wasn't ready, and now he's fixing his mistake, trying to fix his mistakes with Virgil. Like, he's taking his time with Virgil and not pushing him too fast, and I'm not saying he's protecting Virgil, but he's not going to make the same mistakes that he made with Ryan, where he pushed Ryan too fast, and Ryan hasn't proven any. Ryan hadn't proved anything at that point and stuff like that, and he's looking at the mistakes he made with Ryan and trying not to make the same mistakes with Virgil. Do you agree, H, or am I as a fan of Oscar, I'm just being too nice on Oscar?
No, I do not agree.
Cook on that, Q. Cook on it.
The reason why I don't agree, because you said he pushed Ryan. Push Ryan to do what?
No,
like
I'm saying.
I mean, he fought that one cat. What's that one cat? Duno.
Yeah, Romero Duno and Frank Martin just knocked him out in 4 rounds.
Yeah, exactly. So Ryan was talking about. He was like, "All right, they got to pay me more money to fight." You know what I mean? I remember. About that. You know what I mean? He did his thing. He knocked him out. And then you know what I mean? You fought Luke Campbell. You got dropped. You knocked him out stopped him to the body. That's cool. But at the end of the day, I ain't gonna lie. Shit, Virgil actually getting moved pretty good. Ryan actually was getting moved pretty good. Ryan actually stopped, was like, slow down. He coming with up all these problems. Virgil,
man, actually, I feel like Ryan's still in the thick of things, bro. Especially after how them lightweights been looking. If he come back and knock out Cruz in a good timely fashion, he right back where he started. If you ask me, but I don't know, man. I'm a Ryan fan.
I mean, okay.
Niggas hate that shit.
I mean, Ryan is Ryan. I ain't Ryan too high on him, but I'm not going
What are your thoughts on this fight?
I'm not gonna
with
overgas him,
guys?
Hey, but Q, I do
let me
respect you
finish.
though, bro.
Hold on. Let me finish this shit with Virgil. Let me finish this shit with what I was gonna say about Virgil. Actually, kind of bringing it around with Virgil. Now, Virgil, I feel like he actually get moved pretty good. This next fight, he actually fighting. The dude he actually fighting, he ain't got too many knockouts. But I seen this last fight, he decent. He was dropping the fuck out of that. He was dropping the fuck out of dude that he had fought, dropping his ass and shit. So I ain't gonna say he can't punch or no shit like that, because he was dropping dude, and over in the UK, dude got a little hype behind him. But at the same time,
I have a question for you. Do you think fans overhype the knockout stat a little bit too much?
I mean, fans. I feel
I
like
think
this.
so.
Sometimes
I think especially
fans
Americans.
overhype motherfuckers, and then they downplay people. Like it could be somebody that they downplay. They could
I think it's
downplay a
an
fighter
American
because they
thing.
don't even know him. You know what I mean? That's just how boxing fans is. If a boxing fan don't know him, they downplaying him. Like, you see how you just brought up Eastside Cruz, and gonna give Ryan credit if he beat him. But before we actually seen him fight Tank, he was nothing. He was a bum. We didn't know him. You know what I mean? They was like, oh, he nothing. Tank about to go in here and do this to him, do this, and then
I
you
definitely
actually sit
thought
down
that,
and
man.
watch him and see him fight, and then you like, oh, nah, he credible. So if somebody else fight him, oh yeah, if he beat
But
him,
you
then
know,
he's
Tank
something.
had a hurt
But,
hand too, though.
so boxers is like, I mean, not boxers, but boxing fans, they stay with some hype shit. You know, I don't do the hype. I watch too much ESPN and shit like that. Like,
No,
ESPN ain't shit but hype. Like that's how it is with YouTube. Boxing don't get the coverage that the other people get. So when you go on YouTube and you see what the boxing community talking about as like a whole, that's where like hype and shit come from. People be hyping certain people, you know, and that like overnight. You could be like, damn, this motherfucker been
no.
around fighting. Like Jerron Ennis. They hype Jerron Ennis getting hyped. But I'm like, I've been hyped on him like this for like 2-3 years. You know what I mean? And it's like since the last month he got all this hype. So
When
boxing
I
fans, they
mean,
like,
I didn't mean to say move him far too fast. What I meant to say is they looked at the mistakes. They let the hype get to Ryan's head too much, where Ryan thought he was better than Ryan was actually letting the social media hype get to him, and they're not letting Virgil himself. Virgil doesn't seem like the guy that would allow that. He seems pretty humble. Ryan, I'm not saying Ryan's not humble, but I think Ryan let the social media support get to his head, and Oscar and Golden Boy are trying to insulate Virgil a little bit and not let the social media hype, like what happened with Ryan, get to his head a little bit, and have what happened to Ryan with the like anxiety issues, because Ryan admitted he has a whole bunch of anxiety issues and stuff, and I think it's from the social media pressure and stuff
Rich,
like
I
that.
keep something rolled up, Rich. My bad. You can go, bro. I'm listening to you.
So do you see? I'm not. I think they're protected. They're insulating him, Virgil specifically, away from the social media. To They don't want it to happen. What happened to him? What happened to Ryan to happen to him? Because I think all that social media got to Ryan's head a little bit, and it was putting so much pressure on him that he started thinking he started what am I trying to say? Like, he started to think he was bigger than he actually was, like, and stuff like that.
I mean, yeah, I know what you're saying, but like the reason why like that won't happen to Virgil, because and even with Boots or shit, some other fighters, they not getting their hype or their views or the people talking about them because of some social media shit that they seen them maybe punching a bag or doing some shit like that. They getting all they hype from in the ring, what they do in the ring, what people see them do in the ring, and everything that come behind it. Like that's the difference between any of the hype that fuck Jerron
Ryan
Ennis
be fucking
guy
with them
or
YouTubers and shit, and them TikTokers.
yeah, he do that, you know,
Ryan got
gamers and
Ryan
shit
got the
like that,
social media game on lock.
but that
That's
don't
why a lot of them
that
niggas
don't
hate. That's
mean
why
shit.
niggas be hating them too, though, because he got that social media
I
game on lock, and he
I mean, but
finessing with
that's
that shit.
I mean, not really. I mean, cause all of that shit from the internet, it don't translate to the ring as far as what he gonna get paid. It
It
ain't like
don't,
he the
but
it's
it
not
definitely
like he the high.
translate.
It'd be different. It'd
It,
be different if he was like the highest paid lightweight in the
but
state he is right now.
I get
But
what you're
he
saying,
not.
but it definitely
So
translates to his market value, not in the ring, but his market value overall. Yeah, that shit helps nowadays, man. It's
nah, I
2022.
mean,
You
but
know,
no
I know you
boxer
heard
give
about
a
that
fuck about
metaverse
your
shit.
market value out the ring, huh? What metaverse? What's
The
that?
metaverse, you don't know what that is?
Like what?
Like virtual reality,
Oh,
like shit about to get crazy, like shit, like niggas is paying for fake fucking property now, bro. Like, like you could buy digital property. Shit ain't even really real, but niggas will pay for that shit. Like, if you got the right suitor for it.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. With
I ain't
Virgil,
gonna lie. What I'm
And
saying is, don't none of that. This what I'm saying. None of that shit mean nothing when it's Ryan versus whoever the fuck you want him to see. It don't like he not gonna get paid more because of that. I promise you, he not. I promise you, if he go in there fighting some other, he like he not the high. He's not even the highest paid in the lightweights. The people that he should be fighting, 135 pounders. He not even the highest paid. He the most popular.
I think
So
Tio is
it
the
don't
highest
mean
paid,
so it
isn't he?
don't mean nothing. Like we said, we talking about boxing. We talking about fisticuffs. We talking about getting in this motherfucker and duking it out.
yeah, nah, straight fighting.
None of that shit mean nothing, bro.
I,
That's
I
what we
think that
talking about. That
Tank
shit don't
Davis and
mean
Devin
nothing.
Haney are the two highest paid at lightweight.
Exactly. But nothing what they do from YouTube or none of that shit. Everything from the ring. See the difference with probably Devin. Devin had a lot of hype coming in, just coming training with Floyd Sr. and being around Floyd Mayweather. So it was like the dream, you know what I mean? He had a little buzz around this shit. But then he got in the ring and everything come from that. He still had to get in the ring and show and prove the shit that he showed in his 20, what, like how many fights he got? Like 24, 21 or something like
Who you
that.
talking about? Tank?
Devin? Nah, Devin.
He got like 26 now. I think almost 27.
Yeah,
No, 27 fights. 27
yeah.
wins.
Yeah, so he getting like them niggas getting all they shit from the ring. They getting paid more than Ryan. Yeah, he more popular. Motherfuckers know him. But that don't mean shit when you gonna verse me. You know what I mean? When you go against me, all that shit out the
He
window.
got more followers. And
You know
when
what I
Devin
mean?
Haney said he had more followers, everybody had a problem with that, though.
Yeah, that don't mean nothing. And Devin Haney was talking about on some I know you. Like Tio said, nobody knows you. He like, I got more people follow me than you, and how nobody know me. So if don't nobody know me, then nobody most definitely don't know you. Shit. If that's how you want to talk about like
Yeah,
that,
no,
but just
that's
in the
what I'm
ring,
But
saying.
see, the thing is, you say that shit don't determine your ring value too. But what about a nigga like Jake Paul? I hate to use him as an excuse, you know what I'm saying? Because I already know how niggas feel about the celebrity shit, but I still feel that's a good example, you know, just
I
off
mean,
how social media could
Yeah, but
was
he
a
not
translate
a
to
real
niggas' ring
fighter,
was.
though,
value.
Debo.
Yeah, yeah. And
Yeah,
he and then was like his first couple fights, but everybody see his last shit tank. Like tank, not like 40,
This
how
shit
many they
did
say
tank,
like
but
40,
it
50.
did tank with a knockout though. I think that should have helped though for the future.
I mean, shit, we can't go rebuy that shit after you already knocked him out and we saying you knocked him out. And I think the shit was fake. That shit wasn't even real.
I don't think that
I'm gonna
shit was
just keep it
fake.
a buck.
yeah, I agree
I
with you,
think
Debo.
It was
Tyrone
fake.
just
Nobody
can't
told
box like
Ryan.
that for real.
I seen that man embrace getting hit before he got hit, drop his hand, and all type of shit. Like, man, hell no. That's just me though. But if I see a motherfucker, you about to fight, I'm about to hit you, and this motherfucker screaming and switching, ready to take the hit as I'm cocking this motherfucker back, nigga, how real can that? How real? And I seen you fighting defense good all day, hands up by your face and shit, and then you just
shit
drop
is
your shit out of
suspect.
nowhere.
I ain't gonna lie.
That shit hella.
Yeah,
hell nah.
yeah, I agree with you, DJ. DJ brought a point. Nobody told Ryan to call out Tank, but guys like Oscar and I'm saying the social media got to his head, and he thought he was ready for Tank when Oscar and Canelo were telling him to wait, be patient.
Yo, whose fault is that though? Like, he's the one that wanted to call everybody out. He's the one that was calling out Manny Pacquiao and fucking
that shit
Tank
for
Davis.
Clout. Now that was definitely a clout move.
Yeah, man.
And I'm a Ryan fan, and that shit was a clout move.
We gotta start holding these guys responsible, man. Like this nigga, with fucking Javier Fortuna, bro. We gotta stop babying people like Ryan Garcia, man.
I know niggas hate Ryan, but I feel like Ryan really embodies like the new age era, like how shit going on, like how shit this new era shit, man.
We not fucking with the new era though.
I feel
I'm gonna keep it
have
a
to
buck,
adapt,
like,
niggas
like,
sink or swim, nigga. That metaverse shit real, man. I'm trying to tell you, look into that shit, man.
Cause he ain't. I put it like this. I would feel and understand more what you were saying if Ryan was really like taking shit over. I'm gonna keep it a buck. Being crazy and got hella followers on fucking Instagram,
but
and shit, like
that shit don't mean shit in the ring though. All of that shit. Let me say this. Yeah, go ahead, Q, because all of that shit don't mean nothing in the fucking ring. How many followers you got?
But the thing is, I still feel like Ryan a tough-ass boxer, though.
Ryan ain't did shit in the sport. But he do got to get in there and fight niggas, though. I'm saying Ryan Garcia ain't did shit in the sport but beat Luke Campbell, nigga. Luke Campbell already had 3 losses. Linares already beat Luke Campbell, my nigga.
And I like Ryan. I'm not even talking to him about like him boxing, like as far as his fight. I'm just talking about, like, bro, that it really don't mean shit for the simple fact, like, it'd be different if Ryan was like the most hyped about all these niggas he getting paid more than these niggas. He not wanting to fight this guy and doing that, and still in the wild, still getting the most views, and everybody think he can beat Tank and all them, but that ain't what people think. So that shit with Ryan doing it, that's why would somebody want to be that? Like, everybody was talking about Jake Paul and Logan Paul and all the followers they got. I promise, I wasn't one of them niggas. No, I'm saying I wasn't one of them niggas who was following them. I didn't know who the fuck they was until Mayweather and niggas start mentioning their name. I didn't know them. I never seen them. I'm on YouTube all the time. I never seen a video or none of that shit. So even though you got followers, that shit.
That shit don't mean nothing in the ring after fighting for sure. But check game though. If Ryan Garcia knocks out Cruz, is he back in the mix?
I mean, I never really downplay Ryan like that. I still feel like he top. I give him his credit. That motherfucker can fight. He not the best technically when you look at him, but it's technical flaws in all of them. I can name a technical flaw from Devin, Tank, Lomachenko, all of them. You know what I mean? But that motherfucker Ryan, he can fight. He got power.
But Ryan did the least amount out of any one of them niggas.
I like this nigga. He keep that. I feel like he keeping that shit down. He keeping it fair with this shit. Like,
yeah, but I'm gonna be honest. Ryan Garcia, out of all them young bucks,
Ryan can't even fight and shit. I'm like,
let me say this: out of all those young bucks, Ryan Garcia ain't did shit compared to the rest of them niggas.
Yeah, you right. Not yet, but he not too far off.
He ain't won no belt or nothing. He ain't been a champion like Tank been a champion.
Man, he 2 fights away from a belt.
Look, Devin Haney been a champion. T.O. been a champion. Out of all them 4 kings, nigga, Ryan Garcia ain't did shit but beat Luke Campbell. Luke Campbell had like 4 losses already. You know, you could, man, Luke Campbell was known for losing fights. Luke Campbell lost all his big fights. So Ryan ain't did shit, and Ryan gets a pass for pulling out of fights and doing all.
I don't give him no pass for real on that shit. But let's be real. Even though Luke, he wasn't really known as a winner, I feel like Ryan had the best win over him out of all the losses he had. How you feel? Or you just don't give a fuck about Ryan?
I felt like Ryan, he was when he fought Luke Campbell, at the time he fought Luke Campbell, he wasn't ahead of Devin, but resume he was. But then Devin fought Linares and he fought JoJo, and now.
But I would say Haney though.
In a year. Yeah,
I mean, even at that time
like,
though, because Devin Haney,
earlier, like the top of the year, Ryan didn't have those names that he had on his resume now.
Yeah, but right. I mean, at that time, Devin Haney did beat Gamboa. At least Gamboa was a former champion. He was a former champion. You know, and Luke Campbell ain't never won a belt ever. He never been champion. People talk about Luke Campbell. He was an Olympic gold medalist, but that shit don't mean shit as a professional. What you did, you know what I mean? Luke Campbell ain't. Who did Luke Campbell beat? He ain't never even beat nobody.
So it's like, so that it is. I mean, but that all could change in 1 year. I think like shit. It just like we seen so much change with Devin in 1 year and all the shit he going through and the shit he still got to overcome. Like Devin, he still got to overcome a lot of shit this year. It's still some stigmas about Ryan that I feel like I mean, not Ryan, but Devin, that he want to shake. The power shit, you know, the championship, him being a real champion dispute and all that shit, you know, regardless of what's real, he still want to get that stigma off of him. So, you know, I feel like everybody this year got something to prove. They got a chip on their shoulder. And, you know, they got 12 months to change people's mind. You know, it could change in 1 fight, 2 fights. But at the same time, that's what they got to do. They boxers. They got to get in the ring and show us for us to actually talk different.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ryan got the most to prove, though. My honest opinion, Ryan Garcia, he hasn't been doing shit in the sport, dog.
He definitely has the most to prove for sure.
I agree with that.
Why he get a pass, though? Like, why Ryan get a pass to pull out of fights? Back-to-back fights. I know, okay, the JoJo fight was an injury.
I never really gave him a pass for that shit.
Yeah, but a lot of his fans do. And if it was Devin Haney, they would have a lot to say. If Shakur Stevenson did the same thing or Tank, motherfucker would, you know, crucify them brothers. But when it's Ryan Garcia, oh, it's okay. You know, what's good, Hebrew?
What's good with it, man? You see my bed, Israel Avatar, my nigga?
Oh, let me see.
You like my new shit? That's your boy Ben. That's your boy Ben.
Shit.
Yeah, man. I had to go and get that in, man. I am being Israel.
Hey, man.
What's good, though, Hebrew, man?
Man, I'm just
Hebrew
chilling.
here. The champ is here.
Chilling, man. You already know. What up, Q, the guy? What's up with it, bro? D-Bo.
What's good, King?
What's up with it, fam?
So
man, I'm chilling today, man. I'm laid all the way back, man. I ain't on that, man. Y'all got some good points. I've been heard. I've been heard though. You know what I'm saying? Just listening, bro. Good information. Good information. But
hell yeah, I'm talking about Ryan Garcia. I'm keeping the same energy with him. Like people got a lot to say about Devin Haney, the kid that's fighting, you know, who's staying active, doing what he's supposed to do. Ryan Garcia, the motherfucker ain't fought in forever, and motherfucker still, you know, give him a pass. What is that really about? That's what I want to know.
Man, I still want to see him get it. Go ahead, Q.
Oh, my bad. I was gonna say, I think too with Ryan, a lot of people not saying shit about Ryan because I mean, I don't follow him on Instagram, so I don't know how active he is on Instagram, going live and talking boxing and shit like that. But since he not fighting, he like out of sight, out of mind. You know, as far as Ryan go, you know,
not really though, because when he was claiming that mental health shit, Q. Remember, Devin Haney got hit by a big shot by Linares. As soon as Ryan saw that, he's like, "Oh, I would have knocked him out." But your bitch ass, you know, on the sidelines watching, you won't even fight none of these niggas. Ryan had a chance to fight Jorge Linares a long time ago, and Ryan didn't want no motherfucking smoke. You know what I mean? Yeah. So Ryan, it's not like he's out the way, you know. Nah, that nigga still talking shit from the sidelines.
Yeah, even man, we need to get in the ring, bro.
When Tank fought Isaac Cruz, Ryan had a lot to say about Tank, dog. This is another problem that I got. let me just say this before I forget.
Everybody off of that shit, man.
Yeah, let me say this before I forget. Everybody had a problem with Tank fighting Isaac Cruz. Oh, who is Isaac Cruz? He's not good. But once Tank beat him, now Ryan wants to fight him, and everybody okay with Ryan Garcia fighting Isaac Cruz.
I'm so tired of this shit.
Yeah. You feel me, Q?
Yeah.
I'm so tired of this shit, bro.
That's facts.
They got a problem with, when Tank Davis fight Isaac Cruz, but when Ryan Garcia go for the same dude, go fight the guy that Tank just beat, go fight Tank leftovers. Now all of a sudden Isaac Cruz is a good opponent for Ryan, but he wasn't shit for fucking Tank. Come on now.
I ain't gonna lie, Ryan do be bullshit, because now that you put it like that, now that you put it like that, we can take it all the way back, because these niggas been at it for real. Like, these niggas been knowing each other since they was kids, bro. Ryan should have been, and I'm a Ryan fan saying this, he should have been took the Rolly fight. You remember what Floyd said? He said, yo, take the Rolly fight, beat Rolly, I give you the Tank fight. Then it got to a point in time, Ryan had built his name up so much, shit, he could get the Tank fight directly. Like right now.
Shit, he could have had the Devin Haney fight. Devin Haney went to his fight against Luke Campbell. Devin Haney was there. Ryan just fought in a WBC title eliminator to become Devin Haney's mandatory. But Ryan got a pass for ducking Devin Haney, and he went to go fight Javier Fortuna. Come on now.
Yeah, Ryan got to see them boys. They got to see them boys, man.
Ryan out here bullshitting, my nigga.
For real. Ring, bro.
Them niggas said, oh, Tank fighting or nobody. Tank fighting Isaac Cruz. Isaac Cruz not good, but Tank beat him. Now after Isaac Cruz coming off a loss, now Ryan was to fight him. Now everybody cool with it. But those same people had a problem with Tank fight Isaac Cruz. That's some bullshit.
See, but that just go to what I say, like, boxing fans, they'll call a motherfucker garbage just because they don't know him. They never seen him fight or none of that. Even though they probably could have fought one of their favorite fighters, a few years back. They don't know, but he garbage. He don't know none of that. Until they see him fight, then they give somebody a good fight and they change their whole mind. And now this person not as garbage as they say he is. Like, just because a motherfucker don't know just because you don't know about a boxer, that just means you should do your research. If you see one of your fighters fighting an opponent and you don't know who they is, you got to YouTube, go look them up, and you put your judgment to say if they slaw or not. But motherfucker just come straight directly like, nah, he garbage. And then he fuck around and hurt your favorite fighter, clip his ass or something like that. Then
so you think Tank with 2 healthy hands doesn't knock out Cruz?
Shit. I gotta see. I feel like Tank probably could have beat him way better, knocked him out. Shit, Tank had crazy footwork in that fight.
Because I don't know how bad his hand was hurting, but I know they showed his hand. That shit was swollen.
He did what he's supposed to do.
Yeah, he did what he did. I mean, I said I wouldn't. I really.
Even though I had Isaac Cruz in the fight, he won the fight. He still did what he slowed the motherfucker fight down on his ass and let him follow him around the ring. And he picked him off. I mean, it's simple.
Yeah, he came with a game plan.
That's it. What more do we need to talk about that for? We talking about Ryan Garcia not in the ring, talking shit. Why the fuck he ain't fighting?
Oh no,
your motherfucker mental ain't all that fucked up to be on social media though.
Shit, I mean,
fuck out of here, man. Get your ass in that ring. I want to see all the fighters fight and with competition. That's why I say the motherfuckers, y'all talk that old shit. The motherfuckers back in the day was stronger than these soft motherfuckers today. They ain't doing shit, bro.
Man, the truth of the matter is, a lot of niggas that say, "Oh, the black fighters ain't fighting nobody." You know what I'm saying? These are the facts. They'll criticize the black fighters. They'll say, "Oh, Tank ain't fighting nobody," but Ryan Garcia gets a pass for doing the same exact shit. You know what I'm saying?
Fighters, we the best fighters.
I'm saying they say, "Oh, Charlo ain't this shit." They'll call out Charlo. They'll call out Devin Haney. Devin Haney ain't fought nobody. Jerron Ennis ain't fought nobody. They only do that shit with the black fighters.
They say Jamal might go after Boo Boo now, but I don't know how official that is.
I see he looked like he was drunk in that video, though. He was talking shit.
Them niggas always drunk.
Man, he needs to get heard out his mouth. They need to get heard out their face.
But Q, you feel where I'm coming from, though, Q, on that, though? I'm only hearing the black fighters get criticized. Oh, Tank ain't fighting nobody, but Tank just beat Isaac Cruz. But they said Isaac Cruz was a nobody. Now Ryan fights the same dude, it's okay. But when the black dude do it, fights Cruz is a nobody.
Yep.
Come on now, my nigga. They did the same thing with Shakur. Shakur ain't fought nobody. Shakur this, Shakur that. Same thing with Devin Haney. Same thing with Jerron Ennis. Shit, damn near every black fighter you could think of.
Yep, because they feel like that's not a test. But I guess those same opponents are a test for other people. You know, in the skill level they feel like they at. Because that's the only way I can see it.
And I ain't gonna lie,
if you comparing them like that, if he a good opponent, if Isaac Cruz is now a good opponent for Ryan Garcia now, shit, that either mean he better than what motherfuckers thought he was, or Ryan not good as motherfuckers think he is. Cause that's who Ryan testing himself against. If he thought he was better, he'd test himself against Devin Haney or somebody. I'm pretty sure WBC will make that motherfucking fight real quick. I mean, he was supposed to be his mandatory. He chose JoJo. What he gonna do? Fight Isaac Cruz or say he gonna fight JoJo? I guarantee you that'll be only thing he gonna do. He gonna fight somebody. He gonna fight a motherfucker that Tank or goddamn Devin already fought. Maybe somebody T.O. already fought and knocked the fuck out. You know what I mean? And that's how good he think he is. Because if they won shit, then you pick somebody better than them. You pick somebody better than them and you knock them out. You can't pick the same person that they already beat up and then try to claim that you better than him.
Bro, why would you go backwards, bro? Sure, right, Q. Why would you go backwards? Just like with Terrence Crawford, bro. If you go under Sean Porter in a fight, bro, the competition be under Sean Porter. What is that? Yeah. What is that, bro?
He ain't even want to fight Sean. And that's exactly what I'm saying. Terrence Crawford. When it comes to Terrence Crawford, bro, I don't even know that weight division so fucked up.
Man, motherfuckers don't want to do this shit right, Q.
They probably can't even name 10 weights in the goddamn division.
That's why the boxing sport is like it is, man. Because the bosses don't know they bosses.
Yeah.
That's all it is, bro. It ain't.
It ain't that. It's the boss. The bosses. They be fucking shit up, man. They keep playing.
The real
with
bosses
everybody,
is the
man.
fan. The real bosses is the fan. And the fans, like you can see, they fuck shit up. You right, Debo. You right. You right. Because if ain't no motherfucker.
Because Hebrew, let's keep it 100. Spence could have been fought, but
man, bruh.
I feel like it's gonna happen, but this shit could have been happened. You know what I'm saying?
Man, just like the motherfucking what's that fight?
But real talk, me saying this,
Kell Brook like, and Murray fight.
I feel like if they keep winning out, I feel like it's gonna make more sense though. You feel me? Because I feel like it's gonna be more money involved now than it was then.
Damn right, that's $1 billion fight, right? They trying to make $1 billion off that fight, bro. I'm gonna keep saying that. They just trying to make $1 billion. Everybody want to see it. Everybody, and look how long we've been waiting for it. Come on, man. Whenever they do pull it out, man, everybody want to see it. But we gonna be watching two old motherfuckers.
I mean, they ain't that old though. You feel me? They ain't gonna be as old as fucking. They ain't gonna be as old as
we had that conversation. We had that conversation. No. We good. Because the motherfucker old in boxing ain't. What is that? Motherfuckers fighting 49 and all type shit, man. Come on, man.
Shit, gonna be out here like Louis Ortiz.
It's your skill. Shit. Yeah, it's your skill. It's your skills, man. Damn cute.
That's how them niggas gonna be. Old as fuck out here trying to talking about them trying to get my last payday. Man,
dude.
Like these,
hey, man, I like Luis Ortiz, man. He tough.
Go ahead, Debo.
Shit, Ortiz only lost to one person.
Right. Them two losses came to Deontay Wilder.
Yeah, he did, but shit.
But Ortiz did duck the AJ fight though. AJ wanted to fight Ortiz.
That would have been a good fight.
I think AJ would have knocked his ass out.
I think AJ would have beat him though. I don't think he would have knocked him out.
I think
Shit, he would have took that money happily. Fuck it.
No doubt he would have. But why the
me,
motherfucking fight didn't go down though?
I ain't his bosses. This nigga
The
got whole other
motherfucking
niggas
business,
running
right?
their career. Like
the fight ain't go down because Ortiz he told Eddie Hearn he said he ain't have proper he ain't have ample amount of time to train, and I think they said they was like 2 months or some shit.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
he wanted more. He wanted more than 2 months to train. He turned. I think it was 7 mil, and I don't even like to count pockets and shit. I don't think that's a masculine thing to do for real. But man, 7 mil though.
That's a handsome ransom.
You feel
me? That's a nice little chunk of change.
Damn right.
And then he ain't gonna come across that no more.
Man, he said down to that he needed more than 2 months, man, to get that motherfucking fat off his ass, man. What you mean?
Man, that nigga ain't get 7 mil to get his ass knocked out by Wilder. Yeah. I had to pick that. I had to pick that, line it up.
I think he got paid less. I think that offer was probably the highest he ever been sent before.
I'm pretty sure that was the most he done ever sent.
You know, Eddie got that bag, man.
Shit. I mean, my boy Eddie, he had an open wallet for a little bit. He done shut that motherfucker now. But shit, hey, he'll pay for the right fight. Shit, I'm pretty sure. Shit, because he's still trying to break the American market. So if he can get a big American fight, he'll pay for the shit. But until then, we're gonna see a lot of the UK shit. You know what I mean? Which, I mean, I'll watch some of it. I'll watch a majority of that shit. Sometimes we have some bogus ass shit, or you know who the fuck fighting, but I'll still tune in. I ain't gonna lie. Shit, the women's boxing, I ain't gonna lie. Eddie Hearn got the women's boxing on his own. For all that shit happening over there. Especially my baby Alicia Baumgartner. She gonna knock a bitch square off.
Want to see these motherfucking fights, man. Fuck all that. Wake up, man, so we can see these fights, man. We gotta march to the motherfucking backstage, nigga. Get these motherfucking fights going down, man. We can't do it.
Shit, they probably either gonna waste time until 2023, or we gonna see something this year. Yeah.
Motherfucker, we gonna be looking at May 2024, man. Where this shit going, bro? There should be some good fights this year, man. Fuck that, man. I ain't giving up, bro. I ain't giving up, bro. I believe they gonna
give up, bro.
We got too much. We check it out. We got too much man hours in this shit for us to believe that a motherfucker ain't actually been watching and listening.
Then if the old niggas don't give us the fights that we want, I feel like these younger niggas would.
They would anyway, cause it's their reign. It's their time. But if you ain't got no motherfucking brain, nigga, ain't no rain. Nigga. Lay your motherfucking ass down. Get over there with the owl man. Fuck you mean? Motherfucking chores and allowances then. That's all it is, bro. I want to see the motherfuckers get in the ring. Don't be out here talking on social media. Lace up, bro. What you talking about? Show that you chasing glory at least. That you in it. You know what I'm saying? You ain't in it. That's why motherfucker ain't doing shit. You got some bullshit motherfucking promoters, guess what? You gonna get some bullshit fights. Only a bullshitter like bullshit. Real talk, bro.
I feel like that shit starts with the fighters, man.
They need to get up in each other's face. Need to get up in each other's face.
Especially when fighters come in with their original team. You know what I'm saying? Like Floyd. Like H, I feel you when I hype up, you know, Floyd's, as the trainer of the year and shit. That's cool. I can respect that just because he's the best boxer ever. But man, Floyd don't be training nobody. That motherfucker was signed motherfuckers, and they still had their original team from the jump. That's who really be training them. And they'll go in probably once, twice a week. train. Then if they do train in the Mayweather gym, it's really gonna be under the same, you know what I'm saying, the same niggas they came in with. So I'm just like the team, you know what I'm saying? I feel like that'd be that'd be an in-house thing for real, man. When it come to motherfuckers really want to set up fights.
Damn, Debo, why ain't none of these in-house fights going down?
Man,
exactly.
niggas scared to
Nigga
take
can't
that
even
L.
make an in-house fight, bro.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, Top Rank that shit. That make it. They'll make an in-house fight in a second, especially if all them belts there. Shit, they gonna unify them motherfuckers.
Oh yeah,
I ain't
Top
gonna
Rank
lie.
for sure make an in-house fight. Yeah, but PBC.
Shit, people thinking
Gonna be the main fight that we want to see.
PBC will make some in-house fights.
But you gonna pay for that?
I mean, every once in a while that Fondor and Fulton, they unified. Lil Charlo. I mean, Jamel Charlo. He about to go for undisputed again. So shit, I ain't gonna lie, like they do sometime, but shit, I mean they did in the 168 with Benavidez and Plant. Shit, hell Charlo, uh, and Big Charlo. I mean, I guess he just don't want to go up to 160 and fight nobody. At the end of the day, I mean he have been fighting 154 pounders at 160. So yeah,
You talking
I
about
guess we'll
Jamal?
see. Yeah, Jamal.
Man, Jamal need to do something, man. That motherfucker, I seem like he do now is just get drunk and go on live, nigga. Like, niggas tired of seeing that shit, nigga. I'm about to unfollow them niggas for real. Nah,
Okay, Debo, he just like a little taste.
man,
He
that's
just like a
cool, but
little
man,
taste, like
I
them
would
old
see you
niggas say.
fight somebody, nigga. That's why I follow you for. I don't follow you for because I don't follow you for you to get drunk on fucking live every fucking night and get on. You know what I'm saying? I follow you because shit. I want you. I respect you as a boxer, nigga. You a cold ass boxer, but you just gotta fight, man. You gotta get up in that motherfucking ring, man.
Yeah, man. Motherfucker got to get in the ring. What's up, Jimmy?
Shit,
Jimmy,
when the
man.
Yes,
last time they fought
can you
anyway?
guys hear me?
Yeah, you got you, Jimmy. Go ahead.
Yeah, man, I just jumped on now. What are the topics? What's everyone talking about?
Man, we talking about motherfucker need to get in that ring, Jimmy. All the
Shit,
bullshit.
Ryan Garcia.
Every motherfucker body that ain't getting in the ring, Jimmy. Straight up, bro. That's what we talking about, man. I want no smoke tonight, man. Please, man.
Gotta get up. That's why I like Devin, man.
Talking
What the
good on
boys
this
say?
motherfucker, man.
What the boys say? Devin said, man, the boys say everything, but let's fight, man.
Everything, but let's get it in. You right, man. But you know,
I
man.
like that shit.
Yeah, man. But we were talking about Ryan Garcia need to get in that motherfucking ring. All the motherfuckers that's been missing in action. But they out here, but they ain't in the ring. They ain't lacing up. That's what we talking about, Jimmy. What you got? Damn, he gone. Damn, Jimmy gone.
Oh, shit. I wasn't even paying attention. But
It's fucked up. Yeah, man.
well,
Fuck that, man. Especially Ryan Garcia. You trying to chase a motherfucker that a motherfucker already then fought, man. You need that tank fight. As you talked all shit.
shit, man, I ain't gonna lie. I can't even just say. I mean, it's fights I want to see him. Of course, all the top dogs. I want to see it just to get everything out the way and probably, get the unification. Shit, like my nigga meant to say, he you know what I mean, one face. You got one face for every division, or you always got people fighting for that spot. Yeah, that's always gonna be good for boxing. I think it's kind of getting closer to that, or I'll say this: a lot of the fighters who already been undisputed, they kind of looking like they could go undisputed again, like Usyk, uh, Terrence Crawford, maybe if him and Earl fight. Uh, shit. You know, them two. I mean,
Well,
Canelo.
we don't know if
Shit,
everybody
if
in
he
these fights gonna keep their belts. We don't know what's
it,
finna happen.
shit, if they make the fights with the champions, then we'll know. But shit, what's the use of fighting a motherfucker with no belt? You know, unless the fight is made, if the two parties can make that fight, but if not, I'm trying to see the champion fight the champion at the end of the day. Like, yeah,
You
so,
still got to get it. Still motherfuckers to challenge him.
yeah,
Still,
Hey, you want to see Boots and Blood fight?
if you get that
How y'all feel
there's
about
still
that?
shit,
motherfuckers with no belt that still
shit,
can challenge.
like I said, if they can make that fight happen, then hell yeah. But Boots, he ranked in the top, he ranked in the top of the sanctioning bodies. But
He
shit,
ranked in the top 10.
Top five, bro. He ranked in the
yeah,
top five.
yeah,
He need
he
a
ranked
shot.
in them.
He,
So
like
it's
I said,
like
he should have been a champ already.
uh,
Who's Ennis?
fighting who?
Them boys scared of
A
Boots.
test.
Niggas
So
not.
the man don't
Nah,
need
niggas
tested.
not.
He don't get
Boys
no
scared
shot.
of Boots.
Niggas not scared of
I
Boots.
don't
I
think that.
mean,
I
some
just know
fighters
the
is.
business
I ain't
fucking it
gonna
up.
say it. I don't think it's a champion in the 147 division that's scared of Boots. I say that.
I
Earl,
still
Ugas,
believe that
or
that
Terrence
man need a
Crawford.
shot, man.
Niggas feeling that Boots presence.
Um,
They
I
feeling
mean,
that
I
boot
think.
presence, huh, Debo? They feeling his
I
presence,
mean,
bro.
see, I mean, that's kind of hype. I ain't gonna lie. Boots building his name like off other people's name. Like right now, I ain't saying he don't want to
That's
Oh,
fight
how
I
you
again,
always
gotta
go by.
do
I
it.
always go by what I see, man.
but that's all young fighters do, bro. You can't tell me a young fighter that ain't did that.
They
You
all
you
do that.
tell
It's part of the
you
game. That
tell
clout,
So
that
if
name
clout
me
he
a,
shit a
if he
part of the
ain't
game, bro.
you
accomplished
name me a
nothing, then he
Whether we
need a
champion.
love it
shot.
or hate it,
You
this
That's
name
clout
me a
it.
shit
champion
part of the
right now. You name me a champion right now. I guarantee you, I can show a time when they wasn't champion, and they talking about
That
fighting
we
the
know
biggest
that.
name in the division, whether they want that person or not to get that belt. They
So
don't
that
know,
listen to me, Q. This what I'm saying. I got a question. This what I'm saying. So Boost, he can't go challenge nobody.
but that ain't how he got his belt.
Can he go challenge anybody? The man undefeated. He can't go challenge nobody. He a top contender. He don't get no shot. He just Boost Ennis, Jared Ennis. That's what I'm talking about, man. That man deserve a shot. Why ain't no more? Why he can't get his shot? I ain't riding no motherfucking, but I love all the fighters, man. Why this man can't get his shot? He out there. We just looking at the same motherfuckers regurgitating the same motherfucking fights, but it's contenders out here. Why they ain't in the shit? That's all I'm asking. There ain't no cap, bro. That's the truth, bro. That man is a contender in the top five. Why he ain't getting no shot? He can fight any one of them motherfucking top welterweights. Why he ain't getting no shot? That's the question. Everybody want to talk about Boost, man. That motherfucking boy, he undefeated. He beating up every motherfucking body he go in front of. They put in front of him. So okay, then that mean he need to get tested. It's his turn, but he can't get no shot though.
Boots gonna get a shot when them niggas want that last payday, man. Like fuck it, nigga. I'm ready to get my ass knocked the fuck out, man. But I'm, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go out with some little bucks though, man. I'm ready to get my old ass knocked the fuck out, nigga.
Man,
Nah, I ain't gonna lie. You like Boots, bro?
Boosie, he good, man. He a good damn fighter, man. But he need to get tested, and he in the top five. What's wrong? What's wrong with this picture? Usually he's been filtered through, got right on in. What's up with the filtering process? Why ain't no motherfucker getting filtered in, filtered out? Let's get this motherfucker contender list out the way.
Look, this how I know ain't no fights happening. We got more fights in the comic section than we do in goddamn real life.
Man, we got more fighting in the motherfucking social media than we got in boxing. Shit. I want to see the motherfucker fight. And every motherfucker that's undefeated get tested. I want to see everybody undefeated get tested. Put him in there with a motherfucker that's good like him. Other than that, then that's the boxing we gonna have for 2022. That's all it is, bro. I ain't mad at it. If I still want to see them, I still want to see the champions get tested and these top contenders that's out here. It's simple, man.
Shit, champion don't always get tested just because we hollering about these contenders. I mean, shit. Let me see some of these contenders get tested.
That's
like
what
at the end of the now, I mean, against each other. Shit, Virgil and Boots hot shit right now. If they can make that fight. If they want that shit with one of these champions, such as Earl or Ugas, or whoever went out of Earl and Ugas or Bud, shit, fight each other. I want to see that shit.
Q, listen, you know what I mean? That's exactly what I
ain't gonna sit and say no shit like Bud ducking just cause, man, hell no. Nah. Come on, and then you throw him in there and he get beat up, and then motherfuckers talking about, oh, he in there too early.
You talking about motherfuckers talking? I'm talking about let them motherfuckers fight. Let Boost and motherfucking what's his name? Victor. Virgil Ortiz. Let them fight and filter them out, and then we got a mega top contender right here that's contend with the champ. That's what I'm talking about. That's how boxing used to be, man. Everybody get filtered out until it's filtered down to them two motherfuckers, just like football and every goddamn thing else. That's why they need them tournaments back, bro. Filter this shit out, bro. Tired of this shit, bro. Niggas ain't even fighting, man. They can just hold on to the belt, do what the fuck they want to do, bro. No, bro. Go motherfucking ass in their room and fight. That's what the fans want to see. Yeah, at the end of the fight, I'm rooting for the motherfucker that was the best man that night because I saw a good fight. I'm gonna congratulate the best man.
Damn, the loser don't get no.
No, the sportsmanship there, Q. I'm saying I'm gonna congratulate the best man. Everybody get it, Q. He was there. Yeah, he was there. He was there. I don't take nothing from no fighter, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all, man. But when you don't show no sportsmanship in any sport, nigga, you finished, nigga, with me. Y'all might like this shit. I don't fuck with that. He was there. They went across the ring, a hood, good fight, man. That shit, that's what I'm talking about.
Who you talking about?
That's sports.
Hebrew, who you talking about?
I'm talking about Deontay Wilder when he walked out that motherfucking ring. Like that motherfucker did a jog by that day.
Oh, man, you talking about, man, Fury took his soul, man.
Man, he got that man head in him.
Fury took that man's soul, bro. He ain't gonna never forget about Tyson Fury. He gonna always remember that name, bro.
Hey man, he had a crystal ball in his glove, my dude.
So, bro, but I feel like it was worth it though. He got paid handsomely for it.
Man, his soul took. He walked off nicely. I don't even take nothing from Wilder, man. He was
I feel like he would have been all right, man, if he would have ran, man. Motherfucker, I should have known it, man. He said it. He been spoke of his demise, man. He said it 5-6 years ago. He said, man, I don't like to jog. I don't jog. Then they asked him what type of cardio you do. This motherfucker said, man, I like to ride on the back of motorpads or some shit, man.
Hey, bro.
Not motorpad, jet skis. They do was like, I like to do a certain exercise, one on the jet ski, and that shit worked. The reporter was like, what?
Man,
what you talking about,
he told on his motherfucking training. That's all he did. He wasn't doing nothing. Mm-hmm. And we saw it. Just like Taco said, he resulted to that same motherfucking shit, and the same result happened. We saw that. When is it Ryan Garcia next fight?
I'm trying to look that shit up now. I want to see if he
I want to see if he finna lace up.
Yeah, he said he sent Cruz the contract. So I'm trying to see what's good.
Man, even Leo said, man, dude, that dude either mature a little more for Tank, man. I don't think he ready yet, man. This coming from a motherfucker that was in the ring with this man. He on there talking about just give me 2 rounds. If he do it, then I believe it. I believe it. Then what we gonna say? What if he do it? What if he take Tank ass out in 2 rounds? Then what a motherfucker gonna say? But you gotta get in there, man. To at least see round 1, try something, bro. You just ain't gonna say that shit like it's just gonna happen. We want to see that shit, bro. Fuck that. I want to see. Ever since I synced that fucking video, I've been wanting to see that shit. You gonna knock Tank out? Give me 2 rounds. What up, IB? Salute, nephew. What's going on, brother?
All right, nah,
I want to see
Tank,
that motherfucking fight so bad. That boy, he talking hella shit.
Yeah, he was just talking shit. He ain't knocking Tank out no damn 2 rounds, man.
Man, he said,
Tank,
give me 2
I ain't gonna lie,
rounds.
one thing, but I was mad about the fight because I lost money on that bitch. I do respect the fact that Tank did show his boxing skills for against Cruz. He definitely showed his boxing skills for sure.
He had to, boy. He had to.
He got defense.
Perfect. He slowed the fight down perfect. Now, you know, Isaac Cruz, he a bull. He go forward like a motherfucker. He slowed that shit down. And Isaac Cruz went with the game plan he had. Slow the fight down and pick his ass off as he come in. Like he was a matador, man. Gotta give it to him, man. That was some good shit, man.
But I ain't gonna lie, bro. I ain't gonna lie. When I got rewatched the fight, but when I initially watched it, bro, when I came into my my cousin's office to watch the fight, I watched it from like 6 rounds on up. I ain't gonna lie, man. The way I looked at the fight from that 6 rounds up, I had Cruz winning.
Hey, man.
I ain't gonna lie. I mean, but that's just when I seen, you know, on up.
I can say what I want to say. I can feel how I want to feel. But at the end of the day, what does the record say?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's it. That was it for me. I'm like, damn,
but
bro.
Look. Hey, but look.
He tried, though. You got to knock motherfuckers out in that position. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, but look, though. You seen after the fight, that nigga, man, that announcer ass Tank, he said, yo, you want a rematch? That motherfucker said, hell no. Nah. He said, hell no to a rematch, man.
Damn. You want no smoke? Well, shit.
No smoke, nigga.
Well, okay. Where the availability's at? Get Ryan. Get there. I want to see that fight. We need to get that Tank Ryan going. We need to be talking about that since, you know what I'm saying, you called that man out. Like that. I ain't trying to go for no hype or none of that shit. I want to see that fight bad in motherfucker. That's a good fight, too. That's a damn good fight, Debo.
Which one?
I think that Garcia Davis. I'm just looking at the keys to victory, like, bro. You ain't gonna get that left hook and his left uppercut. That shit don't mix up, bro. Somebody getting knocked the fuck out. He gotta be slick.
Garcia gotta play their cards right. That's a mega fight too.
That's what I'm saying. I was just sitting here thinking about it, Bo. You hear me? I'm like, damn, bro. If they get in the ring, both of them got the, you know, whatever popularity or whatever. Motherfucker got that fight gonna sell. But can we get Ryan as in the ring? Off that motherfucker keypad into the ring, lace up.
Man, Ryan bullshitting Hebrew, to be honest.
Nigga need to free his hands out that motherfucking straight jacket, get your ass in the ring.
Yeah, get up in the ring, man. He's young. He's wasting time. Even Canelo caught them out on his bullshit, dog.
Man, bro. I've been watching this shit, H. I'm like,
he ain't
damn,
taking boxing serious, Ryan Garcia, man. He's out here playing around, but he get a pass for it.
He look, and then he immune to this shit too. He took the hype on, just like Deontay Wilder. They took Deontay Wilder, his fans took him out of boxing, man. They took his ass out, and Ryan Garcia doing the same. He going to that same fucking ditch, bro.
All they do is make excuses for this man. You know what I mean? Ryan should have been fought Javier Fortuna. Matter of fact, Ryan Garcia should have been fought Devin Haney. He said he wanted to fight Tank, but the nigga ain't trying to do shit. He's sitting there wasting time. He's sitting there wasting time to the point where Canelo had to call him out on that fuckery he was doing. Even Canelo called him out, said, nigga, you wasted time. What the fuck you doing? You know what I mean?
He got mad because Canelo called him out. Then he made a video talking about some my own promoters and all these motherfuckers around me even trying to make me out of a duck. And I'm like, well, why you ain't in the ring then? Why you even say that? Why would you say that out your mouth and you ain't in the ring?
That motherfucker Ryan Garcia should have been fought Devin Haney. He should have been fought Javier Fortuna. He's pulling out of fights. There's some going on with Ryan Garcia, you know, but this guy, he gets a pass. But all those other fighters, you know, people criticize the Devin Haney's the ones that's doing what Ryan Garcia was supposed to do, and that's fight JoJo Diaz.
Motherfuckers
what is that shit really about? I want to know.
Just like motherfucking T.O. did all the motherfucking dirty work. And then what happened? He got motherfucker big-headed, and then he got the work put in on him.
Yeah.
That's what happens to motherfucker when they ego bust out the top of their motherfucking skull, bro.
He got too comfortable, man. You know what I mean? He was feeling himself too much. You gotta humble yourself.
That's
you got a lot to learn, you know.
Yeah. That's what Leo was telling me. That's what Leo was saying, bro. You gotta mature a little more before you fight Tank, bro. That's what Leo Santa Cruz was saying. So, you know, that's his opinion.
They gotta humble themselves and really dedicate themselves to the sport of boxing. T.O. started feeling himself too much. He beat Loma. He was on top of the world. And he forgot that he got a long way to go. You just getting started, my dude. You gotta work your way up. There's guys out here hungry that really want your motherfucking spot. Kambosos was hungry in that motherfucker, man. Kambosos wasn't playing with that, man.
He did the same thing Tank did to motherfucking Isaac Cruz. Slowed the fight down. Let him do all that bully shit. And he matadored that shit. That was it.
Facts, Hebrew. I
want to get that belt still.
I'll be right back, bro.
All right, still, I want that belt situation cleared up so we can fucking see what's going on. We want to see who is who. I want to see who is who. I want to see that Devin Haney the champions fight. Unified, whatever the fuck it is. Somebody need to win that fight. Come out that fight with the champion, the real one, the true one. Then. All these damn belts, man. The shit confusing, man. Get that shit out of boxing and let's see where the motherfucker real champ, all that old duck belts and cupcake belts and all this old dumbass shit, man. But this a gladiator sport. Motherfuckers need to get chainmail and swords on their motherfucking mind. The fuck? But we see what it is, though. It's a bunch of gestures out here want to entertain the king. They king.
Yeah, hey, that shit is crazy to me how Ryan Garcia gets a pass for not doing shit. And they sit there and praise Ryan Garcia like Ryan Garcia, you know, beating the top guys, like Ryan Garcia got a fucking belt. Ryan Garcia is the same guy that said, fuck the belts. That's disrespecting the sport of boxing.
That's disrespecting the glory of boxing. What the fuck is you doing?
Yeah, they said Ryan Garcia don't need a belt. He walking around with a fucking crown on his head like he did something. Come on now, bro.
Man,
I'm expecting more from Ryan Garcia in 2022. We got to start putting pressure on this guy, man.
He needs
either you want to be great or you don't. Which one is it?
He needs 2 fights this year. He need to come out twice this year. You ain't been doing shit, bro. And we want to see Ryan Garcia.
Motherfucker out here holding Ryan Garcia's hand and shit like he a fucking baby. That motherfucker is a fighter, bro. And it's about time he start acting like a real fucking fighter. And people need to start putting pressure on these guys, man.
They grown men for real. Motherfucker forgot about that. These are grown men. You in there fighting grown men. Straight up. We need to put the pressure. We need to put. Go ahead.
I know. I was saying Rakesh said something. There is a double standards in boxing because of racism. So that's what it is. It's a double standard, and it has something to do with race. Because I know when Tank Davis fought Isaac Cruz, they said, "Oh, Tank Davis fighting a bum. Isaac Cruz is not good." Tank Davis beat Isaac Cruz. Now all of a sudden Ryan Garcia wants to fight him. Now everybody's saying, "Oh, it's a good fight." But when Tank fought him, it wasn't a good fight though.
Sound like you
Why is that?
Sound like you following Tank.
Exactly. You trying to fight Tank leftovers, the man that Tank just fucking beat.
Why you
Tank just beat this nigga. Tank got no credit for beating this nigga. Now all of a sudden Ryan Garcia fights him, and Ryan Garcia gonna get all the credit in the world for beating the same guy that Tank beat first.
Listen, H, this man is straight up running behind his bed like why you ain't say he called out Tank. Then Tank beat Isaac Cruz. You call Isaac Cruz. Why ain't you still keep that same energy? Why you ain't calling Tank, bro?
Yeah, call out the dude that won the fucking fight. The man that won. Why is you calling out the loser? I thought he wanted to fight Tank when Ryan Garcia was on that Mike Tyson podcast and he was talking all of that shit.
Man,
what the fuck happened?
He was on. Yeah, that's the video I was talking about. That was Hot Box with Mike Tyson.
Yeah, when he called Tank on the phone, I'm gonna knock you out. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. Man, come on, man. You ain't did shit. You ain't do shit since the Luke Campbell fight.
For their mouth. We gotta hold them accountable for their mouth. Now, why ain't none of these motherfucking fans out here talking about some? Hey man, we gotta see that fight.
That nigga still living off the Luke Campbell fight, man. Fuck out of here. Luke Campbell already had 3 fucking losses, bro. Luke Campbell ain't beat nobody.
After that fight, he fought 3 times.
Luke Campbell never was a champion, nigga. And they said, man, stop it, motherfuckers sit there and cap for their favorite fighters all day long, man. That shit is lame and that shit is weak.
Yeah, that's the boxer fans, man. We know that. We know what it is. It's okay. But I still want to see him get in the ring with Tank since he's steady calling out his leftovers. That's that bullshit.
Hey, come on, Mr. G said, truth, H. I just was about to write exactly what you just said. Ryan Garcia's resume is not better than Devin Haney or Tank's, but he gets a pass. I wonder why. I wonder why. Somebody please tell me why. I need to know. I need answers. Devin Haney just beat Jojo Diaz, the guy that Ryan Garcia was supposed to fight. And they said, oh, Jojo Diaz was nothing. Jojo Diaz just beat Javier Fortuna, the guy that Ryan Garcia fucking ducked. Ryan Garcia pulled out the fight while Javier Fortuna. Jojo Diaz beat him. You know what I'm saying? And Devin Haney beat Jojo Diaz.
Man, you know Isaac Cruz humbled the shit out of Tank for him to show his motherfucking skills to all of us. While they talking shit, he pressured the shit out of Tank. Saw a whole other side of Tank.
Hell yeah, that motherfucker.
You know what I'm saying? Ryan. So you can't take shit from Isaac Cruz. Ain't no motherfucker seen Tank fight like that. We just used to seeing him knock a motherfucker out. That motherfucker's on that back foot boxing. Excellent boxing though.
Excellent boxing. I seen Tank fight like that. I ain't gonna lie, Tank. That's why I said I wasn't impressed with Tank. He didn't show me nothing I didn't already know he could do. Same thing with
Devin. He had to dig deep in that toolbox. You know what I'm saying? I did like that. Well, I've never really seen Tank move like that since the amateurs. Which fight was it?
Fight what?
Oh, where he moved like that, the way he was moving against Isaac Cruz and made those type of adjustments.
Like he don't do it like as much as he had to do it with Isaac Cruz, like he constantly has to turn him and stuff like that. But shit, I seen him do that with Gamboa. I seen him do that shit with what's his name? Pedraza. Shit, Barrios. When he knocked him out, like when he do his uppercut, like he don't stand there and throw his uppercut. He shuffle his feet and throw his uppercut. When you do it with Leo Santa Cruz, he just countered. He was the counter uppercut. But when he knocked Barrios out with with that uppercut, he shuffled, boom, hit him. Like, I ain't gonna lie,
My
like
thing is this,
Tank
but
been showed
in
me
both
like
of those
boxing
fights,
skill and shit like that. He had to do it more with Isaac Cruz, but it wasn't nothing I didn't already see him do. Like, I wasn't like,
listen, he was in, but both of those fights, he had both of their ass in the corner. Tank was moving forward. Tank was moving backwards and boxing and putting that jab out. He was boxing, bro.
Yeah, I seen him, bro. But
That's what I'm saying. But those other two fights you talking about, he was straight up had their ass in the corner. That's moving forward.
No, he didn't, because people were saying he was getting outboxed in those fights.
He was when they was in the middle of the ring until he started coming forward.
But it's different when you show him. When you got a high IQ like Tank got a high IQ in boxing, you don't have to show everybody everything in one fight. Just like Canelo. Canelo don't just give you everything in one round. He show you different looks. Same with any great fighter. If you talk about it, that you would say is great, they don't just show you everything they got in one fight or a couple rounds. You know, with certain fighters, they bring it out when they got to. So with the Isaac Cruz, he had to bring it out. But with those other fighters,
that's the word I'm talking about. He had to, but in those other fights, he had a motherfucker in the corner beating their ass. That's moving forward. That's all I'm saying.
In the corner though, like
where did Leo Santa Cruz get knocked out at?
Yeah, when he knocked him out.
When he hit Barrios with that body shot, where was he at, Q?
But that's not the whole fight. That's what I'm saying. That's not the whole fight.
I'm talking about that. I'm talking about that specific. Listen, Q. I'm just talking about that specific knockout. He was he moving forward? Was he boxing? When he had him in the corner, was he boxing or was he in there pounding the nigga? That's moving forward. That's moving forward.
Those wasn't even combination. Those was like 1-2 punch combinations. It wasn't even like having him in the corner, drilling him down. He literally hit Leo Santa Cruz with a one-shot knockout, a counter punch.
He moved him. He moved forward. He moved him back to the corner and hit him with a shot. He was down, right?
Yeah, but that wasn't the whole fight. That's what I'm saying. I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying in the fight in entirety, it wasn't like that. You know. He showed different shit. That's what I'm saying. Like, so with the Leo Santa Cruz,
what I'm saying, he didn't have to adjust at all. He went right in there moving forward after he figured out he was down on the cards. He started beating his motherfucking ass, eating that little shit, got his ass in the corner and knocked his ass out. You right. It wasn't like that in the whole fight. You right. He did have to do that shit, but in that Cruz fight, he showed us a whole bunch. So you saying all Tank fights the same?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, but I'm saying in that specific time, in that round, he put the motherfucking 1-2 punch combination, like you said, in the corner. But this man was all around the ring when Isaac Cruz was in there. He didn't never get that man in the corner and beat him up.
Hell yeah, man. Hey,
that was a damn good fight, though, Q. You heard me? That was a damn good fight. But at the end of the day, the Isaac Cruz Tank Davis fight, that was some good shit.
It was a good scrap. It was a good scrap. I like to see Tank make those type of adjustments and earn his victory. You don't no walk in a park type fight where it's just so easy. You know what I mean? You want to earn your victories, right?
Hey, man, Tank that type of dude to get down on the course just to come back. He that comeback type motherfucker, man. I can see that in Tank. You better quit doing that shit for a motherfucker get in there throwing their hands for real. You be all the way down on the cards. He had something to prove with them 2 little fights, man.
Tank got a different IQ.
Yeah, he's a different type of dude. He's a different type of dude, too. I fuck with Tank. I talk shit about Tank, but I fuck with Tank, man. He's a good, excellent fighter, man. Devin Haney, excellent fighter. Gary Russell, these are excellent fighters. But everybody make mistakes. Shit. I want to see the good fights, the good matchups, bro. I'm gonna go look that they went down. I'm looking at this one right here that we looking at. Go see that one. And look that one up.
What'd you say, bro?
I'm gonna look at this Morrell and Winky fight. I'm gonna look that up.
Yeah, they never fought each other, but they never fought each other, but they styles very similar. Like, you know how Winky used to come up with his, his high guard defense, and Winky used to walk niggas down, and that's how Marlon Starling used to fight. Remember, Marlon Starling knocked out Mark Breland. He knocked out Mark Breland. He knocked out Lloyd Hunnigan. Man, some of the top guys. Simon Brown, that nigga Marlon's man. He got robbed in a lot of fights. He really beat Mark Breland 2 times. Shout out to Mark Breland, but that style, I think, was one of the best. Those are 2 of my favorite fighters. That's why I put the picture up there. What up, Method? What's good, Method? What's good? He said Winky with the high guard. Absolutely.
Man, he was blocking his body and his face with his high guard.
Because his arms were so long, nigga.
Long as fuck.
Yeah, Winky had one.
And he could throw it. Go ahead, Q. My bad. Go ahead.
Winky had one of the best southpaw jabs ever.
Man. I ain't even gotta say nothing, man. Cause he throw that jab right out that high guard and punch you in your motherfucking nose with that motherfucker.
Yeah.
Straight in your nose with that motherfucker. That right jab out the high guard. He walk up on you, let you do your punches and throw that jab. I'm like, man, that's a good fighter too. Winky Wright, Ronald Wright. Yeah, that guy right there, man. Yeah, he was in there with some killers too.
Yeah, Marlon Starling was a beast too. He's a hell of a fighter now. Now that's where Winky really got that that high guard type of defense from, that type of style. Marlon Starling, he was one of the first ones that fought like that. Now Mike Tyson used to use the peekaboo, and so did Floyd Patterson. That's the Customado style, but their defense was a little bit different because they will place their hands like they high guard under the chin. And Marlon Starling, his was like the earmuff where he will put, his hands like over his ears kind of. That's how Winky would do it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if y'all remember.
That guard right there trigger you to throw your jab or throw your punch in between. And then he counter that was set up for that counter punching by Winky Wright. He'll do that shit just to set your ass up to throw your slow ass jab. He do something to you.
Winky was a great fighter. Winky was a former undisputed champion at 154 pounds. Winky got robbed in plenty of fights. I thought Winky beat what's his name, Fernando Vargas, and that one Winky really whooped his ass. And of course, they robbed Winky just like Marlon Starling got robbed in a bunch of fights, man.
The Jermaine Taylor fight too.
Yeah, the Jermaine Taylor fight robbed the fuck out of him in that fight. Winky was a problem, dog,
and he wanted all the smoke, man. That's why I like about
Winky went all the way up to 175. Motherfucking fought Bernard Hopkins at light heavyweight for the lineal belt. So Winky started off at 147. He ended up going to 175. He fought Bernard for a light heavyweight lineal belt. But Winky, to me, is one of the best fighters, man. And Winky never got the credit he really deserved. But he did, though. Once he beat Shane Mosley, that's when Winky, he became a star. And Winky started fighting on pay-per-view and things of that nature. He got a good win over Ike Corte.
Yeah, he started getting a whole bunch of fights. He started getting a whole bunch of fights after that Shane Mosley fight.
Mm-hmm. Yep. He beat the fuck out of Mosley, though, 2 times. Whooped him. Mm-hmm. Whooped Mosley ass. I remember Mosley at one point, they were saying Mosley was pound for pound one of the best until he ran into Vernon Forrest.
Yeah,
and Vernon Forrest whooped his ass.
Yeah, he was beat up after that. He was beat up after that.
Vernon Forrest beat his ass, man. Rest in peace to Vernon Forrest. Yeah. I think Vernon Forrest actually beat him in the amateurs too. Vernon Forrest just had that motherfucker's number.
Man, he had his number. Exactly what to do. And
he knew exactly what to do, man.
He had the reach and everything, man. He pounded. I knew he was gonna catch him on the end of one of them right hands, though.
Yeah, put his ass down, dropped him twice, folded his ass up.
Yeah, caught him up against that rope.
Yep, I remember that shit. I'm like, damn.
Like, damn, bro. Then Mosley got cut. I think they clashed heads or something. Mosley got cut.
Oh yeah, he did get cut. I remember. You remember that shit?
Right. And that motherfucker went to the corner. Don't worry about that. Pops was like, don't worry about this shit.
Hey, y'all think them headbutts be like stunning a fighter? You think some fighters get hurt off of like a headbutt and shit?
Yeah, man. I hate this shit, man. That's taking out the fighter, man. That's taking out the fight for real.
Hell yeah.
Cards, man. I don't want that.
Niggas be getting days off them shits.
Yeah, like the way Sean Porter headbutted Crawford, he headbutted the fuck out of Crawford. I think that shit did take a toll on Crawford. It took Crawford a while to like adjust to that fucking headbutt that he took. To be honest,
Bradley will knock a motherfucker out with his head too.
Holyfield ass.
I was so finna say Holyfield, boy. That one head 3 punch, boy. 1 head and 3. He throw that head in there, boy. Your ass out of there.
Bernard Hopkins too. He used to, use his head too. He did whatever he had to do to win the fight.
He would rough him up, type of fighter.
Hell yeah. Hey, but Hebrew, you remember Marlon Starling? You remember watching him?
I'm already talking about looking him up. H.
That nigga was cold, man.
Yeah,
go look him up.
He had some cold fights with Donald Curry.
Yeah, Donald Curry.
Yeah, like twice.
They fought twice. Yup, it was some close fights though. But I think a lot of those decisions, for some reason, like they wouldn't give it to Starling. Starling been in some close ass fights that he took losses from. But I felt like Starling, you know what I mean? He definitely, man, could have won some of those fights that he lost. You know what I mean? He got the short end of the stick plenty of times, man.
Mr. Poker Face himself, he actually got a smile on his face. Look at St. Chaz right there. He got an actual smile on his face. I ain't never seen him look like that. All them fights he had, Larry Holmes. Man, you talking about some good. Hey, listen, man. I gotta go see this Starling guy, man. I gotta check him out, man.
That nigga was cold. Watch his fight with Mark Breland.
Yeah, that's the one I'm gonna check out.
Nigga, the first one, they had 2 fights. The second one, I thought he beat Mark Breland, but they gave it a draw. Mark Breland was the, of course, the Olympic gold medalist. He was, he was a big name in the sport at that time. Mark Breland, after those Olympics, he won the gold medal. Mark Breland, he got a 7-figure contract, bro. That nigga got $1 million contract as soon as he turned professional. Mark Breland was one of the greatest amateurs in the history of American boxing. So, he was a star, man. And Marlon Starling, he didn't have that type of star power. Mark Breland was in movies. Mark Breland was in music videos. That's how much of a star he was. He was like America's sweetheart.
Right.
He was the golden boy. Shout out to Mark Breland,
man. Shout out to the Breland, man. For real.
Yeah. He beat up Floyd Mayweather daddy too.
Who, Starling? Yeah, I gotta go back and watch that. He beat Floyd Mayweather Sr. Yup.
Man, I'm finna go watch all these fights, boy. Thank you.
That motherfucker was cold though. His style was like similar to Winky. He wasn't a southpaw though. He was orthodox, but he damn near fought the same way as Winky. Winky, I think, took that from Starling, and that was the high guard, like what Canelo does now. He was using the earmuff defense, nigga. That's the high guard shit.
I can pull a guy with long arms. That shit right there.
Yeah, long ass arms too.
Yeah, that shit catch you off guard, especially when they got sneaky punches. Knock your motherfucking ass out, you know what I mean? Man.
That nigga was a killer, I swear to God. He was tough, man. He's one of the fighters that people don't, he don't get the credit that he deserved for the career that he had. You know what I mean? One of the forgotten soldiers in boxing. One of the best champions. Motherfucker should have been undisputed champion, man. They robbed that nigga so many times, man. What up, man?
Man. Yeah, man. Love that Mark Breland, bro. Straight up. He a hero.
Yup. Mark Breland shit was a fucking star. Like,
yeah, he's a straight hero.
Movies and shit, dog. Back then, nigga was in music videos. He one of the first boxers, and doing music videos and shit like that.
Yeah, man. Come all the way through there, bro. Well, that's why, man, we got to get it back the way it was, man. The shit was happening, man. It was actual stars at the fights and shit.
These fighters nowadays, they You got some of them that's kind of cut like that, like the Terrence Crawfords and shit like that, you know. But you really don't have many fighters like those guys, man. You got a few of them kind of throwback type dudes that really get busy though. You know, it's not many of them though.
Hey, you still got them throwbacks, celebrity fans that still come to the fights, but it ain't like it used to be.
Yeah,
you used to see motherfucking everybody.
What's old girl named Rosie Perez? She go to all the fucking fights. That shit. She was on Jungle Fever.
Yeah, Rosie.
Was it White Man Can't Jump? She was on Jungle Fever and White Man Can't Jump. Which one?
It was Rosie both of them.
No Puerto Rican.
She was on both of them. That was his girlfriend. Yeah. She was the one dancing in the beginning of Do the Right Thing and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, she was on both. She was on boy.
Man, J-Lo was on the Living Color Dance and all that. I remember all that shit, man. J-Lo was straight up Living Color Dancing, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, I remember all that shit, bro. That's why I say, man, we get it back the way it was. We gonna see some fights, bro. Some good ones.
Bro, that's what we want to see, man. We want to see the best fight the best. It's time for these fighters to start picking that shit up and really start mixing it up the way they used to, man.
Like, they need a turn.
Like Q said, nigga, Marlon Starling fought. He fought against Donald Curry. They was young.
Yeah. They was young as fuck.
Fought, nigga, back then.
Yep, that's my favorite fights when they fought each other. Marlon Starling and Donald Curry. No, those are my favorite, especially the second fight when he had won. But
what you thought about that second fight, Q? Was it close?
Man, yeah, I ain't gonna lie. That shit, I ain't gonna lie. Donald lost. He lost that bitch.
You thought Marlon won that fight?
Man, hell yeah.
But they gave it to Donald Sterling.
The first one,
they gave it to Donald Curry though, huh?
Yeah, Donald Curry. Well, whamming is I ain't gonna lie, Donald Curry, he has some motherfucking power. But shit, all mixed it up. Like shit, even Donald Curry, like he fought a lot of motherfuckers, like Michael Nunn and shit. He lost to him though. But he fought hella niggas, Terry Norris and shit.
And Lloyd Hunnigan. He fought Lloyd Hunnigan. He fought all them niggas, man.
Man, everybody got in that motherfucker and did their thing. Mike McCallum and shit.
Man, what? That nigga was cold too. And old boy Julian Jackson.
Oh God, Julian. Man, I ain't gonna lie. Them niggas used to do their thing back in the gap. I ain't gonna lie. Them motherfuckers used to fight.
Damn.
Yeah, man. Get these men's mind to train their mind to think about, just go back and watch old fights, man. They'll get their mind right, man. See what's up. I mean, it was always fucked up and dumb shit going on, man. But come on, man, you can learn from this shit, man. You gotta get this could be way better than it is, man.
Yeah, like the same shit that go on now, like that shit happened in boxing too, like fighters going back and forth, and sometimes that shit getting delayed by certain boxers, but that shit was short-lived. Like that shit went around like 3 months, and then next thing you know, they're in negotiations about to fight.
Exactly,
like,
bro.
You know what I mean? Like, quick. These niggas be going back and forth for years and don't even be negotiating. Like what in years? Like, bro, you don't send this nigga a motherfucking contract, bro. Quit playing.
Man, a lot of these fighters nowadays, they cool with the money. They're happy with the money. They happy with being celebrities and shit like that. They just love the lifestyle. They want the lifestyle, but they ain't trying to put in that work like those fighters in the past did. They want that money for the lifestyle, but they ain't trying to sacrifice and put in that type of work for real.
Yep, and then they fighting, these these fighters that they know they can beat, but some good money. So when they fight a real challenge, they fuck around. They know they could lose. Shit, them niggas want double, triple that.
Like, I need the fat bag for that. That's what it is.
Yeah. You like, what I mean? That shit,
glory. Instead of chasing
that shit
glory.
worth that.
And if you take an ass whoop, you take an ass whooping. Nigga, challenge the best motherfucker. The next motherfucker.
Yeah, and it ain't no loss because shit, unless you go in there and just get blazed. But shit, if you put up a good competitive fight and that shit close, close enough for somebody want to see a rematch or something like that, then it ain't no loser in that fight. Because if it's a rematch, that's more money. So it ain't gonna be no. So it ain't gonna be. It ain't no loss.
That's the pimp with that two hands up draw. That's the pimp. Get some more money off that same fight.
Yeah.
No different in the ring. That's still the same fight to me.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So I want to see the shit go down next motherfucker. Like it's supposed to be, not all this. Okay, we're gonna do 10,000 rematches.
Yeah.
Nerd motherfucker, the contenders gonna get too motherfucker old to fight by the time they see any motherfucker championship ring action.
Yeah, and then sometimes shit, we even have rematches because I think the only reason why Donald Curry and Marlon Starling even fought again the second time because Marlon worked his way back up, and they had to fight again because the first fight he kind of got he lost clear.
Right. So why ain't they motherfuckers filtering these motherfuckers out then?
And that's my guess, and I don't know because it's like even when you get these young fighters that's up and coming, and you like, damn, them two young motherfuckers need to fight each other. It's like they separating that, like, no, they gonna fight in like 5 years when they get older. Like, man, if you don't get that shit out of here, that's like what they was doing with the lightweights with Tank and Devin and all them. Well, at first, Devin and Tank, they ain't even supposed to fight. I still don't know if they might ever fight. You know what I mean? But like everybody else, they all was kind of like intertwined and mixed, but it was like, nah, we gonna be fighting a little bit later down the line. It's like how you already know you supposed to fight this guy, and y'all both got an agreement that we gonna fight later. Like, man, if y'all don't, man, come on, bro. Y'all don't work this shit out. Like that's how I know it's too many belts, because them two still could end up being champion, and they still ain't gotta meet because it's like, oh, I got a mandatory to fight, a bullshit mandatory that a motherfucker just pull out their ass. When your opponent available, like, oh shit, I got a mandatory, I can't make that fight. The fools be doing that weird shit. So they just make that shit happen, which I doubt. I don't really know. I think we might get one fight that might excite us in that motherfucker, but I don't know. I don't really think no fights we want to see can get made happen. Shit, it really just seemed like only thing that's popping is the upsets, and they get upset. We like, oh shit,
Salute, Kush. Go ahead, Q. I'm listening. Yeah, man. That's one of the main things, man. We need the competition to get in there with the competition, man. Nobody want to see no what they call tomato cans in there with the motherfucking champion and shit. But see, man, that's what's gonna happen. You're gonna think this is tomato can and motherfucker get in there beat your ass.
Upset.
Filter these champions out. Get the motherfucker the one champion. If he move up or whatever, then tournament, spread the belts back out, tournament, then we got another, you know what I'm saying? Then we do it again. Yeah. Believe me, it's gonna be different motherfuckers with the belts by then.
It most definitely will be, cause that's how that shit end up like that.
That's how it's supposed to be. Motherfuckers ain't trying to even think about that. They trying to see how much motherfucking money they can make off the fight.
Yeah.
Like the Earl Spence Crawford fight. Nigga, $1 billion. They know that.
And it ain't even, and that shit don't even, I ain't gonna lie, like I think the fight big, but I don't think it's like what people think it's gonna be. I don't think it's gonna be like a Manny Pacquiao Mayweather 1.5 shit, maybe 600 type shit. I don't know. I don't know how to. I don't really think that fight gonna be bigger than what they want it to be. You know, just man, go in there, take a goddamn $6 million guarantee and get that back end bread, bro. Like, just get the fight over with. The money, I don't even give a fuck. Like, bro, just go and fight.
I want to see the fight. I want to see who gonna chase the glory. Who got the belt? Who got the belt? The money come with the belt.
Yep, and that's the only energy. I mean, that I got from Crawford, because he stepped in like, I just want the nigga with the belt. Like after goddamn Sean Porter lost to Earl, man, Bud ain't want to fight no Sean Porter. He ain't got the belt no more, and that's why the shit took so damn long for him to get in there with Sean Porter. Because it's like, bro, why the fuck I'm coming up to challenge these niggas with these belts, bro. Why the fuck am I going to fight Sean Porter? He just lost.
And Sean Porter was challenging him. Sean Porter was challenging him for his belt.
Eventually, you know, as time passed, you know,
like
but I'm talking about, like,
right about that. Yeah, right.
You know, as time passed, but like right out the gate, you know, that could have been made 6-7 months later and shit like that. You know, they kind of strung that shit along like you know, and that's how they got us. They just string boxing fans along month after month, till they drain the whole year out of us, and we look up and we like, damn, 3 years done went by, 4 years done went by. We've been talking about this shit 4 years. You know, they just string that along, bring storylines in, and pay motherfuckers to create these little narratives and shit. But
yo, Outlaw, what's good, my brother JK?
Outlaw, what's going on, lads? What's going on? What's going on, brother?
Outlaw, what's up?
What's up, Q? What's going on, lads?
Bro? How you doing, fam?
What's going on, man? We was talking about Ryan Garcia earlier, 2022. I think you know, this is a make or break year for Ryan Garcia at this point. 2021, he beat Luke Campbell, but after that, he had a fight with Javier Fortuna. He pulled out of that fight. He was the mandatory to face Devin Haney. He didn't want to fight the champion Devin Haney. And then he got injured. He pulled out the fight with Jojo Diaz. Brother, what do you think is next for Ryan Garcia in this year?
Yeah, I fully agree, bro. Definitely a make or break. He beat Campbell, I think it was like this time last year. I think it was a year ago almost. And he had that was a good start to the year, and then he just didn't build on the momentum, you know. So he definitely needs to do so. I'd like to see him fight Isaac Cruz. I heard they were going to fight each other. You know, the guy that fought Tank, Cruz. I think that would be a good fight for Ryan to get back, put his name back in the mix at 135.
I think that's a good fight. I think it's a good fight, but the thing is, when Tank fought Isaac Cruz, a lot of people were saying, "Oh, Tank is cherry picking Isaac Cruz." That's not a good fight. So when Tank fought Isaac Cruz, a lot of fans were saying it was a cherry pick, Mayweather Promotions, Daycare Promotions, and all of that stuff. But then after Tank beats Isaac Cruz, now Ryan wants to fight him, and a lot of people say it's a good fight all of a sudden. You know, you see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I get what you're saying. Double standards, yeah.
Yeah, for Tank, Tank was cherry picking Isaac Cruz. Now, for when Ryan wants to fight him, after Tank beat him, all of a sudden it's a great fight for Ryan. But when Tank fought him, it was Tank cherry picking.
Yeah, I think Cruz showed something in the Tank fight, though. You know, like Tank beat him, but I think Cruz still kind of proved he was a good fighter, you know, and that he can give people a tough night. So I think Cruz kind of, even though he lost, his stock rose, you know.
Yeah, even though he lost, he became a star, but it was like a lot of boxing fans, they were saying Isaac Cruz is not a good fighter, but Isaac Cruz, he was a good fighter, you know, even before Tank fought him. He was already ranked in the top 10 in every sanctioning body. So we knew Isaac Cruz I knew that Isaac Cruz was a good fighter. I knew that Isaac Cruz was even a better fighter than what Rolly is, you know, but when Tank fought Isaac Cruz, Tank is cherry picking. Mayweather Promotions. Tank is in protective custody. All of this talk. Daycare Promotions, because Tank wanted to fight Isaac Cruz. You know, but then when Tank beat him, now Ryan Garcia wants to fight the same guy. So for Tank Davis, it wasn't a good fight to fight against Isaac Cruz. That's what the fans are saying. But for Ryan Garcia, now Ryan Garcia wants to fight the same guy that Tank just beat. Now all of a sudden it's a good fight for Ryan, but for Tank it wasn't a good fight. I feel like it's kind of a double standard. That's my honest opinion.
Yeah, especially if a motherfucker want to get technical. Ryan then had all his fights at 135. I think what that was only Tank's second.
Yeah, his second fight at 135. Yes, correct.
So man, that shit alone should tell you something. Like these guys out here, why the fuck they ain't been fought Isaac Cruz? You know what I mean? Well, why the fuck they ain't been fought Javier Fortuna?
Isaac Cruz always been a good fighter. People just didn't know who he was. But when Tank announced the fight with Isaac Cruz, they crucified Tank. You know what I mean? Yeah. But the guy was ranked in the top 10 in every sanctioning body.
Hey, remember about 3 months ago, I was talking about Isaac Cruz. We went to the motherfucking rankings and shit. I've been talking about Isaac Cruz, man. And I was telling y'all that he gonna come up there, and then y'all synced him. Shit. He gave Tank some problems in the ring. You think that just because them 2 losses he got is gonna be something, man?
Yeah, I seen him knock a motherfucker out there on Tank undercard. So. Yeah. So I know that motherfucker could punch anyway.
Yeah, he Magdaleno. He beat him up. His brother nice though. Jesse.
Yeah, man.
Nice,
you know, because Ryan Garcia now he's ready to come back to boxing. He wants to fight Isaac Cruz, and like those same people that had a problem with Tank fighting Isaac Cruz, they okay with Ryan Garcia doing it. And I feel like that's being a hypocrite, but it is what it is. You know what I mean? I think it's a good fight for Ryan, the same way I thought it was a good fight for Tank. You know, I'm gonna keep the same energy.
What about Linares, bro? Ryan and Linares.
That's a good fight. That's a good fight. You know, Linares beat Luke Campbell. Linares is ranked in the top 10. That's a good fight. If Ryan fights against Isaac Cruz or Linares, I think those are both good fights. But people be capping so hard for Ryan Garcia, like it really doesn't make any sense, you know, because we all know that Linares beat Luke Campbell. Linares dropped Luke Campbell in that fight. But some Ryan Garcia fans, they saying, well, I thought Luke Campbell beat Ryan Garcia. I mean, they said I thought Luke Campbell beat Jorge Linares. You know, I don't understand that. I don't understand that.
I had Linares winning that fight, bro.
Yeah, me too. He dropped him. He dropped Luke Campbell in the fight. You know what I mean? So come on now, you know. But they say, oh, I thought Luke Campbell beat Jorge Linares. And a lot of boxing fans are full of shit. And really, pretty much, they trying to push narratives for whatever fighter they like or for whatever reason. You know what I mean?
No receipts, no facts, no nothing.
No receipts, no facts. The facts is that Luke Campbell got beat by Jorge Linares. And Ryan Garcia, he could have picked Luke Campbell or Jorge Linares. Jorge Linares was calling out Ryan Garcia. That's a fight that Golden Boy wanted to make. But Ryan decided to fight the guy that lost to Jorge Linares, Luke Campbell. And then when Ryan beat Luke Campbell, they try to make it seem like the dude did something special, man.
And Devin Haney fought Linares, bro. He's the one that took that, you know. So that's why he gets more credit. He's got to be better. He's done better at 35 than Garcia. So he beat Linares, the guy who was the former champion and who beat Luke Campbell.
Thank you. Devin Haney beat Jorge Linares, who beat Luke Campbell. Jorge Linares is a 3-time champion. Jorge Linares was a champion in the lightweight division. Luke Campbell never was a champion, ever.
Yep.
In his whole career.
That's right.
What's going on,
Joe? What's
going on?
What's on? What's up, Hebrew? What's up, Outlaw? And what's up, my brother H Money? Thank you so much for visiting the platform while Coach Ronnie. And yes, you just have to pick the day and the time, H Money. And Coach Ronnie, He's agreed to be on your platform, sir.
Yes,
for you to conduct your interview however the way you see fit, my friend.
Absolutely, brother, man. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that, man. So whenever he's available, you know, we here every day. So whenever it's a good time for him, and we could set it up like that. I think that'd be good.
Well, and once again, none of his fighters are competing this weekend, so this is the perfect week to feature Coach Ronnie, right?
Okay.
So whichever day, well, just drop the link. Let's shoot for Thursday. Drop the link, send it to me via email. I'll shoot it to Coach Ronnie, and we'll get him on Thursday when your show starts, okay?
What's a good time? What time do you think? The time I usually go live around 6 or 6:30?
Coach Ronnie usually likes to be on the air at 7, from 7 to 8 is what he prefers.
So let's do it. We'll start it off at 6:30, and we'll start it off, and he'll come whenever he's ready. Around 7, he could come at 7 or 8 whenever he's ready. But we can start it off at 6 or 6:30. Usually 6:30.
Very good. That sounds like a plan. So let's shoot for Thursday at 7 p.m. Coach Ronnie, and I've already set the table. I've told him about how awesome your enthusiasm is, how fan-friendly you are, how much you love the sport of boxing, how what a big fan you are of him and his fighters. So he's really looking forward to it, H.
Absolutely, man. He got my fighter, David Morrell, so man, I'm excited to talk to him about Morrell. Matter of fact, you had a great show, man, today over there, man. I was tuned in. So you and YB did a great job, man.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it, my friend. I tell you what, Coach is boy, he's a special guy, man. You know what? Considering how much he's been through within this sport of boxing, right? Within this wacky, often unfair, brutal ass-beating business, he still remains one of the most humble guys you'll ever meet within the sport of boxing. And this is a guy, man, who's a legend of the sport. Not only was he a great prize fighter, he beat Tommy Hearns in the amateurs, one of the premier trainers and a future Hall of Fame trainer in boxing. He's still so humble, and he just loves to talk boxing with everybody. So he's really looking forward to it, brother.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate it. But, like you said, Ronnie Shields is a veteran in the sport, a Hall of Fame trainer, and of course, he's working with some of the top guys in boxing right now, like Morrell Jr. and Jamal Charlo, Rigondeaux, so, man, even in the past, he worked with Evander Holyfield, Pernell Whitaker, some of the top guys like Meldrick Taylor.
The late great Vernon Forrest.
Yep. Vernon Forrest, another one, David Tua, Mike Tyson. He worked with them all.
Yep, that's it, and he loves the challenge. A lot of fans have a misconception that trainers will actually try and veer their fighters away from the greatest challenges. Ronnie loves the challenge. He lives for this. He's confided in me and stated this is why he does it. He loves the big assignments. He loves the big stages. He loves the big challenges, and he is just like his mentors, Georgie Benton and Emmanuel Stewart. They lived for these challenges. So when I asked him today on the show about Jamal Charlo versus Canelo Alvarez, he said, you know what? Bring it. Bring it on. We're ready. We're ready for this challenge. We're ready for the jump to 168. I hope it happens. Of course, we're not going to wait around for him, but if it happens, yeah, I'm going to be ready, and I'm going to be watching tape, and I'm going to come up with a winning strategy for my guy to defeat the best pound-for-pound fighter in boxing. He loves that matchup for his man. He thinks with Jamal's sledgehammer jab. Thank you, CB3. I appreciate it, my friend. With Jamal's sledgehammer jab, he loves the matchup for his guy. Now, I'm going to ask you guys, Hebrew and H, what do you guys think of that potential matchup for Cinco de Mayo? Because from what I'm hearing, Canelo has scrapped the Makabu fight. He's going to begin competing at 168, just like I told you guys he would.
Oh, that's the word right there. That's what you've been hearing.
Yep, that's what I've been hearing.
Brother, I don't know at this point really what to expect from Canelo, because I was pushing for that Charlo fight at first. You know, I wanted to see Canelo fight Charlo, or, you know, even a Benavidez, you know, at 168. But it sounds like they wanted to go fight Mukabu. I mean, while I was advocating for the Charlo fight, he announced the fight with Mukabu. So it kind of, you know, threw me off guard. I wasn't expecting him calling out Mukabu, brother. So at this point, brother, I really don't know what to expect, but I hope he fights Charlo. I hope he fights a Benavidez, one of those guys, man, to be honest with you.
Well, if he fights at 68, right? And I told you, I explained on this channel even a couple weeks ago why Canelo more than likely would scrap the Makabu fight, because he's facing Tabisu Machunu on January 29th. Tabisu Machunu is a handful, and in my opinion, he wins that fight in a unanimous 12-round decision, becoming the WBC Cruiserweight champion. And when he becomes the champion, Canelo's going to look at that style matchup and say, you know what, that's all wrong. I don't want to go there. I'm going to compete once again at 168. And in my opinion, he picks the bigger ticket seller and the bigger attraction. And he's already fought at Minute Maid Park in Houston, Texas. In my opinion, the fight happens on Cinco de Mayo weekend, Minute Maid Park, Houston, Texas. Canelo Alvarez versus Jermall Charlo. So my question to you is, H, how does that fight play out, sir?
That's a great fight right there. You know, Canelo, obviously one of the best fighters in the world. Tremendous skill set from Canelo Alvarez, undisputed super middleweight champion, against Jermall Charlo, who's moving up in weight. Yep. Charlo's first fight at that weight class. I will have to favor Canelo Alvarez.
Of course.
Canelo has the skills to pay the bills. He's strong, powerful, very good inside fighter. He could box from the outside. Canelo's a very good all-around fighter. But I feel like Charlo, his jab that you just talked about, that stiff jab, can give Canelo some problems. I think Charlo, if he comes out with the right game plan, I'm pretty sure he will have it with Coach Ronnie. I think Charlo could present some of the same problems that Triple G gave Canelo with the jab. That's what I think.
That's it. When you look at all the fighters. So I'm sorry, Hebrew, what do you think, sir?
All I could do is wait on the lace up, man. The tails of the keys to victory is the same.
Yep.
The keys to victory is the same. So when they both got a jab. But my question is Charlo power gonna carry over with him? Can he take those Canelo punches? And he already been there.
Boy, I tell you what, I'd love to see it. Love to find out.
All I want to see is the lace up, Joe.
Yep. There's only one way to find out, brother. They just have to both step in the ring.
That's it. That's all I can say about that. But it's a damn good fight. That's a good matchup, though.
That's a great matchup. And
Charlo gonna be bigger. He gonna be bigger, but is he gonna be able to take those punches?
We'll see. Canelo has to get in range first.
If it go down like that, though, Joe, you know how this shit go. If it go down like that, but it'll be Coach great Ronnie, for boxing.
I'm gonna say this, Coach Ronnie, he does have experience against Canelo. He did go against Canelo with
Lara.
With Lara. You know, a lot of people thought Lara won that fight. So Ronnie has experience facing Canelo. I think Charlo, that jab could give Canelo some problems, but I feel like Canelo is very elusive, and I think Canelo will probably beat him by points. I would go Canelo with points, but I think Charlo can make it a competitive fight.
Yeah,
I agree. You know, and if you look at all the fighters, the most recent fighters, who's given Canelo Alvarez problems in the ring, it's always that intelligent jab. He has like when you look at Danny Jacobs, when you look at Gennady Golovkin, he's got a very hard time collapsing the pocket when faced with a very intelligent and sporadic jab. Jermall Charlo has that. If they do lock horns, which I'm predicting they will, and I've been predicting this for the past several months, you know this. Yeah, I think it's a great, great fight, and I think it's one of the better fights that Canelo could make at this time. And once again, credit to Canelo, man, for inviting all the smoke, showing up to this past Saturday's pay-per-view event in Seminole, Hard Rock, Florida, with his Dolce & Gabbana PJs. Tell you what, the guy is brimming with confidence. So, yeah, you have to favor Canelo. But I love this matchup, guys. I absolutely love it.
You think it's going to happen, brother? Like, what's the percentage?
That's
like?
why I said, like, that's all I was thinking about here.
Because that's the fight that I originally I wanted to see Canelo fight Charlo. That's the fight that I was pushing for. But, you know, that Makabu thing, man, I mean, what's the chances that you think Canelo fights Charlo or Canelo fights Makabu? 50-50? Like,
well,
what you think?
From what I've been told, Canelo and Eddie Reynoso have completely scrapped the idea of competing at cruiserweight against Tbisu Machunu. They have no confidence that Makabu will win this fight. And even then, you're looking at a, what, two and a half month turnaround. He's fighting on January 29th. Is he going to be prepared for Canelo? Are they going to have time enough to promote a big event like that? And here's the most important part. Do they want to work and negotiate with Don King? Right? That's it. So, in my opinion, from what I've been told, they've scrapped that idea, and you're going to see him compete on Cinco de Mayo weekend against either Jermall Charlo or David Benavidez. And because David Benavidez already has a dance partner against David Lemieux in April, guys, it's a slam dunk. I would say it's an 85% chance that we're going to see Canelo Alvarez versus Jermall Charlo in Texas on Cinco de Mayo weekend 2022.
Oh,
that'd be a great fight. Go ahead, Hebrew. I'm sorry, Hebrew. Go ahead.
Yeah, they gonna show up for that fight.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. I mean, he fought James Kirkland already in Minute Maid Park, and he sold that place out, putting in 35,000 plus fans strong. Now, against a hometown guy like Jermall Charlo,
yeah, man.
Yeah, you're going to see close to 40,000 fans pack that place to capacity.
Yeah.
And it's going to be with the roof down. No. It's like I love the idea of Canelo Alvarez once again packing 73,000 fans, 70+ thousand fans in AT&T Stadium, but look, boxing has always been a regional sport, right? And when a matchup makes sense in a certain area, you've got to put it there, right? Jermall Charlo is a big commodity in Houston. He just won Fighter of the Year honors in the Houston, I forgot the name of the major periodical there, right? But Jermall Charlo is a big draw in Houston. That's his hometown. He could drive to Minute Maid Park from his house, right? So you have that with Canelo Alvarez being a massive draw in South Texas. Yeah, that's a win-win and a no-brainer sticking it in Minute Maid Park. This is a huge fight, guys. This is a huge fight. And in my opinion, one of the best matchups that you could make for 2022. And like I said, just from what I know of the business, from what I've been told, I'd say there's an 85% chance of that fight happening. Now, once again, he's talked about, and Bob Arum has talked about Canelo Alvarez reaching out to him, Eddie Reynoso reaching out to him, potentially making a Joe Smith Jr. or Arthur Beterbiev fight. But, guys, let's be realistic. Would you rather fight bigger ticket sellers in Jermall Charlo, a guy moving up in weight, or two guys who have sledgehammers for fists like Joe Smith Jr. and Arthur Beterbiev. Once again, this wouldn't be a new weight division that he's getting a title in. He's already worn a title at 175 pounds after defeating the Crusher Kovalev, right? He's already been champion of that division. In my opinion, he goes with the bigger money assignment and the smaller man moving from 60 to 68, Jermall Charlo. Joey Chaz says, I'm in Texas. Charlo's not a star here. I'll say this. He's a bigger ticket seller here than he is anywhere else. Right? And if he's fighting Canelo Alvarez, yes, the mainstream press and the mainstream and casual fans are going to show up to support their, well, son of Houston. Right? That's the way boxing works, guys.
They're going to be deep, Joe.
Yep. I love it. I love it. You know what? I hope it happens. My gut says it does. And in my opinion, 85% chance that fight happens Cinco de Mayo weekend.
Yeah, so
I
think that dude, Joey, just he doesn't like PBC for whatever reason. So whatever fighter that's a PBC fighter, he will try to downplay, and he won't give those guys any credit. You know, we know Charlo is a part of the PBC. Obviously, Joey is pushing a narrative. You know what I mean? We know Charlo is a star in Houston, his hometown. He is.
Well, I will say this. He's got a point, right? PBC up to this point hasn't done a very good job of fighting both Charlo twins in their home area up to this point. Now, once again, under the guidance of Tom Brown, they've started doing that, right? Jermell competing in San Antonio last year, Jermell competing in Houston in his hometown on February 26th against in the rematch against Brian Castaño. Jermall competing in Houston, Texas at the Toyota Center against Montiel last year. So they've started, they understand that these guys have a lot of potential being ticket sellers, but you have to compete them in their hometown, in their home area in South Texas. And once again, Joey Chaz, if you were there at the AT&T Center for the first Castaño fight, how was the crowd, brother? I was there. I was ringside. You saw over 13,000 fans in attendance. So that tells me that, yeah, PBC is finally doing the right thing, competing both Charlo brothers in South Texas exclusively. Yeah, their level of attraction is just going to get bigger at this point, right? But, yeah, he's right, though. Up to this point, up to before the last several years, yeah, PBC really wasn't featuring them in Texas. Well, that's changed.
Yeah, it's changed for sure.
So look for the Charlo twins, their level of traction, look for it to increase over the next several years, competing in South Texas exclusively.
Yeah, absolutely, bro. And one thing about the Charlos, like, they were under the radar at first with the PBC, but the PBC, they had other fighters that they were invested in, people like the Adrian Broners, Tank Davis, Danny Garcias, Sean Porter, Keith Thurmans, Deontay Wilder, Earl Spence Jr. These were the guys that they were pushing. So in like the past 3 years, I would say, or the past 2 years, the PBC have focused on the Charlo brothers. They have featured these guys on a pay-per-view. Put them on the highest platform. They fought on pay-per-view. Also, the fight, I believe, was it Charlo against Brandon Adams? Wasn't that in Houston? It was one of those fights.
It was at the Reliant Arena, right next to the football stadium.
Yeah, and also remember they fought on Fox when Jermell Charlo fought against Tony Harrison. They lost, but they were featured on Fox Network TV. It did millions of views.
Well, here was the problem, H. Here was the problem before, and once again, everything is changing with Al Heyman actually listening to the very intelligent and very experienced Tom Brown, right? Because of Al Heyman's deal with the Barclays Center several years ago. They would feature the Charlo twins at the Barclays Center in New York. Doesn't make very much sense from a ticket selling perspective. But now they're going to be featured in Texas exclusively. They believe in the Charlo twins, and they believe they have two of the best fighters in boxing, right? And with all of the aging welterweights, their focus over the next several years will be the Charlo twins. And they're going to be featuring them in Texas exclusively. So look for their level of attraction to increase. And what better way to increase your level of attraction? What better way than facing the biggest name in boxing in North America, Canelo Alvarez?
Yes,
right?
The cash cow. The cash cow in Saul, Canelo Alvarez, who's recognized as #1 pound for pound by most experts. You know, that'll be a good fight, man. That's the fight that I was pushing for, you know, in the beginning. But then,
and that's the fight I want to see.
Yeah, you go ahead, Hebrew, cook on it.
Yeah, that's the fight I want to see. That he testing himself. Shit, I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Both men.
Somebody gotta do it.
Both men are jumping in the deep water in this fight.
Go ahead, Joe. Go ahead, Joe.
No. Yeah, I mean, both men are jumping in the deep end in this fight. This is a very difficult matchup for both men. You know, and in this era in which a loss could be catastrophic for your level of attraction or your fan perception, yeah, this is a very risky endeavor for both men. And credit to them if they do sign on the contract. Credit to both men for even agreeing to step foot in the ring with each other. This is what boxing needs, guys.
Yes.
This is what boxing needs. I mean, and the real bosses of boxing will throw down and pay for this fight, right? This is not Caleb Plant. This is not Callum Smith. This is not Billy Joe Saunders, right? Although those guys are great fighters, don't get me wrong, I'm not taking anything away from them. But a lot of people have been clamoring for this matchup a lot longer than those matchups that I just stated, right? How long have people waited for Jermall Charlo versus Canelo Alvarez?
I mean, since Canelo was at 160, right?
That's it.
And I heard Coach Ronnie on your show say that, you know, Canelo, you know, requested the franchise, right?
Oh, let me tell you the story. Let me tell you the story behind that, brother. Now, Golden Boy Promotions, and I should have brought this up on the show. Maybe you can bring it up on yours so you can get Ronnie's take on it. When I was told by Eric Gomez that they had thrown out an offer to Al Heyman several years ago when they were trying to find an opponent on DAZN, when he just signed that agreement, and they ended up settling on Danny Jacobs, which was a great fight also. But they threw out an offer to Jermall Charlo. And I asked Coach Ronnie about that. I said, is it true? And he goes, yeah, it's true. But it was a bullshit offer. It wasn't serious. They were just trying to bring Danny Jacobs down in his asking price. Because he was asking some ridiculous amount, like $7 or $8 million, right? And they wanted to get him to, well, accept a lower rate. And so they threw out a bullshit offer to Al Heyman in which Charlo actually made more fighting Dennis Hogan.
Wow, right? So they sent them a low ball offer.
They sent them a bullshit low ball offer, yeah. And so Coach Ronnie was like, you know what? That's ridiculous. They're not serious about it. So they didn't even respond to Canelo. They didn't even respond. But, guys, that's how long people have been interested in this matchup.
Yeah, and Charlo is he's a name in American boxing. People know the Charlo brothers. You know, Charlo is a bigger name than Caleb Plant is.
Yep.
Way much bigger name than Caleb Plant. And if Canelo was able to do 800,000 buys with a Caleb Plant, I'm expecting more with Charlo, who's a bigger name than a Caleb Plant.
Yeah, this fight will sell out in a day if they put it in Minute Maid Park. It'll sell out in a day.
It's a better fight than Mukabu. I promise you that much, man.
Oh, of course it is. And everyone knows it. And once again, here's the most important part. You don't have to negotiate with Don King. That's it.
What's wrong with negotiating with Don King, though?
Oh, boy. I tell you what, Don King is he's a different breed. He's a different animal. And even though his name doesn't hold much clout within the business of boxing at this time, he doesn't know that, right? And so he still wants everything his way, even though he won't be the lead promoter on this event, or he wouldn't be a lead promoter on a Canelo event, but he still would want to negotiate that way. Don King, once again, he's a shell of himself. And you know, credit to Don King, he was the man, and in my opinion, the greatest, aside from Don Warwick-Chargan, he is the greatest promoter of all time in boxing. But he's just not that guy any longer. And you know what? I understand why. Since his beloved Henrietta passed away, he hasn't been the same. He hasn't been all in this sport for over a decade now. And like I said, ever since his beloved Henrietta passed away, he hasn't been the same. He's been semi-retired, right?
What about Bob Arum?
Oh, Bob Arum, let me tell you, this guy is still the first one at the office and the last one to leave at age 90. This guy still insists it's the fights that's keeping him young. This guy's a workhorse. It's shocking, actually. At age 90, he's still putting everyone to shame. Now, think about this in comparison. Golden Boy Promotions, like the other day, like last year, I was getting one of my correspondents from Fight Saga credentialed to a PBC fight, or a Golden Boy Promotions fight, rather. And so I called up the office on a Monday, and I got a voice recording, a message saying, Golden Boy Promotion hours were only in the office on Tuesday and Thursday. Right? This is Golden Boy Promotions. With 80-plus fighters in their roster, they only are operational and in the office on Tuesday and Thursday during the week. Bob Arum, 5 days a week, attends all the fights, and when he has a big fight and a huge card, he is there at the 4-round prospect stage. He is there from start to finish at 90. Eating his edible gummy bears. He is there stoned off of his ass, but he's still there watching as a very discerning eye over all of his investments. Bob Arum is still putting everyone to shame at this stage.
Yeah, you know, Bob Arum been in the business for so long, and he's still powerful. He's probably still the most powerful man in boxing after all of these years. So, you know, longevity, you look at how many years Bob Arum been on top of this boxing game. I mean, he's been around since Muhammad Ali. He's been there since the Ali days, and he still got heavyweight champion Tyson Fury. He still had Terrence Crawford, Shakur Stevenson, Teofimo Lopez, Inoue, Arthur Beterbiev, Joe Smith Jr. This guy got killers like, you know, of course, he still got Oscar Valdez, Neverente. This guy got some of the top guys. And look at Don King. Today, Don King is no longer relevant. All he has is Trevor Bryant or Mukabu, while Bob Arum is with Top Rank ESPN. You know, so if I had to pick one, the greatest promoter, I would probably pick a Don King. But if you look at the big picture, I would say Bob Arum outlasted him in the game.
Taco, what are you drinking, brother? What are you drinking, Taco?
Taco, salute. What's up with it, bro?
How are you doing, sir? What are you drinking tonight, man? Gin and juice?
Man, it look like he's smoking on a stogie though.
That is a man-sized blunt right there, brother.
God damn, Taco, what the fuck is that? That's that Jamaican shit right there.
What are you wetting your whistle along with that, brother?
Come off mute, Taco. Come off mute, man.
What's up with you? Well, come on, I'm gonna do a shot with you, brother. Damn, nigga. I'm gonna do a shot with you, Taco. What are you drinking, man?
Yeah, you had it right, man. I'm on mimosas, man.
Right on, brother. Right on. Well, God bless you. Here's to you. Happy New Year, sir. I'm shooting some Jack Daniels, brother, the Sweet Amber. So here we go on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Happy New Year, sir. God bless you, brother.
Motherfucker Jack, boy, on that sweet tea.
Ooh, Jack. Sweet Amber.
Jack,
hey,
boy,
Jack
yeah,
boy
I call that
a
sweet tea,
back.
boy. That's my drink. I drink whiskey too.
Hell yes, keeps you young, man. Dude, I'm 50 years old, man, and I still feel like a 25-year-old.
Dang, that nigga blowing a lot of smoke. Holy fuck.
Taco doing his best impression of a chimney. Look at that.
Y'all see Taco? Oh, he froze up. Boy. He froze up. Damn. So, yeah, Joseph.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Joseph. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead, sir. As you were, sir.
I wanted to ask you about this Canelo Mukabu situation. Now,
okay.
So you said the reason why you feel like you heard the fight is off, right? What was the main reason again? Because of Don King? Is that correct?
Several reasons. And once again, I told you this was going to happen a month ago, right? And if you have kept track of my prognostications, H, how often are my predictions wrong?
It's pretty solid so far, man. So far, so good, especially with that the Teofimo Lopez shit, man. That I mean,
like if you look at all the predictions I've made on this show, Isaac Cruz being a much tougher fight than everyone anticipated. Even just going back to this past Saturday, when I said the real King Kong was going to get Charles Martin out of there within 5 or 6, right? And within the business of boxing, most of my predictions come to fruition because of my experience and knowledge of the business. I told you guys this a month ago. Makabu still has his mandatory to deal with, Tabisu Machunu. And in my opinion, Tabisu Machunu is going to win that fight in a decisive, unanimous 12-round decision, becoming the WBC Cruiserweight champion. And when you look at that style matchup versus Canelo Alvarez, a bigger, stronger guy who moves extremely well and is a southpaw, Canelo's not going to have any desire to step in the ring with that guy, right? A big, strong, natural cruiserweight who can move well and is a southpaw. That's all wrong for Canelo Alvarez at this time. And I said, look, he's going to go back down to 168 and fight the biggest attraction he can. So in my opinion, it's going to, and the reason why I say it's only 85%, it boils down to this. It's either going to be Triple G, Gennady Golovkin, or Jermall Charlo. But the fact that Jermall Charlo still wants that, or I'm sorry, Gennady Golovkin still wants that big purse with Ryota Murata in Japan, he's going to be busy for the first half of 2022, right? So that leaves, by process of elimination, Canelo versus Jermall Charlo. That's why I said it's an 85% chance of that fight coming to fruition. And most of my prognostications, because of my experience in the business, using process of elimination, more often than not, I'm right about things like this.
All right, Havoc says, I'd rather see him at 175 against Better Beef. What you think about that?
Because he probably wants to see Canelo get his ass whooped. Look, Canelo's a great fighter, okay? And if he actually moves up to 75 and takes on Artur Beterbiev and beats him, guys, you're talking about a legend, a first ballot Hall of Famer, and a bona fide all-time great. If he beats the monster at 175, now once again, he's going to have success early in a matchup against Arthur Beterbiev, just like Gvozdyk did. But can he keep the monster at 175 off of him for 12 rounds? In my opinion, after watching that Marcus Brown fight, he wants nothing to do with him. He wants nothing to do with that guy. He'd rather take on Joe Smith for the WBO championship. And in my opinion, because of how hard Joe Smith punches, that's a very difficult assignment also. So the lesser of all evils points to Jermall Charlo, a 160-pounder moving up to 68. And he's a bigger ticket seller than both. It's a win-win for Canelo. In my opinion, that's the fight he takes. Watch and see, guys. It's going to happen.
So Hawker Mustang says, I think Canelo has a good chance to beat a Beterbiev.
Why? Why?
Maybe
that's what I want to ask. Why?
Okay. Is it because of the youth of Canelo that Beterbiev is, you know, he's about 37 years old. Canelo is much younger. Canelo with his ring generalship, his boxing IQ, the footwork of a Canelo, and even his defense, right? And to go with the offense as well. Canelo is probably a better all-around fighter than a Beterbiev.
You know what, brother? When you look at the strength, have you ever seen a workout video of Arthur Beterbiev?
Not really. I haven't really. Okay. I probably watched it, but I never paid attention.
I'm encouraging all fans to go on YouTube and watch Arthur Beterbiev's workout regimen. He's a beast. He's a machine. This is a guy who has the same skill set and ring IQ, deep amateur pedigree as a Gennady Golovkin, but he's bigger, stronger, naturally. This is a guy who no one is going to want to fight until he's 40 years old. And I like the comment from, can you put I don't want a channel's comment up on the, okay, very good. He said Joe Smith said he wants to unify with Beterbiev next. Okay, Joe Smith may have said that. But when talking to his promoter, Joe DeGuardia, they have other plans. If Danny Jacobs beats Jeff Ryder, that's what you're going to see later on this year. Danny Jacobs versus Joe Smith in a huge regional fight in New York. Both guys are big ticket sellers in New York. Expect that to be made before the Arthur Beterbiev unification bout. Once again, Joe DeGuardia, very knowledgeable and experienced boxing guy, great promoter. I love that guy in the East Coast. And he understands, yeah, that's going to be a last minute. That's going to be our last resort, is sticking Joe Smith Jr. in the ring with Beterbiev. That's it. Beterbiev workout like he's auditioning for a Rocky film? Absolutely. He makes Clubber Lang's workout look like dog shit. That's what a beast this guy is.
Damn, bro.
Arthur Beterbiev is a machine.
Damn,
and if you didn't know it before watching Marcus Brown, this guy is a monster. When he found out, when the referee said, hey, I'll give you one more round, you got to show me something before I call it, what did Beterbiev do? He went out and started laying the wood to Marcus Brown relentlessly, like you couldn't breathe. Like Beterbiev could have smelled Marcus Brown's breath for the rest of the fight. And he beat him down mercilessly with a cut forehead and everything. Right? This guy's a monster. No one wants to fight Arthur Beterbiev. And for good reason. Because you're going to get a fucking beat down. Look at the fight with Gvozdyk. Look at the fight with Gvozdyk. This is a guy, Gvozdyk, deep amateur pedigree, one of the best pound-for-pound fighters in boxing. This is a guy who retired Adonis Stevenson, right? A legitimate champion, pound-for-pound guy, unbeaten record, deep amateur pedigree, former Olympian, and Beterbiev beat him into retirement. That's what a beast Artur Beterbiev is. 17 up, 17 down. All 17 wins have been by way of knockout. If you enter the ring with Artur Beterbiev, even at age 36, 37, 38, 39, he's going to beat you into submission. Trust me when I tell you guys, no one is going to want to fight him anytime soon. I'll give it until he turns 40. Then people may want to roll the bones and take a chance against this guy, but not until he turns 40. He's that good. And why he's not on everyone's pound-for-pound list is beyond me.
I don't know, Joe.
Go ahead, Hebrew.
Let's hear it, Hebrew.
Yeah, I'm just saying, man. It's that's some good fights y'all talking about. You know, I'm just sponging, man. I'm soaking it all in, man.
Dude, I love it. And you know what? You know what? Fans should want to see the best fight the best. Unfortunately, at 75, you're going to see Bivol versus Ramirez, Joe Smith Jr. versus Danny Jacobs, and Artur Beterbiev, well, without a dance partner. No one wants to fight that guy. And for good reason. Why would you? He's not a big ticket seller. Even though he's the unified champion at 175, he's not a big attraction. He's not a big ticket seller. And you're going to get your ass whooped while doing it, right?
He's going to force himself into retirement. Don't nobody want to fight him. Damn.
No one wants to fight him. I mean, look at Marcus Brown's face at the end of that fight. Now, once again,
it's still somebody out here. It's still somebody out here, Joe.
Who?
It's somebody.
Who at 175? Who?
Shit, it's probably. Hey, you know what, Joe? He probably in the contender list. He probably in the 10th motherfucking guy.
Okay, I'm going to tell you with great certainty, Hebrew.
Go ahead, Joe.
Over the next 2 years, no one beats Artur Beterbiev. This is a guy who's a monster. You can knock him down, right? And he's been floored twice in his career. But what happens? He gets up and fights stronger. That's when the fight starts. Look at Callum Johnson, right? Look at Callum Johnson, who's facing Joe Smith Jr. on the 15th, which in my opinion is a fight of the year candidate. That's a great fucking matchup and a great job by Brad Goodman and Bruce Champler. Dude, Happy New Year. That is a fight of the year candidate right out of the gate. But you look at his fight with Callum Johnson. Callum Johnson knocked him down. Artur Beterbiev got back up and commenced to lay in the wood to poor Callum Johnson, knocking him out in the 4th round. Right?
How many rounds have this dude then win? Because I ain't heard no 7, 8 round type shit. I know he didn't win some rounds, but like when he'll move forward with fighter.
Yep. He's a seek and destroy fighter. And once again, Hebrew, this is a guy who's relentless. And if you're covering up and have a good defense, he's going to hit you anywhere. On the forearms, on the wrist, on the bicep, on the chest, and you're going to feel it. Right?
I saw that with that sneaky ass inside right hand.
Yep. He's got skills to go along with this. Yep,
he's got a jab out there and then instantly throw that right hand. You just never see the shit coming.
Yep, he's relentless. Out with that. He's a machine. Like I look.
But it's always somebody out here that's bigger and better.
Yeah, you know what? I'll believe it when I see it, my friend.
Oh yeah, we can only wait on the lace up though. You know what I'm saying?
I tell you what. Go to Havoc H Money, please. Can you post Havoc's question on the board, please? No, the last one. There you go. Warwick, what do you think about Boots versus Bud? In my opinion, that is the best fight that you can make at 147 at this time. I know that everyone wants to see EJ versus Bud, but in my opinion, the most difficult assignment for both men is Crawford versus Ennis.
Thank you. I said that. I said that's a good test for both of them.
Well, here's why. both guys are switch hitting badasses. Like, they can convert to southpaw to orthodox. Both guys are defensively sound. Both guys are extremely gifted at controlling range. Like, when have you ever seen anyone, including Sean Porter, when have you ever seen anyone dictate the pace of the fight with either one of those guys? They're very gifted and skilled at controlling range. That's something that you can't teach. They always have this method of imposing their will on their opponent and forcing their opponent to fight their fight.
Here got another thing, Joe. Who available? Who else available? Everybody else dancing with somebody.
Exactly. And look, I've spoken about this several times on this show. Terrence Crawford is going to have a terrible time finding a dance partner because he insists on being a free agent at this time. Look, he's not a huge attraction, and he's grown accustomed to making $4 million guaranteed per fight. Okay, unless you sign to a promoter with TV dates and give him options on your next 3 or 4 fights, you're not going to get a fight. You're not going to land a big fight. You've got to play ball, brother. Or you run the risk of turning into a Mikey Garcia. How's free agency working out for Mikey Garcia, brother?
Ain't looking too good.
Exactly.
I mean, he just lost his last fight, right?
Well, and why did he have to fight Sandor Martin in his last fight?
I'm not sure. They was talking about.
No, I'll say it because he demands too much money. He's not a huge attraction, okay? And so he's not going to land the big fights with the big purses that he's looking for. So he gets the assignment of Sandor Martin, and he loses. Unless he's willing to fight for contract minimums, yeah, he's going to be lucky to get another big assignment. Mikey Garcia. And unfortunately, Terrence Crawford runs the risk, as good as he is, runs the risk of falling into that same category, being a guy who's not a huge attraction, but expects a lot more money than his market value dictates. That's the business of boxing. In order to get a big fight, he's going to have to sign with a major promoter who's got TV dates. That's the only way he gets the big fights. Look, Al Heyman is not going to get him the Errol Spence fight or the Eugenius Ugas fight unless he gets options on his next 3 or 4 fights. That's the reality, guys. If I were advising Terrence Crawford, I would say, dude, humble yourself, sign with Al Heyman, get the big fights. You'll make your money on the back end.
I agree. I totally agree with that. Those, you know what I mean? They got all the belts over there. If you want to be undisputed, you got to do what you got to do. And listen, you got to listen, bro. That's what I think.
You got to chase that glory, bro. That's what I think.
You feel like Terrence Crawford feel like he reached a certain level. You know, he can do whatever he wants to do. He called the shots. He's the top guy. And you know what I mean? He's pound for pound and all of that, bro. You know what I mean? So he feel like he could do what he wants to do. He wants to do, I guess he wants to do what Canelo was doing.
You know what? Free agency only works. And once again, guys, I've been in this business for 20 years, right? Free agency only works when you're a ticket seller. When you're at the level of Canelo, Floyd, Manny Pacquiao, Oscar De La Hoya, Mike Tyson, unless you're on that level, free agency does not work out. Does not work out for you. Especially when you've grown accustomed to receiving an inflated purse like $4 million per fight. Terrence Crawford may be one of the best fighters in boxing, but is he worth $4 million per fight? Guys, he technically left. He left Top Rank, but you didn't see Top Rank trying to re-sign him, did you?
I didn't really seem too fucked up about it.
Nope. And for a reason, they've lost money because they haven't been able to put together the big matchups for him. In the words of Bruce Trampler, he's too good for his own good. Unless he signs with with PBC or Top Rank or anybody, he's going to have a very hard time getting a big assignment. And unfortunately, Josh Taylor, not only is he going to be busy in February with Jack Catterall, but he's also getting married in June. Okay, that fight isn't possible until the second half of 2022. So what is he going to do until then? He's going to be sitting.
Exactly. Thank you.
He's going to be sitting at home waiting for his phone to ring, and it's not going to, because he's demanding too much money, and he wants to fight on a fight-by-fight basis with any promoter. Let me ask you something, H. If you're a promoter and you only get a certain allotment per year from a network, are you going to want to pay some guy who's not on your roster $4 million per fight?
Just for an in and out fight, too.
That's the quandary, guys. So if you're knowledgeable of the business of boxing, you can see the road ahead for Bud Crawford, and it's not good.
I guess it depends on which fight it is, right? You know, if he fights Earl, he's probably going to demand more money than $4 million. He's going to want more than $4 million.
Oh, that's a huge problem. Look, if he's grown accustomed to making $4 million fighting Igas Kavalyaskes, he's going to demand at least $10 million to fight Errol Spence Jr. That's a problem. That's a problem when you're not a big ticket seller. Guys, the business of boxing humbles everybody. Fact. Okay, so let's go back to the Boots. Let's go back to the Boots Ennis matchup with Bud Crawford. In my opinion, Boots Ennis beats Terrence Crawford.
Me too.
I'll tell you why. Both men are proficient switch hitters, right? Both guys can really fight on both orthodox and southpaw stances. Both guys are extremely gifted from mid to long range, but Jaron Ennis fights much better on the inside. That's the difference in the fight.
Hey, Hawker Mustang says Bud Crawford is the pretty girl that can't get a date, H money. And
that is a great analogy, actually. That is a great analogy. He's almost too good for his own good. That is a great analogy. He's going to be the bridesmaid if he doesn't play ball with a major promoter, i.e. Al Heyman. Right?
That's why, like you said, he got to humble himself, man, if he really wants these fucking big fights. If not, go fight a Boots Ennis and you can lose. If not, go fight Boots Ennis and you fuck around and get knocked out in that fight.
Oh, boy. I tell you what, Boots Ennis is going to be a handful for anybody. He looks like, and forgive me for saying this, guys, he looks like a young Sugar Ray Robinson.
Wow.
He can do it all. He fights so good it makes your dick hard. Seriously, man. Seriously, he fights like this guy can do it all. He can fight you in the pocket. He can fight you from mid to long range. He can be the effective aggressor. He's a switch hitting badass. He can use the entire ring if he has to. This guy has no weaknesses. Honestly, the only thing we don't know about him is whether or not he can take a punch. And I don't think we're going to find that out because his defense is so good. His reflexes are so good. This is why I'm saying he looks like a young Sugar Ray Robinson.
He does have all the skills. I've been trying to tell the people, you know, the past week, I've been talking about Boots Ennis, how good he is, how Terrence Crawford needs a dance partner, and Boots Ennis is the best available fight right now. Earl Spence is fighting Ugas, so you can't fight them. Virgil Ortiz is fighting against McKinson, a guy that I never heard of, so you can't fight Virgil Ortiz. Josh Taylor's fighting at 140 against his mandatory Jack Catterall, so Josh Taylor's not at 147. And also, fucking Keith Thurman is fighting Mario Barrios. So everybody in the welterweight division got a fight. The only one that's available is Boots Ennis and Terrence Crawford. Why not fight Boots Ennis? He's the best available. You know, we got a question from the chat. Luis says, for the panel, if you could choose Canelo next 3 opponents, who would they be? Here is the catch. However is left. He said, whoever is left out won't fight Canelo ever. Let the games begin.
Okay, so now we're going to speak hypothetically because the reality is it's the golden rule of boxing, guys, right? He who has the gold makes the rules. Canelo is going to fight whoever the fuck he wants to fight. That's the reality, guys. That's the reality, right? So in my opinion, if I had to choose my favorite matchups for Canelo Alvarez, and these are just from a fan's perspective: Arthur Beterbiev, Jermall Charlo, and Gennady Golovkin in round 3, right? Look, there's a reason why Canelo Alvarez hasn't signed on the dotted line to fight Gennady Golovkin since their second meeting, because he's a handful. And his skill set, his jab, his power, his chin, boy, that's a lot of work for Canelo Alvarez, right? In my opinion, I don't give a fuck if Gennady Golovkin is 40 years old. I still want to see a third fight because he's the only guy in recent memory to really push Canelo Alvarez, right? For all of the intangibles that I mentioned earlier. So in my opinion, the 3 fights I want to see: Jermall Charlo in this order: Jermall Charlo, Gennady Golovkin, and Arthur Beterbiev. Will it happen? Highly unlikely on the last fight, Arthur Beterbiev, but I do think his 2 fights in 2022 are going to be Jermall Charlo in May and Gennady Golovkin in September. Happy New Year.
What about a Benavidez? No Benavidez? Why not a Benavidez fight? That's a good fight.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. He's considered by everyone to be more risk than reward. He is not a big ticket seller. He doesn't have a title around his waist. It's very hard to justify stepping in the ring with David Benavidez because he's a handful. He's a great fighter, and he's an offensive machine. Yes, he has defensive lapses, and he's vulnerable, but you're going to get a ton of punches thrown at you from a guy who's very, very young and active and has a good chin. And because he's not a big ticket seller, because he's not a title holder, yeah, you're going to see him avoided like the plague at 168.
I'm going to be honest, like, I really don't want to see Canelo fight Triple G again. Triple G is 39 years old. So say if he fights Charlo or Makabu, then he goes to fight Triple G. At that time, Triple G will be 40 years old, bro. I don't think anybody wants to see Canelo fight a pretty much washed up Triple G at this point. What has Triple G done since losing to Canelo in the second fight? He hasn't done anything. He fought Steve Rose, who's a nobody. He fought another nobody, and he fought Sergey Derevyanchenko in a very close fight where a lot of people thought he actually lost that fight to Derevyanchenko. So I don't think Triple G deserved, a third fight. Even though the first 2 fights were close, me personally, I thought Canelo won the second fight. He did. You know, he got the decision. The first fight was pretty close. I thought Canelo won it. But at this point, Triple G is 40 years old, and I don't want to see that, man. I think the Benavidez fight makes a lot of sense. When you get a Mexican warrior like Benavidez and match him up with another Mexican warrior like a Canelo, it makes for a great fight. No difference from a Marco Antonio Barrera and an Eric Morales or Israel Vasquez.
You know what?
Marquez. Mexican versus Mexican, Cinco de Mayo. I want to see it. Go ahead, brother.
You know what, H? And from a fan's perspective, I agree with you, man. That is a great fight. But from a business perspective, I'm going to tell you that fight doesn't happen anytime soon. Once again,
Benavidez is the #1 contender at 168 pounds.
That's absolutely.
Benavidez never lost his belts in the ring. Benavidez is a two-time champion at that weight. If Canelo is still going to continue to campaign at 168, David Benavidez is the #1 contender. He never lost his belts in the ring. That was his WBC belt before he got stripped. So why not fight Benavidez in an all-out Mexican war on a Cinco de Mayo or a Mexican Independence Day? Why not? It makes sense.
Well, here's why. Here's why. And once again, when you reach the stature of a Canelo Alvarez, a guy who's the biggest attraction in boxing in North America, no one's going to mandate shit, especially not the WBC, right? So even though David Benavidez is positioning himself to capture the interim WBC championship at 168 later this year, that's not going to mean a damn thing to Canelo Alvarez, especially with him being the franchise champion at 168. Keep in mind, this is a distinction that you carry up in weight as long as you defend that title and fight for the WBC. He's still the franchise champion. So that means he doesn't have a mandatory challenger. You can't mandate a fight with David Benavidez.
Even at 168?
Yep. Even at 168.
So why is Benavidez going the WBA route if he's not going to be able to go fight Canelo? Why is he fighting in a WBC title eliminator for the WBC interim belt if he's not going to get Canelo? That's a waste of freaking time.
Exactly. He probably doesn't know that. Okay?
If we know it, I'm pretty sure he knows.
Okay, well, then he's just doing it to become an interim title holder because it's not getting him any closer to a fight with Canelo Alvarez. It's not. Once again, Canelo Alvarez, you can't mandate shit. If push comes to shove, like say Demetrius Andrade relinquishes his WBO title and tries to position himself to be the mandatory challenger in the WBO for Canelo Alvarez, what is Canelo Alvarez going to do? He's going to dump that title and say, fight for the interim title, bitch. I don't need you. You need me. I'm going to fight whoever the fuck I want, and that's it. That's the reality. When you become the kind of commodity that Canelo is, it supersedes belts. Yeah, the belts don't define you. The belts don't define you. You define the belts. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Yeah, Joseph, mate. Don't you think, because Canelo does have a history, whenever he gets hounded to fight someone like Erislandy Lara, when Lara put it on him to fight, he stepped up, fought Lara. Same with Golovkin. I think with Andrade, because he keeps calling Canelo over and over again, and he's a DAZN fighter. They both fight like DAZN. I can see that fight happening, you know. Because, I mean, did you see that when Lara showed up at the press conference? Yeah. And they started going back and forth, cussing each other out. Like, that could potentially be a fight. Would you not say so?
No, I don't think so. And here's why. Andrade, he's made so many terrible business decisions up to this point. Even right out of the Olympics. Okay, he had the opportunity to sign with Golden Boy. He had the opportunity to sign with Top Rank. Who did he sign with? Two guys that I really like in this business, but they don't have the juice to further your career the way an Olympian should. And that's Artie Palullo of Banner Promotions and Joe DeGuardia of Star Boxing, right? Yep. That's a problem. And he's made terrible decisions. Signing with Rock Nation. Yeah. Okay, this is a guy who doesn't have a fan base, right? He's a title holder, and he still can't buy himself a big fight. This is a guy that no one gives a shit about except the diehard fans of boxing. No one knows who he is out of Providence, Rhode Island. If you're Canelo Alvarez, that's a big problem. This guy is viewed as more risk than reward.
But he fought Erislandy Lara, and let's be honest, no one really knew who.
Okay, how long ago was that, though? This is when Canelo Alvarez was still growing as an attraction.
Yeah.
Okay, he is head and shoulders above where he was. Right now, he's the biggest attraction in North America. At that time, he wasn't. Not even close. He was still fighting guys like Alfredo Angulo, Liam Smith, right?
Yeah.
Okay, since then, everything's changed. He is the money man of boxing. He is the only guy who can get that kind of $40 million purse guaranteed pre-fight. So what's the incentive of fighting a difficult style matchup like Demetrius Andrade? There is no upside. He's considered by everyone to be more risk than reward. Ask yourself, why is a guy like Jaime Munguia not fighting Demetrius Andrade even though he's his mandatory challenger? He ducked out of that and passed that distinction on to Janibek Alim Anula.
Liam Smith as well.
And Liam Smith as well. In my opinion, Demetrius Andrade, he needs to just step the fuck up and fight his mandatory challenger. Don't move up to 168. Take on Janibek. Fight. You know what? That's the only way. Like, the only way, if you're a non-ticket seller, the only way you're going to increase your level of attraction is if you fight the damn fights. He's going to have to fight guys like Janibek in order to prove his mettle and to galvanize the fight fans, the diehard fan base.
Yeah, but I think
let me ask you this, Jimmy. How's it going to look? How's it going to look if Andrade moves up to 168 and doesn't defend his belt against Janibek? How's that going to look for him?
To be honest, mate, I think it depends how it's spinned, because if he spins it, I'm going Canelo hunting. If I move up to 168, I become the mandatory. I mean, no one really even knows who Janibek is. Like, when he fought Liam Smith as mandatory, with the Janibek, because you're saying people don't know Andrade, but if people don't know Andrade, then no one knows who Janibek is.
Yeah, but that's his mandatory, right? Now,
yep, that's his mandatory.
If Andrade wanted to do that, he could have did that, before this this mandatory was ordered. He could have moved up to 168. He didn't have to fight fucking what's his name?
Yep.
What's Luke Skywalker? Not a dude.
Liam Williams.
What's his name? Quigley.
Liam Williams.
No, Quigley Pigley. The guy he just beat.
Quigley.
Yeah, that guy. So he could have dropped his belt right there. He didn't have to fight that guy. And he could have positioned himself at 168 already. But instead he wanted to fight that guy. Come on, brother.
Yep. Yeah. Look, in my opinion, if I were advising Demetrius Andrade, I would say let your balls hang in the ring and defend your title against Janibek Alim Anula. That's the only way you're going to start creating some positive noise for your career. You've got to fight the fights. Look, look, throughout history, it's promotions 101. Okay, first rule is protect your ticket sellers. 2, if you have a talent, if you have an elite level talent, but he isn't a ticket seller, the only way you're going to increase his level of attraction is if you stick his ass in tough. That's it. And in my opinion, could you imagine if Demetrius Andrade faces Janibek Alim Anula and beats him decisively? What does that do for his stature? In my opinion, that galvanizes the diehard fan base, and that starts increasing his demand to see him fight Canelo. But it's not going to happen without him beating someone tough. It doesn't work like that within the business of boxing. He's got no choice. If I had to advise him, I would say step in the ring. You don't have any more enticing offers waiting for you. Beat his ass on ESPN. Don't fight on DAZN. Let Top Rank win the purse bid. Go fight him on ESPN in front of a mainstream and casual audience. Start creating that demand, because right now you have none. And that's it. That's my assessment.
Yeah, but a middleweight, no one's really a big star. I mean, Jamal Charlo, I mean, he fought once on pay-per-view and that flopped. Golovkin, he fights once a year, and apparently his ticket sales aren't that great in New York anymore. So there's no one really. That's why they should fight each other, though. Especially Charlo and Andrade.
Yep. And once again, no one's beating down Demetrius Andrade's door to fight him. That's the problem. He is considered by, even with a major world title around his waist, he's considered by everyone within the business to be more risk than reward. A slick southpaw who can punch. That's the worst possible style matchup you can face in boxing.
Yeah, but you'd think with the zone's deep pockets, more people would be willing to step up because, I mean, didn't they send Charlo an offer of $7 or $8 million to unify? And
yeah. I mean, I don't know about that, bro. Like, did we see it offer, or did Eddie Hearn show Radio Raheem something on the phone?
Well,
we don't even know.
Well,
we didn't see shit.
Let me just tell you. Let me just tell you.
What you saying, Jimmy? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, mate. Andre was saying that they sent them an offer, and I think Charlo even on Instagram told.
Andrade is a fighter, so we're going by hearsay. We're going by Andrade said that he sent them an offer, or are we going by Eddie Hearn showing a text message to Radio Raheem?
Yeah, but Andre said
not the way you make a fight, brother, by showing Radio Raheem an offer. You know what I mean?
That's it.
Go ahead.
On Instagram, didn't Charlo tell Eddie Hearn to leave him alone and stop trying to contact him?
No, Eddie Hearn was on the phone with Charlo on Instagram Live, and Charlo was hitting the bag, and they just were conversating, but it wasn't like leave me. He never said leave me alone. He was on the phone with him.
Yeah. But when Andre called Charlo out and said, "Look, I'll fight you on Showtime," just to match the I don't know. I think he was trying to make the fight though. Would you not say he was trying though a little bit when he was calling Charlo out? He said, "Look, man, match the offer. I'll come to Showtime."
Why Andrade just don't fight Triple G? They both on DAZN. They both are promoted by Eddie Hearn. Yep. Eddie Hearn works with both of these fighters. Yep. Why are they not trying to fight each other? Why Eddie Hearn can't find this? Why Eddie Hearn? He worked with both of these guys, Andrade and Triple G. They both fight on DAZN, the same network. Eddie Hearn is on record saying, "Charlo, we got all the middleweights on DAZN. What the fuck are you doing over there? If you got all the middleweights on DAZN, why he can't find his own fighter, Demetrius Andrade, a fight?" Somebody explain that to me.
That is true. Yep. That is true. And that's probably the biggest fight there for Andrade, the Triple G fight. But Triple G
got going for 2 belts. Triple G going for 2 belts. He could go for a 3-belt unification with Triple G.
This is what happens. This is what happens when you unwisely sign fighters to long-term contracts, because they get to fight whoever the fuck they want, and there's not a damn thing you can do about it. And you're stuck paying him $10 million per fight. This is the position that Eddie Hearn is with Triple G Gennady Golovkin. This is a guy who's on his victory lap, right? He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. He has more title defenses than Bernard Hopkins at middleweight. And he doesn't give a shit about anything at this point of his career. He's 40. He's going where the big money is. He's going to make over $10 million facing Ryota Murata in Japan.
No, Eddie Hearn actually did come out and expose Golovkin. He said that the Golovkin just isn't interested in the Andrade fight.
No,
even though he's promoting both fighters. Even though he's promoting both fighters, there's just no interest from.
You're not, and at this stage in Golovkin's career, you're not going to convince him of it, and he doesn't have to. And why? Because he's still owed 2 fights from DAZN. And they're still contractual. Well, and once again, go ahead, Jimmy.
He lied a little bit, Golovkin, to the boxing fans, but his whole career, he said that I want to be undisputed champion at middleweight. And he's got a chance to unify the belts now, and he's refusing to. Would you not say that's kind of ducking, though, a little bit?
Look, ducking is a fan-driven concept that doesn't exist within the business of boxing.
Talk, please, brother. That's why I love when Joseph comes to this platform. That's why I love when Jimmy is here representing the UK. So we can all get together and have a real conversation. Continue, Joseph. You're cooking, brother. You're sizzling right now. You're on fire.
I get it's a business. Boxing is a business, but it's also a sport, because it can't be purely business. It has to be some element of sport involved.
See, that's the biggest problem with the business of boxing, because it is a business. There's a saying within the business: there's only 2 reasons why you actually jump in the ring. First reason, to make money. Second reason, to make more money. It has nothing to do with the titles. And once again, fans don't want to hear that shit, because that doesn't inspire fans, right? Fans want to hear, think about the other sports. Think about if LeBron James what would happen to him and what would be the NBA's response if LeBron James lost a playoff game and said, you know what? I don't really give a shit because I just made so many millions for this outing. He would get fined by the NBA and he would get dissected by the national mainstream media. That doesn't happen in boxing. Okay.
But would he not make more money than Steve Rolls, though, Golovkin, against Andrade? I mean, would you not say that's a bigger fight than like a Steve Rolls or a
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. DAZN is contractually obligated to pay him X amount of dollars regardless of who he fights. That's
would
the
they not
problem.
be able to scrape up a few more million?
That's
say if Eddie
the
Hearn
problem.
did both fighters, would he not be able to scrape up a few more million? For
Okay,
the
well,
Andre
let me ask you this. Then you run the problem. Now think about the business of boxing here. And once again, I appreciate, you know, and once again, fans should continue to think like fans, right? They should continue to ask the fighters to fight the best, right? That's what fans should expect. Fans are the real bosses of boxing, right? They determine a fighter's market value, but within the business of boxing, that shit doesn't matter. Okay, so once again, you got to look at the business. Is it cost effective for DAZN to throw millions of dollars at Gennady Golovkin and Demetrius Andrade when that fight doesn't generate any new subscribers? That's the problem. Look, the days of the blank checkbook are long gone for DAZN.
Yeah.
Their commitment to the U.S. market is now minimal because they say, okay, you know what? This is too competitive of a market for us. We're going to focus our attention now on the UK, Mexico, Spain, Japan, Australia, everywhere else in the world where they don't have the NFL, where they don't have the NBA, where they don't have Major League Baseball, right? Where they don't have UFC. That's the problem. It's not cost effective for DAZN. Think about how expensive a fight between Gennady Golovkin and Demetrius Andrade would be. If Demetrius Andrade is making $3 million for a fight for guys like Liam Williams, how much do you think he's going to expect to step in the ring with Gennady Golovkin? I mean, now keep in mind, you're already paying Gennady Golovkin $10 million per fight. How much is Demetrius Andrade going to expect? $10 million? If he's making $3 million to fight Liam Williams, he's going to expect at least $10 million. Let me ask you, Jimmy, is that matchup worth $20 million to DAZN?
No, it's not, no.
Exactly. That's the problem. And I understand how fans don't want to think about this shit, and they shouldn't have to. But the reason why I come on this channel and always profess the business and always try to educate fans on the business is so they understand why certain fights are made or aren't made, right? Just so you guys understand the predicament of the networks as well as the promoters. It's not easy. It's not easy. The worst part of matchmaking, right? The toughest part of matchmaking is trying to convince the fighters to step in the ring with their opponent. That's the most difficult challenge that matchmakers have. Like, anyone can pair someone up with another person. Anyone can do that. The hardest part of matchmaking is getting the fighters to sign on the dotted line. And that's the reality of the business of boxing, right?
So if Eddie Hearn say DAZN, they wanted to make this Andrade Triple G fight, right? Do you feel like they will have to overpay Triple G to step in that ring with a boo-boo? Or even overpay Andrade? Can they even make money off that fight, knowing that Andrade's not a big ticket seller?
That's the problem. They're not going to make any money off that fight. That's why it hasn't been made up to this point.
But he's begging Charlo. He can't make the fight for his own fighters, but he will resort to begging Charlo.
Well, and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why, H Money.
That's why they're begging Charlo for a fight.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why, my friend. And this is what happens when you pay fighters inflated purses. They grow accustomed to making $3 million a piece or per fight for soft touches. So what happens when you want them to step in the ring with the Goliaths of the division?
Then they want top-notch money, huh?
That's it, Kush. You've got the beat, brother.
They're going to drive the promotional companies to go out of business.
What's the way to end this, though? Because, I mean, surely the zone can't be happy with Golovkin bombashing.
They're not. They're not. Still, no, they're not. They're not, but they're still contractually obligated to pay this man $10 million per fight for his next 2 fights.
You know, I
want you to come back because I got to go to the hood real quick. Give me something to smoke on. But whenever you want to, though.
Hell yeah.
No, Joseph. Would you say that was a smart choice by Andre? Yes, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, sir. Ask your question.
Hey, my bad. I thought I was on mute, y'all. My bad.
No, I thought at the time going over to the zone was smart because I think with Andrade, he probably saw Golovkin, Canelo, Munguia, Billy Joe Saunders. They're all on the zone. The zone had a blank checkbook.
Yep.
I think at that time, he probably thought that was a smart move.
Look, it's never a smart move to pay fighters inflated purses. And here's why. Because it makes it virtually impossible to put the biggest fights together. When fighters grow accustomed to making millions of dollars for soft touches, you're going to have to break open the vault to get them to step in the ring with a real challenge. That's the problem Al Heyman is facing right now. That's the problem Eddie Hearn is facing right now.
Yeah, you make a good point, Joseph, because if Andrade is getting $3 million to fight whoever he's fighting, and Golovkin's getting $10 million to fight whoever he's fighting, then between them, the zone would probably have to pay them about, what, $25 million to fight each other?
That's it. And think about this. Is that matchup worth that much?
No, it's not.
No. How many new subscribers in the U.S. market is it going to get?
I'm not sure.
So once again, you look at Gennady Golovkin, they're more interested in expanding their market in the Japanese market at this time. Ryota Murata is a stud and he's a fucking rock star in Japan right now. Okay, so Golovkin and DAZN stand to make so much more money if they put together Golovkin versus Murata in Japan.
Yeah.
Okay, so where does that leave Demetrius Andrade? He's in no man's land. He's not a big ticket seller, yet he's grown accustomed to making $3 million per fight. Way beyond his market value. Right?
Yep.
That's a problem. That's a big problem for DAZN, and that's a product of them paying out inflated purses. That's a terrible business practice. And once again, my mentor, Don Warwick Chargan, my channel's homage, right? There's a reason why we're called Warwick Radio Network. It's an homage to my mentor, the guy who taught me everything about the business of boxing, Don Warwick Chargan, God rest his soul, Hall of Fame matchmaker and promoter, right?
Joseph, I want to ask you a question.
Well, hold on, Kush. He told me a long time ago. That, you know what, Joseph? It's a terrible business practice to pay out inflated purses because it makes it virtually impossible to put together the best matchups. Kush, what's your question, brother?
Okay, I've been listening to you for a while, and I've got a lot of questions for you, but one just came to my head right now listening to what you're saying. So basically, what you're saying is with these promotional companies like, let's say Top Rank, or even let's say like the UFC, that have deals with ESPN and they're being frugal with money. They're saving money. Meanwhile, we have DAZN and PBC. They overpaid their fighters and exhausted their funds. So is it safe to say that they're upside down because they're trying to make money instead of be frugal and hold on to the money that was given to them from the network? You
know what's funny is it's funny how fans and once again, God bless the fans. They're the real bosses of boxing, right? They determine the market value of every fighter, depending on whether or not they want to financially support that guy, right?
Right.
That they indirectly and directly determine the market value of every fighter, just like the music industry, just like the motion picture industry. That's just the reality of the business, right?
Yeah.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem. So when you're looking at, I'm sorry, what? Go back. I just took a shot, man. I'm sorry. I'm a little scatterbrained. What was your question again?
Yeah, take a shot. Ah!
Sorry, man. I had a brain freeze there, man. Kush, please repeat your question once again.
Let me try
sir.
to ask it again. Okay, so basically, I'm asking: do you believe that these promotional companies that have overpaid their fighters
Gotcha. Okay, I got it. Okay, I got it. I remember now. I mean? Yes, I remember now. So it's funny how fans perceive, a lot of fans perceive Bob Arum for being a cheap-ass Jew, right?
Yeah.
But in reality, he's the only promoter in boxing at this time,
right,
that's actually paying fighters their realistic market value.
Right.
Okay? And so keep in mind, Bob Arum, okay, and from my experience and my knowledge of the business, Bob Arum is receiving $93 million per annum to stage 30 events per year, right? Do the math. This is the reason why they had no problem Terrence Crawford leaving Top Rank, because this is a guy who demands $4 million per fight, and more than likely to get someone in the ring with him, they're going to have to match that kind of purse just to get an opponent to step in the ring with Terrence Crawford. So you're looking at a purse like, let's just take his last fight. He was paid $6 million to fight Sean Porter, who demanded $4 million, right?
Yep.
So that's $10 million off of the annual budget of $93 million. Now, let me ask you something. Was that matchup worth $10 million? Should it have been on pay-per-view?
No.
Exactly. No. So, once again, they had no problem letting go Terrence Crawford for that reason. Joe Smith Jr. versus Callum Johnson, that's a great fight. Do you know how much you're paying those guys?
How much?
Not even $2 million, the entire purse. I think Callum Johnson is making $600,000. Joe Smith Jr. is making like $1.1 million, and the rest is going to the undercard. Like, guys, do the math. 30 events with only $93 million per annum. That's only $3 million to work with per event. Okay, so when you have a guy like Terrence Crawford who's demanding that kind of money, that takes a huge portion out of your annual allotment from ESPN. Now, that doesn't account for all the promotional stuff that they're going to have to pay for. Top Rank pays for that shit out of their own money. All of the promotional videos, right? The blood, sweat, and tears.
And that shit could cost like over $1 million.
Exactly.
The cost of the arena, staging the show.
It's going to cost. So would it be safe to say that Bob Arum could have predicted that he might take a loss on that fight, and that he did right by Terrence Crawford in staging that fight?
Look,
as his last fight.
Look, when you're talking about the business of boxing, Bob Arum is the very best. Once again, and I'll tell you from a fan's perspective, right? This is a guy who understands, and this is why he left HBO for ESPN. Yeah, like when HBO wanted to feature Terrence Crawford versus, I'm sorry, what's his name? The Eastern European gentleman who was
Victor Postol.
Victor Postal. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you. Victor Postal versus Terrence Crawford. And HBO said, you know what? We're not going to pay that big purse unless we attach it to the pay-per-view revenue stream. Okay, well, Bob was like, well, shit, this is not a pay-per-view matchup. If you're not willing to pay for these fights any longer, there's no point in us being on HBO because no one's going to see it. So Bob Arum is like, if we're going to be on ESPN, we want to promote these fighters and we want as many eyeballs on the product as possible. So we're going to try and keep every fight off of pay-per-view as long as we can help it. Right?
Right. Beautiful.
He's thinking of the fighters. He's thinking of the sport. Bob Arum is an old school badass. He's the only promoter who's keeping these fights on mainstream free network TV. Think about what we're getting in 2 weeks. Joe Smith Jr. versus Callum Johnson for free. On the same night, February 5th, that PBC is going to be charging $75 for Keith Thurman, Mario Barrios. We're going to be seeing on ESPN for free Jose Ramirez versus Jose Zepeda. Right? That's because Bob Arum is the only promoter who understands at this time that we need to keep as many fights on mainstream free TV as long as possible. That's the only way you generate new fans is by keeping the fights in front of a free televised audience. Let me ask you something. As popular as Gervonta Davis is, how many new fans did he generate by fighting Isaac Cruz on pay-per-view?
Not too many.
That's it. Bob Arum, look, he's a 90-year-old guy who's taking everyone else to school at this time. Like him or not, the Bob father has the beat.
How do we fix this problem, though, in boxing?
Historian was good.
TBH. Oh, he jumped off.
He jumped off. Go ahead, Jimmy. Ask your question again. Go ahead, sir.
No, I was asked Joseph, how do we fix this problem in boxing where it gets back to, the old way, where, you can make the fights with reasonable purses, where you could have the sport go back to normal.
That's an excellent question, Jimmy. Very insightful. But TBH.
Yo, what's good?
What's happening,
What's
brother?
up with it? What's up with it?
Oh, shit. You're drinking Absolute tonight.
I'm
going to do a shot with you, brother. Are you ready? Here it is. TBH, salud. Oh, you've got water. Okay, I've got sweet amber, brother. I've got some sweet amber. Here's to you, my friend. On the count of three. 1, 2, 3. Salud, everybody.
Saludo, salute.
Yeah, break it down.
Tell
them how we got to put these fights all over TV.
So going back to your question, Jimmy, that's an excellent question, by the way. And the only way you're going to do that, trim the fat. Trim the fat. All of these old, aging, overpaid fighters who are not willing to, like Keith Thurman, Adrian Broner, guys who aren't willing to step in the ring unless they get paid millions of dollars. Sit their ass on the bench, put them on ice, and replace them with hungry young fighters who just want glory, who just want to fight, who want to make a name for themselves. All of these fat, old, overpaid fighters who have grown accustomed to receiving inflated purses sit their ass on the fucking bench and replace them with hungry young fighters who just want to compete. That's the only way it's going to go back to the way it should be. That's it. You've got to trim the fat. Guys who aren't ticket sellers, you have no business expecting $3-4 million per fight. But that's way beyond your market value. Okay?
Well,
so unless you're willing to humble yourself and fight for your realistic market value, you're going to sit your ass down and you're going to be inactive and you're going to be watching the hungry younger fighters compete for the brass ring. That's it. That's the only way you do it.
So basically, what happened to T.O. last year when he wanted money, right?
That's it. That's it.
Don't blackball yourself.
Nope. That's it. That's the only way it's going to happen, right?
Yep.
And once again, the fans are the real bosses of boxing. The fans determine a fighter's market value. CB3, Sweet Amber. See, I'm drinking Jack Daniels, not Maker's Mark, but you know what? Maker's Mark is some good shit, man.
He is telling the whole truth, bro. Some of this shit hurt to hear, bro, but it's the truth. And
look,
shit.
look, man. Look. I'm too old. I'm too old to sugarcoat anything, Kush. I'm too old for that shit. Okay, so yeah, and you know, being a fan and being one of the real bosses of boxing, you guys deserve to hear the truth, right? Like, you guys hold all the cards. Do you know how to keep pay-per-views off TV?
Yeah,
don't pay for it. Illegally stream that shit if you don't like the matchup. But I will say this, okay? I will say this. If there is a matchup that a promoter gives you that you wanted to see, like Terrence Crawford versus Sean Porter, pay for that. Reward the promoters when they throw you a bone, right? Pay for that. Because judging by the numbers, no one paid for that shit. That did only 150,000 purchases on the ESPN Plus app.
Really?
Okay? Yep.
Damn, man.
Okay, so once again, you guys have to show up. If you expect to see the promoters reward you with the best matchups, because if you continuously just pirate everything, illegally stream everything, then promoters are going to say, you know what? These guys aren't financially supporting the sport any longer. Why are we going to regard anything that they want? Okay? That's the reality. So when a promoter gives you guys what you want to see, you've got to purchase it. If they try to sell you on pay-per-view a bullshit matchup that you didn't ask for, like King Kong Ortiz versus Charles Martin, tell them to go fuck themselves, and you're going to stream it illegally, right? That's the only way things are going to change, and that's it.
Well, I'll say this. I'll say this. I don't know who in their right mind would pay for that garbage that we saw Saturday, man.
Dude,
I mean,
TBH, like, you called those fights with me on this channel, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember how disgusted I was during the co-main event?
That you talking about that Jonathan Wright? Oh, you talking about Frankie Sanchez?
Both of them. Both of them.
Oh,
like those, yeah, like both those fights were like watching paint dry.
Oh, especially that Jonathan Rice Michael Coffey fight.
Oh my gosh, that was disgusting.
That had to have been the worst heavyweight fight I've ever seen in my life, man.
Well,
I mean, and think of this though. Think of this. That dude Johnny Rice said, "Oh, hey, 6 figures, baby." After the fight.
Oh, jeez. and once again, what does that do for his fans? What does that do for his fan base? Does that grow his fan base by saying bullshit like that? Look, fans want to be inspired. Okay? Look, I've done publicist work for so many fighters, and I always tell them when I do publicist work for them, do not beat your chest and talk about how much money you make. Do not beat your chest and act like you're God's gift to boxing. Be humble. Be humble and talk about.
You look terrible like that.
Oh my gosh, that was miserable, dude. Miserable.
Terrible.
Where are the American superstars in boxing? Because you know, back in the day, we had Ray Leonard, we had De La Hoya, Tito Trinidad, Miguel Cotto, Floyd, Pacquiao, and Tommy Hearns. We had all these great welterweight sort of superstars.
Jimmy,
so where are they?
Jimmy, let me ask you something, Jimmy. Now you bring up some really great names. Let me ask you something. Did you ever hear, as knuckleheaded as Oscar De La Hoya is, did you ever hear him talking about how much he made on any given night?
No.
No. What did he always say before and after every fight?
He thanked the fans.
Exactly. He thanked the fans. And he said, you know what? I want glory. I want to fight for that title. I'm willing to walk through fire for any world title. Okay? Fans, they want to hear that. That inspires fans. And when they see a fighter in the ring, just walk through fire, just engage, right? That inspires fans. That makes us want to support the product financially. When a fighter is showing off how much money he makes, carrying stacks of money, buying a fucking bunch of jewelry, not calling out his opponent, like, dude, if I were advising Errol Spence Jr., do you remember at that press conference when someone asked him, what did you think of Terrence Crawford being at your fight? What was his response?
He was going to go chase chickens.
Exactly. You know what? If that doesn't, do you think that inspires fans? The real bosses of boxing? What he should have said was, you know, I'm glad he was there. I'm glad he was there looking at my gold, looking at my product. Because you know what? Next year, he's going to fucking get it. He was there scouting. He was scouting the best in the welterweight division. And you know what? Next year, be careful what you wish for because you may get it. And next year, you're going to fucking get it. If I were doing publicist work for him, and I would be writing him scripts saying, you know what? You've wished for this fight for the past 4 years. Guess what? Now it's time. You're going to fucking get it. Get ready, Crawford. You're going to see me in the ring, and you're going to wish you hadn't. Okay? That's the reality of boxing. Boxers are clueless now. Whoever's doing publicist work for these guys, they need to be educated in the way we used to promote fighters back in the day.
Is that why the welterweight division guys like Crawford and Spence, they're not really superstars the way the past welterweights were?
You hit the nail right on the head, Jimmy. That's it. Because they don't do jack shit to inspire the fans. Fans want to be inspired. This is why we became fans in the first place. Think about this. Think about this. TBH, why did you first become a fan of boxing? What fight did you see that turned you into a lifer?
Well, I have to say, man, that Mike Tyson Holyfield fight, man, that was the one that really turned me to boxing when I was like 6 or 7 when I saw that, man. I thought Tyson was the greatest thing on earth, bro.
Exactly.
The greatest fighter. He was the most dominant, greatest.
And why? Did it have anything to do with the amount of money he made?
Oh, I didn't care about none of that.
Exactly. Exactly. Guys, fans want to be inspired.
For me, it was the versus Eric Morales.
Anthony, what? Repeat that.
Manny Pacquiao versus Eric Morales was for me.
All right, for me, it was Riddick Bowe versus Holyfield.
Hell yes, that was a classic heavyweight scrap. And once again, no, Kush, what is yours, sir?
I'm gonna be honest. I watched boxing before, but the fight that made me really focus was Manny Pacquiao and Jeff Horn. And I originally thought that Manny Pacquiao had won the fight. I thought he got robbed.
Well, I tell you what, I'm sure that had a lot to do with Teddy Atlas's commentary. But Jimmy, what was the fight that turned you into a lifelong diehard fan?
Bro, it was Manny Pacquiao against Ricky Hatton. Because when I saw Manny Pacquiao just destroy Ricky Hatton, who's like a superstar in the UK, I thought I was watching the real life version of Bruce Lee and Mike Tyson.
Okay. So let me ask all of you this question: when is the last time you felt that way?
It had to be. I mean, shit.
And Tyson there it is.
Tyson Fury versus Deontay Wilder. I think that was the shit right there. That last fight, man, that was a great fight. Tyson Fury and Wilder, easy.
And there it is. And there it is, guys.
Canelo Golovkin too. That was a good fight.
Holy fuck, yes, dude. You know, the last time, think about this, guys, as fans. when is the last time you woke up in the morning, your head popped off the pillow, and you said, holy shit, it's going down tonight. They're going to fight later on this evening. I can't believe it, and I can't wait. I'm just fucking brimming with excitement. When is the last time you felt like that?
I'm probably anytime Devin Haney fights or anytime Morrell fights for me.
Okay, so let's start with TBH, and we're going to go clockwise. TBH, when is the last time you felt like that, when your head just popped off the pillow when you woke up and said, holy shit, the fight is tonight?
Oh, man. Trying to think, man. I'd have to say Holyfield, Lennox Lewis, man.
Holy fuck. That was do you realize that's 2 decades ago?
Yep.
Okay, Kush, when was the last time you felt that excitement and that buzz all day long as soon as your head popped off the pillow said, holy fuck, the fight is tonight? When is the last time you felt that way?
I'm not going to lie to you, Joseph. We were counting down that Wilder Fury fight all week. I was excited. I was so excited by the time that fight got here, and it overexceeded my expectations. I never thought.
That's right. And guess what? The numbers reflect that. And the numbers reflect that. 17 million earned at the live gate, 600,000 on the pay-per-view platform in the U.S. alone, right? Numbers reflect that. Anthony, what was the last fight that you felt that way?
Chocolatito Estrada.
Holy shit, that's a great fight. Jimmy, what was the last fight you felt that way, sir?
It would have to be the rematch between Canelo and Triple G.
Oh, yes. And dude, honestly, and H, you said it was recently,
anytime Devin Haney fights or anytime Morrell fights, I get that type of feeling. But besides those guys, maybe that T.O. Kambosos fight, that shit, you know what I mean? It was something about that fight. I was hyped for it, like, you know what I mean? And Kambosos fucking whooped his ass in there. What else? Yeah, that Tyson Fury Wilder fight, like Kush said, like fight week went past so fucking fast for that one, you know what I mean? Like,
we get hyped for that fight right there. That fight was different. That was different.
Hell yeah, it was.
See, that's my point. You know what? As many champions and title holders as there are in boxing, we should get that response every single week throughout the entire calendar year.
And I'll explain why that is we're tired of the BS with all these fighters promising fights and it not happening. That's why the fans are
That's it. That's it. All
Pacquiao Thurman. Manny Pacquiao versus Keith Thurman. I thought that was a passing of the torch fight between Pacquiao to Thurman. Because I thought Thurman was going to beat him. Yeah, I thought Thurman was going to beat Pacquiao. So that I was excited for that. The legend versus the young champion. That was a big fight for me.
Yep, that was a big fight for everyone as well. But you know what, dude? Covering this sport for the last 20 years, do you realize the last time I felt that kind of excitement? I miss being a fan. Like, I miss it so much. I am paid to actually view the sport objectively, right? Do you realize the last time I felt that kind of excitement for a big fight? It's been over 2 decades. But I will say this. Do you realize, like, when you listen to all of your responses, that's what's wrong with boxing, guys. We should be feeling that same way at least between 10 and 15 times per year, and we don't. That's the problem with boxing. These fighters, they don't understand that fans want to be inspired. We'll spend money. We'll spend a ton of money if we get the product that we want. Look at the NFL. Do you ever hear Tom Brady talk about how much money he's making? Do you ever hear him talk about the business of the NFL?
Not really.
That's the difference. That's the difference, guys.
They just show up for the show and the fans. We just want to watch the spectacle.
Joseph.
Yes, sir.
Since you've been in the business for a while, can you explain, like, I just started watching boxing recently. Can you,
yes, sir,
explain the lack of patience with this?
Talking to the mic, you came real low, Anthony.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Now I hear you. Go ahead.
Can you explain the lack of patience with this current generation of boxing fans when it comes to wanting these young guys to fight in big fights, not realizing they need to develop and not wait for them to develop and stuff like that, and then when they're not successful like they want them to be, they say they're a bust and stuff like that.
You know what? I'll say this, and it's not all the fighters' fault. It's the promoters as well, right? Promoters are completely reliant on the licensing fees and the site fees, right, in order to put together events, right? And what I mean by licensing fee is just the money from the network generated. The site fee is from the venue paying a certain amount of money just to stage the fight. So promoters have gotten lazy. Back in the day, they had to beat their feet. They had to hustle to sell tickets because the live gate actually meant something back in the day, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they actually promoted their fighters. They promoted them to a huge mainstream and casual audience. That doesn't happen anymore. Promoters are way too reliant on the casino site fees as well as the network licensing fees. So they don't even care about ticket sales any longer. Okay?
For me, I think Bob Aaron's been on top too long, Joe. That's what, Joseph, to be honest. And that's he's transitioning from different eras. He used to do that, but he doesn't do that.
I think that's what makes him the greatest promoter of all time, honestly. I think even better than a Don King, because as you can see, longevity, Bob Arum outlasted Don King. And Bob Arum still has ESPN. He still has Top Rank. He still has the fucking #1 fucking heavyweight in the motherfucking world, Tyson, the Gypsy King Fury. You know, he still has Corey Stevenson, Terrence Crawford, you know, Josh Taylor. You know what I'm saying? Anyway,
I tell you what, guys, H Money, I love your enthusiasm, brother. And you know what? If every fan were as enthusiastic as you, this sport would be much healthier, man. Hats off to you, my friend.
Man, hey, thank you so much, Joseph. With that being said, I got you. Let me do a Ric Flair for you one time. Woo!
Hey, the dirtiest player in the game.
Can I ask you for a favor, H? Please drop the link for my brother, Young Bill. I'd like to have him on the show, please.
Absolutely. Okay.
Why is Canelo?
So
Canelo
guys,
the biggest star?
Huh?
Why is Canelo the biggest star in America, even though he's Mexican?
You know what? That is an excellent question, Jimmy. Excellent questions from you, brother. And I'll tell you, doing publicist work, right, for so many fighters, I learned the hard way that there is no rhyme or reason. There is no rhyme or reason why fans gravitate towards a certain fighter and not another.
You can't even speak English. And I like Canelo.
Let me ask you. Hold on, like here's a perfect example. Let me ask you something. Why is Errol Spence Jr. a bigger draw than Terrence Crawford? Does he have a much better personality than he does?
No.
Does he? Is he more exciting in the ring than Terrence Crawford is?
No.
I think he got the right fights, to be honest with you, man. Like the Mikey fight, you know, helped propel him.
You know what? And I thought that as well at first before I started working in this business, but I realized it doesn't matter. Fans, there's no rhyme or reason why fans gravitate towards a certain fighter and not another. I used to do publicist work for Austin Trout. And when he was fighting Canelo, Austin is a cool motherfucker, man. He's a guy who's charismatic. He's very skilled in the ring, former champion. And for some strange reason, fans just didn't take to him like they took to Canelo. Why do fans love Canelo so much? It's a mystery to everyone. Look, if it were a cookie cutter method, if there were a recipe for fan reception, every fighter would do it. But
maybe it's because he was under Oscar, you think?
No, he was already a star in Mexico before he signed with Golden Boy Promotions. He was a reality TV star in Mexico. I know. I know because I was there, right? I was there working with Golden Boy when they signed him. I'm sorry, Kush. What are you asking?
I'm sitting here and I'm asking myself like, damn, is what Joseph is saying true? And I'm like, yeah, bro. It's not about anything. It's not about popularity. It's not about anything. Some people just don't like you. If they don't like you,
that's it. That's it. And in the immortal words of Yogi Berra, if fans don't want to come out, you can't stop them. That's it.
I think Errol Spence's star power is a little bit overrated, though, because I know a lot of people say he's a bigger star than Crawford, but I don't think it's that the bigger difference, though, because he only fights in Texas, though. So I'm sure if Crawford fought in Omaha, he'd probably pull a similar crowd as well.
Hey Joseph, do you think that it's a myth based on that where you're born, based like not in the world? I'm talking about just in the United States, can affect the type of crowd that you could draw or popularity? Like if Crawford was from Texas and from Omaha, do you think it's because Spence is from Texas, basically? Like he has a lot of loyal fans?
No, there is no rhyme or reason. I mean, look, you could like I got clients, and they're going to remain nameless, right? I got clients who touched on every single marketing platform that you look for, all three, right? And guess what? You couldn't buy them any ink. You couldn't buy them popularity. It's like it just defied all logic. Fans, there's no rhyme or reason. There's no recipe for what fans are going to gravitate towards. It's the same thing in music. It's the same thing in Hollywood. Think about this, guys. In the music industry, why do fans gravitate towards Taylor Swift? Is she the hottest chick making music right now? Nope. Does she come out with great songs better than everyone else?
She is not talent. She has no talent, bro.
Exactly. So why is she still selling millions of CDs, millions of downloads? Why is she doing that?
Because she's there
is no answer. There is no rhyme or reason for it. Okay, it's the same thing with prize fighters, guys.
Yeah, Shakira's way hotter than Taylor Swift.
Dude, there are a lot of women who are way hotter than her. Halsey is way hotter than Taylor Swift, right? But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That's who the fans like, and that's it.
Would you say Spence had a better matchmaker as well, though? Because fighting Mikey Garcia on pay-per-view is probably better than fighting.
Yeah, and it was a Fox pay-per-view, brother. So that was a very big promotion for that fight.
If you guys want to know the business end of it, I know the backstory to that, right? Because Spence versus Garcia, Al Heyman originally wanted that event to be at the American Airlines Center, the home of the Mavericks, right? And Lester Bedford, the guy who was he's an event coordinator in Texas, very good guy, very knowledgeable, as sharp as it gets within the sport, right? He said, Al, what are you doing? Put this in the AT&T Stadium and use the best marketing team in all of sports, the Dallas Cowboys ticket sellers.
Thank you, Joseph. Now that's another big point because fucking the Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones, those guys were helping Earl Spence, and this has something to do with his star being bigger.
That's it. So for that fight, Jerry Jones and his marketing team sold all of those tickets to their season ticket Dallas Cowboy holders, right? So that's what initially made EJ a huge mainstream commodity in the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
That's fucking.
Also, Mikey being of Mexican descent probably helped, especially in Texas.
But is that really legit Spence doing that work, doing those numbers, or is that his connection?
But Mikey Garcia himself is of Mexican descent.
No, Jimmy. How has Mikey Garcia fared since that fight? And it's not because he lost.
Mikey didn't have shit to do with it. That's what he just said, basically.
Mikey has absolutely zero to do with that. It was the Dallas Cowboys marketing team that sold that fight to everyone in the DFW area. That's what made Errol Spence Jr. a star.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, that's the only big fight he's ever had, though, the Mikey. Because outside of that, the Sean Porter and Danny Garcia fights, they're not really big fights, though, are they? Because they don't really do any big
numbers. The truth, though. I know the truth now.
Yep, that's it. So that's the story, the business and the behind the EJ and Mikey Garcia fight. That's why Mikey Garcia still thinks, to this day, that he's a much bigger attraction than he actually is. He doesn't realize that Jerry Jones sold all of those tickets to his season ticket sellers, right?
Yeah, I just want to thank you, bro, because when I ask people that question, they always want to dodge around it. You actually took it to a place where that thing for me.
You know what, Kush? It's my pleasure, brother. I'm too old to fabricate anything, brother. So God bless you, brother. And you know what? At this time, guys, and Anthony, I want to hear your next question, sir. But right now, guys, it's time for a shot. Are you ready for some Sweet Amber? Guys, I'm almost hammered here. Let's do another shot of Sweet Amber, though, man. You ready? Here's to all of you guys. Thank you for sharing the air with me tonight. Happy New Year, everybody.
Same to you, bro. For real.
Holy shit,
bro. Every time I listen to you, bro, I'm learning something.
That's the entire reason why I'm on the air. Like it's important for the real bosses of boxing to understand the business, so they understand why certain fights are made and aren't made, right? And don't just blame it on the sport, right? It's important for you guys to understand the business. Anthony, what were you going to ask me, sir?
Yeah, I was talking to H about this earlier in the stream. I need your honest opinion on this. I was saying that for me, I think the reason why Oscar and his two matchmakers are being smart with a guy like Virgil is because, honestly, they saw the mistakes they made in terms of getting Ryan Garcia hyped up a little bit too much, like in terms of the social media, that they're guarding a guy like Virgil away from the social media aspect of it, that the social media got Ryan too hyped up in himself a little bit too much, that he thought he was bigger. He was ready for the big time and stuff like that. That's why they're being a little bit protective of a guy like Virgil, pushing him along slowly. Do you agree with me?
Well, Golden Boy Promotions is in a very tough spot right now. Okay? They've got several potential breakout stars in their stable right now. Virgil Ortiz, Ryan Garcia, Jaime Munguia, even their female champion, the one that competes at the minimal weight. What's her name?
Serrano?
No, Seniesa Estrada.
No, Seniesa Estrada. Estrada. Yeah.
Yep, right. So they have a couple breakthrough stars, right, that are on that cusp. Ryan Garcia is one of them. Unfortunately, though, they don't have any damn TV dates. The rule of thumb, Promotions 101, you've got to keep these people active. That's the only way you can transcend them from a diehard fan base to a mainstream fan base, is to put them in front of eyeballs. If they don't have any TV dates, how are you going to do that?
Can't they use Dazzle, though? Because they've got a lot of dates on there.
Jimmy, I'm sorry. What are you saying, Jimmy?
What about that DAZN deal that Golden Boy has? Can't they?
Oh, okay. Here's from what I've gathered, right? in my opinion, just what I know from my work with Golden Boy in the past and what they're doing now. Like I said earlier in the show before all of you guys joined, when I tried to get one of my correspondents credentialed to one of their fights, I called them up on a Monday and I got a voice message saying that no one was in the office except for Tuesdays and Thursdays. Right? That's not good. That's not good. That means that they don't give a shit. They're not trying to hustle. Like back in the day, promoters, if they didn't have TV dates, they didn't rely on TV dates. They would slate fights in a region and rely on the live gate. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, they don't do that anymore. Golden Boy has become completely reliant on the licensing fee from DAZN and the site fee from maybe a handful of venues. That's it. They don't try to peddle tickets. They don't try to promote anymore. They're only in the office 2 days out of the week. You cannot be a fully functional promotional outfit unless you're really trying to sell your fighters' events. So that's a problem. That's a huge problem. They have a lot of talent, over 80 fighters in their roster. And guess what? None of them are active. In order to get their fighters to the next level, they have to find a way to keep them active.
Didn't they have Ring TV?
None of them are active.
Put them on Ring TV though. You know, do you remember they used to have Ring TV? They used to stream it online on like YouTube and Facebook.
And once again, I used to love that shit. And why did they stop it? Look, they became reliant on the DAZN pocketbook. Okay, well, that's gone. Now that you guys don't have Canelo, you're not getting the developmental Thursdays. You're not getting one championship fight per month. You're not getting any of that any longer. So what are you going to do? In my opinion, if Golden Boy doesn't want to, like, think about this. Joette Gonzalez just left Golden Boy and signed with Top Rank. Okay? They're going to experience that over 2022 quite a bit unless they actually start to feature these guys and keep them active. There's nothing wrong with fighting off TV. There's nothing wrong with that. Fighters used to do that all the time.
Exactly.
They used to do that all the time. Look at James Toney. Look at James Toney. Between 91 and 94, James Toney, he was a champion, but he would actually compete in non-title bouts off camera, off air, just to stay active, just to stay sharp, just to try and become a ticket seller. There's nothing wrong with that.
What happened to their Facebook? When they're on Facebook as well, Facebook Watch, Golden Boy.
Of course.
And they had Ring TV. Is that just all finished now?
Yep. Guess what? It's not even making a fucking dent because Golden Boy doesn't give a shit. Look, when Richard Schaefer left, albeit he was a fucking snake and sold out Golden Boy Promotions to Al Heyman, basically, right? But when he left, think about this, since he left in 2015, they have declined, taken a nosedive ever since. Year after year after year, they've become a laughingstock within the industry. They still have a ton of talent and are not doing a damn thing with it.
Yeah.
That's the reality.
Yeah, they got Munguia, they got Ryan, they got Ortiz, Virgil.
And what are they doing? What are they doing? Look. I still love Eric Gomez and Ricardo Diaz. They're two of the best matchmakers in the business. But guess what? Without the TV dates, they aren't shit.
Without the dates, you can't do anything.
A promoter is only worth as many TV dates as they have in this business currently. That's it.
Yeah.
And that's a reality. I tell you what, guys, let's get away from the business a little bit, right? Do you remember, like, did you guys all watch that pay-per-view on New Year's Eve?
No, I missed it.
Wait, the pay-per-view on New Year's Eve or the pay-per-view itself? Or on New Year?
Did you guys watch the pay-per-view event on New Year's Eve, PBC, on Fox?
Yeah.
Did all of you guys watch that?
No, I didn't watch it.
Okay, so think about the heavyweight fights that you just saw on New Year's Eve, or New Year's Day, rather. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. You're talking about that,
Yeah, okay. Think about all the fights that you just saw on New Year's Day. Now think about in 1997, Ike Ibeabuchi versus David Tua.
Right. Yep.
Okay, that's a huge problem with boxing as well. Most guys don't want to take those risks in the ring, even though, like Jonathan Rice said, "Hey, baby, I'm making 6 figures." Right? Guys aren't willing to walk through fire the way they used to. That's a huge problem in promoting the sport any further. Like, think about, if you're not familiar with that fight tonight, go back and watch Ike Ibeabuchi versus David Tua. One of the greatest heavyweight fights in the modern era, right?
Yeah.
And then compare it to the dog shit that we saw on New Year's Day for $40. Okay?
Yep.
Think about that. Think about that, guys. That's what's wrong with the sport now. Guys are being overpaid and aren't willing to walk through fire and earn their medal. Earn their
keep. Do you think that pay-per-view?
What?
I think that pay-per-view would do maybe 5,000. I think that pay-per-view will only do about maybe 5,000 buys.
Guys, unfortunately, it's going to do Clarissa Shields numbers.
How much would that be?
Maybe about 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. Maybe.
You said Clarissa Shields numbers was that bad?
Well, you know what?
Did I say that on the air? Did I actually say that on the air? Oh, shit. That's a Sweet Amber talking, brother. I need to shut up.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I shouldn't have disclosed that. I'm sorry, guys.
Damn.
It's okay. We
deserve to do something abysmal, bro. Because
I mean, I look at it like this. Oh well.
It's okay, bro. We won't tell anyone.
Oh, thank you, guys. I appreciate you being kind to an old geezer like myself.
But whose fault is that, though, man? Whose fuck's fault is that, though? You know what I'm saying?
Once again, guys. Once again,
super fights and shit, bro.
Once again, I feel bad. Look, Kush, I feel bad for Clarissa because as much as she's beating her chest and trying to convince everyone that she's the GOAT, is that really enhancing her attraction, her level of attraction?
No.
Once again, going back to my sentiment and what I already know in this business, okay, there is no rhyme or reason why fans gravitate towards someone and not another. Like Clarissa Shields, no one wants to pay for her shit. She's not a huge ticket seller, and she's never going to fabricate that. She's never going to generate that. It is what it is, right? So she can talk about being underpaid, but guess what? The fans are the real bosses of boxing. They determine your market value. If they don't want to see you, you can't make them. That's it. That's the bottom line, right? And so on New Year's Day, we saw Luis Ortiz versus Charles Martin. Yeah, that was a good fight. But who the hell wanted to see that on pay-per-view for $40?
Nobody.
That's it. Now think about this. Go back in time to 1997. David Tua versus Ike Ibeabuchi was on Boxing After Dark. for free for regular subscriber HBO. Think about that, guys. That's the problem with the business of boxing now. Way too much bullshit, expecting fans to pay for all this crap, right?
Yeah.
That's a problem.
Yeah, I'll be honest, like, if that fight was on free TV, it wouldn't even do good numbers on New Year's. Like, say if Charles Martin and Louis Suarez fought on free TV, it's not even the biggest fight on free TV.
You know what? You know what, brother? That's not true. Because think about this. Look at the Vito Milnicki numbers on Christmas Day. It did almost 3 million viewers on average, right? 2.7, 2.6, something like that. People want to like boxing. Think about this. Creed 3 is coming out this year. The new Rocky movie. They make movies about boxing. People want to like boxing. But you have to fucking give it to them. And you can't expect them to pay for it.
But why did they put it on pay-per-view if it was only going to do about 3,000 pay-per-view buyers?
Well, that's, once again, if you guys must know, it's the business of the sport, right? And this just goes to show you that Fox has no interest in boxing after this year. Okay? Nope. So they're not willing to pay for any more events unless it's attached to the pay-per-view revenue stream. That's the reality. Okay, it's the same position that HBO had before they exited the boxing business. That's a real problem. That's a real problem for the sport. So anything that is a substantial purse, Fox is going to look at PBC and go, so is this going to be on pay-per-view? Because we're not paying for that all by our lonesome. Fuck that. Even though they're paying. Now, think about this. This is where Fox stands on boxing. Even though they're paying billions of dollars, $2 billion to be exact, for their NFL, they're only paying Al Heyman and PBC $60 million for their boxing. Think about that. So Al Heyman has to try and juggle $60 million all year round. That's not only pay-per-views, that's not only the premium matchups, but that's also free pay-per-view event or free Fox flagship events, as well as FS1. Right?
So wait, Bob's got a bigger budget than Al then. Would you say that?
So once again, that minimal budget of $60 million per year, Bob Arum is getting 93 from ESPN.
Go put it together.
So that's why you're seeing all of the premium matchups this year on Fox pay-per-view. Okay, you're going to get 12 pay-per-view events throughout 2022.
Between them, they might all do about 100,000 buys in it. You got one doing, Ty Davis's did about 50,000. You got this Luis Ortiz card about 3,000.
Yep.
Hey, you know what that sound? You know what's crazy? You know what that sound like to me? That sound like a seller before they about to move before they move out, bro.
That's it. Fox, this is the last year that they're going to be involved with boxing. And it's a damn shame.
And whose fault? But you know what? But you know what? Whose fault is that, though, man? They had
exactly.
They had 7 years. They had 7 years. They had 7 years to get that shit right, bro.
Yep, that's it. Look, this is the product. This is what happens when you inflate fighters' purses.
Yep.
This is what happens, right?
Yeah.
That's the reality, guys. But I tell you what, let's exit from the business of boxing because I don't want to put you guys in a bad mood or make you get discouraged on boxing. Right?
It's just obvious. But on the real, but to be honest with you, look, boxing's been on the decline for like the last 12 years, bro, and you know these last 6 years has been even worse because
okay, let me just say this because
and I was on someone else's platform. What Rapid? You know, I was working today, and I was live, and I was like, fuck it, man. Let me just ask everybody, just the cats that I work with, if they even know who Gervonta Davis was. Two of the three one of them, he said he knows Canelo Alvarez, he knows Deontay Wilder, he knows Fury.
Yep.
You know what he said? He's like, who's Gervonta Davis?
Oh boy. Oh boy. That's a problem, guys. That's a problem. And let me ask you something, TVH. Is Gervonta making any more mainstream and casual fans being obscured on the pay-per-view platform?
Hell no.
No, of course not. That's the problem.
Who's paying for pay-per-views?
Exactly. That's the problem. See, Bob Arum has the beat, right? He understands the only way you're going to grow the product is by offering the product on mainstream free TV. That's it. Okay? Al Heyman doesn't give a shit. He doesn't care. He just wants to find a way for a network to foot the bill. That's it. That's it.
What happens to that roster? But
so let me ask you something. How do you think numbers are going to be for Thurman versus Barrios when there's a free fight going on at the same time in Jose Ramirez versus Jose Zepeda? Let's go clockwise, guys. TBH, what is your prediction for the numbers of Keith Thurman versus Mario Barrios when there's a very competitive and excellent matchup for free at the same time on ESPN?
I'm gonna be honest with you, especially with that being considered, and possibly a UFC card on that date as well, if I'm not mistaken. Probably at the most 120,000 buys, bro. I'm gonna be honest, because I mean nobody knows Barrios and Keith Thurman.
What did you just say?
120,000.
You're being nice, brother. You're being fucking nice. Kush, how well do you think this pay-per-view is going to sell, sir?
Keith Thurman and Barrios?
Yep.
Right now, I think that people aren't playing right now. People aren't buying pay-per-views. And I'm noticing like a decline because I seen that Bud and Porter did, 150,000?
I'm sorry, who?
Terrence Crawford and Sean Porter.
Oh, yeah. Look, Gervonta Davis and Isaac Cruz did about 52,000.
That's what I'm hearing.
Okay.
So people aren't going to fucking pay for these fights. Like, that's what I'm thinking. It could be something like 90,000 or something like that.
Okay. So, Jimmy, I think so. In the U.S. market, we're talking about the U.S. market only.
Yep. I think it'll probably do about 100,000 pay-per-view buys. Because I know when he fought Manny Pacquiao, they did, I think, over 500. And Leo Santa Cruz is on the undercard, so that might help. I think about 100,000.
Okay. So Manny Pacquiao's most recent fight against Yordenis Ugas. And once again, most people were disappointed that it wasn't Errol Spence Jr., right?
Yep.
But you look at the numbers for Pacquiao Ugas. That was 200,000. Okay.
So it wasn't 250. What I heard.
No, it was around 200,000. And I'm being nice. I'm being generous, right?
Shit.
And so when you look at Thurman, a guy who's on the back nine, right? A guy who hasn't fought, somewhat semi-retired fighter taking on a virtual unknown among the mainstream and casual fight fans or sports fans in Mario Barrios. That guy versus Keith Thurman on the same at the exact same time, right? That Jose Ramirez is going to be fighting Jose Zepeda for free on ESPN. In my opinion, it does less than 50,000 purchases.
Well, that'd be a flop then. That would be a
shit, bro.
Okay, and here's the worst part, right? It's not going to be It's not going to be $39.99 like Ortiz versus Martin. God. It's not going to be that. It's going to be $70, guys.
Yeah.
$70
for that shit.
Exactly. No one. Which is why you're going to see it do less than 50,000 purchases.
If that was on free TV, that could do big numbers, you know. Thurman,
exactly. Dude, if it were on free Fox, mainstream Fox, the home of the NFL, it would do 5 to 6 million views on average. It would be a blockbuster.
Yep.
So are you saying that Bob's saying that people didn't have the money this whole time? He was telling the truth?
That's it. Look, diehard fans, okay, the real bosses of boxing are no longer purchasing any of these events. They're pirating, they're illegally streaming everything.
If Pacquiao, I just want to quickly ask you something. If Pacquiao Ugas did 200,000 buys, then I would say Manny Pacquiao is still a bigger superstar globally than Errol Spence. Then what are they going to do? They surely have to do less.
That's my point. No one is purchasing these events any longer. Okay? Everyone is pirating. Everyone is illegally streaming these events. So why not? Why not just put them on free mainstream TV? Okay? Monetize that shit. Sell ad space. Do whatever you have to do to get it on mainstream TV. Because no one is purchasing this shit anymore.
And fucking Canelo, bro. That shit says those are the fucking fights, bro. You give us the fucking fights, bro.
Yep.
You give us the fucking fights, bro. We'll buy that shit.
Yep.
And you know what's crazy? Now let me say this too, Kush. And those were successful, but think of this though. For if you're talking about from an all-time standpoint, bro, for a heavyweight trilogy to only do 600,000 buys,
that's a failure.
Yep.
Yeah,
but in this climate, for it to do
in this climate, but it was good.
Guys, hold on. Can you put on Karma Serene's comment, please? H. Okay. She says, we're not illegally streaming. We're going to the bar. You know what? You know what, sister? You're going to be very hard pressed in most major metropolitan areas to find bars that are purchasing and showcasing these events.
They're you know what's crazy about that? I know that to be a fact because they like most bars that I know, they saying fucking we're doing UFC events. We're not doing.
Let me ask you something. When is the last time you've gone to a Buffalo Wild Wings and have seen boxing?
There's only one time. And it was Canelo Alvarez versus Miguel Cotto, but that was last time, and that was
how long ago was that?
2015.
Exactly. Okay, they will tell you, no, we're not showing the boxing event because they charge too much money, and we don't get our return in our investment.
Do they charge you money extra for a bar? Because
that's the problem, guys. That's the problem. They don't get a return on their investment. And once again, we go back to the business, right? If networks like Fox, like ESPN, like Showtime, if they're not getting a return on their investment, are they going to continue showcasing and paying for these purses?
Oh.
Exactly. That's what's wrong with boxing. Okay?
Yeah, that's why HBO pulled out. Is that why HBO pulled out?
That's exactly why HBO pulled out. Look, they were making so much more money and spending so much more money, but getting a return on their investment for series like Game of Thrones, The Sopranos, The Wire, 6 Feet Under, right? Even, look, it's bad when Real Time with Bill Maher is doing a pile driver on boxing. That's a problem, guys. That's why they ended up backing out of the sport. And you know what? I can see the same thing happening with Showtime as well as Fox. That's not good, guys.
That's horrible.
Yep.
And that means you know what's crazy? And that means that the only thing we have is Top Rank on ESPN, bro.
That's it. And that's the problem. That's the problem. Look, fighters need to get over themselves and need to start being more reasonable with their pre-fight guarantees. Does Devin Haney deserve $3 million when he can't sell tickets?
No.
Exactly.
And I'm gonna tell you something. Listen, I want to say this too. I remember, and look, it's no knock on him in particular, but I'm just saying,
it's not his fault. It's not his fault.
It's no knock on him, but I'm gonna be honest with you. And you gotta look at it from a casual perspective. Motherfuckers want to see fights. Guys don't want to see unanimous decisions, sparring fights, bro. And I'm gonna tell you something. That Floyd Mayweather, Manny Pacquiao, that was supposed to be the big. That I'm gonna tell you something. That partially is the reason why a lot of a decline accelerated in American boxing, because here it is. Right. You had the two best boxers that we've been waiting for 7 years. They finally get in the fucking ring. And these motherfuckers really didn't go for it like they were supposed to. Mayweather and Pacquiao, they didn't go for it like that, bro. They really didn't. Like the Tommy Hearns, the Marvin Hagler fights, the Joe Frazier, Ali, it didn't live up to that, bro.
That's it.
And I'm gonna tell you something. A lot of Americans, and this is just a fact, you can just feel the energy in the air when they saw that shit. Be like, man, this is the two best boxers. These motherfuckers don't even want to go out and risk it all, man. I mean, fuck the money. The money's, you already made your money. It's for legacy and putting on a great show and something to remember for years and years. And that was a hot world-class sparring match that we saw. That's how the casuals think. It's not about what the hardcores think. You gotta think about the casuals. The casuals, the motherfuckers paying these niggas bills, man. You got to look at it from that standpoint. Man.
That's it.
And that decline, and a lot of interest decline in boxing after that. And, you know, and a lot of these fighters now.
Okay.
And let me just say this.
Let's rewind.
Oh, go ahead. My bad. Yeah.
Let's rewind back to that time that you're saying, 2015, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember how many mainstream and casuals wanted their money back after that fight?
A lot.
Hundreds of thousands wanted a refund. Do you remember that? They actually filed lawsuits to try and get their money back from what they thought was a fraudulent product.
Yep.
So, TBH, you're right on the money. You're right on the money. And let's go to Jonathan Wilberding. Go to his comment. He says it's too expensive for bars to have boxing. He's right on the money. Because guess what? Guess what?
I have a question, bro.
Okay, go ahead, Kush.
I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, bro, like all these fucking pay-per-views and we're not getting enough money pushed into the sport of boxing. How as fans do we convince these fucking corporations to fucking filter more money into the sport of boxing? These networks, how do we as fans do that, bro? Because we need more money so that.
That's right.
I don't know if that's the answer. You know,
I don't get why it's more expensive than bars, though.
I feel like the money that the
here's the problem, guys. Here's the problem, man. It's already like midnight Eastern and 11 p.m. Central. I've got to jump off here in a second. But let me just tell you, that's the problem. Networks are not in the business of losing money. They're not in the business of even breaking even. And with boxing, they're either losing money or breaking even. Think about Canelo Alvarez, who attracted 800,000 purchases for Caleb Plant. Showtime lost their ass because they put forth and guaranteed a mammoth $50 million gate or $50 million guarantee. Okay? Networks are not in the business of losing money. This is why they're all for guys like Jake Paul. Guys who don't guarantee nearly as much, but yield still a very high pay-per-view percentage. That's the problem. These fighters have to become more reasonable with their pre-fight guarantees. They need to get off the idea that they're living off of these inflated purses. Okay, they need to start adhering to their realistic market value and understand that they're not a mainstream commodity.
Nobody knows who they are. 90. I'm gonna say this: 95% from the casual's perspective, and that's more. That's like 70 to 80% of America outside of the boxing circle of people, right? And I'm being generous when I say that. They don't look. Nobody knows who Showtime Sean Porter is. Nobody knows who. No, look, I'm gonna tell you this much. Outside of their own regions, nobody knows who Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence is. And I'm being, I asked.
You're right. Right on the money.
You know, nobody really knows him outside the boxing circle.
Okay, guys, let me ask you something. Back 10 years ago, right? 10 years ago, 2012, Sergio Martinez fought Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. on pay-per-view. Do you know how well that did on HBO pay-per-view? That did 600,000 purchases. Today, can you see Crawford versus Spence doing that much on Fox pay-per-view?
No, I don't think so.
It's going to do half that.
Exactly. That's the problem. Fighters need to realize that they are not
those guarantees and not be on pay-per-view. What I'm thinking is, what if we could get more money filtered into the sport of boxing where they could get those guarantees and not be on pay-per-view?
Okay,
if that makes sense for a fight of that magnitude.
I'll say this, Kush. I'll say this. The powers that be in boxing, the networks, the promoters, they need to start monetizing rather than guys illegally streaming these events. They need to start monetizing it like music industry does on Spotify, Pandora, YouTube, all your favorite music outlets. Spend $10 per month to get it ad-free, right?
Yeah.
And if you don't want to pay for it, you can still view it, but you have to see ads. Boxing networks and promoters have to start monetizing this shit, just like the music industry. Do you realize how many people illegally streamed Deontay Wilder versus Tyson Fury 3 worldwide, globally?
Everybody watched that shit.
Do you realize how many people got it, streamed it for free, illegally? 15
bit over 1 million.
No, listen to this. 15 million viewers worldwide. Do you realize how much money they could make if they monetize it, attaching sponsorship to 15 million viewers? That's the solution, guys. We need to follow the lead of the music industry as well as the motion picture industry. Start monetize this shit. Start monetizing this shit and making money off of it. And make it accessible to everybody rather than hiding it behind a pay-per-view paywall.
Right.
That's the only way the sport is going to grow. And once again,
gotta go.
And once again, I can't believe that no one has thought of this before I actually recommended this shit.
Right.
Like, why hasn't this been actually recommended before?
What the fuck are they doing?
But you know what? But you know what's cold? That's why I always say, man, these fucking promoters and these people in boxing, they're living in fucking the dinosaur age, man. Like they have not update their understanding of getting with the times of how you fucking market yourself, man. And you gotta think everyone else is caught on to this shit but boxing.
Yep.
And you gotta understand. And another thing
problem.
too.
You look at the music industry.
Yep.
You look at the music industry. They've been dealing with shit since the turn of the century with Napster.
Yep,
They've been dealing with this shit. They adapted.
Livewire. Remember Livewire?
Yep, and they adapted. Yep. And now they're monetizing everything. I mean, you can't put music on YouTube without someone attaching a copyright infringement, someone attaching some kind of monetization process, right? So why can't boxing do the same? That's the solution, guys. That's the solution.
Hey, well, Joseph, here's the funny thing though. I went live today, right? So I also went live on my Facebook. Guess who gave me? Guess who gave me a fucking a copyright claim on the Facebook portion of my live stream?
Who did it?
Just because I played the Jonathan Rice post fight,
and there it is.
Someone else.
And there it is.
PBC gave me a cut.
And there it is. And there it is. See, once again, why can't they do that with their pay-per-view events? Put them on fucking YouTube if you have to. Monetize that shit, but make it accessible to everybody. But I tell you what, guys, I'm going to do one more shot with you guys, and then I have to jump off. But here's to all of you guys. God bless you. I hope I didn't depress the holy living shit out of all of you. But, hey, guys, you guys deserve to know the truth about the business of boxing. You guys are the heart and soul of boxing. You guys are the real bosses. Okay? Demand those damn fights. Demand that they give it to you for free or easily accessible for $10 a month. Okay? But the era of paying $80 a month for a pay-per-view event, that's antiquated, that's dinosaur, that's long gone. Okay? Don't put up with it. Illegally stream that shit until they change it. Okay? Here's to you guys. God bless all of you. Happy Tuesday night and Happy New Year.
Likewise.
God bless all of you. Jimmy, H, Kush, TBH, it's been a pleasure, guys. God bless all of you.
Likewise, man. Take it easy, man.
Oh yeah, well, that's a good chat right there.
Well, but you know, it got to be said because you know, eventually, man, like it's already, this boxing's already a niche sport to begin with right now. What guys need to understand about this situation is that boxing, you know, I mean, at the end of the day, this shit on YouTube has been impactful with all the boxing channels and the different boxing heads going back to 2007 all the way up to now. It's grown a lot. And I think YouTube's been a place for the hardcore and the people that are really passionate about boxing. Like, you know, like the platform we're on right now, like H Money, like, you know, these conversations, we can't have conversations with the regular day people because like just like I showed on that other live stream with Rapid when I was on with him and some other guys, man. I was just showing, you know, like man, how should I say, showing how like unknown a lot of boxing is to the general public. Even when like you got to think like with the casuals, they're the ones that are the attraction. They're the ones that are supposed to be the ones that you attract to the to your product. And if the casuals don't know who we call the top stars are, then what that shows to me is that people don't, you know, like boxing is like a anomaly. It's like a pastime, a pastime to such a degree. Like, okay, it's been here for so long, but right now, is it relevant? No, the relevancy of boxing has diminished. And the only thing really keeping it alive is the hardcore talks that we have here in the space of YouTube realm and in certain social media websites. But you know, these motherfucking promoters and these fighters too, because what Joseph was talking about, when you hear someone like Showtime Sean Porter talking about he's not happy with the $1 million purse when the general public don't even know who the fuck you are, and you're mad about that when really your value is less than $1 million.
Then you happy with 2 million. He wasn't even happy.
He wasn't even happy with 2 million. What? Who do you?
But you know what, though, yeah, I'm starting to look even further past it than that, bro. And I'm starting to be like, but bro, why isn't he worth more than 2 million? What the fuck, bro?
He doesn't draw. Nobody knows who he is. The point is, you have to have a draw to be able to.
Regardless of that, though, he's a professional fighter and he put his life on the line. You see what I'm saying?
But Kush, you know what? But here's the thing. But Kush, so you got to understand something though. these networks and these fucking TV pros, they're losing money. The value that they're putting into the money that they're putting into these guys, they're not getting the same. They're not getting it back, bro. And so what that means is when
doing a bad job. So I feel you.
Well, no, the promoter is horrible. The promotion is horrible. What I'm saying is with the fighters, because no. Do I blame the fighters as much? Do I blame the promoters? There's blame to go all around. It's not about the fight. It's the promoters.
You know
fighters.
why I would blame the
They don't
promoters?
want to promote Bud because
I would blame them. I would blame the promoters.
They don't want to promote Bud because he promotes family. They don't want to promote Bud because they want to promote bullshit
That's not necessarily.
Bro. But no.
They don't want to promote him. He's not some guy.
Can you guys let boxing the story finish?
All over his head.
But no, listen.
Go ahead,
Yeah, let boxing the story finish.
Yeah, Jonathan, real quick. Just hold your opinion real quick, because
they want somebody to promote everybody to act like a fool.
Jonathan, just hold your thought though, and I'm glad that you're on, but let's just put the piece together. The promoters, they don't promote the sport, and they have not gotten with the times in terms of structurizing fighters. It's not even just the pay; it's about structurizing a certain having a certain structure with the ranking systems. These sanctioning bodies, they're a big fault because they don't have no structure of who's what champion, who's undisputed, who's not undisputed. They causing all kinds of confusion. The promoters are not putting the time and effort to put and promote the sport, and not only promote the sport, but promote their fighters, their attraction, and get with the fucking time of how you can promote. There's so many fucking ways in this time period to put your product, to promote your product to everybody, but you're not putting your best foot forward. I mean, just the shit with Golden Boy, what we heard from what Joseph was saying, him being around it, like that's some lazy ass shit. PBC, the same thing. Matchroom, the same thing. You know what I'm saying? I guess Top Rank, because they have ESPN, they've done well, but these other promotions have not been smart in their approach of promoting their product. And here's another thing too, when the fighters, and I'm gonna say this too, and this also goes back to the fighters, and I'm looking at these guys, they're in their mentality, and it's the Mayweather effect of trying to be rich quick without going through the steps of without going through the proper steps of actually earning your pay, basically. And here it is, you're having motherfuckers, being comfortable fighting once a year, two times a year. You barely see these motherfuckers, and they're making big ass purses, and they're comfortable, and they're just about to leave the sport. Now, don't get it twisted. You want to do that and cash out, that's one thing, but it's a domino effect. The promoters ain't doing their shit. The fighters ain't going up in there and fighting for real majority of the time. We're talking about the top level fighters. They don't want to get up in the ring and fight each other. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Then you have the sanctioning bodies allowing motherfuckers to keep titles while they don't fight for like 1 or 2 years. They keep the same belt for a whole 1 or 2 years. It's all just a fucking cesspool. It's like the Wild Wild West, and it's like a goddamn cesspool. And then when you look at it from a casual's perspective, there's no order. There's no fucking there's no structure in the sport. Why the fuck would I invest my damn money when nobody wants to get up in the ring and fight each other? We got to wait 5, 6, 7 years. We've seen this shit with Manny Pacquiao, Floyd Mayweather, and we're talking about modern times. We've seen this shit with Manny Pacquiao, Floyd Mayweather. And then when they finally got in the ring. When they finally got in the ring, they was in their mid to late 30s when we could have had a trilogy out of that shit, and that fight was a fucking stinker of a fight compared to what it was hyped up to be. And then now we're seeing these same motherfuckers who's not even half the fighters, the guys that just pulled this shit. Why the fuck should we give our money to these guys, man? To Errol Spence, Terrence Crawford. These motherfuckers aging their own self out. You got to look at it from the casual's perspective, and you got to look at it from the dollars that really matter, because the hardcores, like we were saying before, are a small minority compared to the majority who will go and buy an event because of the entertainment value and the product value. When the product value does not meet expectation. Do not expect the consumer to consume the product that you're trying to sell, and that's what boxing has become. And everybody is to blame. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's to blame.
Who is pushing the consuming? It's Floyd Mayweather. He pushes us to eat Tank's bullshit. He teaches us to eat AB's bullshit. And do you think that Adrian Bronner is a pay-per-view star? I mean, for fuck's sakes. I mean, the guy has a rap list a mile long. He should, and then he's pushing for another like another fight that he wants more money than, you know, your boy Bud. That's not a comparison between Bud's skill and AB. If Bud fought AB, he would knock him the fuck out.
All right.
Floyd manipulates people. Floyd manipulates the industry for people getting too much money, just like he got too much money. It's disgusting.
My response to what you were saying, BH, I agree with you. I just feel like if you want people to actually grow, these fighters to grow exposure-wise, you got to put these fights right in front of people's faces. We got like short attention span. You see what I'm saying? The reason that we know about basketball and we watch basketball and that's where it's at is because it's right in front of our face. You see what I'm saying? It's on free TV. You go to a bar, West basketball, UFC. I could flip channels on my TV and it's some UFC on right now. You see what I'm saying? It's some UFC on right now. It's not like that. And the sport of boxing needs to be that way. And that's why I don't feel like it's necessarily fair to put it on the fighters. And we need to put it on the promoters because it's their business model that they're choosing. That's why I feel that Bob Arum. Let me just finish real quick. Let me just finish real quick, Jimmy. I'll let you go. That's why I feel like what Bob Arum is doing, although he may be a frugal guy, and because he's getting older in age, he's not doing the necessary things to maybe get his fighters out there. What he could be doing a little bit more. What he's doing is still more sustainable, and it's making the network happy. You see what I'm saying? Because he's actually staying within his means. You know what I mean? People, the other promotional companies, not so much. That's all I'm saying.
I do put it on the fighters as well because at the end of the day, I mean, the train stops at them. I mean, if they constantly want to cherry pick, only take big fights for money they know they're not worth, then, I mean, obviously you got to put some blame on them. But like you said, Sean Porter, he wasn't even happy with $2 million. He was saying that that's not he finds that insulting. And I'm like, BH was right. Like, Sean Porter, motherfucker, you're an undercard fighter. You can't sell any fucking tickets. Like, what are you doing looking for handouts?
That's true, Jimmy. But really, if you really think about it, really think about this part right here. Sean Porter thinks that he should be worth more than $1 million, right?
Of course he's worth more
why
than $1 million.
Why does he feel that way? Because he's done the work.
Because the mentality.
He's done because he's actually, let me finish, BH. He's actually done the work to earn it. You see what I'm saying? He's a two-time champion.
No, mate. I'll be honest with you. When Sean Porter fought Errol Spencer, his guarantee was $2 million, and this is when he was a champion, bro. Pre-COVID.
I hear you.
Turn it down $2 million, when he's no longer a champion.
I'm not talking about
post-COVID. Was some bullshit.
That's why you got to let me finish, Jimmy, because I was getting to a point. You feel what I'm saying? I don't want to mislead you.
No, but I didn't finish my point in it. That's what. Go ahead. Go ahead, Rob. Finish your point.
The reason that I'm saying that he should be worth $2 million is because he should be getting more exposure. But maybe that's not so much his fault that the exposure is not there. He's trying. He has a podcast. He's doing all this stuff. But that's not the way to get exposure. The way to get exposure is putting him on regular TV. You understand what I'm saying? Putting him right in front of people's faces.
He's been on regular TV though, Kush. You remember Sean Porter fought Keith Thurman? Sean Porter fought Keith Thurman on the CBS, I think.
And that was the shit, wasn't it? And that was
and he fought Adrian Broner on free TV too. That nigga.
and that was the shit. You see what I'm saying? They should always be on free TV right now. Is what I'm saying, because the way that the climate of sports in general has gone, in order for boxing to thrive that way and for it to be as great as we want it to be, it has to be on free TV. We got to find another way to pay these fights. They got to, you see what I'm saying? They got to adjust.
They got it. No, I agree. No, Kush. Now listen, I agree with. They got look. They got to adjust. I'm just saying, like the payout. Listen, and look, that's why I'm saying it's not. I don't. You may disagree about maybe it's not being on the fight. Now the fighters, they do what they got to do to be up in the ring to fight their heart out and whatnot. But but like, cause somebody said in the comment section, oh well, how come there's not a mass exodus? Because a lot of these fighters don't understand what's coming around the corner. Just the fact that we heard that Crawford, not Crawford, what's his name? Sean Porter doesn't feel like $2 million was his worth. Just it doesn't show you that a lot of these guys don't understand their foresight and what's really going on. You know what I'm saying? So guys don't see the downfall going. Like you see that. Sometimes people don't understand the sinking shit when they're on it until it's too late, until they're all the way down into knee deep. You know what I'm saying? That's why I was trying to ask what about the fighters on the PBC, what's gonna happen to them. But of course he had to leave. But point being though, it is about bringing it to cable TV, but also too but here's what you do. I'm not gonna put all the blame on the fighters, but the fighters got to be educated on how this thing works as well. The thing that needs to happen, they need to, and this needs to go, and this needs to come in with the promoters and with the sanctioning bodies. And you got to make these, because you got to make these motherfuckers earn it, because you don't earn it when you only fight once a year or 2 or 3 times a year. And if you do get injured and you get taken out for a time in the season, that's understandable, but you can't hold those belts hostage. You know what I'm saying? Doing the shit that Keith Thurman did. You know what I'm saying? Or even if you do get in a real injury like Errol Spence, you just can't, even that, if you're inactive for like a year, you can't just keep that belt, huh? You know what I'm saying? So what needs to happen is there needs to be structure and be like, okay, this guy's a champion. He needs to fight his mandatory. He can't just, and if he doesn't fight his mandatory, he takes another fight, then that's fine. He wants to do that, cool. But he got to cough up that damn belt. And the problem is you got so many damn different section of bodies with different agendas, and you got these different promoters trying to promote their fighter and trying to give their fighter all this, that, and the third advantages and shit. It's just a cesspool. And I think, motherfuckers talk about, oh, well, the UFC business model. Well, monopoly is bad for any business. Don't get it twisted. I'm not sitting up here saying monopoly is not a good thing, but at least there is
a 12-month period. Is that what you want? Or how many months?
The point I'm saying is that structure and order in consistency is what draws fans in. And so who the number one is, who the real champions are in the division, what's popping, and now we can see the real value of motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Of what their true value is in what they can really make and what they're supposed to make. You know what I'm saying? Now I don't care about the fucking pocket watching thing. I'm just saying, when I see motherfuckers crying about $1 million or $2, and it's not like you're a Terrence Crawford or a Canelo Alvarez. You're a fucking, you're a gatekeeper at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? And you're crying about that kind of money. Like he was talking, and like Joseph was talking about just a couple of days ago, motherfuckers in this time period are sitting up here asking for $4 million a round and for 4 rounders. Motherfuckers, that Mayweather effect, man, has really torn the minds of some of these guys, man. Like they think they can get that Mayweather money without going through, without proving who they are, you know what I'm saying, or proving that they're worth that much, you know what I'm saying, and that's a problem too in boxing. And it's just, and the reason why I'm long-winded on this and I'm just putting it out is because I'm passionate about the sport, man. So I love this sport, man. I participated, man.
You elaborating on what you feel, but I agree with a lot of what you're saying. I don't disagree with shit you're saying, really. Fighters just gotta. I feel like it need to be more simplified, and I feel like all the fighters across the board deserve to be compensated. You feel what I'm saying? And I feel like we need to figure out a different way. And pay-per-view, it just ain't it. Even how about the lower level fighters?
Yeah, pay-per-view sucks.
We need more money filtered into the sport of boxing. You feel what I'm saying? How about the lower level fighters, the guys that's not on pay-per-view?
I can understand a pay-per-view if you super stack the card and you have like 2 super fights at the end. I mean, I can understand that, but a lot of these cards are not payper-view.
The UFC had a good structure in place.
The promoters gotta fix it, bro, by putting this shit on TV.
And
they gotta put this shit on TV. Bob Arum doing the right shit, bro. That's how I know that what I'm saying is right, because what he doing is working. Like he gonna be the last one standing. Watch, Top Rank gonna be the one.
And there's nothing wrong with pay-per-view if you build it properly. Like, not bullshit like Luis Ortiz versus Charles Martin, a pay-per-view that might do 3,000 buys.
That wasn't really pay-per-view. It was kind of like, why is this not free?
At this point, I'm like, fuck pay-per-view.
Yeah, I mean, who's on New Year's Day going to say, let me go pay $50 to see if Luis Ortiz is fucking going to, you know what I mean, make a good comeback? Like, come on, no one cares about that shit, man.
I mean...
If it's a fight I want to see, I'm gonna buy that shit. I'm gonna buy that shit for sure. You feel me? If I want to see it a little bit, I'm gonna buy it. But fuck
boxing is also that pay-per-views are too expensive, man. $80, $100. Like, bro, Mike Tyson used to fight in pay-per-view, and it's like $50 in America.
More than that, shit. Depending, you see what I'm saying? Just for like guys who you guys will see like, oh, like Keith Thurman, they want to hit us for $70. You see what I'm saying? Keith Thurman, he fought in 3 years. Like,
you should fight for free on Fox.
Boxing's got the most expensive pay-per-views in the States.
Definitely be free on free TV, right? I bet you if Keith Thurman was on regular TV and that shit was on Fox, everyone would watch it. If it was at bars and shit like that, everybody would be watching.
I ain't gonna lie, the Zone gotta be the dumbest motherfuckers out of all of them. The motherfuckers signed Triple G to $100 million contract, nigga, and Triple G ain't fought nobody, dog. He ain't fought a soul. They've been paying that nigga $20 million.
What about that fight he about lost?
Nigga, they been fighting Triple G been making $20 million a fight on the Zone fighting Steve Rose. Now that's overpaying a motherfucker, and you ain't making no money back off.
For real, dog.
That's the worst kind of shit you will ever see.
I forgot about that though. They did sign that motherfucker to $100 million.
$100 million contract, my dude.
And then he's on the Zone app though. It's not like you can watch this dude accessibly, bro. Like, that shit is crazy, man.
Mikey Garcia got $7 million to fight Jesse Vargas.
Yeah, they were just overpaying. They had money.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's crazy.
They could have done much better.
That's fucking crazy. Wait, he made $7. I thought it was $3. I thought he made $3 million. I didn't know he made $7
million to fight Jesse Vargas.
Jesse made $3.
When they presented crazy.
Hey, no wonder he don't care about fighting anymore, bro. He's set. He's fucking set, bro.
Squiggly, like, you know when Andrade for Squiggly in the empty arena, he got paid like over $3 million.
For real, Boo Boo got like $3 million for that?
Yeah, more than $3 million, I think.
What? Oh,
what?
Hell not. What?
Man, get the fuck. Wait a second. Wait a second. Was Scott Quigley? Wait a second, bro. Was Scott Quigley in the top? Was he in the top 10 when he fought him?
Bro, he was coming off a massive win over Shane
Mosley. He wasn't in the top 10. That nigga just beat Shane Mosley Jr. bum ass. You know what I'm saying? So he was not in the top 10. That nigga sucks, dog. For real. Quigley was terrible.
Then how the fuck was he able to defend his title against a bum like that?
But there was that a title defense?
Was that a title defense, bro?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was a title defense.
Oh my God, man.
That's Boo Boo's mandatory minimum, isn't it?
H Money, the plotter.
He gets more money than Charlo, bro. That's what I'm saying. You know, when people are saying that Charlo, like, I don't know, man. I mean, that's why he's happy with Eddie
He
Hearn.
sure don't look like he got more money than Charlo. I'm just saying, that nigga Charlo, you see Charlo's mansion? That shit is crazy in Texas, nigga.
Damn, Charlo got a mansion?
Bro.
That shit is crazy. If you look at Charlo house, compare Charlo house to Andrade's house, dog. It's not even close.
Yeah.
It's not even close, bro. You know, Andrade got his own YouTube channel, and you can see his house, what he, you know what I mean, how he living. It ain't even close to what Charlo got, though. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Barbershop Conversations is interviewing Jonathan Wright.
No, hey,
Andrade you talking about overpaying
about his opponents in it.
Hey, yo, you hey
saying, hey, do you want Squiggly for $3 million?
I don't know. Hey, Jimmy, you sure you got $3 million to fight that bum?
That's his minimum. I heard for on the zone. That's his deal in it. No, this is why Andrade is not complaining. Because when he complains to Eddie Hearn or the zone, they just say to him, "Look, do you want $3 million to fight Squiggly quickly?"
Hey, I wouldn't complain either if I'm getting paid all that money to fight bums and shit. Nigga, I'm good, bro. I'm good, bro. I ain't gonna lie. But if you want to be great, you won't have a problem with it. Go ahead, historian cook.
No, but here's the thing, though. It's one thing to fight you can fight a Scott Quigley if you're fighting. If you're fighting if you're fighting 4 times a year and you fight one Scott Quigley, then that's one thing, bro. But when you're only fighting once every year, like Andrade has the last 12 years of his career, or however long, you know, this motherfucker's been fighting. This dude only has 31 fights in 12 years. If you fight, listen, you fight Scott Quigley's like once every 2 months and shit, bro. Like this, like to do that shit, bro. To do that shit once a year, that's bullshit, bro.
Fight Scott Quigley 4 times a year, bro. $3 million, you put the zone out of fucking business.
No, that shit would make a motherfucker not even want to watch the zone, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, you got
they paid him like $15 million to fight Steve Rolls.
I mean, who the fuck is Steve Rolls to begin with? And when is Triple G gonna fight somebody, man?
I don't know, bro.
I mean, I think after you fought that Russian and got his ass beat, I think he just trying to cherry pick now. They gave him a rigged fight.
Golovkin been cherry picking majority of his fucking time he's been fighting, though, man. If you think
He
about
ended
it,
up with a shit after he fought Canelo.
That's true. Well, I'll be honest, even before Canelo, he was kind of cherry picking. If we keep it real,
he was cherry picking. He wasn't. He didn't want to fight. Listen. He didn't want to fight nobody that was a real threat. He fought Danny Jacobs, and he lost. I thought he lost that fight, you know. But
he only fought Danny Jacobs because he thought he could probably knock him out in it. But Jacobs, man, he put on a great performance.
Yeah, Jacobs backed
he
him
didn't
up.
Fight Erislandy Lara. He was fighting 154 bombs, like so many cab drivers, like fucking Ishida and Adama and all these guys, but he wouldn't fight Erislandy Lara, the champion at 54. When he called, do you remember he tried to get a fight with Carl Froch and Chavez Jr., but he wouldn't fight Andre Ward at 68. So Golovkin's been a cherry picker, man.
Yeah, he's not a bro. He's a cherry picker. He's been one, you know.
That's why when people say, "Oh, this is the end of Golovkin's career," that's why he's cherry picking. I'm like, motherfucker, this guy's been a cherry picker all the way through.
Hey, but who the fuck did he fight that was a real puncher though? Outside of Danny Jacobs, outside of Canelo, and outside of Danny Jacobs, who did he fight that was a real puncher?
I say Lemieux, probably, but the guy doesn't.
Okay, David Lemieux.
That's it.
That's about it. And that's in the course of how many fights? 35 fights he's already had.
40.
Oh yeah, and you know what's crazy? Gennady Golovkin started his career around the same time when Winky was still around, and Bernard Hopkins too. You know what I'm saying? So he didn't want that action, bro. He really didn't want that action, guys.
Yep. Yeah. You ever tried to fight Arthur? You know when he was in Europe, Arthur Abraham, who was undefeated at middleweight and a big puncher at middleweight. He didn't fight Arthur Abraham when he was. Do you remember when he was in Europe at the beginning of his career?
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah,
I remember Arthur Abraham. There was a time when he was using that high guard. And nobody knew how to fucking crack through that defense until War fight him.
Yeah, he was undefeated at middleweight and a massive power puncher at the weight. Undefeated, he was like one of the top guys, and Golovkin didn't try and get a fight with him. Even in the States, you know, a lot of fighters were willing to fight him. You had Andre Ward, you had Erislandy Lara. You know, do you remember in the rematch against Canelo? Like, he was talking about legacy, this and that. He refused to sign the contract unless he got like 45% of the purse. So Golovkin's been on some bullshit for a while.
That's probably why he ain't been fighting like that, man. He got that.
I think he just took too much punches, man. Yeah, I think he beat Canelo the first fight, but he took a lot of blows. And the second fight was close, but he took too many blows. And then when the fight after that, he looked like shit. He looked like,
you know, people are saying Golovkin was active back in the days. This was a time when he was getting paid like $800,000 to fight guys like Rosado or guys like Curtis Stevens.
I think Triple G's got to fight easy fights.
He was fighting 4 times a year. The only reason he fights once a year now is getting like 10 million to fight Steve Rhodes.
I think Triple G's too tough for his own good and got
could have done much better with all that money, bro. And they could have made a lot of good fights or great fights.
Yeah.
Because can't nobody find no money for some reason like they find. How they find all that money in the UK?
I think the $1 billion deal that Eddie Hearn did.
How the fuck they do that shit?
I don't know, man. I guess they just want to see if they can get maybe try and tap into the British boxing market. They're trying to do the UK, Japan, and Australia next. I think that's what Joseph was saying, that the zone want to try and tap into the British.
I think it's Japanese. Because it's more than just for boxing. It's for you know, a lot of different sports.
No, that's just for the boxing. That's with Eddie Hearn.
Just for boxing, bro. What the fuck is he doing, bro? The fuck did he do?
I don't know, bro. Bro, you just had the Conor Ben versus Algieri fight, bro. I think a lot of the budget went to that. What else? Dylan White was gonna fight Otto Wallin, but that fell apart.
Hey, Walling. Hey, I'm gonna be honest with you. Walling is he's a dark horse.
Y'all talking about how Dylan White faked that injury and ducked out of Wallin, pulled out that fight.
Yeah, but
he did what?
$1 billion budget in the UK.
Dylan White faked that injury. He faked the injury and ducked out of Wallin. Dylan White is a duck.
That Wallin would be hard.
He ducked out of Wallin, huh?
Yeah, he pulled out that fight. Now he's ducking Tyson Fury. The WBC ordered, they had the fucking purse right there. 80% Fury, 20% for Dylan White. And Dylan White is bitching and complaining about money. I thought you won a title shot.
Yo, he's crying about not getting 10 million, but they're offering him 5 million. Like, bro, you better take
that's still
that
his
shit.
biggest payday.
That's what I'm saying.
That's crazy. Dylan White is a fucking.
No, bro. What I will say about Dylan White is, didn't he get paid like $5 million against what's his name, Povetkin in the first fight?
But not bro. There's no way he got $5 million during the pandemic. Joseph already explained to us how that is Dylan White's biggest payday. He accepted this offer to fight Tyson Fury. It will be $5 million, his biggest fucking payday, in a shot at the #1 heavyweight in the fucking world, Tyson Fury. And that motherfucker ducking the smoke, bitching and crying about money. I thought you wanted a title shot. You know Tyson Fury gonna knock his bitch ass out. Yeah. Dylan White is a bitch ass nigga, bro. I promise you that, bro. And Fury gonna knock his bitch ass out.
He really is.
He's scared, bro. That nigga is ducking, complaining about money. That's your biggest payday. That's some hoe ass shit. Y'all better call his bitch ass out for that. Dylan fucking White.
Dylan White knows his career is getting on the end.
Yeah, he just got knocked out by a 40-year-old Povetkin. That boy don't want no smoke.
He got knocked out cold.
Povetkin's still tough, man.
Do you want
Povetkin does have power,
because
but
the interim champion gets, I think, 45% of the purse. But they're telling him that he's just a mandatory. So I think that's the confusion. because he's got the interim belt. So as an interim champion, you're allowed to get up to 45%, but they've mandated him as a normal contender though at 20%. So I think this is why he's suing the WBC.
He don't want to fight. That's what it sounds like.
He probably
he's right all this whole time about being a mandatory for all of these years and all of that. Dude, fight the fucking champion. Accept the offer. Fight for the world title. That's the best fight for you. Tyson Fury's the #1 heavyweight. If you beat Tyson Fury, you become the man. And that's your biggest payday. And he's saying no. Fuck Dylan White, bro.
I mean,
when's the purse bid for the fight? Is it gonna go to
that kind of pissed me about Otto Walding. I really wanted to see that fight.
Yeah, me too. That shit pissed me off.
Yeah. I want to see that fight as well.
I had Otto Walding beating him too, and that dude pulled out that fight. Now he go ahead, story.
I think Otto Walding would have fucking stopped White, bro.
Fucking hell, man! You guys don't like Dylan White, do you?
It's not that I dislike him. I just don't think he would have beat him. I think Otto Walding's a dark horse, bro, for the heavyweight division.
I have to keep it real, bro. I don't even think Dylan White is the #3 heavyweight in the UK. I think Joe Joyce would probably beat the fuck out of him.
Thanks. Oh yeah. I think he will. He would.
Yeah, I'd pick Joe Joyce over Dylan White. But obviously he should take the fight unless he's waiting for, I guess, a purse bid, which I don't know when that's going to happen. But...
Purse bid.
Well, I don't think that's going to help him that much. Tyson Fury, look at who he beat. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
He the lineal champ.
Yeah. I think, Dylan White's got an okay resume as well. I mean, he beat...
Dylan White could probably come out, I don't know, he could probably come out like on the lower end of that purse bid. Like, it can be
No, it's
bad.
only 20%. So, yeah, fucking hell, lower end in at 20%. Yeah.
I mean, if 20 is his best payday, you see what I'm saying? Then it's an opportunity to fight Tyson Fury. You ducked Otto Walding because you didn't. I mean, that's a bad stylistic matchup. So shit, fight the guy who you wanted to fight all this time. That don't make sense.
Yep.
To you feel me? To make excuses and prolong the fight. Because you actually holding shit up. I want to see Usyk Fury. So really, I don't care who knocks Dillian White out. You need to get out the way.
Yeah, I don't think that fight will happen next though because Joshua's.
Oh yeah, he gotta fight Joshua.
Yeah,
Joshua, he's soul searching. He's trying to find it.
After the fight, because I got Joshua. I think he's got a chance to beat Usyk in the rematch.
You think so?
So if it's gonna be tough, bro.
I don't know about that. I picked Usyk in the first fight.
Yep.
I picked him for good reason. I don't think that Joshua can make them necessary adjustments, but we'll see though. It's a lot of people that think AJ has a chance, and AJ was able to hurt Usyk.
To be fair, he has 100%. He has 100% track record in rematches. He lost to Dylan White really badly in the amateurs.
He won one fight in the rematch. Like, if he does it twice, then I'll say he has a track record of, you know what I mean, coming back and.
No, he has done it twice. He lost to Dylan White in the amateurs, and when he came back and fought in the pros, he knocked him out.
In the amateurs, I'm gonna give him credit for what he's done in the pros personally.
Yeah.
Unless I could go back and find those two fights. If I can go back and find those two fights and see how he did it, then maybe I'll change my opinion, Jimmy, to be honest. But if I can't find those two,
I haven't seen the fight though because it wasn't video recorded. But from the people that were there, they said Dylan White beat Joshua up, and when they fought in the pros, the rematch, I mean Joshua destroyed him. Same with Andy Ruiz, he beat Joshua, and in the rematch when he came back, he fought.
Was actually in the pros.
No. You're not what I'm saying, innit? Dylan White and Anthony Joshua, they fought once in the amateurs, and Joshua lost to him, right? And when they met up again in the professionals, so when they fought again, they had their rematch.
Got it.
Joshua destroyed Dillian White.
Yeah, I heard what you said. Yeah, so he
Same with
actually
Andy
did beat
Ruiz.
him. He got his vengeance in the pros. He got it. He got him back in the
so
pros.
he got his revenge over Andy Ruiz as well. So he's done this twice. So,
but this guy is different. He's a different animal than those two guys. A lot of people like to try to make a comparison to his lackluster performance in the first Andy Ruiz fight from this fight. No, this is a totally different. You see what I'm saying? Style of fighter. This guy's different.
Look, I agree with you. He's a better fighter.
He's maybe 3 or 4 times better than Andy Ruiz.
Look, bro, in life, man, whenever you go into a situation, you have to have confidence in it. And the confidence that he can take into the Usyk rematches, I've been here twice and I've done this twice. I've lost badly. I've come back and got my revenge twice. Once against Dillian White and once against Andy Ruiz. So it's not impossible for me to do this. You know what I'm saying?
Right. No, it's not impossible. It's not impossible. I don't think that
Joshua,
it's probable.
He's got the kind of size and physical punch and physical strength and punching power with Joshua. He's always going to be alive.
Honestly, AJ, he hits hard. He was able to hurt Usyk in the fight. You see what I'm saying? He could hit Usyk with some and hurt him, and he won't be able to recover and knock him out. I could be wrong. You see what I'm saying? But it's not probable, is what I'm saying. That's all.
No, I agree with you. I mean, looking at the first fight, I mean, unless Joshua jumps on him in the first round and catches him with something big and knocks him out cold or something.
Now what happens if Usyk is expecting that and is able to make the necessary adjustment? What if he can box him that way? Then what will AJ do?
Look, I mean, they're both Olympians. They're both champions, so it's the highest level of boxing, isn't it? So we'll have to see,
I see. That's what I believe will happen. I believe that if AJ does what you guys are saying, I believe that AJ will fall into a trap. I believe that's why AJ maybe did try that in the first place. You know what I mean?
I think his career's probably over then. Then I think he's done. Then I mean, what's he gonna do then? He loses to Usyk again. The Fury fight's gone forever. The undisputed fight's gone forever.
I'll tell you right now, my opinion: the Fury fight. If he allows himself to not shine in a way, but I think AJ is a good guy, and I think that not just myself, I think that people genuinely like AJ. You see what I'm saying? And as long as he's not in a place where he can't come back from another loss, I think that we'll still be willing to watch him. You see what I'm saying? I still would want to see him fight Tyson Fury or Deontay Wilder, even if he lost to Usyk.
Levels in it, bro. Like he's not gonna be doing He's not gonna be doing any 90,000, fucking sellout Wembley Stadium.
I don't know if that's true, because you know what I mean. To AJ's fans, from what I see on TV, you're in the UK. From what I see on TV, you guys love AJ. You see what I'm saying? You guys are gonna show up for AJ. So I don't know if that's true. How much do you guys really? You see what I'm saying? In that region, really care for AJ? I wouldn't quit on him as a. You see what I'm saying? As a fan of AJ, I do like AJ. I think
a lot of the hardcores will stick around, but a lot of the casuals, I mean, I'm not sure if they'll, because it's just boxing, and everyone, supports a winner and a champion.
Anybody else but Usyk or maybe Tyson Fury, I think I will root for AJ. You see what I mean? Like, I just like those guys, like, stylistically.
Yeah, technical, slick boxers.
Yeah, I like that. That's what I like. But I like because they'll bring the fight to you. Tyson Fury he's like that. He's gonna bring the fight to you. They're not gonna be stylistic, and Tyson Fury can do that. You know what I mean? Just box you all night. But I like the new Tyson Fury. You know what I mean? Shit.
Yeah, the pressure fighter.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's more exciting. That's for sure.
He always has had that, but I see that there. You know what I mean? You can unlock more.
Actually, I actually like his new trainer. What's his name?
Sugar Hill.
Yeah, I think he did a really good job with Tyson Fury.
I agree. I think he took Tyson Fury to a different level.
Oh shit, Mayweather's doing another exhibition, bro. February the 20th in
heard
Dubai.
about that. I heard it's like supposed to be on top of some fancy hotel or something in Dubai or something.
Yeah, they probably pay my shit ton of money. See, I don't mind that. You know, Mayweather is a retired champion. I don't mind him doing exhibitions. A lot of people hate on that.
Anytime Floyd fights, I'm gonna watch. I may not pay for it, but I'm gonna watch. Yeah, depending on who he fights, he really gonna have to fight somebody. Really,
I just wish he'd fight like other retired boxers.
Not even just a boxer. If he really fights somebody who I'm like, okay, this is like if Floyd fought 50 Cent, I'd be like, okay, this is some shit I want to pay for. You know what I mean? Like, but if it's not something like that, I don't care to see it. And that's not even competitive, but just because it's shit there. You see what I'm saying? It's backstory there. That's the only type of fight I want to really see.
50 Cent would beat the shit out of Floyd.
I don't want to see him fight a YouTuber. Like, come on, man.
I think 50 Cent would beat the shit out of Floyd, bro.
Oh, hell no. I'm not going to say all that.
Bro, 50 Cent's a heavyweight, bro. And 50 Cent actually has a background in boxing.
I don't care. I don't care what he has. You see what I'm saying? You're not just about to get in the ring and just fucking beat the shit out of Floyd Mayweather. I don't even feel like...
Bro, a guy like Logan Paul, bro, was giving Floyd trouble. Floyd's
a
little guy, bro.
Hell, you really believe that, Jimmy, what you just said?
Well, nah, he didn't. Look, I think Floyd won the fight, but he didn't look good in it, bro. Floyd looked terrible.
I mean, he didn't look like God level Mayweather, but Logan Paul didn't do a damn thing in that fight.
Bro, you had the Paul brothers laughing at Mayweather saying we won the fight, we beat TV.
And I also argue with you that he probably damn near knocked Logan Paul out. He knocked his ass out.
Yeah, Logan Paul did gas out at the end.
He knocked him out, bro. Come on, man. Like Logan Paul didn't do shit. If you get knocked out, if you're that big, and even if for a split second you get knocked out for a split second by Floyd,
no, it's not, bro, because Mayweather is one of the greatest technical boxers in the history of the sport. He's a legend. He's a Hall of Famer. For him to have a trouble with a fucking, let's be honest, an online prankster.
50 Cent ain't no fucking 32 or nothing himself. Like he's like 50.
Bro, Logan Paul is a fucking online prankster, bro. For a legend like Mayweather to go the distance with an online prankster. Isn't that what he is? Like an online prankster?
Shit, but he's a young fiery kid, and you thought that he did something to Floyd. I don't agree, but you said it. I feel like he threw some fucking arm punches and they got all fucking blocked. That's all I saw.
A lot of people thought most of the fans thought he looked really bad.
I think if Jake Paul dropped
Floyd Mayweather
in fucking one
how
round.
embarrassing would that be, bro?
I
don't want to see that shit, bro. But even though I'm not the biggest fan of Mayweather, he's a legend and I respect him. Obviously for his ability. I don't want to see no YouTuber like slap the shit out of him. You know what I mean?
I don't care to see that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't want to see that shit.
To be honest, I don't want to see Floyd come back and fight anyone. I want to see him just not fight anymore. And I'm not saying that to hate on him or anything. I just know that he's not going to fight anybody that we want him to really fight. So, and he's too old. To me, he looked old as fuck in the last fight. Like, damn, bro, you're old. Like, go sit down.
He looked old against Conor McGregor, bro. He looked old against Conor McGregor, man.
In the Conor McGregor fight, he looked old, but not like he did in this fight. And if you look at his post-fight interview, he knows he's old. Like, bro, go sit down. You're done boxing. No more of these fucking stunts. Yeah. I don't think he realized like he would get to an age where, like at this, I don't think he realized this quickly, like that shit would come to an end until recently. Well, I thought he was going to be able to keep doing this shit.
He won't help you. Because even Peds won't help you after a certain age. You know what I mean?
You sound retarded, Jimmy.
Like, after a certain age, Hulk Hogan used to shoot up all kinds of PEDs up his ass, but it wouldn't help in it. You know what I'm saying?
You sound far as hell from your phone, Jimmy. You sound far from your phone a little bit.
Just give me a second.
Yeah, but I think that Floyd, he cool, but the whole fighting shit, pay-per-view, charging people fucking 70, 80 bucks and shit, that shit's out. He's done. As far as that, he can fight them dudes, but ain't nobody gonna keep on buying that shit. You gotta fucking get some dudes, some young dudes, some exposure now. What happened? Jimmy dropped off and shit. Ate you there? Okay, you going through the pictures and shit. Teofilo Stevenson and shit. Okay. Yeah, it's time to get all the fighters exposure. Cuban fighters, American fighters, all that. Get these dudes on TV and shit. Hey, y'all can say that, but shit, I would be more excited for a Floyd 50 Cent fight than a fucking YouTube, bro. Like, I don't want to see Floyd really fight anybody. Like, you need to quit fighting. You think he'll keep fighting? I don't think he will. I think Floyd is too smart to keep fighting, even a regular average dude. I think he's gonna quit fighting. Yo, BH, you there? BH fucking sweet. Hell yeah, the lead up to that fight would be hilarious, bro. That's what I'm talking about. When I say like that's why I would want to see it. Like when we think about what make us want to see the fight as fans, like we don't care about the business, we care about the spectacle, the build up, and then in the end we want to see a great fight. It ain't the same if it's just a great fight and they didn't talk that shit. You feel me? The greatest fights. It's all that. Like you look at Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder, they talk that shit the entire time. That's why when Deontay Wilder stopped talking, that shit was like, hold on, bro, what the fuck you doing? That was a sign to me. Yeah, he's supposedly fighting in Dubai. I don't know how true that shit is. See, he could train prospects, but I mean, Floyd should do all that type of stuff if he's gonna do it. Do it behind the scenes and don't try to train in the limelight and stuff like that. If you're gonna help him, just go ahead and do it like you say you do. If Floyd say you do things behind the scenes if nobody notice, keep it like that. Because I don't necessarily I'd rather not know about it. I'd rather just see it in they game when they in the ring, if that makes sense. Because I'd rather not see Floyd talk about, oh, I'm training AJ, and then AJ getting there and get his ass whooped like Tyron Willie did. You feel what I'm saying? It kind of makes it seem like Floyd used him in a way. I don't want to see that shit. I'd rather not know about it. And I think it'll be more beneficial to the fighters too, because it puts a level of pressure on them, I think. Oh yeah, Floyd guaranteed if he fights, people gonna buy that shit. People gonna buy that shit, and you know why? because Floyd is a household name in the United States and around the world. You see what I'm saying? So the casual fans support Floyd, and they believe that Floyd is the best ever. So they gonna support Floyd because the perception is out there that that's what it is, that he's the best. Even now, people think that Floyd is still the best. So he gonna continue to make money if he does it. Like he said, he's gonna come back and rob the bank anytime he feels. See, us, we're not gonna support him, but the casual fans, they're gonna support him. Yep, Jake Paul, he has a casual fan base, and they support him like heavily. It's actually kind of smart. Not kind of smart. It's extremely smart what Jake Paul was able to do. It's brilliant. Yeah, I agree with you. Jake Paul is doing, in some aspects, a lot of what Floyd Mayweather did. But I like because Jake Paul is selfless. Jake Paul, I don't know how much money he really makes, but he seems to take off a bit of his to help everybody else. I know that. I don't know of any fighters on his cards that really got ripped. I don't know what happened with the Triller Mike Tyson situation, because that seemed like it didn't, like it was some fallouts there. So I think that Triller was really the problem. I don't think it was Jake Paul, and that's why Jake Paul is with Showtime. And if we really be honest, like Jake Paul is weird to me. He's hella weird, but like he talks that shit. He knows how to get his audience excited. He makes us want to see him get beat up. So he has the Mayweather effect. Yeah. I think what he's doing is effective. He's actually he's showing what these fighters should be doing. If the fighters should be doing anything, Jake Paul is showing them what they should be doing. He's doing things that Canelo isn't doing outside the ring. I'm talking about talking shit. Canelo's getting better at it, learning English, things like that. Because in America, we love that shit. In other places, like I was hearing some, I can't remember who it was. I think it was Paulo. He was talking about how in the UK they don't really glorify that type of shit. They glorify the guy who walks with valor, and you know what I mean, is gonna be respectable, and fight. And Mexican fighters, they fucking are about not quitting and fucking go and give your all and keep pushing past your limit. They fucking, in different places, they fucking really gravitate to different things. And in America, we gravitate to bullshit, drama. That's what we like. Yeah, every Floyd fight is a circus. I think it's been that for a while. I think it just took time for people to realize that that's what it was, that it was a circus.
Yo, what's good?
Shit, I'm just on here by myself, so I was reading.
What happened? His story ain't passed out.
He must have fell out and went to sleep, bro.
My nigga passed out, man. What's up with this Bud and Boot shit, man? Talk to me. I've been seeing you in the chat. You said Bud gonna knock him out.
Hell yeah, you know I want to see the fight, bro, because I believe that Bud could win, bro. I don't think that he should or would duck any smoke. You feel what I'm saying? I think that he just got a path that set in front of him that he trying to walk, and I think that Boots and Bozy Ennis understand the path, and they letting him handle his business.
But they do want to fight, though.
Hell yeah, they want to fight, but they know that they're gonna get it regardless. Because if he beats Spence, he gotta fight him still, and I think that's the fight.
But how we know he gonna fight Spence? They still ain't fought each other. It's been years.
I think that shit inevitable, H. I think that the time coming, and I think that we gonna put us Crawford fans on Crawford's side gonna put the pressure on him, and Spence fans, I'll be listening in on them. They putting the pressure on him. I'll be listening to him. So I believe that the fight is coming. I don't think that Spence gonna avoid it. I don't think that he been ducking. I think that he was going on the road.
I hope they both, man. Shit,
it's gonna happen.
Who avoiding who? You know what I mean? Spence collecting belts out here. Spence, he going to fight Ugas for 3 belts on the line.
When I say the fight next, H, Spence next fight is gonna be Terrence Crawford.
After Ugas,
I can't tell you. Yeah, I can't tell you if Terrence Crawford's next fight gonna be Spence, because he might fight somebody in between. He could, fight Boots. Like, as a free agent, H, I think that Terrence Crawford fighting Boots, it's a potential for money-wise, it's a potential for a failure to happen. It's a high risk, but I think that Bud should still take the fight. And he's going to.
I never knew Bud Crawford to be a businessman like that. Like when Earl Spence was being a businessman, everybody got mad at him. You know what I mean?
He is though. H. He like Floyd Mayweather. He think like them. I think that Bud really, if he was on the PBC this whole time, like he thinks like them. You know what I mean? He thinks about his money and stuff like that. And that's what you should. You feel what I'm saying? You should if you're a top fighter like that. But in the end of the day, I think he still should take the fight, because taking that fight put an end to all doubts, and that let everybody know that you're the guy. You feel me? Like he should do that. Then everybody will know what's up. That's why I would get him out the way right now.
Get him out the way. But hey, a lot of people they calling for that fight though, cause I really I said what I had to say about it, but I got so much respect for Terrence Crawford. Like, you know what I mean? He do what he do. You feel me? Like Crawford, one of the best. You know what I mean? I ain't fucked up about it. You know what I'm saying?
Boots could beat him.
Yeah, for sure. Goddamn right. Boots could beat anybody, my nigga. If that nigga's good. Hey, Kush, that nigga really good though. Kush, I ain't gonna lie. I'm not just,
bro. I watched him.
That nigga nice for real though, Boots. Even Bud said it.
Hell yeah, he is. Nobody, like, when you see his game, bro, you can't cap. Like, it's something you can't deny. And with that being said, I know that that's really the fight. That's the fight.
Even Joseph brought up that fight. Like, Crawford should fight Boots. Yeah, like, niggas is calling for that shit. Like, I'm like, damn, I said what I had to say. I really wasn't pressing it. Like, I mean, I was that one day when I first talked about it, but then now I'm like, Crawford, my nigga, I got so much respect for Crawford and Bo Mac, so I understand what they doing, but I ain't, you know what I mean? I'm not going to throw Crawford under the bus like that if he don't fight Boots. You know what I mean? I called it out. I said what I had to say, but you know what I mean? I got respect for Bud though, my dude. You feel me? I got too much love for them niggas, man.
After he fights Spence, if he don't fight Boots, we going after him like that. We going after him like that.
I thought I'd never hear you say that, my boy.
I'm not playing, bro. Like, he gotta fight him, bro. You can't duck him.
He sound like he really don't want to fight that young nigga, though. I ain't gonna lie. The way from what I heard from Crawford, you could tell when somebody really want to fight somebody. Yeah. From what I heard from him, it sounded like he really ain't want to fight that nigga. I'm gonna be honest with you, because he said Keith. Like, I'm like, Keith. Why would he say Keith? Like, why would you want to fight Keith Thurman? Thurman ain't did shit in so long, my dude. It's like, this is America. What have you done for me lately? And that nigga Keith Thurman ain't did shit in boxing in like 5 years, dog. Come on now.
He ever.
Fuck that Thurman fight, dog. Thurman went to go fight Barrios, dog. But you want an easy fight with Thurman? You gonna fuck Thurman up. Boots is a real challenge, I think, dog. For real.
That's a threat. That's a real challenge.
If Thurman was more active, yeah, I'd understand him, because I rate Thurman as a better fighter than Sean Porter, because just style-wise, and I mean, he beat Porter, so I rate him as a better fighter than Sean Porter. But Thurman's not active, and he's not even coming off a win. So yeah, I agree with you.
Hey, Boots can actually beat Crawford. Like, he can actually beat him. With Thurman, dog, I don't think anybody picking Thurman to beat Crawford. You know what I mean? It ain't like that. Like, you know what I mean? Thurman is not a threat like that, dog. He's not.
I don't know, but would you not say
Ennis
that?
Is like, Jimmy, with Jerron Ennis is like, you don't know what to expect with that young nigga. He might do something, you know, something spectacular. He fuck around and knock out Crawford. You never know what can happen with him. But with Thurman, you know Thurman ain't doing shit.
Yeah, he's a young, big, powerful, talented welterweight contender, world-class fighter. So, yeah, he's definitely got a thing. With Keith Thurman, I mean, he's got a lot of talent, though. It's just he hasn't been active, innit? Injuries, inactivity. Was that right? I rate him as a better fighter than Sean Porter.
When was the last time Keith Thurman was like, he did something? When's the last time he beat a good fighter? Jose Cito Lopez, come on, dog.
I could really almost go down the line. If I'm hard enough, I could really say that he really never really beat nobody really that skilled.
Well, he beat Porter. Danny Garcia, but Danny was good at 140. Really, he won the belt. Danny won the belt at 147, though. I give him that.
We could break down why we give Porter credit. We give Porter credit not because Porter was such a cold fighter like that. We give Porter credit because he was a dog and he was willing to fight everybody. But really, Keith Thurman ain't never really fight nobody that great. If he would have fought Spence, I would be like, okay.
Yeah, but come on, you gotta be fair though, because you could say the same thing about Errol Spence though. His resume isn't better.
We could.
I mean, what y'all think about this comment right here, Ray? He said, if Bud can't get EJ next, the narrative will switch to EJ being a duck. If that happens, it's almost a guarantee that Bud will be fighting Thurman next. If not, Ugas, try and EJ Lomatio shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man, what to expect, man. He said, fighting Thurman, if not Ugas, to try and do EJ with T.O. Loma. What y'all think about that comment? He pretty much saying if Bud can't get the EJ fight, the narrative will be EJ ducking. You know what I'm saying? If he don't get the fight, for whatever reason, they're going to say EJ a duck. I don't believe in that shit. I'm not on that type of shit. I'm a Crawford fan, but I'm not going to say EJ ducking and EJ fighting the fucking champions. He fighting he going for 3 belts. How is that ducking? You collecting all the belts.
We passed that at this point, bro. We already
it's because there's always it a buck, bro. Every champion except for Crawford. Like Sean Porter, he told Spence told Bud to his face that I'd rather fight Porter because it's basically an easier belt than yours.
But it don't matter. He's fighting champions, bro. Like, he said, I'm going to go fight everybody on my side. They had all the rest of the belts on their side. He said, then we going to meet up for the undisputed. What's wrong with that? Meet up for the undisputed. I'm about to go collect these belts, and me and you going to get it on.
Yeah, you're right. But the problem is taking 4 years, though. That's a problem, H. That's a lot of fans.
You had a car accident? Go ahead, Kush. Go ahead, Kush.
Why did it take 4 years? Because he got in a car accident, bro. That took him out of the ring for a little.
Crawford was with Top Rank. You know what I'm saying?
He was with Top Rank, and the pandemic took us all away from boxing for about a year, bro. Yeah. That's almost 2.5 years accounted for, bro. This shit was supposed to be moving. You feel what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. He did
I
exactly
agree
what he said he was going to do, bro. That's all I'm saying about Spence. You know I'm a Crawford fan, bro.
Exactly. I can't get mad at the guy that's collecting all the fucking belts. You know what I'm saying? That's like when Joshua, he was out here, you know, unifying the division and shit. Joshua was collecting belts, right? Wasn't that what he was doing? And motherfucking Wilder had that one belt. You know what I'm saying? But you wasn't mad at AJ for doing what he did and collecting those other belts.
Yeah, that's true. But I also said, just the same way I'm saying now, that I wanted the Wilder fight before the Joseph Parker fight. Because even though Joseph Parker was, you know, another champion, had a belt, it wasn't worth more than the Wilder fight.
But Joseph Parker, he, you know what I'm saying, that fight wasn't going to be bigger than Wilder and AJ for Undisputed. Everybody wanted to see Wilder and AJ. Joseph Parker just collected a vacant belt. You know what I'm saying?
But it's the same here as well, though, because
but
not a bigger fight than Crawford.
But people was talking about Wilder versus AJ for Undisputed. That was the fight that people wanted. Joshua does not. He knocked off Joseph Parker. He beat Charles Martin for another belt. You know, and then you know what I'm saying, he was collecting straps. He beat Klitschko. He got some belts too. So he was strapping up though.
No, but people criticized Joshua when he fought Parker instead of, they're like, let's fight Wilder, fight Wilder.
That was the fanatics and the fanboys, bro. They, you know what I mean?
Yeah. The only is, I don't even really care too much about the belts because I feel like Spence and Bud is bigger than belts. You know what I mean? To me, that's like a super fight. It was like Mayweather versus Pacquiao when they fought. I mean, it wasn't for Undisputed, but it was the biggest fight. In what? I mean, Spence and Bud, that's probably the biggest fight in American boxing, isn't it?
I think I agree with you, bro. And
yeah, that's easy. Yeah,
it's because it's the fight that it's actually the fight that we want. Some fights, it ain't about how big of a star they was before or anything like that. It's just when it's the fight that we want, you feel what I'm saying? People will buy it.
Yeah. Because for me, Spence and EJ is easily the biggest fight in American boxing. And
I think
hope it gets made after. Because I don't mind the Ugas fight. Yeah, I don't mind the Ugas fight, but once he beats Ugas, if he doesn't fight Bud, then that's gonna be bad, bro. Because then it's like, okay, well, Bud's the final piece of the welterweight jigsaw, and that.
I noticed an annoying ass question for somebody to ask you, and you probably heard it before, but I still gotta ask you, bro. Now, if they get all the belts, bro, is that shit not a bigger fight?
For me, I mean, I wouldn't say so. Should I tell you why?
Why you say that?
Because if this fight happened 2 years ago, I think both guys would be more in the athletic, physical prime. And it's still a good fight. It's still a great fight.
I'm not just talking about just skill-wise, because I don't think that their skills have diminished, Jimmy. I'm not going to disagree with you. But what I'm saying is, I'm talking about as far as exposure, people know who the fuck they are. Like right now, like if Spence and Crawford were to fight next week, right? Let's just say that hypothetically. If they were to fight next week, the word was spread like wildfire. Like, because I know all us hardcore fans are fucking gonna buy the fight and tell everybody and everybody else that the fight is happening.
Facts, Kush. We be screaming like a motherfucker, nigga. Everybody on YouTube going.
Everybody in the world is gonna be watching that fight, bro. Like in the world.
Yo, EJ, how you doing, brother? We got a comment right here from the Don. I want to get everybody's opinion on this. The Don says Spence and Bud ain't fighting. Nobody knows these guys. What y'all think about that?
I mean,
they're not fighting because nobody knows these guys.
Coco, when that shit getting spread on national TV, when you turn on ESPN and they telling you this is the fight, this is what we want to see. That's what everybody's seeing in the barbershop and at the fucking bars and all that shit, bro. In between games, that people know about these dudes more than you think. You feel what I'm saying?
Everybody knew Fury and Wilder, and then when they fought each other, everybody know who they are now.
It's the fight we wanted to see.
I think I know what he means.
You think about the Don saying that they not fighting? He said the fight is not going to happen, and then he also says nobody knows these guys. That's a double whammy.
Well, do you know what it is? I think he means that. Do you know, like when Oscar De La Hoya and Tito Turner fought each other, that was like a super fight. When Ray Leonard fought Tommy Hitman Hearns, that was a super fight. I don't think Spence versus Crawford is at that level. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
As an Oscar versus Tito,
can I jump in?
Leonard versus Hearns, Mayweather versus Pacquiao, even like a Pacquiao versus a Miguel Cotto or a Floyd versus
Well, that's because they got the boxers back then got a lot more exposure because they were on network television, free to watch. You know, and then when they did the big event, then it became a pay-per-view, which everyone paid for.
We'll do $1 million.
Well, hold on, but what's going to happen when they, if they make this fight? Do you know what's going to happen? Everyone will know these fighters because of channels like this, because of what we're doing right now. We're going to spread that word and be so enthusiastic about the fight. The casuals are going to want, the casuals will be in right away because we talk about them so much.
Right.
And then those casuals are going to spread the word out even more. And I guarantee you, if those two sign up to fight, it's going to be a super fight. It will be out there. And people doubt me when I say it'll break 1 million points on paper.
I think it will too. It can.
I guarantee you it will break 1 million. It'll break 1 million points.
That's the big number,
and
man.
It will be because of channels like this. The LDBC will talk about it like crazy. We will talk about it like crazy. Everybody in the YTBC is going to talk about it like it's the second coming of Christ.
Right.
No lie.
Don't get it twisted thinking that nobody knows who these dudes are, bro. When they fight on regular TV, Spence and Bud do 2 million views, 3 million, 4 million views. Dudes know who the fuck they are, bro. They not willing to buy no bullshit. They not even paying attention to it. We got to be excited, especially in America, bro. We got to be excited. For Wilder and Fury, people were excited. I was talking to people at my job on the street about that shit, bro. People were wanting to see that fight.
You know what it is? I feel like
even Canelo, people wanted to see Canelo even more than that. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
The Don, I'll tell you what, the Don, I guarantee you, I'm so confident that it'll break 1 million. All right. I'll put my beard up again for sacrifice.
No. Electric, don't do that because this is post-COVID, bro. This is post-COVID in the era of
I don't think that COVID is the reason. I don't think that COVID is the reason. I'm gonna be honest.
No, I think
people have more money during COVID.
I know you're afraid to see my face.
People have more money during COVID.
In America, there's a lot of people that were unemployed that got more money during COVID. You think
in the UK it's the same as well. No, in the UK it's the same as
well.
More
money than okay. Look. Let me tell you something that's a fact. In America, when during the pandemic, when they opened things back up, there was a short time. Electro J could speak to this too, where there was a struggle to get people to go back to work, Jimmy, because people were getting paid more on unemployment than they were working a regular job.
This is true.
But bro, the problem is the economy globally. Most countries are.
I'm not saying it's good. I'm saying that people had the fucking money.
Unemployment, bro. I mean, come on, you're not making $3,000 a month.
People had the fucking money, Jimmy. People weren't starving. People could afford to pay for the fight that they wanted to see. Is what I'm saying. People weren't struggling.
In America, what do you get $1,000 of unemployment a month? Because that's the only way you say
I don't think you understand what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying? I'm not saying that unemployment is good for the economy. I'm saying that people were in that detriment where they couldn't pay for the fucking fight. People were buying things. People were boosting the economy in America.
No, listen, mate. In employment in America, do you get $3,000 a month of unemployment?
That's not even true. You don't even know.
It depends on what your previous job paid out.
I'm asking.
And then on top of that, look, let me explain it to you.
I'm asking you, Bush. You live in America.
Yeah. I'm answering your question. During that time, people were getting their regular unemployment that they would get, which was about 70% of their pay that they received on their job, and they were getting an additional like $600 a week on top of it.
I've got a cousin.
Bro, people were getting like fucking excess of $4,000 a month where they never made that ever before.
Can I respond to Khaled? Can I respond to Khaled
Go
real
ahead.
quick? He said
I've got a
fast
cousin
food.
in America, Christian. She told me a different story. She was
Khaled
telling me like food stamps and
Khaled
like
wrote down
part-time.
fast food and
If
retail.
you do a little bit of research, you'll see that what I'm saying is true.
All right, let me give a rebuttal. Khaled said fast food and retail still having troubles hiring. No, they're having trouble retaining. They're going through fast food and retail is going through extremely high turnover rate because they don't pay enough. So they'll hire somebody real quick, and once those people they realize that they'd make more money off of unemployment than they would off of working there. That's what the problem is. That's what's going on with the retail
Why are
and
people always complaining in America
and fast food.
No, but I mean, okay, well, I guess I've been told wrong then, innit? Because I was told apparently like it was really tough out there. Because obviously COVID, innit? People lost jobs, their homes, businesses. I mean, you're saying apparently none of this happened then.
No. Some people lost their jobs, but they were compensated.
Yeah, their homes, their businesses.
People were compensated, and then people became more savvy. People created businesses and did things like that. There were people fucking scamming and making a lot of money. There were people doing a whole lot of different things, but a lot of people had money. Like I'm telling you, Jimmy, like for a fact, a lot more people had money than did.
Jimmy, let me ask you a question. Let's say we found out that they put the fight on. All right, let's just say they put the fight on for May 7th. Okay, Bud versus Errol Spence. All right, let's say that it was guaranteed. That's when the fight was happening. How many people would you
happen on that day though? Because of Canelo.
I know, but if it let's just say it was. How many people do you think you would be talking to about it?
Everyone, bro. For me, that's one of the biggest fights.
Okay, so you would talk about it in every channel you go to, right? Now,
I only come to this channel.
How many people would you be talking to about the fight?
I think H is
Well, my thing is everybody in this chat. My point is everybody in this chat, myself included, are gonna go out and talk about the fight. I can't wait, but we're gonna talk up this fight. There's no better advertisement than word of mouth advertisement.
No, social media. You're right. Social media is the biggest. This
is why I say that fight would and will become a super fight if it's made. And not only will it be one super fight, but it will be three. Because they're going to draw this out to 3 fights.
Bro, they're too old to have 3 super fights. They're like fucking 35.
It will be 3 fights, I guarantee you.
Okay. I mean, maybe if they fought a couple of years ago, I mean, Bud's almost what, 34? By the time they fight, it'll be 35. I mean, a trilogy? Okay.
They'll do it, man, because again, it'll be more money. And not only that, but the promoters will be behind it 100% because it's going to put more money in their pockets.
Yeah, but Electrojet, you're missing out. Is these guys, even when they had their own fights individually, like Spence and Crawford, these guys will struggle to do 200,000 buys on the average, right?
That won't be the problem this time because it is such an important fight to people like us. And it's important to casuals as well that they're going to pump. I'm telling you, any advertiser will tell you. Any advertiser. I used to be management. I used to be management.
The thing is, we're hardcore boxing fans, so we live in a bit of a
you're not getting the picture, Jimmy. It doesn't matter. There's no better advertisement than word of mouth. There's no better advertisement. Everyone will tell you that.
It's not gonna do bigger numbers than Pacquiao Thurman. Pacquiao Thurman was the last big welterweight fight, yeah? The last big welterweight fight. That did about 500,000 pay-per-view buys. Neither of these guys are bigger than Manny Pacquiao. And star power-wise, I don't think either of them are that much bigger than Keith Thurman. Maybe a little bit.
I have to I'd agree with you on just one of them standing alone. Like if you put one of them up against Pacquiao alone. But when you put them both together, bro, you'll see.
Yeah, but together though, Manny Pacquiao is a bigger superstar than Spence or Crawford.
You gotta understand, Jimmy. When you put those fighters in that mega fight, in that Hagler Hearns, in that Hagler Leonard, when you put them in that fight, bro, when you put them in that Ali listing, bro, people get excited. Like, it doesn't, all that stuff that you're saying, it does not matter, bro. When these two fight, people are
big
going to
numbers,
get
bro.
excited.
500,000 pay-per-views is big numbers, bro. Like, but to sit here and say it'll do over.
I'm just saying, I think it'll do. You'll be surprised. It could do a lot more. That's what I'm saying.
It'll do over $1 million.
I would be surprised though, because these guys. I mean, and I'm a huge Bud Crawford fan, but he's not a big ticket seller. And Errol Spence outside of Texas, when's he ever done a big crowd?
So was Wilder or Fury before they fought each other? Like, were either one of them a big, huge pay-per-view star?
The first fight only did about 300.
No. Before they ever fought.
Were they big stars? Now they won.
Either one of them. You would say no, right?
I said Fury was the biggest star.
No, but I'm talking about a pay-per-view star. Like,
yeah.
You wouldn't say that, right? But after they got together, you see what I'm saying? Then, like, I think that one of the first fights did like 800,000, did it not?
No. The first fight did 325,000.
What did the second fight do? The second fight did better.
Yeah, I think it did 800,000.
You see what I'm saying? Like, when you put those fighters together, you see what I'm saying? It creates something.
Yeah, but those guys were built up. I mean, Tyson Fury beat Klitschko, massive win, came back. Wilder was coming off a big win over Luis Ortiz, and they had a massive tour. So I think if they did that, they could definitely do those kind of numbers. And bro, that's a heavyweight.
You just answered it. That fight was built up. And what's this fight? This fight is built up like a motherfucker, bro. This fight is built up to maximum. Well, I don't know if it's built up to maximum. It'll be built up to maximum after Spence beat Ugas and then Bud, if he keeps coming.
In the first fight, Wilder and Fury are actually both younger than what Spence and Crawford are now. That's the funny thing, bro. That's why they could have a trilogy. And I'll be honest, no one even wanted the third Wilder Fury fight, if I'm honest. Now, don't get me wrong, we got hyped up near the end, but I mean, come on, man. We wanted the AJ Fury fight, the undisputed, or we want Usyk and Fury. So, these guys are a lot younger, I think, and they're also heavyweights. And heavyweights, for whatever reason, historically have always drawn bigger crowd. So if that did 300,000 buys, I think 500,000 buys, that's a big number, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I'd agree with you. It is, but I got a gut feeling. You see what I'm saying? In America, from a standpoint, from a fan, where I've been like studying these guys, like every radio station knows who these guys are. You see what I'm saying? These guys get on billboards and shit, but everybody who knows a little bit about boxing knows who these guys are, bro. They're just waiting for them to fucking fight. If I go down the street and I ask them, "Oh, do you know who Terrence Crawford is?" I'll tell you, like 6 out of 10 people know who the fuck he is. You see what I'm saying? It's gonna take this fight to make either one of them that star that you're thinking of. Whoever.
Do you not feel like they got up there in age though to be a star, because they're not 35 years old though?
I mean, that is all up to the fighters, like how long they want to go in their career. But it's never too late.
Floyd and Manny became stars. But Floyd Mayweather and Manny Pacquiao, the last two big welterweights of the last era, when they became stars, they were like 30, 31. These guys are almost 35, bro.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you some real shit, bro. Becoming a star in boxing is like as if you were to become rich, like right now, right? If you became rich right now, let's say hypothetically you have bad credit, right? It wouldn't take you, if you make the right decisions, years to fix your credit. You could fix your credit overnight. It's the same thing in boxing. It doesn't take years necessarily to make somebody a star. It takes you see what I'm saying, making the right moves to put yourself in position to make that fight. Like Floyd Mayweather, he became a superstar in one fight, fighting Oscar De La Hoya. You see what I'm saying? He became a mega star even more so with Pacquiao and so on. But sometimes it just takes that fight. Is all I'm saying.
I wouldn't say he became a bigger star after the Pacquiao fight because that was at the end of their career, and they had, I think, one more fight after that.
He did, bro, because he did bigger numbers technically against Conor McGregor than he did against Pacquiao.
No, he didn't, bro. When he fought Andre Berto, he only did 400,000 buys, bro. That was lower than most
No. I said Conor McGregor.
No, but right after the Pacquiao fight, he fought Andre Berto, right? He did 400,000 buys. And when he fought Conor McGregor, a reason why the numbers were big is because Conor McGregor brought the UFC crowd.
Right.
When you look on Instagram, Conor McGregor's got more Instagram followers.
But in the end, none of that matters. Conor McGregor just did his part in helping sell the fight, and a lot of people wanted to see Conor McGregor fight like you wouldn't believe in America. At that time, everybody believed that Conor McGregor might beat Floyd Mayweather.
Oh, really? Fucking hell, man.
Yeah.
Whoever believed that
I'm talking about casual fans. They're like, oh, yeah, Conor McGregor's going to touch him. Conor McGregor's going to he might knock him out. They believed it. Yeah, bro. Like, it was like that. That fight was bigger than the Pacquiao fight. The Pacquiao fight wasn't nearly as big as the Conor McGregor fight. I'm going to be honest with you.
No, you're wrong. No, you're wrong. I'll tell you why. Because the live gate and the pay-per-view numbers for Pacquiao are bigger than Conor McGregor.
I don't know that to be true. What's the numbers?
Well, the live gate for Conor McGregor and Floyd was 55 million, and the live gate for Pacquiao and Mayweather was 73 million. The Conor McGregor pay-per-view was 2 million, and the Pacquiao pay-per-view was 4.6 million.
The Pacquiao fight did 4.6 million. Is that a real?
Yeah.
Is that real? Because I thought he did somewhere around 1.8.
No, bro, the fight that Floyd had against Canelo was over 2 million.
Yeah, like, I don't know, bro. They kind of play with the numbers and shit. And the PBC, I know, reports one number, and I heard a different number, like on numerous occasions, that fight did 1.8 million, and Conor McGregor did somewhere in excess.
Which
of
fight,
4
brother?
No. The Pacquiao Mayweather fight did over 4 million buys, bro.
Yeah.
Which fight, brother?
Kush? The Pacquiao and Floyd fight.
Pacquiao Mayweather. Let me see.
Pay-per-view buys.
Pacquiao Mayweather.
Did it do more than Conor McGregor?
4.6. Yeah, it did. It did 4.6.
I never knew that. Thank you for correcting me on that shit, bro.
Yeah, no problem, bro. I got it from Business Insider, so it's that's pretty reliable.
Well, that's impressive, bro. I never knew. I thought that the Conor McGregor fight did more, but shit,
it was close. 4.3, brother.
Should I tell you why it felt like it was bigger? Should I tell you why, Kush? It's because you had fans from the UFC and boxing talking about it.
Yeah.
That's why.
In America, it was crazy. It was crazy huge.
Bro, it's huge in the UK, bro. Bro, in the UK, that was on pay-per-view as well. I think we only paid about $40 for it. But it did big numbers here as well. I think it did over 1 million pay-per-view buys. All the bars were up showing the fight. McGregor's from Ireland, isn't it? So he's really big in Europe. And Mayweather's really big in the UK as well. So, I mean, that was a huge fight in the UK as well. I think they did over 1 million pay-per-view buys here. Everyone watched it. It was all over the media. Yeah, man. They made a lot of money.
Did you guys buy it?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah,
I didn't buy that bullshit.
Yeah,
I did.
And I'm a Floyd fan, man. You know, I'm a big Floyd fan.
No, I bought it because the problem is I had a fight party, so I had like 20 people over. So
to my defense, Puro, at that time, bro, I was a lot more casual. I was just a dumbass Floyd fan then.
But it's all good. I mean, Floyd was a good fighter, but I mean, it's just
you couldn't tell me shit about Floyd then. I would have told you Floyd is the greatest of all time. Then next to Muhammad Ali, you couldn't tell me nothing then. Shit.
You can make a case though, cause she's really good, man, in my opinion.
Yeah,
but I'm a Floyd fanboy a little bit. You know,
I'll be honest. I was the only one rooting for Floyd in the room. So everyone else in the party was rooting for McGregor.
Yeah, man, Floyd gets a lot of hate.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, but that's just what he brings in himself, in it when you play the villain in it.
It was kind of like that in the at the party I was at with the Floyd Pacquiao fight, from what I can remember. Like a lot more people were rooting for Pacquiao than rooting for Floyd. Like,
see, it was opposite for me though. Because when Pacquiao Mayweather fought, a lot of people were rooting for Mayweather. I was rooting for Pacquiao though. I was hoping to beat the fuck up.
I remember a lot of people that you wouldn't expect rooting for Pacquiao. Like, you wouldn't believe it. Like, a lot of people really like Pacquiao in America. Like,
Yeah, but he comes as like, like a humble, friendly guy.
Hey, Mayweather whooped his ass. Mayweather beat the fuck out of Pacquiao.
That he did.
He whooped him easy, man. Pacquiao talked all that shit. When he fought, he got his ass whooped, and then he made excuses worse than that. Made all type. My shoulder was hurting. Oh, my little shoulder was hurting. Come on, bro. All those goddamn excuses. Floyd Mayweather whooped his ass, bro.
He did.
Yeah, he whooped his
Who
ass.
are you rooting for? H, when they fought, who were you rooting for?
Money, money, money.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, fucking. I knew since the first fucking Marquez fight that he had no chance with fucking Floyd.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
When Floyd was an active fighter, I never rooted against him, bro.
Mayweather was too sharp, man. Too fast, too good defense. He had some pop too. You know what I mean? He had it all, and he had a good chin, man. Come on, man. He had a great chin. Matter of fact, he fought the best guys. You know what I'm saying? You see how good Canelo got after that Mayweather fight, though. I ain't gonna lie. He learned a lot in that fight with Mayweather, bro. For real.
Yeah. Outside of his hands, I mean, Mayweather could do everything. Fight on the inside, box at range, move, walk people down. He had a jab, counter punch. Mayweather was technically a complete fighter. Like, he didn't have any holes in his game.
I agree.
Outside of maybe sometimes making it a little boring.
To be up there with the greats, bro, you got to be able to do all that.
Yeah. He had hand speed, foot speed, strong, always in great shape, very smart, technically sound.
Never got tired, man. He never got tired. His defense, he was too smart, man, and he was tough too.
Yeah. Remember when he took that right hand from Mosley? Maybe that.
Oh yeah. He was smart. He was rock, bro. You seen that shit? What you say, Puro?
I was saying for me, what made him really special, like which really separated him from his era, and then like you could compare him to other eras, was his ring IQ.
Yeah.
So what do you mean by that?
I agree.
I mean, literally, he could all of his opponents, like especially during the money era, like he could adjust in fight, and then like literally take away your best weapon, like literally like any adjustment you could make, he can make like a counter adjustment, and it was a beautiful thing to watch.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the best defensive boxers of all time. Some people even say he's the greatest.
And then he always
Purnell, but I agree he's one of the greatest.
No, you know what, man? I'm just gonna keep it real, bro. Like, people keep saying Purnell, but I feel like he's a little overrated though. Because...
Nah, hell no. Hey, what the fuck? That motherfucker was so good, Jimmy. He was so good, it didn't make any sense. You probably never seen anything like somebody like a Pernell Whitaker. How good he was.
You say he's got better defense?
Bro, he got robbed from some of his biggest wins, bro. I thought Pernell beat Chavez. If he would have won that fight, bro, you wouldn't be saying that, bro. Trust me. Some of those decisions went against him, bro. And that dude was a hell of a fighter for sure.
Would you put his defense on the same level as Mayweather, though?
Yeah, maybe even better. It could have been even better. But he was hooked on drugs and shit. Like, remember, it could have been even better for sure.
Hey, it's not even hard to say that. You got to go watch some more Pernell Whitaker, bro. See how he move. A lot of what Floyd does, you feel me?
Oh, yes. Floyd sparred him. They did spar each other. Man, that's how good Floyd was, man. He sparred Pernell, bro. He learned from some of the greatest fighters. Pernell Whitaker, bro, was an Olympic gold medalist. The dude, his first loss against Jose Luis Ramirez was a fucking robbery. You know what I'm saying? But he lost the fight, came back and beat Ramirez in a rematch. And then his fucking fight with Chavez, he should have been the first man to beat Chavez. It was a draw. And most people thought Pernell won the fight. Still to this day. You know what I mean? But yeah, even this fight with Oscar, controversial loss to Oscar De La Hoya. He could have won. He could have been the first man to beat the Golden Boy.
And he was older too. He was a lot older fighting.
It was a close fight, bro. That shit was close. They gave it to Oscar. You know what I mean? Yeah. That's how Oscar became the Golden Boy. He beat Pernell, like, bro, for real.
Bro, I put Pernell Whitaker head movement up there, and Floyd's up there with.
Yeah, do you want? I think it's because they look at the records. H. I think when you see Pernell's boxing record and you see Floyd's looks a lot nicer.
Yeah, it does, but you got to understand, bro. Those losses he took, bro, was controversial losses. Even the De La Hoya fight, a lot of people thought he won that fight in there too.
Shit, I did.
Yeah, see, Kush thought that. It's the truth, bro. That's what happened in his career. And then Jimmy Purnell did get hooked on drugs at one point, and that shit took away from him. Then he started slowing down a little bit. But he was too good for, you know what I mean. But Floyd, he was a hard worker. Floyd, man.
Hey, you could say the same thing about Travis at 140 and 147. You know,
Dundada was good.
What's good, the Ace Money, man? I've been hearing y'all, cooking it up, man. I'm just trying to put my 2 cents in.
Yeah, man, cook, man. Come on now.
Now, as far as that drug abuse, I mean, we all know at 140, 147, we didn't see the best Chavez because, he fell under the influence of the sugar booger, of the pottery and all that shit. So you could say the same thing about Julio Cesar Chavez at 140 and 147.
Yep, and I think Aaron Pryor, too. He got hooked on drugs, too. That's how he took his first loss.
And around that time that Julio Cesar Chavez got hooked on some other shit, he had fought Mudrick Taylor, where that famous stoppage comes from as well.
Yep, but a lot of people thought that was controversy, and a lot of people thought Mildred Taylor
it was big
to win that fight, though.
He wasn't on coke on that fight, bro.
But it was controversy behind that fight, brother. It's still to this day.
If you look at the face of Mudrick Taylor and you look at the face of Chavez,
but he still was outboxing Chavez, though, bro.
But he was like he got ran over a train, but
he was up on the scorecards, Firo.
But didn't they rematch that? Didn't they rematch? And then what?
They rematched. And the second rematch was on coke.
Yeah. Because after the first fight, Mildred Taylor, he really wasn't the same fighter, man. You know what I mean?
Because
but he came back and became a champion after that, though. He did. He came back and became a champion. He got knocked out by Terry Norris, too, later on.
A couple years later after that, Mudrick Taylor, his speech went away. He was severely brain damaged.
Exactly. But he did. Well, I'm going to say this. A lot of people felt like Mildred Taylor deserved the victory in that fight, but Chavez won. So congratulations to Chavez. He did what he had to do. But it's a lot of controversy.
Wasn't Mudrick Taylor part of the best United States Olympic boxing team of all time, including with guys like
Pernell Whitaker, Evander Holyfield,
Tyrone or Biggs. What's his name?
Tyrell Biggs, yeah.
Yeah, Tyrell Biggs. Wasn't Sugar Ray?
Was Mildred? Mark Breland.
Mark Breland. One of the United States best Olympic teams of all time.
For sure, keep going. So yeah, I'm listening.
Nah, but I'm just saying. I mean, it sometimes it's not really about who you take your losses to. It's who you actually got in the ring with. You know what I mean?
Do you feel like Mildred Taylor deserved the victory that night?
I mean, it don't matter. I mean, I'm
just asking. Do you feel like he deserved, those final 2 seconds? He was up on his feet. The fight was pretty much over.
I would never thought a fight would get stopped with 5 seconds left. I would never think, but the ref was in there. I seen the documentary. Y'all seen the documentary?
Yeah, of course. I watched it like 100 times.
Yeah, the ref said that he asked Mudrick Taylor numerous occasions if he's okay. He didn't respond. So he felt he did what he had to do. I'm not gonna.
They said that Richard Steele was in cahoots with Don King, fucking Chavez promoter. Richard Steele, my nigga.
His whole career there.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's true. I wouldn't be surprised if that's really what happened. But
it is what it is, man. Chavez did what he had to do. That fight made Chavez a fucking superstar for real. Like he became even bigger than life after that.
Hey, but just as much as credit we give to Chavez, man, I give just as much credit to Mudrick Taylor because Mudrick Taylor put on a hell of a performance.
Facts.
He did. That was a great fight.
Yeah, in my opinion, he deserved the last 2 seconds, bro. Like you said, bro, it is
for real. You think so?
Yeah,
I think it was like 3-4 seconds left on the.
But it is what it is. Like the damage was already done. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, Chavez fucked him up, man.
Hey, but they said that once it hits 10 seconds, the corner light turns on or something like that. Is that still in boxing? I remember Pernell Whitaker's coach was like, is that still in boxing?
Of course.
Where the last 10 seconds and then the light pops up.
Yeah, yeah, of course, bro. And then they do the tapping of the fucking wood. When 10 seconds hits, you hear that tap, 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 Yeah.
Taylor would have won that fight, that dude would have been a fucking superstar, bro.
Yeah,
if he would have been the first man to beat Chavez, and then he lost the fight, and then he took the fucking damage the way he did, that shit fucked him up bad. But he still came back and became a champion after that.
Yeah,
at 147, he won a belt at 147. If you look at the
documentary, Richard Steele says that he knew Meldrick Taylor was taking a beating. I seen that documentary on HBO New. So many times.
Yeah, I seen it. It was Legendary Nights on HBO. Yeah, man, that shit was crazy, man. You know, Meldrick Taylor was a great fighter for sure. He beat, you know, Meldrick Taylor beat Buddy McGirt for that belt at 140. You know, what's good, Kush? Who you thought won that fight, Kush? Meldrick Taylor or Chavez? Do you feel like Meldrick Taylor deserved the final 2 seconds in that fight?
I cannot cap and say I seen it before. I ain't seen it before.
Oh, you got to check that out.
Oh,
Meldrick Taylor versus Chavez,
man. That shit, man.
And y'all know I'm gonna go watch it too.
That shit is crazy. They got a whole documentary on that fight, man. You got to see the whole thing. All of that.
It was amazing. That's true boxing. Man.
Hell yeah. What's good, Khaled and Tony? What's up with y'all?
Yeah, honestly, the one fight, the same fight, the fight you guys are talking about, the one fight I can remember that one fighter never lived after that one fight lived up to his potential was Mayor. Honestly, Ricardo versus I think it was Manny.
Fernando. Manny.
Was it Manny?
Are you talking about Mayorga versus Fernando Vargas?
Yeah.
Well, Mayorga lived up to his potential, brother.
Oh, no. Vargas.
Yeah, I think Vargas. Fernando Vargas didn't live up to his potential. But that's partly because, you know, they threw him in the wolves so early in his career. They threw him in a lot of big fights.
That's the common conception. I thought that.
No, that's what. This is why I'm worried with Boots. To be honest,
Boots Sanders, they could throw him to the wolves too early.
Bro, Boots.
And stop it, man. Stop it. They said that about Teofimo Lopez and he beat Loma, bro. Quit playing. Mike Tyson. Hold on. I'm saying Mike Tyson at 20 years old was heavyweight champion, bro. When you ready, you ready. Oscar De La Hoya was a champion, bro, at 23, man. You know what I mean? Look at Shakur Stevenson and those guys. Let Boots get a chance. You got to start protecting these fighters, bro. Stop protecting your favorite fighter. Terrence Crawford needs to fight Boots in it. He needs to fight Virgil Ortiz and all of those guys.
I'm not a fan of.
You could also say the same thing about Canelo when he fought Floyd, and you know that end up making him a better fighter.
Exactly. Even though he lost the fight, look, it made him a better fighter. It made him great.
Facts. And like the lightweight division, they're all not.
I'm not a fan of either Boots or Crawford.
You all got to fight.
I'm analyzing it from being just a neutral boxer.
So you say this man can't compete yet is what you're saying. Since you saying analytical, you saying Boots can't compete with these guys. Yeah, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, no. What I'm saying, when I look at a guy like Crawford, I think he feels that Boots is not at that level yet where he's ready to compete with him or Earl, and he wants him to have a little bit more fights and stuff like that. So, in my honest opinion, I think a guy like he's not saying it out loud, like Earl or Bud are not saying it out loud, but in their heads they're thinking these two young kids are not ready. They're not at that level to.
Man, they're too scared to fight him, man. I think they look at him as a risk more than anything. You know, they're not scared of him, but they look at him as a risk. Is what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? They don't look at him saying they're not ready. They're just saying they're too big of a risk.
I don't think Bud or Spence fear Boots. Period. That scary shit ain't it's cat.
No, but they won't fight him though. That's the thing. Why won't they fight him? Because it's too much of a risk, right?
Well, what has he done? I mean, like, has he? I'm not saying that he's not the mandatory. You know, until he becomes the mandatory, it's hard to say why don't they fight him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like if he was Bud's Mando like Porter, Bud would have fought him. Bud wouldn't have gave up his belt. That's just point blank. Period.
Yeah, but here's the thing is, Bud right now he has a a voluntary coming up, right?
Yeah, if he wants it,
and he could fight Boots, but he's not gonna fight Boots. And it's not just them two; it's all the other fighters like Keith Thurman. You could say Danny Garcia, all of them. They're not gonna fight a guy like Boots.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I understand that. I understand them, but it's not that they ain't gonna fight Boots. It's just that Spence is getting that other belt, and Bud just fought Porter, so Bud probably. Shit, I would be surprised if Bud even fight. He say he want to fight Thurman, but I'll be surprised if he even fight because he ain't even got a promotional company. He need to get his business straight first, and then I'll see. But I don't think the dude ducking. I don't like that ducking.
I mean,
too. It's crazy.
I agree. I won't say they're
Bud
scared.
will duck a fucking soul. Bud would fight Jamel Charlo if he could. So I don't think Bud would duck. You know what I'm saying? Period. That's just crazy, bro. Now we talking about a 3-division champ. Unified champ in one division, undisputed champ in one division, a champion in this division, and I haven't seen Bud ever duck some real smoke where somebody was his mandatory and he was like, nah, I won't get in there with him. So until that happens, I can't call that man a duck.
Yo, Kush.
No, that's you brought
in the private chat. I put the fight
because of his track record, Bill.
Hell yeah.
His track record. Do you think Bud earned the right to be selective on who
Don't
he
trip.
wants to
Hell
fight?
yeah, Bud's earned the right. Hell yeah, he's earned the right. It's not disrespectful to Boots. It's just, man, look, shit. I know, like it's just
no. Bud feels he's not at that level yet where he, in terms of the money making aspect, I don't think Bud feels that Boots is at that level where.
But what makes you the A side? How much you make? How much money you make for others, or how much you make for yourself? Because isn't Terrence Crawford making a lot of money on that top rank contract? Wasn't he making like $4 or $5 million guaranteed? On top of that, another $1 million if you don't fight somebody.
I think what makes you the A side. Khaled, what makes you the A side is the track record, and I think with his track record, he is the A side. For me, the money thing is overhyped to me when it comes to the A side, B side crap. I think it's more, Bud has earned the right to be the A side because of his track record in 2 divisions. In my honest opinion,
talking about it. You guys talking about against Boots?
Yeah, who you guys talking about?
No, well, I'm talking about A side, B side against Spence.
Oh, against Spence?
Man, fuck all that, man.
So what's the guarantee Spence has been making for his past fights, if anybody knows? Because we know what Terrence Crawford is getting. He's getting $4 or $5 million plus that $1 million if he don't fight nobody elite.
I think him and Bud are about the same. I think they're about equal. I think.
So Floyd Mayweather said that he's the A side because he's getting paid more money. So
I don't believe anything.
So who's really the A side or B side, man?
I think.
Let me keep it a buck with you, man.
Hold on. Let me say this too. Because they say Tank Davis is the cash cow, but how is Kambosos gonna make more money fighting Devin Haney then?
I could answer that question. Let me answer that. Okay. Let me start with the first part with the why is Spence the A side? Spence is the A side not because of his guarantee. I'm not sure what it is, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. I know that he took $2 million against Sean, and I think he got $4 million against Danny. If I remember right.
He got 5. He got more 5 to 6. He got a little bit over.
He got 4 against Danny, but that's not what makes him the biggest star. It's about the accumulation of the pay-per-view odds, bro. Like that's the generation of those numbers is what puts him. It gives him more leverage in negotiations, if you feel what I'm saying. And it's because he's consistently doing those numbers because of what the Dallas Cowboys were able to do with business-wise with the AT&T Stadium. They made him into a star. You see what I'm saying? He's a star, bro. He is. Yeah. He may not be the biggest star in boxing, but he's a star.
But when it comes to Haney, if Tank is the cash cow, then why would I? Go ahead. You didn't answer that.
Yeah, I didn't finish answering. The reason that money is there is because if he fights Devin Haney in Australia, he has a fan base behind him in Australia. He's popular there. You see what I'm saying? So if Devin comes to the table there, him and Eddie Hearn, they can negotiate, and you see what I'm saying? Lou DiBella and Eddie Hearn can negotiate, and they could generate more money potentially in Australia. That's why
I don't know, man. I don't know, man. What I'm really trying to get at is that, man, these guys shouldn't really be talking about no A side, no B side when they can't even crack 500,000 pay-per-views, man.
I agree
Let's
with that.
be honest. Let's be honest.
On Kambosos, on the Kambosos thing, he's never been on pay-per-view. You see what I'm saying? So I agree with you there. He doesn't really. He's saying he can generate. He has 80,000 fans, but has he shown us that? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I question that too. Like, he never really shown that.
But the one thing I do agree about that Spence and Terrence Crawford is how y'all was talking about Deontay Wilder and Fury. Alone, they don't sell no pay-per-views. But together, they sold a lot of pay-per-views. So it might just be, it has to be the right dance partner too. So
right.
Yeah.
A side, B side is basically in boxing negotiations. A side is who gets the most money, who gets the lion's share of the pot, and that's determined it's determined fight by fight, and it's determined by a number of factors. Popularity, if somebody's a champ and somebody isn't the champ, shit like that, But the basic definition of A side, B side, who gets the most, who gets the bigger purse than the other fighter.
What I'm trying to say exactly, who gets the bigger purse? Terrence Crawford it's on record. He gets $4 or $5 million plus whatever ESPN Plus wants to give him on the back end, plus $1 million if he doesn't fight an elite fighter. So so Errol Spence is getting $2 million to fight who? Y'all said Sean Porter.
Yeah.
And Terrence Crawford got more for fighting Sean Porter. So the guaranteed purse, if that makes it an A side, so how is it really? So it should be 50-50 if they're getting close to the same amount of money guaranteed. That's what Floyd said.
So it's not
Floyd
though, bro.
said.
I'll tell you why.
Floyd said. I remember when they asked him about Habib. They asked Habib, "Have you ever gotten 9 figures?" No, you haven't. Then I'm the A side because I've gotten 5 figures before.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So it's A side, B side. How much money you get, or how much money you get for others? Is it about how much you get for others, or how much guaranteed money you get?
How much exposure you are, like pay-per-view wise. It's not about the guarantee because Terrence Crawford isn't really worth $4 million.
Okay,
that was his guarantee. That was a.
Hey, but we know Devin Haney is not worth no $4 million.
Exactly.
No.
Taking care of Devin Haney.
He's still getting it though.
Wait.
You're right. You're answering the question. These dudes are getting overpaid, bro. But Terrence Crawford is a free agent. He's not.
Okay. Exactly. Even if they are getting overpaid, why would Terrence Crawford, if he's getting paid the same amount as Errol Spence or he possibly even more, why would he come down on his knees and say, "Yeah, I'll take 60% or I'll take 40%"?
I agree with you. That's what created the problem, fam. You feel me?
But they're trying to say he's ducking, but
the perception that they worth more than they are.
Just think it like this. I'm getting guaranteed more money than you are every single fight, or close to every single fight. But then you say 60-40. How does that make sense?
See what you're saying
you see
is
what I'm saying?
You're saying what's in Terrence Crawford's head right now, but that's not.
I mean, that's exactly how he feels, though.
That is how he feels. I agree with you. That's how.
How am I 40%? How am I worth 40% when I'm making just as much or possibly even more money than you?
That Terrence Crawford, bro. And this is from
I wanted to debunk that. I wanted to debunk that.
Mario, hold up. What about? How about this, guys? Listen,
it's the truth though. He really is not worth it.
Yo, what about the belts? Right? Do you guys consider that a part of what dictates the split, or what?
No, you can't because in one sense you're saying it's all about the business. So if it's all about the business, then it doesn't matter what belt you have or what belt you don't. You see what I'm saying? So when they talk about, oh, I'm doing more seats than you, so it shouldn't matter how many belts I have or don't have. You see what I'm saying?
That's why they took the Ugas fight, so we can have 3 belts.
Exactly. So if you want to say, oh, I buy more pay-per-views and I have a bigger gate, then it shouldn't matter how many belts I got.
The belts just making a bigger exposure.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
I agree. So I So I understand why Terrence Crawford don't want no fucking 60-40 because he's getting paid
I
just as
feel it
much as
too, bro.
Spence is.
It would make you feel like backhanded. You feel what I'm saying?
So
I
yeah,
feel
exactly.
where you coming
If
from.
I'm making more than you, why do you get a bigger cut?
Hey, it's exactly like you said at first, man. That man
He's the
makes
unified
guaranteed
champion. That
far
matters.
more money. It is damn near stupid for anybody to even come out their mouth and tell a man that makes guaranteed way more money, is way more valuable as a fighter to take less. You know, that's just common. It's not. It's at that point. It's a foolish debate to be had.
So
You
these
don't tell the man
fanboys,
that makes more. That's like if I make $30 an hour, right? You make 15, right? And again, I spent a long time ago. You might have got a nice bonus, right? Your bonuses may look nice, but at the end of the day, I am the man. You dig what I'm saying?
Exactly. So
I am the
these Spence fanboys are trying to use that narrative
because they don't know much
and trying to say, oh, you know, we doing the heavy lifting.
Method.
We doing this, we doing that.
Method, I have a question when it comes to this, what we're talking about with Spence and Crawford, do you think if Spence didn't fight at Dallas Cowboy Stadium, like if he fought in another area, if he didn't fight at Dallas Cowboy Stadium with that promotion apparatus with Jerry Jones, he wouldn't have this argument?
No, I know. Hold on. I know exactly what he's trying to ask. What he's trying to ask is, let's say Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford switch positions. Terrence Crawford fights all the PBC guys. He gets all the exposure from Fox football and Monday Night Football, Thursday Night Football. Would Terrence Crawford be the pay-per-view guy that Errol Spence would be?
Absolutely.
And would Errol Spence be tanking pay-per-views like Terrence Crawford is?
Absolutely.
If they were to switch positions.
Yeah, I think so.
So you're saying basically,
and Terrence Crawford was from Dallas and had that big Dallas Cowboy. He had Jerry Jones behind him. Would Terrence Crawford still be a fluke, or would he succeed?
If Crawford was from like Philly somewhere, like Philadelphia, you know, big city.
What I'm trying to say is, if he had the same backing that Errol Spence has, would he be on the same level, or possibly bigger level?
What do we mean by level? The man,
as in popularity, as in buying pay-per-views.
Whenever we mention Errol Spence's name, right? Whenever we mention Terrence Crawford's name and Errol Spence's name, is damn near joint. You get what I'm saying? And legitimately, we've been mentioning Terrence Crawford's name for a while now, 135, 140 to 147. Pay-per-view sounds good. It sounds good, niggas sitting in there and people buying fights and shit. But when it comes down to this boxing shit, you see what I'm saying? Like we can look at the numbers, you know. It comes down to the accolades. You get what I'm saying? In this situation, guarantee wise, Crawford makes more. Accolades are there.
There's no comparison. There's no comparison when it comes to accolades.
I'm saying the fight right now, the fight has always been a 50-50 fucking fight. It's just narrative. A lot of that shit is narrative to make it seem like.
Yeah, plus a lot of these fucking bitches, that were dick ride Spence. When Joshua had all the belts and was making $30 million a fight, while fucking Wilder was making $500,000 like a fucking bum, they were saying it should be 50-50.
Yeah.
So a lot of these Spence dick riders.
From my viewpoint, I'll say this, bro. Spence, and this is my opinion. Y'all don't have to agree with me. And I'm a Crawford fan. He's a bigger star than Bud. But it's at no doing of his own, bro. He was placed there. And that's my answer to you.
Jimmy, hold on. Hey,
when
Jimmy,
he ever done a big event outside of Texas?
Hold on, Jimmy.
$20 tickets in Texas, bro.
Hey, you just said something that really makes sense.
No, did y'all hear what Joseph said earlier?
Wasn't AJ a bigger draw than Wilder?
For season holders of Cowboy games, you feel me? He ain't got nobody fucking buying his tickets. He got somebody fucking buying tickets for him. You feel me? Taking care of it for him. He was put there.
Who's taking care of him, bro? Who? Okay. When he fought in Staples Center with Porter, it was fucking half empty. Bro, when he fought in Staples Center with Porter, it was half empty. Bro, Jerry Jones did that once, bro.
Look at what you just said. That was Staples Center. That was at an AT&T Stadium.
I mean,
you get my point.
Errol
Outside of Texas,
at the same time.
bro.
He
Outside of
also
Texas,
fought Danny Garcia. He fought Danny, and I mean the
yeah,
Danny
another
fight.
10,000.
Danny already had like a very huge fan base. He's from Philly. That's why I use Philly as an example. But I can't really say he's a star. I can't say he's a star.
They sell out arenas in Nebraska. I don't get what the point is. What are we talking about? Whenever Aaron Crawford fights in Omaha, he draws a big crowd. Whenever Spence fights in Texas, he draws a big crowd, right? Spence has never done a big pay-per-view in Vegas.
No, but Jimmy, you can't compare.
It, bro.
That's not an apples to apples comparison because
if we'd have thrown Danny Garcia right, and then right before he fought Earl, the numbers would be different, right? If we'd have got Sean Ford in the ring with Terrence Crawford before he fought Earl, the numbers for Terrence Crawford would be totally different. A lot of this shit comes behind narratives. You dig what I'm saying? And motherfuckers not buying the fight because motherfuckers hear someone else say don't buy the fight.
But method. The Crawford fight was on an app, bro. Bro, the Crawford fight, you had to buy that on a fucking app.
Yeah, but
the Spence fight, you could buy that on normal pay-per-view. And they did about the same, bro. I mean, the Porter fight did about 200K. I mean, those are comparable numbers, bro.
Listen, the fight is a 50-50 fight, man. And it's no ifs, ands, or buts. You don't go 3 divisions and win and then be the man at 147. You gonna tell me.
See, y'all coming in, bro, and y'all coming in with your opinions, bro. We just talking about the optics of what's actually fact. You feel what I'm saying?
The fact is it's a 50-50 fight. No one ever said it was a 50-40 fight.
Bro, the fact is, the fact is when Bud fought Porter, his guarantee was $6 million. When Spence fought Porter, his guarantee was $2 million. Those are the facts.
Nobody ever thought it was a 60-40 fight until Earl said that weird shit. So Errol Spence don't think for me. Errol Spence don't think for me.
So Spence just brought another obstacle in the way of the fight. That's just another obstacle that he put.
No, you know what the best thing is, bro? Bro, that's the best thing. 60% to the winner and 40% to the loser. So when Bud knocks out Spence,
make that be 50-50. Both niggas getting paid.
Yeah.
Now Errol guaranteed $3 million, then he should keep the $30 million. I think the issue really gonna come down to that Earl. I bet Terrence Crawford guarantees high shit.
Yeah.
That's the humble fact. No matter what, I'm guaranteed this. We both getting 50-50. I'm making more money. Niggas gotta humble themselves, accept that nigga getting paid what he getting paid. 50-50 the fight.
That's my whole point.
How can you be a bigger star if when Bud fights Porter, his guarantee is $6 million, yeah? And when Errol
so Terrence Crawford is
guarantee was $2 million.
Just as much. What I'm trying to say
he's getting paid more, bro.
These come to the table. None of that shit gonna even matter, bro.
What I'm trying to say,
I'm telling y'all, they both know how they target numbers.
How can I be the B side if I'm making triple your purse? Let's say me and you are fighting, yeah, and you're calling me the B side, but I'm making 3 times more money than you. That sounds silly.
That's the exact same thing I'm trying to say about Tank and Devin Haney. How is Devin Haney gonna be my biggest purse, but Tank gave to Kambosos, but Tank Davis is saying that he's a cash cow.
50,000 pay-per-views.
The thing with Tank is a multi.
Real quick. Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, my bad.
Jimmy.
Yeah.
There's no Apple. You can't really compare Bud selling out a 9,000 seat arena to maybe a Spence maybe selling half of a 70,000. He's selling.
Why did he do that though? He did it with Mikey though. No. You know the rumors going around. A lot of people were saying that Mikey brought those numbers in. That's up for debate, bro. Spence has never fought. Why didn't he fight a compo?
We know Mikey.
Let's just look at this is the problem. We're not looking at facts. This is the problem. You want to talk about facts. If he fought a compo in that stadium and they did 40,000, I would believe you. The problem is he fought Mikey, a guy some people think is a bigger star. So again, what are we dealing with here? Are we dealing with facts?
Since when Mikey been a pay-per-view star? Answer me that.
Hey,
what number?
He never.
But I'll tell you this. Let me ask you. Hold on.
They used each other to build an event.
Hold on.
Listen, Mikey just beat the shit out of Adrian Broner. Mikey was a 3-division champion. Mikey's obviously of a Mexican background. Mikey brought a lot of things to the table.
Hey,
Man,
Spence
he
never
still ain't no
did.
star like
Spence
that in
never did
America.
those
What that
numbers since
mean?
Mikey Garcia.
Bro, Spence was fighting on undercards, bro. Let's not overdo it now. A couple of fights before the Mikey fight, he was fighting on undercards.
That's what I'm
Let's
saying.
not.
Spence can't even crack a million. Canelo did 800,000 by himself, man. Spence can't even
That's what
crack
called a
300.
star.
Spence can't crack 400 with Mikey Garcia.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Let's not act like he's Floyd or Canelo or Oscar, man.
Yeah, no.
Look,
But what
To
I'm
be
saying
asking
is,
to be asking for the A side and
I
this
don't know. You're
and that,
fighting Mikey
when you
Garcia.
can't even crack 500,000 pay per
Yeah,
views
exactly.
in your own
So the whole
country.
concept of Spence has got an entire stadium on lockdown. Well, I'd believe you if you fought a Campos. Who's that? It's a Campos, isn't it? That bummed me for before Mikey. You know the bummed me for in Texas before Mikey.
When Ugas was ranked number one in the IBF, but somehow Ocampos became mandatory. Nobody wants to talk about
Y'all
that though.
can't see that Earl Spence was placed there, and what happened then? Because I agree with y'all. He ain't no big star.
You don't think Mikey was the right dance partner?
He was placed there,
you don't
bro.
think fighting a Mexican champion?
Hey, bro, he signed a deal with Fox, bro. They don't like
Mikey Garcia sells out in all of California, man.
Hold on, listen, bro. Go ahead, man.
No one's addressing this point though. That Errol Spence before the Mikey fight, 2 fights back, he was fighting on undercards. When he fights Mikey, I'm not saying it was all Mikey. I'm saying they together.
Hey, Jimmy, how much does Spence and Kell Brook do?
Spence and Kell Brook, they fought in the UK, innit?
Yeah.
In the Sheffield Stadium, innit? I think they did about 30,000.
That shit sold out.
Yeah, 30,000.
Was that on pay-per-view or free TV?
In the UK.
It was on free TV.
In the UK, yeah. In the UK, it was on pay-per-view, yeah.
Yeah, but
in America, it was on free
that's what I'm
TV.
saying. There's no apples to apples comparison. You're comparing Crawford selling a 9,000 seat
No, but
arena.
mate, my friend, you can't say that. You can't use that as an example because Spence didn't do it by himself, though. This is the whole apples and apples, or I don't know, watermelons and grapes. I see what you're saying in it, but the problem is we're dealing with peaches here, innit? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. We as fans, we can't compare those him selling half.
No, I don't count the Mikey fight. You can't count the Mikey fight because Mikey was half the reason that fight happened. Spence didn't do that by himself. If Spence fought Carlos de Campo,
exactly.
If you know that little bum he fought. Come on, you know the IBF bum he fought. If he fought that bum, yeah.
What are y'all talking about?
If you really want to use
If he fought that
context,
bum
Mikey just fought Bob Batista. He fought Adrian Broner. He just had knockout of the year. Mikey was on. You see what I'm saying? Like
Mikey was scoring highlight knockouts. He beat the shit out of Broner. He was an undefeated 3-division champion.
Mikey was scoring the highlight reel knockouts at 135 on the way to beating Broner.
Yeah. And he was Mikey was Mikey was
up in the narrative, like Jimmy's saying,
a
man.
Mexican.
If we even look at Mikey, right?
And he was a Mexican in California, man.
And Mikey was never on pay-per-view at that time. You see what I'm saying? His first pay-per-view and the only pay-per-view I think was against Errol Spence.
Yeah, and to this day, that's Spence's biggest pay-per-view.
The main reason why
but to this day, that's
always been
biggest pay-per-view
fight.
though.
It was just the fact that Bob turned. You see what I'm saying?
But that's Spence's biggest pay-per-view to this date, though, is what we're trying to say.
The Mikey fight was Spence's biggest pay-per-view. And even like Keith Thurman said that, let's be honest, a lot of people on the inside say Mikey's the reason those numbers were there. Like, it depends. I don't know.
Half the fucking people in AT&T Stadium were Mexican.
Yeah.
Shit,
so again, if that's true, then what? No, this is the problem.
So what I'm trying to say,
if he generated those numbers, why didn't he fight Porter in the stadium? Listen. This is what you call smoke and mirrors. This is what you call smoke and mirrors. If he sold out the stadium, he should have fought Sean Porter in the stadium. Why the fuck they go to LA to fight in front of 9,000 people?
Big fact.
Oh shit, that's a good question.
Big fact. So AT&T Stadium should be his
Jimmy, Jimmy, can you repeat that? Can you ask that question again? Repeat that question again.
No, I asked him if Errol Spence sold out that massive stadium by himself, right? In his next fight, why didn't he fight Sean Porter in the Texas Stadium, in the Cowboy Stadium? Why did he go fight Sean Porter in LA in front of 9,000 people?
I think that was a dumb promotion. A dumb mistake by his promoters. I think it wasn't. It wasn't.
Nah, that was a smart investment because
That's
they knew they were
inflated
going to
numbers,
sell all the
bro.
seats. They knew they were going to sell all the seats.
Listen, that's inflated numbers. Then you see what I'm saying? That's crazy. Yo. That's inflated. That's inflation.
I mean, Spence numbers have been decreasing since the Mikey Garcia fight.
No, I'm saying like Jimmy said, right?
pay-per-views.
If you throw a person right in like a stadium that holds 15,000-30,000, right? Right. And then you try to rely on the pay-per-view sales. You get what I'm saying? If I decrease the number of people that can be in there, then certain fans are just going to have to buy the fight. You get what I'm saying? And it's not no slight to anyone. I'm just saying if you really use your brain, like Jimmy said, instead why not put that fight that's a unification fight in a bigger stadium if you wanted to
exactly.
You get what I'm saying? That was actually good ass. That was actually hella sense. They put it in there for a reason.
So who
I can't make the fight. So
so
the same pay-per-view version. The pay-per-view numbers would have been totally different.
And that gets me to my point that they're both getting paid the same. You know, is Errol Spence really the A side, or should this be 50-50?
No, I think it should be 50-50 because they're the biggest payday for each other. They need each other for undisputed, and they need each other for the biggest payday. This is a legacy fight. It's that Ray Leonard needed Tommy Hearns. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, and that gets me to my other point, Jimmy. I mean, is Josh Taylor really a big commodity over there in the UK? Is he really as big as a star as Bob Abraham is trying to make it out to be?
I think Bob Arum is overhyping it, but if Bud Crawford did come to the UK, I think they probably would sell out Soccer Stadium.
Because he said Josh Taylor could do 80,000 in Scotland or something like that.
I mean,
in a football stadium.
He probably could. He did that with Regis Prograis, right?
I think if Josh Taylor fights Crawford, I think it'd be wiser. If that fight was ever happened, it'd have been a wiser fight to have where like fans could meet in the middle. You get what I'm saying? That's how I look at it. You know, you want to fill out the seats in a sense. I wouldn't just limit a certain fan base to watch the fight. You get what I'm saying? Like I put them probably on the East Coast for the fans that could probably just easily travel to New York, like have it at Madison Square Garden or the Barclays Center, either or. You get what I'm saying?
If they're both at MTK Global, I think they'll probably be in Dubai or something, because the MTK, the owner, is really good friends with a lot of the big business Arab people up there.
Hey, now
so they might even do that.
MTK, you just can't hold shit in UK and shit. You know, since they're being investigated, aren't they?
No, they can do it through Arab.
When it
they
comes
can do
to
it through
Josh Taylor, and the European and the British fighters specifically, do you guys think the reason why those British promoters don't, except for Tyson Fury is the only guy that I've ever seen come fight here in a pay-per-view in America specifically? And do you think the reason why they do that is because they know guys like Josh Taylor and AJ can't sell out arenas here in America?
I don't know. When AJ came over, he sold out Madison Square Garden and signed a historic deal with the Zone. So
with
Anthony,
Andrew Ruiz.
Yeah.
No, AJ fought him in the small. He didn't fight him in the actual Madison Square Garden. He actually MSG. He fought him in the smaller venue at Madison Square Garden. He didn't fight him in the actual stadium, in the actual Knicks arena.
Wait, really?
Jimmy.
Damn, people don't expose AJ. Damn. Expose AJ.
Is that true? I don't know. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true.
You're saying he fought at the Hulu Theater?
Somebody should look that up.
Yeah.
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's
true.
I don't
think that's true.
I don't think
Somebody
they
should look
fought
that
at MSG. I think they fought in the smaller
at the
venue
Hulu Theater.
at MSG.
No, I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true.
AJ? I don't know.
Y'all should look that up. I don't think Eddie Hearn will put AJ in the fucking
the Hulu Theater, bro. That shit has 4,000 seats, man.
Exactly. I don't think Eddie Hearn will put AJ, his biggest star, in the fucking Hulu Theater.
It was at Madison Square Garden.
Oh, it was? I thought it was in the smaller venue inside Madison.
Nah. There's no way.
It says Madison Square right here.
Yeah, but isn't the Hulu Theater in Madison Square Garden though? In the complex?
Yeah, but they would say the Hulu Theater if the fight was at the Hulu.
Like
Theater.
if you look up Teal versus Kambosos, that was in the Hulu Theater.
Okay. Okay. I was mixing Tio and Kambosos with AJ and Ruiz.
Yeah, Tio Kambosos was at the Hulu Theater. That was definitely in the Hulu Theater.
Yeah, but did AJ sell out the arena? Is my question.
Yeah, he told you it was still out arena.
AJ be selling out.
But
AJ
yeah,
ain't no.
that's what I'm wondering. Are AJ and Tyson the only British fighters in this generation that come over that are able to sell out arenas? Because it seems like Josh Taylor feels like he can't sell out the big arenas here in America because he's not as popular. He won't be as popular here in America.
I mean, he's not in a popular division. He's not in a popular division.
Amir Khan, when he went over, he used to do good numbers in America. Who else? You had Joshua. He sold out Madison Square Garden.
I made a mistake, Don. I'm sorry.
And if
I mean, Ricky Hatton was in a lot of big fights.
Yeah, if AJ fought what's his name, Andy Ruiz in a third fight, they'd probably sell out Vegas easily. I think
they'll definitely sell out. Now they're definitely selling out Vegas.
No, but I don't think those fighters would fight a mandatory in the U.S. Like they would do that in the UK.
I mean, look at Carl Frampton.
That's what I'm saying. Why don't
when Carl Frampton came over and fought Leo Santa Cruz twice? The first time they did a big crowd in New York, and the second time they did a big crowd in Vegas.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. That's what I'm asking, Jimmy. Why don't you think these British fighters fight their mandatories here in America?
There's no point of it.
There's no
because
point.
There's no point. It's just about business, isn't it? I mean, look, if it is bigger numbers,
they're probably afraid of home cooking. They're probably afraid of home cooking. You know, American fighter in American soil.
Travel more than Americans. No, I think British fighters travel more than Americans.
No, they definitely do. They definitely do. But still, America's America.
The only ones fighting in America
it's something about y'all UK fighters at home, man. Y'all love y'all fighters, bro, and I'm sure it's good to fight at home with that home court advantage too. You see what I'm saying?
Nah, I mean there's been plenty of Americans that have gone to UK that have won titles.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that
Crawford won his first world title in the UK.
Exactly. Errol Spence won his world title in the UK. So many American fighters
was it
have won
a
their
hostile
title.
environment when they went there and fought there though?
Tim Bradley.
Yeah, but we seen robberies in the United States more than the UK, man.
I'm not talking about robberies. I'm talking about the environment.
Why you talking about robberies?
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when they fight at home, they're in an environment, they put their opponent in an environment where it's hostile. You see what I'm saying? And for them,
it's the same thing. It's the same thing for USA. What do you mean?
Yeah. I'm just saying that's why they.
So what are you trying to say?
That they like to fight at fucking home, like American fighters,
just like everybody else does.
I ain't saying it's nothing wrong with it, bro. What you trying to create some smoke about the shit or what, my nigga? Because I'm just pointing out some shit, bro.
I know, but you asked a question,
bro. Because I go there with you. You feel me?
No. You're good. But I'm saying who asked a question about why they want to take their mandatories in their UK?
That was Tony that asked the question, bro.
My bad. So that wasn't for you, then. My fault.
Yeah. No, that's why I'm asking why not have these fights in a neutral? Like, do you think these boxing promoters can make a ton of money if they promote the fight in a neutral site? Like, maybe instead of having these.
I mean, the home field is home field, man. And USA makes the most money, so for the big fights, gotta be in Las Vegas.
Right.
Yeah, do what it is, bro.
Mandatories, or in Kambosos' case, he knows he's not gonna be holding the titles for long. The
problem is a lot of these promoters want to make money, and a lot of these fighters want so many millions that you can't hold it in a neutral territory. It has to be in, a territory of one of the fighters. Say,
right.
If it's a big fight from Japan or Mexico,
somebody got to be at home, right?
Or the US or the UK.
And now that you mentioned that, a lot of these Mexican fighters never fight in Mexico.
Yeah,
for big title fights, it's all because that's my other point. The more money is in the United States.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but Mexico's a third world country, though. Yeah, but Mexico's a third world.
Yeah, you're right about that. You're right about that.
European countries like Triple
Countries
G.
like Japan.
Triple G doesn't fight in his home country. Lomachenko
Yeah,
doesn't
but
fight in his home country. So it's like,
yeah, but his country isn't even. His country is barely a country, though, isn't it? Like a lot of the developed countries, like Japan.
Damn.
No, you got Australia.
It seems like the guys.
I don't know. I heard it's Russia's toilet, man. I don't know. I heard it's Russia's toilet, but yeah, listen. No, if you got Japan, if you got these sort of
He's talking about
major, if you talk about major nations like Japan, I don't know, Mexico, the UK, Russia, America, Australia,
Germany.
Germany. Those are places where those champions can make a lot of money fighting in their home cities.
Even Russia.
Yeah, Russia, man, you got a lot of money up there. You got a lot of billionaires up there.
Like when I see fights like in like those type of, I'm thinking about
if you want to be famous, you come to the United States of America.
Right.
If you want for the opportunity, you got to come to the United States.
Their promotions aren't as big as like the stuff that goes on, like maybe in the UK, like in the center, the Mecca, UK, or the US. You see what I'm saying? Like they're smaller. If you watch their fights, like
I mean, that's why they say the Mecca of boxing is Las Vegas, Nevada.
Right. You kind of have to.
That's what I mean by neutral sites. Why not force a guy like Bud specifically to fight in Vegas or in New York, where it's not going to be a home field advantage for him?
Yeah, that always happens. But let me tell you why it hasn't happened recently. And that's because of COVID.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Why does Spence only fight in Texas?
Bud has been fighting in those places too. By the way.
Yes, Spence as well. Spence, did you take him out
except for Spence because they got J World.
I mean, I'll say Texas is a big state. Like it's very known in the U.S.
And
the Mecca is Madison Square Garden, by the way.
Let me clear this up. Las Vegas was
not
known
anymore.
as the best, you know, the Mecca of boxing.
Madison Square Garden isn't the Mecca anymore.
Yes, it is. It's always been the Mecca, brother. Sorry.
No, but
Vegas.
In the pandemic, it's been Texas.
It's always been New York.
In the pandemic, Texas has been the Mecca of boxing.
It's New York. It always been.
It's just been where that's going to be staged.
Like,
because exactly because that's where fights could be staged. You can have a crowd.
Bud versus Las Vegas, right? It would be
during the pandemic.
I think it's going to be Vegas. They already agreed.
It's always Vegas. It's always Vegas.
I'm not saying Vegas is not where all the fights are held. It's just that the place that they call the Mecca of boxing is Madison Square Garden.
You say that
the reason why it's Vegas is because Vegas is an international. Listen,
it is New York, but I mean,
the reason why it's Vegas, the reason why Vegas is bigger than New York, is because it's a gambling city and it's also a tourist city. So people from all over the world can fly in.
And not even that. History. Just like Sean Porter and Kenny Porter, they said if you really want to be a big prominent boxer in the sport, you have to move to Vegas. They have the best sparring partners. They have the best gyms. They have a lot of good stuff.
LA, I know about that, man.
In Vegas,
because New York and LA, New York and LA.
I think New York,
LA, Mexico, Japan. You know,
you got Japan, you got Mexico, you got London,
Vegas because of the taxes.
Not because of that type of shit.
Depends if you're in the smaller division, the little divisions. I think American fighters, you've got a lot of them, but if you're in the kind of like the big boy divisions, heavyweight, light heavyweight, super middleweight, a lot of the talent isn't in America.
Yeah.
So it depends on it.
Yeah, like the lighter weights, if you're American, you're not going to have a lot of fans in the U.S., but like...
Mexico runs 126 and down, man.
Yeah, exactly.
126 and down. Mexico runs those divisions.
Mexico and Japan, yeah.
Koreans, little Koreans,
England as
they're
well.
really good at those divisions as well.
Bro, I remember seeing Laura versus Warrington. That stadium was packed, bro.
Yep,
I was like,
that was a big upset. Laura, I mean, everybody, I don't know why everybody thought he was a journeyman when wasn't he undefeated?
Yeah, but I'm taking the second fight. The stadium was packed. I was like, God damn.
Yeah.
He's a big fighter over there, and it's like the same.
Jimmy, you're from the UK, right? You guys go out for your guys' boxing, right? You guys go strong.
To the pub.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the fight. With Josh Warrington, whenever he fights in Leeds, he's got like a massive home backing. So the soccer, football in Leeds support him as well. So he does like big events there. So.
Hey,
Now, you
well,
see
what do
how
y'all
boxing
what do
is a
y'all think?
big
What do
event
y'all
for
think
you
about
guys?
Liam Williams versus Jesse
I
Vargas?
mean, say if he went and fought Gary Russell, like what would be the point of fighting Gary Russell in front of 4,000 people in LA, where he could say fight in Leeds and do 30,000?
PT.
What's up, Paulo? Is that Paulo joined?
How you doing, gents? You all right?
PT, what's good, PT?
What's happening? All right.
What's good, my brother? What's going on, my brother?
Paulo Tomas.
Just listening, just getting educated.
Paulo, you the one that's the teacher. You the teacher around here.
Yeah, just listening, my friend. Just how's it going? All right.
I don't know, man. What were we even talking about? I'm confused, man.
Wait, yo.
I think we're going around.
We got the OG from the UK right here, Paulo, though.
The UK fans gonna come out, Jimmy. You said it yourself. What's the point in fighting in front of 4,000 fans in the Hulu Theater when you could fight in front of fucking 80,000 fans in the UK, 50,000 fans in the UK?
Hey, that's why
Because y'all
Bob
gonna
Arum.
come out,
That's why
y'all gonna
Bob
support
Arum.
Charles. Y'all gonna ride for y'all fighter that y'all support.
Hey,
That's
let me ask Paulo this quick question real quick. How do y'all see Josh Taylor in the UK? Is he a big star? Is he an average star? Does he not bring in viewers? How does the UK see Josh Taylor?
Yeah, he's a big ticket seller. He is a star.
So Bob Arum
he's a
makes a lot
pay-per-view
of sense
star.
to want him to fight Terence Crawford in the UK.
Sorry.
So Bob Arum is correct in wanting to pin Josh Taylor and Terence Crawford in the UK against each other.
Yeah, he makes sense, man.
You cut out, bro.
Oh, that would sell stadium, wouldn't it?
Would that sell a lot of tickets?
Yeah,
I think so,
in Leeds, yeah, guaranteed stadium sell.
Yo, wait, was it
25,000?
Guaranteed stadium sell.
20,000.
Hold on, was it Josh Taylor?
If they did it
Regis
at
Prograis
Allen
sold
Road,
out?
with it being Terence Crawford, they might do it in the soccer stadium instead of the rugby stadium, and go 40,000 instead of 20,000.
Yeah. It depends. I think if they want to fight in the UK, Josh Taylor in the UK would, I think, probably be a bigger. They'd make more money off the tickets than fighting.
I think Josh Taylor. Not Josh Taylor. You on about Warrington or Josh Taylor? Oh, yeah, on about
Josh Taylor.
The one about Josh. Oh, yeah, that in Scotland's massive.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you were on about Josh War. I thought you were on about Josh.
No.
Yeah.
You have to remember, Crawford came to the UK and beat Ricky Burns for the belt in Scotland, right? In Glasgow. So if he came back again to Glasgow to fight Josh Taylor,
I just had to ask that because a lot of these American fighters think that Josh Taylor and Crawford doesn't make sense for some reason. A lot of these American fight fans,
it makes sense.
They saying it don't make sense. So I wanted to get it from two fellow
it does.
UK.
Of course, it does make sense, but they don't want that. They want a suspense fight or whatever. But it makes a lot of business here, incredible business, especially in Scotland.
The narrative they're trying to push now is that they don't want to, because Taylor has a fight in February, so they don't want Crawford to wait until Taylor fights and then until Taylor's ready to fight Crawford, because that will mess up the timeline to fight Spence.
Yeah, but I feel like that's bullshit though, because Spence. We've been waiting 4 years.
It is bullshit. We've been waiting 4 years, so now all of a sudden they don't want Spence to take a super fight like that.
No, I mean, what it really is, bro.
Just to accommodate Spence.
Josh Taylor.
They don't want Crawford to have any success, bro, in boxing, bro. Anything that could give him any kind of leverage, they don't want. So those people that you're saying that, they're haters, bro. That's what it is. You feel me? They just don't. They know that makes sense. You feel me? That's why.
So if he comes to the UK, let's say he comes to the UK and makes 10. Let's say he comes to the UK and he makes $10-15 million. Then that's not going to be a good look on Spence, is it? Because his last payday was about $3 million. So I don't know.
Exactly. So who's really getting paid the big bucks?
Crawford getting paid like he one of the top guys, like he should be.
So if they're getting paid the same amount or Crawford is possibly getting paid more, who's really the A side? And that comes back to my analogy
50-50,
with Tank and Haney. Kambosos gets paid more money with Haney, so how is Tank the cash cow?
Yeah. Yeah, if I'm getting paid $3 million and you're getting paid $1 million,
$2 million,
how am I the B side?
Exactly.
Yeah.
How do you want me to say, yeah, I'll get paid less than you when I've been getting paid more than you?
Yeah.
One thing for sure, bro. The PBC got some explaining to do, bro.
They definitely do. And just like what Joseph was saying, I mean, Fox Sports don't want nothing to do with them after this year. They're going to Paramount Network. And Top Rank is still going strong, putting hell of a fucking fight night, putting Ramirez
What
and
happened to
Pedraza
all
on
their
free
dates,
TV.
though? When they on ESPN and NBC, what happened to all that?
Top Rank.
Okay. Don't they put fights on CBS and NBC anymore?
Nah, they don't. They never did.
No,
Top Rank and ESPN? Top Rank?
No, PBC.
Oh yeah, PBC. Yeah, PBC. They were doing, but I don't know what happened either. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, this is on Spike TV.
I think that
What
Bob
happened to
Arum
all of that?
that deal with ESPN, bro, and shut them out.
Spike TV.
I was loving, bro.
Hey, Spike
bro,
TV is called
PBC.
Paramount Network now.
Oh man, fucking Spike TV sounded better.
For those that don't know, Spike TV is called Paramount Network now.
I'm not gonna lie, that sounds a little gay. I prefer Spike TV.
Yeah, it used to be, and UFC used to be on Spike TV.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but they changed. They had a different name before Paramount Network, but now it's called Paramount Network.
Yeah. You know what? I say Eddie Hearn and Bob Arum, they've probably got more of a stable business platform. Like Eddie Hearn's got a long-term deal with the Zone. Arum's got a long-term deal with ESPN. They've got like guaranteed money. The PBC, they're kind of all over the place, isn't it?
I think Eddie Hearn is in a fucked up spot too, bro. I think
hell no.
No, he just signed a $1 billion deal.
No,
he just signed a deal worth over $1 billion.
The Zone is flourishing.
Yeah.
The reason that the Zone is flourishing. Go ahead.
No, the reason that I say what I say is because he wastes a lot of money. You see what I'm saying? And he don't put on the best fights that he could.
Yes, he does.
In the UK, he's got a budget of $200 million a year. In the UK, he signed a $1 billion deal just for the UK.
What do you mean he doesn't put on? Hold on. No. What do you mean he doesn't put on the best fights when he just put AJ against Usyk? AJ didn't. If he didn't really want to take that fight, AJ didn't have to take that fight. He could have maneuvered around that mandatory. He could have maneuvered around it. He's a big enough star to maneuver around it.
He would have been a duck for it, but
they thought they would do him though. After that Chisora,
yeah, that's right. He did think
Chisora performance.
I'm guaranteed that Eddie Hearn puts on the best fights possible. Why do you think the Zone had? Why do you think the Zone had?
Why he not putting on Triple D versus
Andre? Let me ask you this: why do you think the Zone has the most upsets of the year?
Yeah.
Because they put the best fight the best. They put the best fights the best. They don't protect none of their fighters like the PBC does.
Yeah.
When the WBC and the PBC fed Wilder tomato cans for like 5 years.
We could agree to disagree on this, bro. I'm just saying, in my opinion.
I mean, I think Top Rank and the Zone puts on better fights, especially this year. They put better fights than the PBC in this year, by far.
I'll say that, but not by.
Okay, then. So how are you gonna say
that? The Zone over PBC by far, though.
By far. I think Castaño and Jermell Charlo was their biggest fight they had.
Yeah.
True,
and
but
that shit wasn't even on pay-per-view. But they got Luis Ortiz on pay-per-view.
PBC is straight garbage, bro. Like,
hey,
let's be.
Hold on. I say this to BBC lovers. Why wasn't Porter versus Crawford a joint promotion?
Because they ain't got no fucking money.
Because PBC didn't want to put up the half of the money.
They don't have no money.
So
give the money to
Canelo. I rest my case.
They don't have no money, bro.
I rest my case then.
They don't have no money.
I don't want to ever. I rest my
case. They're still paying
Adrian
Broner $1,000 a day.
The money's with the Zones. They've got the endless bag.
Zone definitely has the money, but they waste it. They waste the money.
Yeah,
Yeah,
They got a bigger budget than PBC and ESPN. They got a bigger budget.
Don Dada,
do
you're
waste a
not
lot of money,
budget
but
than
they've got an endless
so
tax.
you're
the zone have got a bigger budget than PBC and ESPN combined.
And ESPN.
They've got shitloads
So
of
It's
money.
all about the
Endless.
budget. It's all
Don
about the
Dada.
budget. If you ever been
Don Dada.
in money management, you're given a budget for the
I
year.
hear you. Act like they don't have one. So you're meaning to tell me that
So why do they have
they're
Luis
not able
Ortiz
of,
on
they're not
pay-per-view?
capable of making bigger fights with that war chest that they fucking had? They couldn't
But why
make
didn't
the
they
Devin Haney
then? Why
Teofimo
didn't they
Lopez
then?
fight?
But
Why
why
couldn't
didn't
Politics
they?
played a part as well.
Why couldn't
Listen,
they make
listen.
them?
Didn't.
Politics played a part
But
as
they
well.
didn't, man. We're not talking about what they can do. We're talking about what they did do.
They
And what
did
they
not
didn't do
fucking do what they should
was
have
make big
because
fights.
they're fucking failing.
Come on.
Wait,
I
who
don't
you
care
talking
how much
about?
money
Kush, who
they
you
fucking
talking about?
have. I'm talking about the zone. They're fucking failing too, just like PBC.
How many big fights did the zone have? Man, the zone had a lot of.
I just told you two fights that they could
compared to the
fucking be
money.
making.
I
I just told you two fucking fights that they could be making.
for Luis Ortiz.
They could be making Triple G versus Andre, and they could be making fucking Devin Haney versus Teofimo Lopez. But what are they fucking
Bro,
doing?
they can make Devin Haney
But Teofimo's not the zone fighter though. Teofimo's not the zone fighter, bro.
And neither is Triple G. Triple G has an exclusive deal with the zone.
No,
he don't got an
they can
exclusive
do
deal
Ryan
with
Garcia
Matchroom.
and Devin Haney.
He don't got an exclusive deal with Matchroom. He got an exclusive deal with the zone, man. You're talking about one fighter. You're talking about one fighter,
bro. The
You're
zone
talking
trash.
about one fighter.
I just told you two examples.
Devin Haney, I thought Devin Haney was a free agent, but I thought
You
Devin Haney was his own boss. So why can't Devin Haney go to ESPN?
When you read between the lines, what do you believe when you read between the lines, bro?
Come on, man. I thought Devin Haney was his own
You
boss.
believe he's a free agent? You believe him?
I don't know. That's what he says. I'm gonna believe what
you
he
believe
say.
that bullshit?
I'm gonna believe what he said. He said he was his own boss. So why he gotta stick with
He's
Eddie
still
Hearn?
fighting on his own from what I see, bro. I ain't no fool. I ain't no fool.
Zone give you a lot more for cards.
We know
Sometimes
PBC
twice a
had
day.
to. We know PBC had to was not up to par.
You can't argue with me that the zone is doing no shit, bro. They garbage.
We know PBC was not
No,
up to
come on. You
par.
got Joshua Usyk. You got Canelo Billy Joe. You had Kambosos versus Lopez.
Hey,
You had
I'll say the
Jojo versus
PBC, they made good
Jojo
fights
versus
in certain
Haney.
divisions, like in the welterweight division. It's all been good fights in the welterweight division the
PBC only
past
got
like
the
5 years.
welterweight division and the
And 154.
154.
They don't have
154.
welterweight. Maybe that's why.
But none of that shit was on pay-per-view.
Yeah.
Just don't have welterweights. Maybe that's why it's been good fights.
Yeah, and then bro, you got all the UK cards as well within your zone.
Those UK, man, we had Liam Smith versus Anthony Fowler. That was a hell of a card with Cheeseman on it.
The zone
Joshua Usyk
worldwide, also.
Joshua
Come
Usyk
on,
as well.
man.
They
The
bring
zone puts up
cards
good
from all
cards,
over the
man.
world.
Joshua
All
Usyk.
over.
You just
The
keep
zone
holding
puts up
on to
good
that.
cards. The zone puts
You had
up
White
good cards,
Povetkin.
man.
You had White Povetkin. You had Joshua Usyk, Canelo Billy Joe, Canelo
Bro,
Callum Smith.
the issue isn't a
That's
specific
why I think Haney's
company.
going to
All
get the
for
It's not a
$8
specific
a month.
company. It's
All
them not
for
wanting
$8
to
a
work
month,
with each
man.
other. That's what the
All
issue
for
is.
$8. Hey, what do
PBC
you
had that
mean?
shit. They'd be charging you $80 a card.
Where's the money, bro? People
Hey,
work with you.
Eddie Hearn said he'll
Hearn
send
got all the
Andre to
money.
Showtime.
Eddie
Eddie
Hearn
Hearn said
got all the fucking money.
he'll
Why he
send
not
Andre
using
and
his
Devin
money?
Haney to wherever they need to go to fight, man. Come on, man.
Big
Stop
banks
with that
take real
bullshit.
bank. Why Eddie Hearn
Stop
not
with that
using the money
bullshit.
to make the fights?
Yeah, Eddie Hearn.
He is,
He's
man. Eddie Hearn makes the best fights possible that he can
Why
actually
Canelo
make.
leave?
Nah, bro.
Canelo
He
leave.
kind of does. He doesn't really do it though. How come
Why
To
Canelo
me,
leave?
he
How come
does.
Andre never got a fight yet? Andre never fought anyone.
Because
He's under Eddie
nobody
Hearn.
wants to fight him, and he's
Nah,
turning
man, I
down
don't.
fights.
Eddie Hearn could have made
He's
a lot of
turning
fights
down
with him.
fights, and he's turning down fights, and he's pulling out of fights. Didn't he pull out the Jamel Charlo fight? Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, that's my point. I'm saying like now there's Eddie Hearn. He's with Eddie Hearn, and they can't get a Triple G fight. They can't get a Munguia fight.
Yeah, but to be fair though, Triple G don't want to fight him, and let's be honest in that. Triple G don't want to fight him yet.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Andre call Erislandy Lara boring? Didn't he call him that? I think that's on
Bro,
record.
I'm not blaming Andre. I'm not
So
saying
no,
Andre.
you're blaming it on Eddie Hearn when it's not
I'm
really
saying
him,
I'm
man.
saying
It's
he
not
knows
really
Eddie
him.
Hearn.
He's the promoter. We
He's not getting
should.
the fights.
It's not Eddie Hearn,
You
man.
trust
Eddie
him.
Hearn
You
has
trust
put
Eddie
in the
Hearn, huh?
best fights possible,
You
man.
trust him. You trust that nigga.
I do, because he's made the biggest fights for Canelo.
which is the biggest
That's
superstar
Canelo.
in boxing.
He gave you the fights you wanted to see. You
Bro.
wanted to see him fight the guys he fought over Andre.
No, what I'm saying is that
that's your
Canelo wanted Billy Joe, and he wanted whoever else he wanted, and Eddie Hearn made it happen. That's what I'm saying.
Eddie
so
Hearn
if he
will
can
make
those fights happen,
that
he
is
can make
true.
any fight happen.
PBC gave trash cards and Fox and Showbox, and everything else was $80 pay-per-views, bro.
Hey, I mean, for God's sake, man, look at the undercard that they gave Canelo, man. I think Canelo deserves more respect than that weak-ass undercard they gave him, man.
Yep.
And he still made 800,000 pay-per-views.
Canelo left that fool for a reason. I like Canelo. That's my guy.
Hey, but didn't Canelo want Eddie Hearn to negotiate with them? But what did Al Heyman say? No, he don't want Eddie Hearn in the negotiations. Isn't that what happened?
Well, what happened now? What happened now?
Well, see now, isn't it?
Hey, you're proving my point, man.
No.
Is a free agent. He'll go wherever.
Is he back with Eddie Hearn now? Or no?
Yeah, he said he wants to spend his career with Eddie Hearn. In an interview, he said Eddie Hearn's the best promoter in the world.
Is he doing that?
That's what he said. That's what he said.
Is that what he's doing?
Al Heyman didn't want to negotiate with Eddie Hearn, so Canelo had no other choice than to drop Eddie Hearn. That's the only reason he dropped him.
Yep.
Okay.
That's why they had like 2 or 3 different negotiations with Caleb Plant.
Yeah. That's why Eddie Hearn said he had to. He said I step back in it.
That's true.
Yeah,
and he let Canelo's lawyer take the lead.
Yep, exactly.
All right, so he been giving Devin Haney like $5 million a fight. What's he gonna do with George Kambosos? Is he gonna give George Kambosos like a $10 million offer or what?
I don't think he gave Devin Haney. I think Devin Haney gave him $3 million.
I think Devin Haney gets between $3 and $4 million.
I have $3 million as highest payday. So if he fights, what's his name? Lopez.
He fights George. What's up?
Yeah, George Kambosos. Yeah, Kambosos.
George Kambosos.
Yeah. Yeah, they could probably make that fight on the.
That's the thing. I don't know if Devin Haney will get big fights in the future because he's already paying him so much money, and like the other fighter would want a lot more than what Devin already gets. So.
Yeah, well, it depends if there's Kambosos.
Eddie Hearn got the money. They say Eddie Hearn got the money all day.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
Hey, but what I'm hearing is that...
Why do you think Brown is giving Eddie Hearn shout-outs on Twitter saying, you're the man, you're paying your fighters? PBC, you got me fucked over here.
Because Adrian Broner's broke, bro. He needs bread. He needs money. That man needs a big payday, man.
He said, he goes, PBC won't fucking pay me, man. Shout-outs.
Yeah, they literally don't pay him.
They don't have it. They don't have it.
Yeah, they literally don't got the money.
They gave him a fight. Didn't he just fight like a little over a year ago? He just fought and it was terrible.
Yeah, but bro, he said he wants to fight 3 times a year. They gave him 1 fight and stopped calling him, stopped picking up his phone calls for a year, bro.
Them money got AB 30.
Hey, why do you think PBC has so many fighters on the shelf, man?
Because the money is.
Because it's not
they
big.
were hoping Canelo was signed. They were hoping Canelo was signed with them.
That multi-fight deal or whatever they wanted to sign.
You see Eddie Hearn's silly with the money, but PBC fucking paid Canelo $50 million for 1 fight without any guarantee of coming back. Wouldn't you say that was stupid?
Hey, didn't I say PBC is the dumbest one? Hey, that is true, bro. They were hoping that he would stay.
Hey, all they do is overpay fighters. All PBC does.
Canelo went in there and fucking robbed him.
Yeah,
he robbed the bank, and he robbed the bank, and is never looking back.
Canelo,
they let Canelo keep all the live gate. They let Canelo keep all the live gate, the sponsors, Mexican TV. He robbed the fuck out of PBC.
Well, saying, "Oh, y'all gonna rob people? I'm gonna rob y'all, motherfuckers, bro."
You walked out that bitch with over $50 million.
Hey, and you know what that proves? That PBC was desperate. That PBC,
right?
How do you give up all that? Just they're desperate because they're in the ruins, man, and it all makes sense now. When everybody was saying that they was out of business, it all makes sense now. Who does all that?
No bullshit. They could have made Crawford Spence with that money right there. Instead of giving it to Canelo, they could have made Crawford Spence.
Bro, they could have made Crawford Spence 3 times with that money, $50 million, bro.
I thought Wilder and Fury would have held up at first. Then they
it just seems like the PBC is hanging by the threads.
Thread, huh? Hell yeah.
Don't tell me Yeah, don't tell me you don't have the money for Crawford Spence and then you pay Canelo fucking $50 million. He took that shit and ran off.
Right, especially if Joseph is telling us that
and then you're giving Caleb Plant $10 million. I don't even think Errol
No,
Spence
they had to
made
pay him
$10
$10
million.
million
where the fuck did that money come from? If what Joseph told us earlier is true, what Fox dished out some more money because it was Canelo? That's what it was.
Nah, I'm telling you, they're giving a budget, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, where that money come from?
They're always giving a budget.
Floyd Mayweather. I think a lot of it came from Floyd Mayweather because he's tied in with PBC in it. That's why he was hating on Canelo in it. Because they thought, okay, he's gonna stay. They thought, bro. They thought, let's offer Canelo this $50 million and he'll fight Benavidez, Charlo. Canelo took that money and fucking bounced.
Bro, get the fuck off me, bitch. Got on, bro. Canelo
That's fucked up, you know. He fucking robbed them and just fucking left, bro.
If you robbing people like that, Canelo did.
I see why Canelo says. Oh, I see why Canelo's team said that they love working with Al Heyman. I see why they said that.
Exactly.
That's exactly what he said. He said, "Oh yeah, we love working with Al Heyman."
Yeah, that's what he said.
Oh yeah, I see why. I see why.
That's hilarious, bro. That's hilarious, bro.
Man just gave up $50 million plus the back end.
Bro, and he got the belts.
You can have all the they're like, no, you can have all the live gate. They did like an $18 million live gate. You can have all of it. You can have your Hennessy sponsor.
Viewership.
Mexico TV as well, bro.
Bro, they bent over backwards for Canelo, bro.
Literally, man.
What?
They literally bent over. They literally bent over and said, "Here."
That's why he said he was very comfortable. That's why Canelo goes. He was very pleased with the PBC.
Yeah, he loves working with Al Heyman.
So will Bud sign with the PBC or what?
Bro, what money, bro? They just paid, bro. They paid Canelo like over $50 million.
Do you bored of thinking shit?
Hey, they're gonna have to take out a loan to pay Errol Spence and Ugas, man. They're gonna have to take out a loan to pay them. What money do they got left in the budget?
Bro, because that was probably fucking a lot of the money for the year. They probably needed in it. And Canelo just took that shit and ran off back to the zone, bro.
Ran off back to Eddie Hearn.
You know, I actually kind of feel bad, man. I kind of feel bad for the PBC, but that's fucked up, yo.
I'd like to see Canelo fight in the UK. I would.
Hey, he wants to fight in the UK.
I think eventually he might do with the Zones Association.
He wants to fight in Japan. He wants to fight in Africa. He wants to fight all over the world. He wants to be a global star.
Yeah, he wants to fight in Dubai.
That's what he wants to do. He wants to
He would do well in the UK. He would sell big, definitely, with the right dance partner.
Hey, against who? Would he do big numbers against Bivol in the UK?
No, he do massive numbers
with the right card. Bro. Yeah, with the right card and everything. Bro. Yeah, would do great.
Bro,
obviously, preferably with an English dude.
Yeah, if he fights Eubank Jr. in the UK, bro.
Yeah, something like that.
Well, what about Okoli in the cruiserweight division?
Or even a Yard when Yard gets the WBO title and he beats a Smith or Callum Johnson. Something like that, you know.
Right now,
you never know down the line.
I don't think Yard will beat Joe Smith Jr. right now.
Yeah, I'm just saying if, for instance, that would be a British guy with a belt.
Yeah, look at that guy feeling sorry for. Look at that guy feeling sorry for the promoters in the comment section saying, "Oh, don't complain when fights don't happen because Canelo did some fuckery with the PBC." Now, bro, no one asked the PBC to pay Canelo $50 million, bro.
Hey, the PBC for sure about to let Terrence Crawford do what Canelo did.
Now it's Canelo's fault that the PBC can't afford to pay nobody else. Give me a fucking
the PBC just saying boxing fans are toxic.
Bro, no one asked.
Not letting that shit happen twice. They're not letting Terrence Crawford do
that. Hey, Canelo could have brought Plant to the zone, and that would have been perfectly fine. Nobody asked PBC to host this fight.
Right.
All he wanted was Caleb Plant.
They want to get robbed, bro. They wouldn't let fucking Plant come over. Eddie Hearn wanted to ship the bill. They're like, no, fuck that, Canelo. You're going to take this $50 million.
The more we talk about that shit, the more
that was come on, man.
Shit, bro.
We know Canelo would have preferred Caleb Plant to come to the zone. That's what he wanted to begin with.
Bro, they only get 60 million a year, bro. They get 60 million a year for their budget. They give fucking 50 of it to Canelo.
I'm like, how the fuck did they do that? Where'd that money come from? You feel me? Like, how the fuck they do that?
That's why we're getting Luis Ortiz and Keith Thurman and Barrios on pay-per-view, man. They need to make the extra money up somewhere, man. But they pick horrible fighters to put on pay-per-view. So PBC is going to shit, man. If anybody doesn't want to admit to it, man, then I just think you're blind, really.
Bro, that's why the PBC fighters only fight once a year.
Bro,
right?
check this out. Bro, they had 60 million for the whole year. They get 50 of it to Canelo.
Hey, you know what that shit did, Jimmy? That shit made them say, "Hey, Spence, your eye detached." Fighting this year.
Hey,
they did dirty, bro.
Yo, so like, what's up?
That shit is crazy, man. I see why they put Luis Ortiz on pay-per-view, man. They had to make some money up somewhere, man.
Yeah, so Al Heyman isn't as smart as they say he is, or what?
They couldn't put that shit on free TV. They couldn't, because they wasn't gonna make it. Even if they did 50,000 pay-per-views, man, that would be a little bit more than free TV.
That's fucked up.
But like, they're not even gonna make money off of that Luis Ortiz fight. That shit would have sold 1,000 tickets or 1,000 pay-per-view.
They spent, bro. They spent 90% of the budget on Canelo. What the fuck are they gonna do?
That stadium looked empty, man. I'm not gonna lie, man. Watching on TV, man, I seen a whole bunch of empty seats.
Which fight you talking about, bro?
The Ortiz and Charles Mine.
Bro, ain't nowhere to go to that shit on New Year's Day, bro.
The thing is, there was nobody. There's nobody there. There was
nobody there,
the
man.
thing is, there was Cuban fighters on there, and they haven't got as much support.
Hey,
Not many Cubans turn out in America.
Hey, if they release the
Morrell
numbers for Ortiz,
they were saying about this.
Hold on. Hey, if they release the numbers for Ortiz versus Charles Martin, then that's how I know Tank Davis and Cruz did horrible numbers.
No, they're not.
They still don't want to release those numbers. So if they release Ortiz numbers, that's how I know Tank Davis did less than Ortiz and Charles Martin did, man.
Come on, bro. You know
Charles Martin did way less than that than Tank. Come on, man.
We not getting no numbers from here on, bro. Come on, you know that. Ain't
yeah,
no numbers.
No way.
That shit outstanding, man.
Yeah, but that shit really was on New Year's. Like, who would watch that fight on New Year's?
Bro, people are out trying to go to parties, trying to go to fucking be family. Fuck that bitch.
Exactly. Like, why the fuck would you put it on?
You're gonna give all that up to go watch fucking Luis Ortiz, bro.
Hey, I mean, PBC said, "Fuck it, we only got 1 million left in the budget."
I didn't even realize that.
Maybe Bob.
They said, "Fuck it, we got 1 million left in the budget, man. We gave 50 to Canelo. Fuck it, we got 1 mil left. Fuck it. Let's just put on
the whole budget, bro. That is fucked up, you know. I bet Eddie Hearn did that by purpose to fuck the PBC over.
Think about all these whack ass dates that they getting, bro. Maybe Bob is taking.
Hey, I see why Eddie Hearn wasn't mad that Canelo went to PBC. He was actually happy about it. He said, "Yeah, you know, if Canelo wants to go ahead and go."
Niggas die, bitch. They don't.
Now they're trying to say, fucking hell, bro. They're trying to make money off Luis Ortiz.
Bro, I don't know what the fuck they doing.
I never realized that shit, bro.
Bro, Eddie Hearn was so happy. Yeah, man, he's on Fox. Like, he's on. Sorry.
I never seen a promoter be so happy that they lost the biggest star in boxing. No, seriously.
Yo, that boy Canelo, man. You think? Wait, so he's gonna go back to Eddie Hearn? You guys think?
Yeah, definitely. He's gonna go make that Bivol fight with Eddie Hearn. He got plenty of fights to make with Eddie Hearn.
He took his money, bro. He took his money, shook out Heyman's hand. Bro, he took his money, shook out Heyman's hand, and bounced.
Yeah, he really did, man.
I don't think Canelo going back to Eddie Hearn, bro. He might fight
Bro,
Charlo,
BBC.
like Joseph said. Man, he holding the top rank, bro. To
How
go
the fuck
get
is he
them
gonna
guys.
fight Charlo, bro? The BBC don't have a budget, bro.
That is true, bro. I don't know where they gonna find money, bro. They keep
Hey,
calling
hold
it
on,
money,
hold
though,
on.
bro.
Hey, I see. Now I see why they couldn't make Charlo versus Canelo because they didn't have no money in the budget.
Money, bro.
They couldn't pay Canelo. That's why.
Hey, I am listening
never
to
said
y'all
anything
niggas
about
capping
Canelo,
like a motherfucker right now on the panel.
It's
All
money.
y'all niggas capping right now. Listen, the Zone and Eddie Hearn wanted Caleb Plant to fight Canelo on fucking the Zone. What are you guys talking about?
That's exactly
they wanted
what
that fight on
he
the
said
Zone, but PBC offered more money to Canelo, so Canelo went to the PBC because they offered him the biggest bag. The Zone wanted Caleb Plant to come fight on fucking on the Zone. What is y'all niggas talking about? The Zone was mad that Canelo didn't fight on the Zone, my nigga, because the Canelo bringing subscribers to fucking the Zone, nigga, to the app, nigga. Are you crazy?
Nah, we was bullshitting half the time.
Y'all niggas,
but it was funny. But it was funny.
Y'all niggas funny,
Yeah,
dog.
the Zone bought all the big stars, didn't they? They bought Canelo.
Yeah, the Zone want Canelo to fight on the
Ronaldo,
Zone to bring subscribers.
Yeah,
they can't, you know what I mean? They don't want the Canelo to leave, nigga. Canelo the face of boxing. They couldn't afford Canelo. That's why Canelo sued. Y'all niggas act like Canelo didn't sue the Zone and Golden Boy to get out of that contract. So now he can fight wherever he want to fight. Remember that? Because Canelo wanted to fight Yildirim. Canelo wanted to fight Yildirim, and fucking the Zone wasn't gonna pay for that shit. And Canelo fucking sued they ass, nigga. Let's be honest.
But I heard Canelo wanted Plant on the Zone, but PBC wasn't having it. That's what I heard. I heard that Canelo wanted to fight on the Zone, but PBC wasn't having it. So of course Canelo.
Nah, they offered the most money.
I don't know.
They did. Canelo even said PBC gave him his biggest payday, nigga. He said PBC they paid the most. That's what he said. He said they asked him about fighting Caleb Plant. He said, I don't know, but he said fighting the PBC they paid me the most money for fighting fucking Canelo. No, Canelo said they paid him the most money for fighting Caleb Plant. They said rate Caleb Plant as a fighter. He said, I don't know about Caleb Plant as a fighter, but he paid the most money. You know what I'm saying? They paid him the most money to fight Caleb Plant, nigga. Remember that. Remember that, my nigga.
Nah, that's fact.
So the Zone, the Zone want Canelo to fight on the Zone to bring subscribers to their app, nigga. Because when Canelo fought Billy Joe, they brought 400,000 subscribers to the Zone, nigga. That one fight.
Yeah.
And what happened? Canelo leave. Canelo the cash cow, the face of boxing, but now he fighting on Showtime with Al Heyman and PBC. Facts.
Told y'all. He not going back to them, bro. He about to fight.
Yo, what up, Kazi? What up? What's good, my boy? What's up with it?
Kazi, how you doing, Kazi?
What you saying?
Good.
Hey,
before
hold on.
I just came in to come in and say something real quick. So
what, Cosmic?
The difference between all the rest of the fighters, Canelo brings the money. You know what I'm saying? So if he goes and does business with PBC or anybody else, he's gonna bring the money. So he's not bringing a deficit to a network. You know what I'm saying? It's guaranteed
I don't know, bro.
money.
If your budget is 60 million,
Hold on, Jimmy, chill. So now, hold on. I just got here. This is, you know what I'm saying? This is why I don't need try to get on the platform. You be here like 3 hours and shit. You know what I'm saying? But see, I forgot my train of thought. But Canelo brings the money in, so the negotiations for this year are going to be just like everybody's money. Like the new year started, right? So ESPN has a budget, the Zone has a budget, Showtime has a budget, whatever the case may be. So with Showtime, they are going to look at Canelo as somebody that's going to bring revenue in. You know what I'm saying? It's you're not going to lose. So it's going to give you more flexibility to pay other fighters, to make other potential hypothetical fights that may make money. You You know what I'm saying? So and if you put Canelo in Showtime, you know what I'm saying, and you say, let's say he has a fight in May and a fight in September. Let's say he has a fight with Charlo in May, right? And then a fight with what's called Benavidez in September. So now you're advertising Showtime. You know what I'm saying? So what Canelo brings to the table is not only what's it called his you know, maybe 1 or 2 fights, but he also is going to be, you know, promoting your brand, your pay-per-view brand. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Or your network brand. You know what I'm saying? So that's the difference between the rest of these fighters. They're bringing so many
Wait.
aspects to
Yeah, he's right. Let me just say this. Now, Cosmic is right. Now, DAZN, they were saying pay-per-view is dead. And their biggest star, Canelo Alvarez, the face of boxing, left DAZN to go fight on pay-per-view with PBC. That just made DAZN look bad. Because DAZN was saying pay-per-view is dead, pay-per-view is dead. But your fighter, Canelo Alvarez, left you guys, left DAZN to go fight on pay-per-view with Al Heyman in the PBC. So that shows that DAZN was wrong. They said pay-per-view was dead, but pay-per-view is not dead when you got Canelo fighting on it. I can tell you that.
Yeah. You just said it. I mean, other than Canelo, who has done 500,000 pay-per-view wise? I don't think you could name me one person.
I think
Jake
Fury
Paul,
Wilder,
Floyd
the second fight with Fury Wilder, but that's it. But Canelo's the cash cow, man.
Other than Jake Paul and Floyd Mayweather, I don't think nobody has.
But yeah, a real fighter, like a pound for pound fighter. Jake Paul is not a real boxer, bro. I don't know what he is, bro. That shit is not real boxing. What they doing, bro?
Yeah, that's entertainment. It's not boxing.
I mean, it's just curious to me is that why would they pay 50? Why would they offer 50 million for Canelo to fight Caleb Plant, but they couldn't offer
they made money back, bro. Hold on. Listen. They made their money back with Canelo. Over 800,000 pay-per-view buys. Canelo brings money in, bro.
They did. But why couldn't they offer him 50 million to fight Charlo?
Well, I'm hearing somebody told me that Canelo might fight Charlo still next.
Yeah,
they said Canelo might not even fight Mukabu. They said that Charlo
because
fight.
It's guaranteed money.
Hey,
look.
But we know.
Yo, hold on. Chill. You ever front people money? You ever front people money? You ever hustle?
Definitely.
You ever hustle?
Always.
Okay,
definitely.
so look, listen. Okay,
I had to run down on a couple houses. Yeah, definitely.
No, it's all good. No. It's not even. I'm just saying you're gonna invest into something, right? You're gonna know. Yep. All right, this guy's. I know he can move weight. I know he can do this and that, right? So you're gonna invest into that person that you know is gonna bring money back. You know what I'm saying? That's gonna keep bringing money back. So that's the thing. That's what they're trying to do. So some may not be bringing money back, but that's a guaranteed investment. When you have a guy like Canelo. On your banner, he's going to bring money back, and he's going to bring some profit, and he's going to make your product look good. That's the difference. That's where you're going to pour $40 million, and that's cheap. That's being cheap when you look at everything. When you look at the whole promotional thing, when you look at all the negotiations with Showtimes and the networks and everything else, that's cheap. 40 million is cheap.
Yeah, definitely. No, it was just funny. Jimmy was saying that they had a $60 million budget, but they paid Canelo $50 million. And
I don't believe in that, man. You know what I mean? Those guys got plenty of money, man. You know what I mean? They know what they doing. They've been doing business with Floyd Mayweather. You know what I mean? Steven Espinoza. Those guys been in the business, bro.
But it comes back to this. So if they can,
they made money with Canelo, bro. So. Y'all acting like Canelo put them out of business, and that's not the fact. That's not true. Canelo only helped their business, bro.
That is true. In the end, they did make money off that fight.
I think he helped them for them to keep a.
He helped them make money in that Caleb Plant fight. That did over 800,000. That wasn't a flop, bro. That was a good event.
No way.
They made money.
Hell of an event.
Canelo brought money to Las Vegas. So many people was betting. So many people was renting fucking cars and shit. Hotels. You know what I'm saying? People was traveling all over the world to watch Canelo. DAZN wanted that for them. Yeah. But DAZN couldn't afford that type of fight. The Zone is the one that went broke. That's who went bankrupt, brother. That's who fucked up the bag. You know what I mean? If PBC can afford Canelo, the biggest star, 40 million, they got to be doing something right, bro.
Hey,
that's just the facts. But I want to hear what Cosmic got to say.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm good. I'm just, I
haven't talked to you for a while, bro. I just wanted to hear because I know.
Good.
I want to hear you cook real quick, bro.
Oh, I'm good, man. I'm just chilling, man. I come in, like a sniper, real quick.
Just to rebuttal what you just had to say is that the Zone never had to pay Canelo $50 million because
bro, they was paying them what $32 million, $32 million a fight, but they couldn't afford. They couldn't during the pandemic. The Zone was trying to cut back on money, bro. And guess what? When Canelo was gonna fight Gildrum, and he was expecting that same 32 million, and the Zone was like, "No, I can't do it. I can't do it for that fight." What did Canelo do? He sued the Zone, sued their ass, got out of that contract, bro, and then he went to the PBC and got that 40 million, brother. That's smart business. If you Canelo,
smart business for Canelo. But what I'm trying to say was
it wasn't smart for the Zone. The Zone to give Mikey Garcia $7 million to fight Jesse Vargas. That wasn't smart. The Zone paying Triple G $20 million to fight Steve Rose. Is that smart?
So you could say that the same thing for Haney. Are they smart for paying Haney?
He's not getting $20 million though. Triple G got $20 million, brother. $100 million contract from the Zone. Who has he fought? Nobody but Derevyanchenko, bro.
No, Derevyanchenko. Did he fight Danny Jacobs on?
Matter of fact, didn't the Zone cut back on Triple G's money? Yeah, they did. They had to restructure his contract. I think.
I think everybody's money's gonna get cut.
Yeah, because the Zone they couldn't afford that shit no more, dog.
Yeah, they had to restructure his contract too.
Yeah, the Zone was fucking broke as fuck.
Well, know all this, bro. Why you still up here?
Yeah, and everybody was roasting the Zone, and Devin Haney was like, "Well, the Zone ain't never play with my money." I remember Devin Haney even said that. He said Devin Haney said the Zone ain't never play with my money when they was going through that shit with Canelo. I know y'all remember that.
No, I'm not arguing nothing. It was just funny to hear that Jimmy said, PBC had a certain budget.
I like the Zone though, man. I ain't gonna lie. I like the Zone.
I mean, they put up
good for boxing though, man.
They put up good fights.
I'm just saying, like that whole idea. The whole idea, like no pay-per-views. Wait, just hear me out. It's like no pay-per-views, right? $100 for the whole year. Man, I thought it was good, and you had Canelo, but Canelo left. Like, you know what I'm saying? Well, go ahead, Cosmic. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, we'll see the numbers next year, right? So AJ is not like doing much. We don't know what's going on with him, right? And then we don't know what's going on with Canelo. So so now you're basically waiting to see what Canelo's gonna do or what AJ's gonna do before you resubscribe to, $80 or what I'm saying, $80 a year, is it right? For a whole year. So those numbers are gonna
it's over
$100 or whatever. Right, so those numbers are gonna go down.
They need, bro. The Zone needs Canelo for subscribers, bro. They need Canelo for my subscription. At this point, I'm gonna get it because I like Devin Haney, though. I ain't gonna lie because I'm a Devin Haney fan. I will get the Zone.
Hey. PBC is paying up front. They're like, all right, this is it. This is what you're worth. So with the Zone, honestly, they're kind of not really paying what Canelo and AJ are really worth when you think about it, because they're pretty much, the Zone is a subscription for sports and whatever the case may be. But if you don't have AJ and Canelo, you know what I'm saying, and these 3 quarters, you know what I'm saying, like the first quarter, which is going to be January, February, March, you know what I'm saying, those are 3 quarters, right? So you're losing money, you know what I'm saying? Like who the fuck is going to be paying for that? Are you going to be paying for that?
So will you get the Zone? Will you resubscribe to the Zone if Canelo's not on there?
Yes, I will.
Without Canelo,
and I'll tell you why.
It's still a good deal. It's still.
Without Canelo though, Canelo was the deal though. Like when you got Canelo a part of that deal for $100, it was like, man, that shit was on point. But
Yeah,
I'm just saying,
I
got a question for you guys. Who is the face of DAZN boxing right now? Is it AJ the dude that got his ass whooped? Come on, bro. Canelo's not on there. Who's the fucking face of DAZN? Is Devin Haney? So Devin Haney's the new face of DAZN. Who is it?
It's Haney.
Haney taking over DAZN.
Haney.
As in, it's
what about
Haney's.
Ryan Garcia? He doesn't even fight, so you can't say him.
What about Virgil Ortiz?
What about Virgil
Ryan Garcia is signed to his Instagram. Ryan Garcia is
all
signed
the
to
UK
Instagram.
fighters we don't know about, because we know DAZN is UK based. It's not based in America. So we're from America. We may think this, but in the UK, it could be totally different. You feel me?
So I'm asking you, brother, who is the face of DAZN? Is it Triple G?
Yeah, I'd say it's AJ, Triple G, and David Haney.
Oh, come on, Triple G, 40 years old. Fuck out of here.
The face of
So,
DAZN is Haney fighting.
AJ just got his ass whooped. He's not even a champion.
Tickets, but he sells tickets though.
But he's not even a champion. That's what I'm saying. Like,
but that's where are we alluding to ticket sales, or are we alluding?
So
to,
when you talk about Top Rank, right? You gonna say who's the face of Top Rank boxing or ESPN boxing? You could say I guess you could say Tyson Fury. You could Tyson Fury, right?
Yeah.
Tyson Fury or Terrence Crawford. Well, Terrence Crawford just became a free agent, but Terrence Crawford was with them the whole time. So you had Terrence Crawford, you know what I'm saying? Teofimo Lopez, Lomachenko, and they got Loma, right?
Let's look at the whole story though. You know, Top Rank it really is known for his up and coming fighters like Shakur Stevenson, Keyshawn Davis, you know, stuff like that. So we can't just put one person, you know, in front of the whole company.
All right, PBC, on PBC, who you got? You got Earl Spence. You got Earl Spence. You got Tank Davis, Deontay Wilder, Charlo brothers. You got the Charlos. Who else you got?
I mean, we got
Canelo.
I don't know about that.
He was on there. His last fight was on there.
So, I mean, are we putting Showtime together with PBC, or are we putting him at
Canelo's a free agent there, H.
Yeah, but I'm just saying his last fight was on the PBC. You know what I mean?
So Showtime and PBC together, or are we putting them as different entities?
Yes.
Who got the best stable of fighters?
Top Rank.
Yeah, I think so. I'm with Paulo on that one. Benavidez too. Benavidez on there. Yeah, Alex. David Benavidez. Man, PBC got fighters, dog. They got what? They got fucking David Benavidez. You got Earl Spence, Tank Davis, motherfucking Andy Ruiz, nigga. PBC got Andy Ruiz, nigga.
And that's a heavyweight champion.
Not riding him well. They're not riding him properly.
But they deep, bro.
Hold on, H Money.
They don't ride him well.
Andy Ruiz still one of the biggest names in boxing. In American boxing, he's right there with the top guys. Andy, I would say. Would you agree with me, Don Dada?
Yeah, I will agree with you, but that's the root of the problem. PBC has all these amazing fighters, but they only fight one time a year.
And they got Morrell too. PBC loaded.
They only fight one time a year.
They need more platforms. They got
Fox, bro. They got Fox, and they got FS1, and they got Showtime.
Xander Sayers fought like 6 times this year. Jared Anderson fought like 5 times.
They need to spread them out. Spread them out.
PBC has amazing fighters.
Xander signed a big deal today of some sort. Xander signed a deal of some sort today.
But DAZN got a nice little stable too. Who you got? Usyk. Y'all think Usyk could be the face of DAZN boxing?
Yes,
definitely. Actually, he is.
If he becomes heavyweight champion,
he is. The heavyweight champion is always the face.
If he becomes undisputed, DAZN is going to be the hottest promotional network in all of
boxing. The heavyweight champion always gets the face. I'm sorry.
Especially if he beat AJ again. Paulo,
especially if he beats AJ again.
Yeah, Paulo, if he beats AJ again, Usyk will be, man. He'll be
the daddy-o. Yeah, he will be. Daddy.
He'll be the hottest heavyweight.
He already is, I think. He already is. He's unbeaten for football.
So DAZN, you got Devin Haney on DAZN. You got Ryan Garcia. You got Usyk, Virgil Ortiz, Zordo Ramirez, Conor Benny. He ain't a champion though, but he all right. He's a big name though. You know, he is a big name. So you got who else? Demetrius Andrade.
if you want to talk big names, Andre, we got Liam Smith. He a big name on the zone because he a big name in the UK.
Demetrius Andrade on there on the zone. The zone got to get more fighters. They not Mikey. You still got Mikey. Mikey got beat Sander Martin. That's a good name, Sander Martin. You know what I mean? Just beat Mikey Garcia.
They need more people.
Yeah, they need more people for sure, man. They not deep like PBC. PBC, come on, man. David Benavidez, fucking Morrell, nigga.
That's why they need to let them come over. They need to let the fighters.
Gary Russell too. Don't even forget about Gary Russell.
That's my whole point of the PBC. They have a deep roster, but they're not fighting.
Yeah, they're not as handled as well. They are.
All right, Blair Cobbs. The zone, Blair Cobbs out, man. Come on. Blair Cobbs is a joke, man.
It's the leftover.
The dude is like you know what I mean? He's cool though, man. He's funny though. Hey, Mark Castro, good prospect on the zone. I like him. He's really good. Dang, if fucking Top Rank got Big Baby Jared Anderson. They got Keyshawn Davis. Man, they got so many. Oh my God!
They know
how. Top Rank does probably got the best stable though. Go ahead, Paulo.
I'm just saying they know how to cover all the bases. The Top Rank, they got the young lads, they got the big boys, the guys in between, everything. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, don't forget Richard Torres on Top Rank too, a silver medalist in the Olympics.
Oh yeah, Richard Torres, Keyshawn Davis. They got the whole Olympic class. All of the Olympians from America. Top Rank signed everybody.
And Top Rank just signed somebody either today or yesterday that was another Olympian. I forgot his name.
When you look at it like that, the zone is pretty much last, though, to be honest with you.
They get the leftovers. They're happy to get them and take it.
Yeah,
that's how it is. Because out of 10, they might.
I want to say that.
Paying so much. That's
when they had that bag, though, man, they was signing everybody at first, though. They got Canelo. When they got Canelo, the zone was on. But when they had Canelo, the zone was on damn near the top. But once Canelo left, the shit flopped. You know what I mean?
To pick them,
I want to say flop. I want to say flop, but yeah,
they didn't have the right.
Without Canelo, the zone ain't really holding weight like that, bro. You got to be honest with you.
Yeah. But I wouldn't say it flop though. It didn't flop.
All right, for American fight fans, like we said, Usyk.
Okay. Yeah. You're right. For American fight fans,
Devin Haney coming up though, but he's still a young guy. Like Ryan, if Ryan fought more, Ryan could take over the whole zone.
Exactly. For you to say the zone flop, then you got to say Haney and Ryan Garcia flop.
Nah.
Really say it flop.
Well, really Ryan got to fight more often. If Ryan keeps fighting, Ryan has the potential to take over boxing. If he's good, you know what I mean? If Ryan wins those fights, he could take over. He could be the biggest thing in boxing.
He got that fan base.
Exactly. But Devin Haney's good too. He's a rising star. He coming up. But then who's bigger, Devin Haney or Tank Davis?
And that's what I was trying to get at these guys. So who really is a cash cow in the lightweight division?
Tank Davis is a big
or Devin Haney?
Devin Haney's like my favorite
easily, brother. Tank easily.
Tank, right? Okay. So,
this
all
is
right,
hold on, yo. This is
hold
why.
on, but before you say that,
bringing the money in. Listen. Haney got a contract, so he's getting money because based on his contract, they believe he's going to be generating a certain amount of money. So they threw a whole bunch of money to him. So now, regardless of who he fights, he's going to get paid that amount of money. With Tank Davis, he's still generating the buildup. He's still selling stadiums. He's doing it based off his merit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
fight by fight. I know what you mean, fight by fight.
I mean,
pay-per-view by payper-view.
It's hard for me to say that.
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. And
it's
building differently. Whereas with Haney, it's a set. He's got that set.
Yes, exactly.
So who would y'all say is bigger, Devin Haney or Lomachenko?
Big in what way?
I don't know. Worldwide, everything.
Everything.
In America, whatever. Loma or Haney?
I would say Lomachenko.
In America, worldwide, it is Loma because of what he's achieved long time.
So in America, who's bigger, Loma or Devin Haney?
Don't forget, people are watching him in the Olympics. Every fucker watches.
Who's a bigger name in America, Devin Haney or Loma? Just talking in America.
In America,
probably balanced. I would say
it's even. Yeah, it's even. Yeah, it's evenish. Evenish. I mean, Loma's the bigger dude. He's the biggest star of all of them, apart from maybe.
Who's bigger? Who would y'all say is the biggest star? Go ahead.
Loma, because he's been around for a while. Devin Haney's, the fact that he can be with Lomachenko, what I'm saying, at his age, at where he's at right now, like that's amazing. You know what I'm saying? That you can, be at that level. You know what I'm saying? Lomachenko's been fucking putting work for a long ass time. It y'all think it comes easy, you know what I'm saying? I'm sure H Money put in fucking work before, you know what I'm saying, like he started blowing up. It takes fucking time. It doesn't just come overnight. You know what I'm saying? Hard work, takes time. Y'all look at fucking bodybuilders, you think he fucking took steroids and he just got fucking big. No, it fucking took fucking time.
But the one that's there lingering in the back that can be bigger than Canelo, if he's got the goods, if he can do it in the ring, is Ryan Garcia. Because if he can do it in the ring with already 9 million followers and all that bullshit, it's just there on the plate to be served. But he's got to do it in the ring.
To everybody. Let me ask this question to everybody. So we had after Floyd, we had Pacquiao. After Pacquiao, we had Canelo. Who is the even? Do you think we're gonna have another pay-per-view star or a crossover star like Canelo? Because I don't think we're ever gonna get a boxer that's a crossover star after this.
I think there always is one. There's always there's always a generational. So
who do you see? Who do you see as that guy then?
Yeah, that's more of the question. Who do you see as the guy? There's always a generational dude. Always is. It's how the world works. Every 20 years, there's a go.
Paulo, I think, man.
Mayweather, now it's Canelo, and there's always that dude, isn't there? But I know what you mean.
So boxing is being held by one guy. Is that always been the thing? Has that
There's always been the guy who's the top guy, though, isn't there? That's like it is. Then it was Roy Jones. It was Cesar Chavez. There's always the top boy. The guy that just is. It's like at school. The guy gets the jacket. It's just
Cesar
the way
Chavez,
the world is.
Oscar De La Hoya. So who's after Canelo? Who's the next man
exactly.
in line
That's
after
the $1 million. That's the $1 million question. Even the promoters want to know that. That has to unfold. Let time take its course. But if we had to say who is, we could start guessing.
Who would your best guess be?
Man, it's really hard to say. They're not really poking their heads out.
I'd have to get the calculator, the pencil, and paper out.
And that goes to my next question. That goes to my next question.
I'll let the other guys answer first. I'll get the other gents answer first.
If y'all don't have
I'll just
nobody
work
in
it out
mind,
in the meantime.
are we ever gonna get a crossover star that has 60+ fights like Canelo does?
Yeah,
but Canelo.
That's what you meant by crossover star.
Is Canelo the last of the Mohican?
Oh, crossover.
Of 60 falls, I think so.
Guys like that have 50, 60 fights that are crossover stars, pay-per-view stars, legitimate pay-per-view stars. Are we ever going to get another boxer like that?
No, but you're giving us two categories. Which one? Which one? Pay-per-view buys or 60 fights?
Both. I mean, both. Like,
but it's got to be one or the other.
Questions there.
No,
which one?
A mixture of both.
A mix.
I mean, or just a pay-per-view.
Who's the next daddy? Is what you
nobody
mean.
can answer that question because it's too many variables in there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You need a calculator.
I mean, but do you think there is going to be another one?
Not to fight 60 fights anymore.
I think that the guy that could do it potentially is David Morrell.
All right, I mean, y'all answer me this. So, who's America's biggest pay-per-view star?
Canelo? Oh, America.
No. American. It has to be Spence or Deontay Wilder, right?
It's
how much did Deontay Wilder make in his last fight?
I mean, they just said that he did 600,000 with the Fury.
Can I give you the top three?
Oh, with Fury, then it's fucking what's his name, Wilder then.
Yeah, the top three
Wilder's
for me.
38, so he basically retired already.
No, but you asked who was the who sold the most pay-per-views in America. That's what you asked.
Nah, I mean, all right, okay. After Wilder, then who's the next star? Spence.
Shakur could be one. He's got.
So you think he's gonna do big pay-per-view numbers?
Up until now, Don Dada.
I'm saying is who do y'all think is gonna do
number
the biggest
two
pay-per-views?
up until now? American. I think it's Spence ahead of Crawford. Crawford's achieved more in the ring, but in terms of views, I think it's Spence, and I'm starting to think he should demand maybe the 50-50. But Crawford has achieved more, and the reason why it's Spence is, for instance, they've both fought in the UK, but Spence was a pay-per-view against Cal Brook, so he was seen more here. People probably remember that more than when Crawford fought in Scotland, which nobody saw, literally, here. And then you've got the fight in America. Obviously, Spence is fought with against bigger demographics. Mexico, American, Garcia, Puerto Rican demographic, American, Danny. Whereas Crawford, the guys he's fought, they don't carry big fan bases. Mean Machines, Postals, this, that. He didn't fight as big a fan bases. Per capita and fan bases, Spence fought way bigger. He had to fight against England, where Crawford only fought little Scotland, 5 million. No one watched it. Spence fought against the whole of Mexico and the whole of America, Mickey Garcia. You know, things like that counts a lot. The whole of Puerto Rico and New York, but the whole Puerto Rican community in Danny, Philly.
Exactly. They know what they're doing.
Big, it's massive. So I can see their chase there. It's one of those.
Paolo.
Because I'll go to the table and say, look,
preach
mate,
to them, Paolo. Teach these guys,
no,
brother.
it is that. I've got 50 million views. You've only got 5 million.
Absolutely. That's what Earl Spence saying. I got more pay-per-view buys.
Spence came to England and conquered England in
Sheffield. Errol has everything over, but
no.
Yeah,
that's
what Earl is saying. Earl's saying, I have more pay-per-view buys than you. I sell more tickets than you. I have more belts than you. That's what he's saying pretty much, brother.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's not Crawford's fault, that he was moved that way and he fought those guys, for instance. It's not his fault. Spence happened to fight bigger fan bases. He really did. I mean, Mexico, Puerto Rico, England, the 3 biggest. There and there straight away. It's so that carries so much. So now I've only started contextualizing that shit lately, because you guys have been chopping it up so much, and I've just tried to look at it, and that's what it is. The dude has fought a bigger, fan bases, whatever. He's been seen more.
But I think Devin Haney will end up being probably the face of DAZN boxing, because this guy is doing all the right things. It's like they were leaning towards Ryan at first, but Ryan, he missed out on his opportunities with those fights in 2021.
Yeah, Ryan will go and do his thing, and Haney will go and do his thing, so to speak. And they could meet, but they'll go and do their own little path in the meantime. I want Haney to fight Kambosos. I want him to get that fight, get all that sorted. He's got his opportunity. Win the belts or not win whatever happens there. But I want all just that sort. I want Haney to get that fight, and hopefully he will, because of the DAZN. That's what would make him the face of DAZN proper. Going down, whatever, and beating Kambosos. But Usyk is the boy, though. The heavyweight cat's a lot of clout. On it. Heavyweight catch has a lot of clout, he has. I'm probably thinking it is Usyk. His achievements are...
Y'all making a lot of sense, but, I mean, Joseph said himself that Fox doesn't want nothing to do with boxing. So now the PBC has to find a new home in Paramount Network. So if they was making so much money as y'all say, I mean, why would Fox not want to renew the contract?
What with Fox? Who's it? I don't know, man. I don't know about Fox. Fox is doing all right. I've been happy with Fox showing me some free Morrell fights. You get me?
We just left.
Hey?
Who's that? Puro Boxing?
Yeah. Who's just left? Who was the other guy in the panel? I forget.
I think it was Jimmy.
Nah, Jimmy left a while back. Who was it? What the fuck?
I
Oh,
don't
it was
remember
Cosmic.
who the.
Yeah, it was Cosmic. It was
Oh,
Cosmic.
Cosmic.
Yeah, no, yeah, fucking Errol Spence, like it's not gonna be no 50-50. Like that shit's not gonna happen, bro. Because Errol Spence, he has all the leverage in negotiations with the normal shit that they fucking that they go by. He's a unified
Hey, Pearl,
champion. Sells more pay per
but
view, sells more at the
but
gate.
what I was trying to get at was that I'm not blaming Crawford for asking for so much money when he's getting paid just as much as Spence is, or if not more than Spence is. You see
I
what I'm
understand what
saying?
you're saying, Dandara. No, I totally understand what you're saying. It is
That's
what
what
it
I'm
is.
trying to get
That's
at.
what negotiations are. Unfortunately, sometimes they just don't. They don't agree, and it takes a while for fights to be made. But hopefully, they
But
can.
I'm not blaming Spence. I'm not blaming Crawford for saying, "Oh, why would I take 40% when I'm getting paid just as much as you?"
Well, but the thing is that well, that's the thing. Like, I get his where he's coming from, but the thing is that like he's not going to get 50%. It's just the whatever Top Rank used to pay him. That's what Top Rank used to pay him. Now he's trying to make an Errol Spence and a fight with Errol Spence. So like literally, he doesn't have Top Rank backing him anymore. I don't
Let me
know.
ask
He
you this.
doesn't have
Let me ask you
TK. What's
this.
up? Talk to me, bro.
Let me ask you this. Do you think Spence or Crawford were ducking? We're ducking this fight.
Of course not. I don't believe in ducks.
And I feel where you're coming from too, because I actually do not believe in ducks either. I think
Nah,
everybody. I think everything happens for a reason,
it's
or it doesn't
politics,
happen.
bro. It's politics, bro. It gets politics for
I
what
like that
for
answer. I
everything that
like
I
that
hear.
answer, Pearl.
For
That's real
everything I
shit.
hear is
I
just
like that
business,
answer.
bro. Like literally, they both want to get paid, bro. Because it's a big fight. But like literally, if they really, really want to make the fight's gonna get made, and that's why I kind of like that like them not coming out with these numbers, bro. They should keep all that shit in house, like private.
Facts. I like that answer. Like I haven't
It's
heard
just because
that.
it's like it's none of our like literally like fuck it like that part like the fans won't move for shit, because the numbers are already what the numbers are, so it's literally it's just like fucking somebody's got to budge if they really want to fight each other. Somebody's got to budge.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That makes it too much sense actually.
Oh man, these guys are warriors, bro. It's just business fucking gets in the way sometimes.
Yeah, no, but what I was trying to get at, I only put that narrative because I've been hearing the narrative on the Spence fanboys that they're saying that Crawford has been ducking this whole time.
Well, who started that
Yeah,
trend
but that's
with those
I hate that
numbers
word
matter?
fucking when they fucking always come out with these ducking
Cosmic
shits.
is back.
You know
Cosmic
what
is
I'm
back.
saying? Oh, what's up, Cosmic?
I
Hold
should
on,
be
look, Cosmic.
chilling.
Let me
Cosmic
finish
is
this
coming to
real
the
quick.
edge.
Let me finish my answer real quick.
Cosmic, put some some sense into this matter,
Yeah.
please.
What
Hold on,
happened? What
Cosmic. Let
happened?
me just answer Don Dada real quick. Yeah, no, I don't believe in ducking. That's like, other things are more plausible, but I'll never fucking blame the fighters for, it's, the fighters are the last
I feel
people
that.
I'll blame.
I actually feel
That's just
exactly
me
how you're
personally.
feeling right
Me
now.
personally.
Go ahead.
But who started like bragging about the numbers that what I'm saying? Like
I don't
now
know.
everybody's.
Who did?
I think there was a point where people were bragging about numbers and what they did. You know what I'm saying? Like you were talking
No,
about,
no,
like it should have been
I was just
mentioned.
trying to prove a
What
point.
do you
No,
guys
no, not
think it
you, not
should
you,
be?
Dandara.
What do you guys think it should be between that fight? 50-50 or what? Even though we
No,
keep
it's not gonna be
chopping
50
Between
50,
who?
unfortunately.
Crawford and say Spence, if it did happen,
To
which
me,
I
if
don't
it was
think
Yeah.
up
will
to me,
happen anytime soon.
if it was up to me, this fight is 50-50 to me.
Yeah.
To me.
What about you, Cosmic and Puro? You're in negotiating
Go ahead,
table.
Cosmic.
What are you giving? 50 or what?
Yeah, 50-50 makes sense. But this is the
Yeah.
thing though, when you're
Yeah.
talking about like 50-50 as an individual, as a fighter, but when talking about promotional companies and things like that, right? So like when you are signed to a promotional company, I wish Joseph was here. When Joseph is here, I just sit on the sidelines and I just listen. But because he talks about business and the in-depth, like what it means to be signed by somebody. So when you're signed by somebody, like they're also bringing in, what I'm saying, like the stadium, what I'm saying, like whatever the case may be, MGM, or what I'm saying, or Madison Square Garden or whatever. So they have numbers behind that. So they're not just negotiating for on one behalf. They're negotiating for other people. You know what I'm saying? Like networks and all the rest of the things. You know what I'm saying? Like there's so many fucking things behind that. I mean, so
and that's what me and Jimmy was alluding to.
Hold on.
That
But with Crawford doesn't have anything behind him anymore. He doesn't have no network. He doesn't have no
though.
anymore. Exactly. But when you
But
bring
he's a
in
free
something to
agent. He's a free
yeah.
agent, isn't he?
Yeah, but
When
we were talking about
what you
while he
bring
was
into
on
the
paper.
negotiating table. What did you bring into the negotiating table?
Well, you'd have to
You know what I'm
find a
saying? What is
backer.
Terrence Crawford?
You'd
Can
have
Terrence
to
Crawford
find a
hold
backer.
on?
He's a free
Yeah,
agent.
hold on. Chill, yo, chill. Can Terrence Crawford get a stadium in anywhere in the world? Can Terrence
Hey,
Crawford be like, yo,
and
we can
you
make
know what I
like
would rebuttal to
as a
you?
free agent?
You know what I would rebuttal?
Depends.
Canelo
Yeah,
get Canelo.
it depends on his backer. The companies like
Hey,
a DAZN, anybody can come up to him and say,
Gave
"Look, we'll
Caleb
deal
Plant
with
$10
you."
million just to fight for that one
It
title.
depends.
And
That's
Caleb Plant
different
had
though.
never
That's
been on
different.
pay per
That's
view.
different.
Well, PBC gave him 10
No,
million.
that's different. But he's being backed by PBC. Caleb Plant was being backed by PBC. Caleb Plant is being backed by PBC. That's what it means when you have a backing. When someone's backing you, you know what I'm saying? That's what it means. You know what I'm saying? So Terrence Crawford doesn't have no backing right now. He's a free agent. So when you're free agent, unlike with Mayweather has the money behind him. Mayweather can literally sell out can negotiate with vendors in Las Vegas and be like, yo, I can rent out this stadium, I can rent out MGM, I can rent out whatever the case may be. You know what I'm saying? That's what you have to do. You know what I'm saying? Like you have to bring something to the table. That now you're negotiating on behalf of yourself. You're negotiating against a whole promotional company, which is the PBC, right?
Right.
That's what Spence has behind him. Terrence Crawford doesn't have nothing else behind him. He
He
doesn't
has
have
his management company, MTK.
the management.
You
So
would have to find a
MTK,
backer.
that's good.
They're
That is
connected.
good.
They're
MTK,
connected.
which is huge in the
Yeah.
boxing world. They're
Okay,
It is
connected,
big.
highly
But
connected.
just for fight purse, what we're discussing, you just gotta you really what matters is your how much you sell and if you bring any titles to the table.
Okay, fellas, what I was trying to get at with all that I said, I was trying to get at that Spence is not doing a million pay-per-views. He's not even close. That this fight shouldn't even be stopped because of A side, B side. That's the last thing that should be holding this fight back. This fight should be 50-50.
But it's not going to be
not
50
You know
50
what I
Bandada
mean?
nah.
because
You know what I mean?
Errol holds the leverage in this
Yeah,
situation. It's
yeah,
not going to
he
not going to be
does,
50
but he's not no Floyd. He's not doing Canelo numbers. He's not even cracking 500,000.
That's what I'm saying. Neither is Crawford, but
They're
the numbers that
exactly
they make
so
are the
why hold
numbers
it?
that they make, brother. So
Yeah,
that
yeah,
Arrow
I
has
get
his
that.
leverage being unified, and that he makes more money. He brings in more pay-per-views and he brings in more
No,
people
I get
to
that. I get that.
yeah, yeah.
You're not telling no
So
lie,
that's
and I
the end
get
of that's
that.
his leverage. Terrence Crawford has his leverage, and that's where they have to negotiate.
But what I'm trying to say is that shouldn't be
Yeah,
stopping this
the in
fight.
between.
That should
Yeah,
not be
but
stopping this fight
unfortunately
from
it
being
does,
made.
bro, because these fighters are trying to make money, bro. They're prize fighters.
Yeah, but I
About
mean,
business.
but come
It's about a
on,
lot about business.
but come on, man. They're gonna
Somebody's
make
got to
money
put the money
regardless,
up
man.
front,
Nah,
though.
No, I know they're gonna make
This is
money
the thing, though.
regardless, but
Somebody's
bro,
got to put
these
the
guys
money up
are
front.
like literally once they retire, that's it. They're not gonna do anything else.
no,
They're trying to make as
so
much money as
So
they
look.
can, brother.
Nada,
so my point,
this is
my
like
point
this. It's like
was
this. Hold
that
on, hold on.
Crawford has a better accolades.
Nada,
It's
look.
So
Hold on,
it evens
Cosme,
out.
let him respond.
So
Go ahead.
Crawford has the better accolades, and he's making just as much money per fight. So that should even out. That should even everything out, man. Is
No,
what
but
I'm
that's
trying
the
to
thing.
say.
Like what Crawford made in the other fights doesn't apply, bro. It's a per fight basis. It's always has been.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's
That's
why
that's
Canelo
that,
moved to
that's the
PBC
key.
because he's getting paid
Excuse me,
up
Cosme.
front. Boom. Big checks up front. You know what I'm saying? One fight, done deal. Easy work. Boom. None of that fucking math and none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Hypothetical. You know what I'm saying? You may get this percentage shit like that. No, you're gonna get fucking cold cut cash up front. You know what I'm saying?
Look,
It's business. That's what it is.
Bob Abrams' worst enemy was Don King, right?
Depends how you look
Don
at it,
King.
brother.
Bob Arum and Don King
Arum.
came
Bob Arum. Bob Arum.
Came together to make Oscar De La Hoya versus Tito Trinidad when they were both undefeated, both 26 years of age. So if Bob Arum
we're talking
could
about
work,
the golden ages of
no,
boxing, man.
So,
We're
but
talking about
Bob Arum could
they're
work
trying
with
to
Don
squeeze
King,
boxing out of existence right now.
Why can't Al Heyman work with nobody else, man?
I don't know, brother. I mean, I don't know Al Heyman.
You know
I
what
don't
I
know why
mean?
they have their beef. No, trust me. I mean, this has been going on since
We
PBC
want
has
the same
started.
answers. We want the same
It's
answers.
just like I don't know,
Yeah.
brother. To be honest, I don't know.
No, I know we know all the answers, but it irritates me when they say that Crawford is ducking. How is Crawford ducking?
But he's not, bro. Anyways, even if they say it, bro, it's their opinion.
My
It's
bad.
their
I don't
opinion.
mean y'all saying it that, but that's what
No,
I'm
no,
trying
no, 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 no.
to
But I'm just saying,
debunk.
whoever says it, if H said it, it's his opinion. Like literally,
That's what I'm
H
trying to
don't know
debunk.
Bud. H don't
That's what
run
I'm trying to
Bud's
debunk.
career. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. That's what
So
I'm trying to debunk. Well, where
the one
everybody's
thing,
saying, "Oh, Crawford is ducking. Crawford is this." No, how's
And at
Crawford
the end of the
ducking?
day, Dundada too, in my personal opinion, it's all promotion too. All the shit that they go back and forth about, oh yeah, I'm this, I'm that, and the other. It's just to build up the fight for so when the actual fight gets signed, if it does, God willing, like the people want to see it. It gets the people talking.
Yeah, but you know what worries me? Spence is 31 years old. Crawford is going on 35.
Yeah, Crawford's a little older, but I
don't worry
mean,
about
I never
that.
heard
You
of
think they
him
worried
being
about you,
a
Dandara? You
an
think they worried about
alcoholic.
you?
I'm
You
saying,
ever see the movie The
I know what
Bronx
Dundada's
Tale?
trying to say.
Dandara, hold on.
Nah,
You ever see
but
the
you know what
movie
I'm
The
trying to
Bronx
get
Tale?
at. You know
Dandara,
what
you
I'm
ever see
trying to
the
get
movie
at.
The Bronx Tale? You ever see the movie The Bronx Tale?
Yeah, I see that. I seen
Okay,
that.
Classic.
That's a
right?
classic movie.
Do you
Yeah,
remember
classic.
how he broke it down? What did he broke?
Who? Which one? Who?
It's basically the moral of the story. You're worried about this man. You know what I'm saying? Like, what was it, Mickey Mantle
You
at the
talking
time?
about? You talking about the Robert De Niro joint?
Yeah, The Bronx Tale. Okay,
Yeah,
never
yeah, yeah,
mind.
yeah,
It's
yeah. I
okay.
know. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Why are you worried about this guy making millions of dollars? Why are you worried about him? Don't worry about him.
Nah,
He's
but
he's worried about you. He's worried about you. He's not worried about you. Come on now.
no. I'm not saying he's worried about me. I'm saying us as fans. You see what I'm saying? Us as
I
fans.
get you, Dundada.
Us as fans. I'm not saying. I mean, obviously, ain't nobody. I mean, to be honest, no. There is a lot of people looking at these YouTube channels, just like H's channel. There's a lot of people looking at these YouTube channels and seeing what actually what the people want. Believe it or not, we can make a difference. Believe it
Yeah,
or
we
not.
can. Yeah, it's true.
It is. It's computerized. They program every fucking little thing you say.
I mean, we are the media. When you look at it, we are the media of boxing. Back then, we had
Yeah.
a couple of channels
Well,
of
we still
boxing.
be.
Now you can't go to ESPN and to look up for something for boxing. You can't. There's no
They
shows for
can.
boxing
They can.
except for Max on Boxing. But you can't go to Fox Sports right now and tune in. To see a live show for boxing. No, you have
But
to go
what
to
are you trying to
YouTube.
say
They
though?
can.
Then that you
I just saw
like
Martin. What's his name? Richard Martin.
from your theory, it sounds like we should be worried, we should be concerned that boxing is dying. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the energy that you're giving off. You know what I'm saying? But
I mean, I'm not the only one
Paulo,
that said. I
Puro,
mean, I'm not the only one that
they've
says
been
it though.
around for a while. They've been around for a while. Boxing has gone through dark ages throughout history. You know what I'm saying? It's not gonna go away. It's gonna
Yeah,
continue
but
to
but we
it's gonna
haven't gone through.
continue to
We haven't.
grow.
I agree with you,
It's gonna
Cosman.
continue to do that. It's not gonna like it's
I hear
unfazed.
you. I
It's
hear you. I hear you.
one of the oldest sports. This is
It's
why
the oldest.
But
wait.
People
you
always
want
be
to
It
know
fighting.
the
is the oldest
difference.
sport.
You want
Exactly,
to know the
Paulo.
difference though. You want to know the difference.
No, there's no
It
difference.
is that the pay per
Why
view
is
era
why are
was
people?
I want to
It
blooming.
know
It
the
was
doesn't.
difference. Go
booming.
ahead.
Dandara, listen. Hold on. But Dandara, why are everybody still trying to gravitate towards boxing? Why is this still trying to gravitate towards boxing? Why are they still
Are
trying to make
they
money off of it?
or are they gravitating
What
towards MMA?
celebrities? What are they trying to do? What are they doing? YouTubers, what are they trying to do? Are they trying to do MMA or are they trying to do boxing?
That's a good point.
No, but when you talk about the YouTubers,
the fisticuffs. Let's go back to the fisticuffs. The fisticuffs. One-on-one hand combat.
We're not talking about YouTubers. We're talking about the pure sport. We're not talking about YouTubers though. You can't compare the YouTubers.
It's gonna go
to the
back to
sport.
the same thing though. It's gonna go back to
No,
boxing.
but what Cosmic's trying to say is that, like, we know that Jake Paul, yeah, he's a YouTuber, but what he's trying to say is that the boxing still like appeals to the people. Like literally, Jake Paul could have been an MMA dude.
Okay. Look at this.
That's what he's trying to say.
Since Triple G and Canelo fought, name another event where the stars came out, where the actors, where sports, where famous people came out to see the fight.
Canelo, every Canelo fight.
Bro, what about what's it called? Tank Davis. Tank Davis had a whole bunch of basketball.
Yeah, I was at Staples. They had a lot of celebrities there too.
What just happened against Isaac Cruz? What are you talking about? Come on now.
Man, we know they only come out to those fights because of Floyd Mayweather, man. Come on, man. We know that.
It don't matter. They still come out, brother. You didn't ask
don't be
you didn't put the stipulation that Floyd. The fights that Floyd is involved in. You get what I'm saying?
Tank we know Floyd Mayweather be giving out tickets for the fight.
Tank has got that appeal.
They all do, Dundada. They all do. They're called comps. They all do.
They all do that.
Hey, no.
People like someone who comes
Manny
from the
Pacquiao
gutter.
used to buy tickets, but he used to buy tickets for his fans and his family to come to the show.
Man.
Not fucking famous people.
Who did, brother?
Pacquiao. Pacquiao used to buy a bunch of tickets. He used to buy.
No, I know. Yeah, that's Pacquiao though. But I mean, like the free tickets you're referring to, all promoters do it. Like all fighters do it, bro. You think the celebrities pay for their tickets? No, they don't.
You don't think so?
Hell nah, brother. It's marketing, bro. If you see fucking Magic Johnson there, fucking, or that Magic Johnson's gonna be there, you're more apt to buy it. You get what I'm saying, or go to it.
Okay, my bad. I referred it wrong because.
I could be wrong, Dundada. You could be totally right. I'm just saying.
I'm not that old. Look, I'm not that old.
I feel you, brother. I feel you.
I remember boxing on HBO pay-per-view back in the early 2000s. When it was a true fight and all the stars would come out on their own. When it was a real fight.
Come on, man. People
they still come out on their own, bro.
Dave Chappelle. Oh my god.
Come
on now. Listen. It costs more for those celebrities to come out. It costs more.
You call your homie, bro. They probably know Bob. Hey, Bob, I want to fight. Okay.
Chill. It costs more for those celebrities to come out. They have to fucking come out, you know what I'm saying? They have to have security guards. They have to have all these fucking people around them. You know what I'm saying, man?
That's how it is. Back in the day, it was like that. The kings and queens come out to watch.
They get all that shit for free, bro. The security, the planes. They get all that for bro. I'm telling you, all the celebrities that go to a fight or they go to any event to especially if they're like a movie star or something, it's all free, bro. Yeah. Like literally, the security company will be like, "Hey, I'll give you free security. Just fucking shout me out here." They're not paying for shit, bro.
They want them to be seen there. Yeah, they want them to be seen.
Becoming rich, becoming famous. You fucking you're poor at one point, but then when you actually have money, you don't pay for shit no more because they give it to you
afterwards.
Hey, to segue into a new topic, what's the biggest fight of 2022?
Good question. I don't know. Go ahead.
What's the biggest fight? I mean, what's your opinion? I mean, my opinion. I mean, I don't know. There's a couple fights that are
big.
What's
that question again? Sorry. What's the question?
What's the biggest fights of 2022 that could be made? In my opinion, there's three. There's like 3 to 4 fights that would be the biggest. Like Terrence Crawford versus.
You start off, Andara. You lead You've been leading. Go ahead. You lead.
I'll name four big fights that could be made. I can name the Castaño versus the Jamel for Undisputed. I can name the Crawford versus Spence.
That's already been made. You don't have to make that.
Okay, so I can say that Crawford versus Spence that could be made.
That's already something that they're already thinking about.
No,
making.
but that's what I mean. I don't
it's
mean
not
that
made though, Cosmic. It's not made.
I don't mean that I'm the first guy to come up with it, but I'm saying what's the biggest fights. Not I'm the first. I don't mean I'm the first guy to come up with them, but I'm saying what's the biggest fights that could be made.
I got you, Dundada. You gotta explain.
So Canelo better be if it's a big fight. I mean, I'm just throwing the names out there. I mean, I want to hear y'all opinions. Like, what y'all think would be the biggest fights that could be made in 2022?
Well, I'll go. So like you said, Canelo better be. Ryan Tank. Fucking Loma Haney, Sonny Edwards versus Ray Martinez.
Yeah, I
Those
like
are
that
just a
one as
few.
well.
Those are just a few.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was asking them. Not fights that I'm making, but I'm thinking fights that could, I like the Canelo better be if I like the like a Lomachenko versus Tank maybe if that could be made.
Yep, that'd be a good one.
I want not Loma. I want Haney versus.
That's what I'm trying to ask. What do y'all
Haney
think could
versus
happen in 22?
Kambosos.
What fights y'all
Haney
think
versus
that can actually happen in
Kambosos.
2022? Haney Kambosos is a good one. Yeah. Haney Kambosos is a big fight.
I want that fight to happen.
It is a good one. It is a good one.
Next, straight away, first third of the year, March,
That's
April,
what I'm saying. Jermell Charlo versus Brian Castano rematch has already been made, but that's a big fight for February.
Fuck yeah, dude! I can't wait, man.
I would.
That would be
can't wait till the tickets come out. I'm gonna buy
I'd
some tickets.
I'd love to see Morrell versus say, mind you, Jacobs is fighting soon, isn't he?
Hey,
yeah, John Ryder, correct.
He's fighting soon, isn't he?
Now that we got to Jermell Charlo, do y'all think if Jermell Charlo beats Brian Castano, he'll finally crack the top 10 pound for pound list?
Morrell versus Plant.
Yeah,
He's already top 10 in my opinion, brother.
He's already
you would
in?
have to. You would be
in my pound for pound, brother. He is.
I think with the undisputed win, you'll have to put him. But to me, he's not in the top 10 for me right now. I think with the win, he will have to be in there, but he's not in there for me. I mean, I seen him get outboxed twice by Tony Harrison, man.
But he won the fight.
Yeah, he won the fight. Yeah.
I mean, but at the end of the day, that's what matters. You know what I'm saying? Like me, I thought JoJo won against Devin, but it like at the end of the day, they gave him the decision. So you gotta give him props for that fight. You get what I'm saying?
I can't put somebody in that gets outboxed twice.
And I feel you. I feel like me personally, I don't agree because he still won the fight, but it's your pound for pound. You can put whoever the fuck you want on that one.
Hey, y'all remember when he fought Castano the first time and Terence Crawford tweeted out, and this is why you're not on the pound for pound list.
Y'all remember Terence Crawford's opinion, though.
But I agree with his opinion. I agree with his opinion.
I don't.
That's a small percentage, though. That's the thing.
I just think when you get badly, when you get badly, outboxed like that, I can't put you on the pound for pound list.
Bro, that's what's going to happen when you're fighting for undisputed. You're gonna have two sides. You know what I'm saying? Man, it's hard to just like you have two fighters that are gonna put two belts on the line. You know what I'm saying? And they have two different styles. They're gonna clash. That's what's gonna happen. I think a draw was like very deserving.
That's what I had. Hey, Dandara, and I respect you. I respect you for your opinion, bro. I respect that's your
I mean,
I don't think it's crazy, like literally, like me personally, I don't agree with it, but I don't think it's like, oh my god, like how can Dandara not have him there? You get what I'm saying?
I mean, if you look at a lot of people's pound for pound list, they don't have Jermell Charlo nowhere near the pound for pound list.
Well, a lot of people don't know shit about boxing, though.
Yeah, that's true. But I'm looking at the Ring magazine. No. I form my own opinion, but I also like to hear other people's perspective because just because you have a perspective doesn't mean that you're right or you're wrong. But you could always look at other people's perspective. You feel what I'm saying?
No, for sure. I love listening to other people's perspective.
Because pound for pound list. I mean, boxing itself is all subjective. If you really want to keep it 100, it's all subjective.
Well, until you start adding up the accolades and you know what I'm saying, and
accolades is different.
Like that.
But I'm talking about.
I know what you're trying to say. What's not subjective is wins and losses.
Yeah. Obviously, the numbers don't lie, but I'm saying when it comes to
you
fighting,
can say
it's
so.
all
For instance, you can say Tank Davis is a pound for pound talent, but is he on the pound for pound list right now?
Exactly.
I would say no.
ESPN has him at number 10.
I would say no too. Oh, ESPN's got Tank on number 10.
Yeah, ESPN has him at tie number 10 with Kambosos tie.
Really? Wow, that's amazing to me because I don't have Tank's my favorite fighter and I don't have him in the top 10. But hey, I mean, like I said,
I'm reading.
ESPN's opinion.
I'm just reading something here. It says, Ugas, he says it's going to be tough. He says, but 100% I can beat Errol Spence. I don't like those sentences. It's going to be tough. You know, that sounds like it. It's like it's not too sure about it. If you get me,
I
I like a
disagree,
bit
Paulo.
more.
He's just giving his opinion, bro.
Do you
Like
reckon?
literally, like 2 champions, bro. I mean, shit. The one thing is not is going to be easy, bro. You know.
Do you reckon he's got a
And
chance? Do you guys reckon he's got a chance?
Ugas?
who?
Of
Ugas?
course he has got a chance.
He got more than a
He got
chance.
more
He
than
got
a
more
chance.
than a chance.
I
What do you
got
reckon?
Arrow, but you know, like shit. Hell yeah, he can win. He's a good fighter.
I got this as a 60-40, 60-40
Have you?
Ugas.
Have you?
Yeah, I got 60-40 the other way though, Brandara, in my opinion.
I
Well, you got
mean,
Ugas to done that, have you?
yeah, I do. I have
Oh, that's
60-40
interesting.
Ugas.
All right.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if Spence wins, though. You see what I'm saying?
No, I feel
But
you. I mean, they're two good
I
fighters,
got the
and
only
I'm not mad
reason
at
I
you for
say
picking Ugas.
the only reason I got 60-40 Ugas is because what happened. What happened after he was Spence was rusty against Danny Garcia? Didn't he lose like 2 clowns clearly because of fatigue late in that Danny Garcia fight? Errol
Who did?
Spence.
Bro, y'all not giving
He was
Danny
Not that I
Garcia
can
cruising.
fucking
remember.
credit though.
Like
The only one
late
that
in the
looked
fight.
fatigued was fucking Danny.
No. Late in the fight. It had to
Yeah,
be
that's
like
what I'm talking about. Late in
He
the
was
eight or
fight.
9.
cruising. He was winning,
It was 2
cruising.
rounds where Errol Spence clearly took off.
He's
He clearly
cruising.
took off.
Yeah, but not for fatigue, bro.
So now imagine after another 1.5 months year layoff, and then and then on top of that, Ugas is a better fighter fighting southpaws with a big right overhand. That's his specialty. So
Hey, brother.
you could say
Sorry, go ahead.
you could say that Spence is tailor made for Ugas. If you really want
I agree.
to get
I
down
actually
to it.
agree with that, Dandara. I actually agree with that.
Because look, he's coming from the Cuban school of boxing, and I don't know if y'all know anything about Cuba, but Cuba, even if
We
you're not,
never. What's
hold
Cuba?
on, Cuba, man, Cuba. I don't know if y'all know anything about the
They
Cuban school
do
of
good
boxing, but
cigars. They do good
convert.
cigars in Cuba.
You mean
Hold
okay?
on, they convert all right-handers
Havana.
to southpaws. If y'all didn't know.
Yeah, I know what you
They
mean.
convert all orthodox fighters to southpaws.
That's something I learned today, fucking Dandara. I never knew that shit. That's crazy.
Yeah,
I did not know that.
they convert no matter if you're left-handed or not. They convert everybody to southpaws in Cuba. So what I'm trying to say is Ugas has a lot of experience fighting southpaws because he's coming from the amateur system, and those notorious 2 wins against Crawford. And I heard he beat Castaño in sparring, and he beat him bad. And Castaño beat Errol Spence in the amateurs.
Mm.
I'm gonna say this. Just to put my point across. If it was 2 years ago and Errol
In the
Spence never got in the,
amateurs.
if it was 2 years ago and Errol Spence never got in the car crash, never got his torn retina, I would have had
But that's what
Errol
we have to
Spence.
see it though, Dandara. That's what we have to see it
Errol
though.
Spence as a highly favorite. But now talking about all that, I have Ugas as the favorite, man. 60-40.
Dandara, no disrespect. Where are you from in your ethnicity, if I may ask? Well, no disrespect.
I'm Latinx.
Latinx, okay. Can you like pinpoint a little bit more towards your ex?
What does that matter, though?
Oh, I'm
To the
just
point that
asking.
we're trying to make.
I'm just asking.
I mean, you tell me where you from, and I'll tell you where I'm from.
I'm from Chicago, Mexican. You know what I'm saying?
I'm Mexican too, my
Southside,
nigga.
baby.
What's up, paisano? I'm from the DMV, DC,
Oh
Washington,
shit.
DC.
Okay.
I'm from the
Cool.
capital of the United States of America.
Oh
So I'm
damn.
the most American. I'm the most
The
American y'all
White
motherfuckers
House,
could
are
get.
you?
I'm the most
Yeah.
American y'all motherfuckers could get. I'm from the capital.
Y'all motherfuckers. Okay.
But I'm Mexican though, my
Presidential
G.
status. You got presidential
I'm from
status.
Mexico. Both my parents from Mexico. All my family's from Mexican. I'm Mexican, my G. So we paisanos. But go ahead, bro. Go ahead, man. we might not agree with everything, but I mean, it
No,
is
it's
what
all
it
good.
is.
It's all good. Let's try to get, you know what I'm saying? Try to get an understanding. I mean,
Now, you from Chicago, so you stay in Chicago?
yeah, born and raised.
Born and
All
raised.
my life, yeah.
So who you got? Who side are you on? Errol Spence or Terrence Crawford?
I mean, this is the complicated question, man. Like, so
Or where
listen.
does?
I'm
Go
on the
ahead.
side of boxing, but you know, I'm on
Me
the side
too. Me
that
too.
understands that it's hard to make these fights just happen. You know what I'm saying? It took a long ass time. Yeah, I'm frustrated as a fucking boxing fan. You know what I'm saying? I'm frustrated that it hasn't happened. You know what I'm saying? I wish it would have happened a long time ago, and you know, we would have had, you know, three times. You know what I'm saying? We'd had a fucking trilogy. But you know what I'm saying? It is what it is, man. Like, just the way the game fucking goes, man.
Hey, nah, I'm with you, man. I mean, like I said before, man, Oscar De La Hoya fought Tito Trinidad when they was both 26 years old. I mean, we should be going
Yeah,
into
man.
the third fight of Crawford and Spence, man, and
But this is
we're
the
bare
thing,
we're
though.
we
Like,
don't even know if we're gonna get the first fight.
we're gonna get the. They need to make that fucking fight happen, man. They need to make both of them. I don't think Terence Crawford is going to be leaving the sport without getting that. You know what I'm saying? And Errol Spence is not. You know what I'm saying? Gonna leave the sport without getting that. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, it's in their, regardless of whatever money Terence Crawford's made. Terence Crawford is fucking financially set. He's good. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna be fine. You don't have to worry about him. I'm pretty sure that he really wants to be fucking undisputed at fucking 147, just like he was at
Yes,
140. I don't
but
think he's like, I don't see like the, like, oh, this guy's ducking him and things like that, man. There's negotiations, there's business and things like that, man. It's just, unfortunately for Terence Crawford, he no longer has the backing that he needed before. You know what I'm saying? In order to, fight Spence, you're not fighting Spence an individual. You're fighting Spence as a, he has a backing from a corporation, which is, the PBC, Showtime, and everybody else that's following him. So, Spence is making money like he's a boss, but he also is working with the company, which is the PBC, that prefers him to fight Ugas.
that's 100% too. But the only thing I would say is that Crawford has leverage where Spence his whole entire goal at the welterweight division was to become undisputed. So Crawford has leverage for him holding a title at 147, does he not?
My bad, I got distracted by the comments. My bad. Yeah, I need to stop. What happened? Go ahead. Say it again, Dandara.
No, I'm saying he has the title at 147. So that's
Who
his
has the
leverage.
title?
Crawford.
Yes, of course he has a title at
So
147.
that's his leverage.
All
So
right,
Spence wants to become undisputed, so he has to go through Crawford, is what I'm trying to say.
then they have to negotiate that, man. Like, how would you,
What I'm trying to say is going to come down to 50-50. Spencer's going to have to eat his words, and he's going to have to give Terence Crawford 50-50.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
So
But
I'm just pointing it out. I'm not. It
okay.
might
So
not be you, but I'm pointing it out to
are
Spence
you on
fanboys.
are you on Bud's side of the equation? So you're on Bud's side of the equation, right?
No,
So
no, no. It's funny that you say that because I'm not.
no.
I'm not
I don't
on neither
know.
side. I'm on the. I'm on the fan perspective.
Okay, but
I want what's best
it
for
can go
boxing.
50-50 though. You know what I'm
I'm
saying?
what's
Because
best
like,
for boxing.
so like if it goes 50-50, so let's say
The
like,
only
okay,
hold on. Let me
hold
tell
on,
you this. The only fan that I am of is Lomachenko, the best fighter after Muhammad Ali. Bob Arum said
No.
that himself.
Oh my
Bob
God.
Arum
All
said that
right, I'm
himself.
done. All right,
That's
I'm
the only
leaving.
fan I'm with.
Yo, I'm done.
Lomachenko, but go ahead.
Bro, you really said that? You really in your heart believe that shit? Because
I do. I
that is
think
hysterical.
offensively, we haven't
Dandara,
seen nobody like
chill, relax.
Lomachenko since
No,
Manny
no, no.
Pacquiao. Since Manny
Dandara, you
Pacquiao.
really, You would
Since
eat
Eric
coke.
Morales since Marco Antonio Barrera, we haven't seen nobody like Lomachenko at 135.
Oh my god! I mean, Lomachenko's a fucking bad man. Don't get me wrong, but like,
That man's a
bro,
bad man.
no, then not a chill, bro. Like, cut it off. Sign yourself offline, man. It's over. It's over, bro. It's over. Michael Jordan needs to come in. Stop it. Stop it. You need help.
That's
You
just
need help,
me. I
bro.
mean, I know
I'm gonna
nobody
leave.
be
You look,
agreeing with
look,
me.
look, look.
I know
I'm gonna
nobody.
leave.
I mean,
I'm
I
gonna
don't
leave.
want you to agree with me. I don't
No, no,
want you to
no.
agree
It's
with me.
good. Take over. Take over. It's over. I'm done.
No, I don't want you to agree with me about the Lomachenko, but I was asking about the you asked me if I was a Terence Crawford fan. No, I'm not a Crawford fan. I'm not an Errol Spence fan. I just want to see the fight. You see what I'm saying? I'm for the sport of boxing. Paolo, you
What are
sleeping?
you up to then?
Paolo, man, we the last man standing, man.
What's happening?
These guys. I ran these guys off the panel, man. I shouldn't have done that, man. Next time I'm gonna cool out, man.
We're too
I
heavy
ran these
hand.
guys. I ran them off the panel, man. They didn't. I talked to them. I boxed their head off,
You're
man.
too heavy handed, you are.
I'm too heavy handed. I boxed their head off, man. They didn't know what to answer with, man.
Are you coming with that DC power,
Yeah, that DC. Hey, you already know, Mo. Oh,
Okay.
hey, when I'm in DC, they call me Mo. Come on, man. Hey, you already hit,
You
man.
coming with
You
that
already
DC
shot,
power.
man. You already shot, man.
Washington, DC, in the place to be.
Hey, Paulo, but
Smacking him
one
with a
thing I
one,
really
two,
wanted to
three.
ask you though, Paulo.
What's
Paulo, can
happening?
you hear me?
I can.
One thing I really wanted to ask you.
What's happening? What? Donada. What's happening? What Donada?
I wanted to ask you what was the worst beating you seen all year of 2021? What was the worst beating you seen?
The worst beating. It's quite difficult to remember, but the one that comes to mind straight away is the Wilder Fury.
Yeah. Wilder, that was a beating.
I mean, there's possibly more beat downs out there and whatever,
That was
but
a crucial
that's a
beating.
beating when you get beat down and knocked the fuck out and
No,
face flat on
that was a real beating. That was a real
and you
beating
get
right there.
your face flat on the ground, ass up.
Yeah,
That's
I would
called a
say
beating.
to me, do you know a guy by the name of Gabriel Flores Jr.?
Yeah.
Do you remember when he fought Venado Lopez on a top rank card?
I don't know.
Yeah, well, his last fight, they stopped they should have stopped the
I
fight, but
might
he
have
took a
watched them
big
because I've
beating.
hardly missing. It just
Yeah,
doesn't not registering right now. But carry on.
Gabriel Flores was undefeated. He was undefeated until he lost his fight with Venado Lopez, and Top Rank recently just re-signed him again. No, I don't
Gabriel
know if you know
Flores
about him.
Jr.
Yeah, Gabriel Flores Jr. His last fight, he got a beating, and he was formerly you know who his manager was? I think it was Andre Ward. Andre Ward was his
What do you
manager.
rate him, this Flores?
I didn't really rate him, but he was a highly rated prospect here in
Oh,
America.
okay, yeah.
But
Because
he got
he hasn't got a lot of
yeah.
power.
No, he don't.
7 knockouts out of 20.
Yeah, but Andre Ward, he had a big backing with Andre Ward. Andre Ward was really backing this guy.
I mean, like I say, I like the boxers. To me, you got to have a bit of pop. I think you just do. If you ain't got pop, if you got to be fucking exceptional. Otherwise, everything else you really do. Or else you're going to get your ass fucking beat eventually.
Yeah, definitely. I mean,
to be a champion, top champion, you need a bit of poppity pop.
And that brings me to another point. I mean, do you think Canelo can actually compete at lightweight, light heavyweight? Do you think he's big enough? Do you think he's strong enough to compete at light heavyweight?
Yeah, I think so.
What makes you think that?
Because at 168 he's breaking bones.
Yeah. I know he knocked out Sergey Kovalev, but what worries me.
But he's hurting blokes. So at 168 he's knocking him out and hurting him.
No, but we're talking about 175 though.
Yeah, but
if you look at his fight with Kovalev, he looked didn't he look sluggish to you? Didn't he look a little slow to you, a little sluggish, a little lethargic to you?
You could possibly say that, but Kovalev's an awkward operator, though, isn't he? He's got his long jab.
He was pumping the jab all night.
You know what I mean? All night jab, and keeping him away. And Canelo is 5'8", but Canelo's improving loads and loads with his body work. He's improving every fight. Every camp he's improving his defense and in head movement.
So
he's a different fighter from the Kovalev, if you get me.
So the narrative I'm getting is that Bivol will box his head off, or Beterbiev would just steamroll Canelo. You think any of those narratives are true?
Potentially. I mean, they're not easy, but I'll still, as of now, I'd still back Canelo. I would.
So you don't think Beterbiev will be the betting favorite? You don't think Beterbiev would be the betting favorite towards Canelo?
No, he won't.
Wow.
They won't make it. Of course they won't. I bet you now. If it was to happen, he wouldn't be. Canelo would be just an odds-on favorite.
I actually think they'll make Beterbiev the betting favorite.
No chance.
Like a 3-1, maybe 2-1 favorite.
No, they won't. They'll make Canelo favorite because he is the favorite.
So there's money to be made with Beterbiev and Bivol.
I've got inside information.
Oh yeah.
On that bet, he is the favorite against all the 7-5s.
Okay,
because of his skill set, his groundwork, even if he's moving up.
Okay, so you might disagree with me, but
he's punching hard. It is.
But I actually think Joe Smith Jr. is the most dangerous fighter out of Bivol and Beterbiev. You might not agree with me.
No, I can see where you're coming from, if you get me, because he is fucking...
Joe Smith Jr. He has the most reach out of Bivol and Beterbiev. He arguably has more power than Beterbiev. He has nothing to lose. He's already lost before.
He does punch. Yeah, he is punches hard. He's awkward.
Arguably, yeah, he's awkward.
He has
just as much power as Beterbiev, if not more.
And he's got volume. He's got a good engine. I know where you're coming from. I know. I'm not going to disagree with that, mate.
I think for Canelo, I think Joe Smith Jr. is probably the most dangerous fight that he could take.
But on that side of the on that side of the bracket, on the WBO side, I know you obviously on the Smith thing and Johnson, but I'm an Anthony Yard representative from the UK.
Hey, and that's
exactly what I've just said. I represent Anthony Yard in the UK.
I'm glad you. I'm glad you brought up Anthony
I'm his
Yard.
representative.
I'm glad you brought him up.
in
I'm glad you
America.
brought him up. I'm glad you brought him up.
Lions in the camp.
Lions in the camp.
Yeah, so
I'm glad you brought him up because
I'm currently
Anthony Yard looks
representing in
humongous.
2022. I'm representing him.
I'm glad you brought
from
him
the
up
UK.
because Anthony Yard looks so much bigger than Canelo.
And yeah,
he looks so much bigger and stronger than Canelo. They shouldn't even be in the same fucking ring together.
I don't think he beats Canelo.
Anthony Yard?
He doesn't beat. No, he doesn't because Canelo's got a lot of schooling, a lot of groundwork, a lot of whatever.
My sources are telling me that the winner of Caleb Johnson and Joe Smith Jr. Will fight Anthony Yard.
That's correct. That's as set as it goes.
So if Anthony Yard beats Joe Smith Jr., I would not make Canelo the favorite to be Anthony Yard. I just think he's too small for Anthony Yard.
I've made this outlandish prediction, which is Yard will if Johnson or
Callum Johnson.
Yeah, if Callum Johnson, for instance, beats Smith, beats Smith, and then Yard is entitled to that, or even Smith. But if it's a Johnson win, because I'm telling you now, Johnson can win that. Don't count me out. He hits very, very hard.
I mean, Callum Johnson has been knocked out by was it Beaver or Better Beaver that he was knocked out?
I want Johnson to win. I'll tell you now, not just because it's the UK thing. I don't really ride with all the UK dudes. I'm not about that.
Right.
I'm not about, I live in the UK, I'll support, because I'm not even from here, if you get me.
Right.
I'm not English, so I'm not one of these. Right, it's like that. Anyway, but Johnson, he lives just around. I see him all the time around here because he lives near me. So I want him to win, or even for those reasons, because I don't know. I haven't spoke to him, but I see him around a lot because he's known around here. Yeah, he lives around here, like I said. But so if he wins, Yard is getting that fight. Regardless of who wins that, Yard gets the fight because of Frank Warren being high in the WBO.
I mean, he's good in with Bob Arum. I mean, he's Bob Arum's partner.
He's high in the WBO, that Frank Warren. He always gets the WBO belts.
Okay, so
for his boys, he always has, even from the 80s, 90s. It's always been the WBO show.
Yeah,
they keep him. That's always been the European sort of belt. Give him the WBO, and then the Americas keep the WBC, preferably, unless obviously a dude gets beat, and then you can't help it. Anyway, look at the Eubank era and all them lot. They were like playing around with the WBO, weren't they? Whereas the WBC was in America with Roy Jones and Tony and whatever it may be.
I think the WBO was always it was a good belt in terms of rankings, but the WBO in terms of of credibility was terrible, to be honest.
Yeah, it was then. It's got loads more now, but it was like, oh yeah, you're the last rate champion. You're fourth, but you got treated like the fourth best sort of thing, because it's always been the WBC.
I mean, they were the last sanctioned body to be actually recognized as a top 4 sanctioning body, right?
Yeah,
it was
anyway,
originally.
I was trying to get to something. What was I on about, Bondada?
The WBO.
Yeah, by the WBO with Anthony Yard.
So Yardle. What I was trying to get at is, I would like Yard could. I made this prediction where Canelo could in the future fight, say, a Johnson for the WBO 7-5 or a Yard in the UK.
It's a good fight.
You got that's a stadium fight, because it would be a meaningful fight, because it would be for a belt, for because for him to rack up. and he would take that route, and Eddie Hearn, and that he would do that business. I know Yard is with Frank Warren.
Yeah.
But Frank has always, Frank in the past has done deals with these rivals when it makes sense. He has.
Yeah.
Back in the day, you know, they do.
Yeah,
and say something at Canelo like a Johnson, if Johnson was to win, if a Yard was to get the WBO in the UK, is a big stadium showcase.
Huge fight.
Yeah, huge.
That's a huge
because they'll
fight.
travel from all over to watch Canelo. They will from Ireland, from everywhere, because he's massive in Ireland. He's massive everywhere. They like him.
I'm a Yard fan myself, so
well, I'm his official representative. I'm working for him. I'm serious.
I'm actually Yard.
I'm being serious. I'm working for him. I'll just do.
Hey, Paulo, are you being serious?
No, I'm serious. Me and they've taken.
I actually like Yard.
Their team's got a bit because they've expanded their team because they need representation because they aren't for world honors. So now
you're promoting him now. You're promoting him now.
Hey,
Then
let me tell you this, Paulo. Let me tell you this, Paulo. He showed a different dimension compared to the first fight with Lyndon Arthur.
Tunde are tight, and James Cook.
Compared to the first fight with Lyndon Arthur, he showed a different dimension to beat Lyndon Arthur, the rematch.
It was a lovely performance. I thought it was one of the best.
But I always thought Anthony Yard had that from the beginning.
He's a late starter. I mean, he's a late starter in the game. Obviously, we know late in his early 20s, etc. But
and that's
the guy's dangerous. The guy's dangerous. Now we've got the right team on board. We've got the right team on board. Hopefully, Tio can. What Tio needs to do is hire me. Tio needs to hire me. I need to sort his team out because I've sorted. I've sorted Yard's team out.
But, Anthony Yard's got an excellent resume. I think he's got an excellent resume.
He's powerful.
I mean, I just think I think he's too big for Canelo. I think he'll steamroll Canelo. I think Canelo's too small for Anthony Yard.
No, he doesn't beat Canelo. I'm his representative, everything, but I'm not going to come here and say he beats Canelo now. Not yet.
I mean, look at the size of Anthony Yard and Lyndon Arthur, man. Them guys are huge.
What we are looking for is we need to get that WBO belt, and then I'm going to be honest because we want a payday with Canelo in the UK. If you get me, I mean, we'll be happy with that, and I'm going to push that because I want Canelo fighting in the UK for that WBO 175 because I know he'll be after that.
And I hope you get it as well.
Yeah,
I hope you get it.
That's what I'm saying. We are going to get it. Not necessarily. I mean, it's going to take at least maybe 18 months if it has to, or something like that.
I hope you get it, Paulo. To be honest, if you can get that, if you can actually get that fight, the Canelo fight is going to make you a lot of money, and it's going to make Yard a lot of money. Yeah. So I really hope you get that. To be fair.
Yeah, I've got my hands full at the minute with that, but
I can imagine.
I'm looking to help Tio also because he needs a lot of shit sorting out.
Really? You need to just put your feelers out, and I'm sure you are. To be fair, I know you are. I know you are doing that. I can tell. I know when people know they're boxing. I know that you're doing that. So I really hope that it works out because boxing's a very temperamental business, but there's only a certain amount of people that love it. And I think you'll get there. And, you know, you'll have people like me looking up to you forever. So it's great.
Keep making sure that the lions in the camp are well fed. You know, they're watered, definitely watered, because we've got a lot of, we've got huge battles ahead of us.
Yeah, I think it's It's one of them things you just need to stay on it, and you'll get there. I think Anthony Yard will get there. I think his whole career's been excellent. Apart from the Kovalev loss, I think Anthony Yard is an excellent fighter. So, you know, stick to it. Stick to it, Paolo. And I do.
The thing is, we've changed things, and with Tunde and all that. We've come to realise he lacked that experience. But now we've got James Cook on board, a proper coach, calming effect in the camp.
I think you will actually. I think you will. To be fair, I think you will.
James Cook's a legend. He's an OBE. Do you know that?
Hey,
I didn't even know that. To be honest,
yeah, he's got an OBE as by the Queen for the services to the community.
And listen, if you've got service.
He's a boxing. He's an old head in his 60s, former European champion, British champion, Jamaican. He brings that Jamaican feel also.
The Jamaican flavor. Listen, the Jamaican flavor. If you got the man, listen. I'm from Birmingham. I'm from Birmingham.
Dread like Rasta.
Come now like a dreadlock. You're coming on down. You're gonna get beat man down. If you've got the flavor, that's it. And I don't even think it's a race thing. I just think boxing is boxing. If you're good at it or you're bad at it, that's it. And Jamaica is one of those places, small place, 3 million people. But me and Paolo would not be on this planet now if it wasn't for Jamaica. Because half of the guys on those ships, probably more than half, you're talking nearly 3 or 4 half ships, were Jamaican on the Battle of Trafalgar and the what's it, the Nelson, Paolo? You know more than
the Nelson, But anyway, Jamaica's got a top 5 heavyweight boxer of all time.
Yeah. And you wouldn't have a UK if it wasn't for that.
Lewis. They're from Jamaican heritage, aren't they? Lennox Lewis.
You wouldn't have an England if it weren't for Jamaica.
Trevor Berbick, Michael
Nunn. You've had Lennox Lewis, Nigel Benn. I used to work with Nigel Benn. He was Jamaican heritage.
Yeah, they are. They've had some right G's there.
Yeah, exactly. Probably the biggest. Used to work in a nightclub with Nigel Benn.
But they've had to fight out of the UK, representing the UK. But if you actually look where they're
strip it back,
Jamaica, pound for pound, Jamaica's probably had the most G's.
If you actually strip it back, well, probably Jamaica's probably the most talented people on the planet, to be fair. Do you remember Merlene Ottey? Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
What a beautiful looking woman. Beautiful looking woman. You're talking probably Jamaica's very underestimated in terms of I'm not just on about athletic ability, but some of the ladies that have come from there as well. Very, very pretty women. Music as well. You got Barrington Levy, you got fucking, sorry for swearing, you got Bob Marley, Barrington Levy.
The boxers they've made though, all the G's, Frank Bruno, nearly all the top black boxers were all from Jamaica, let's face it.
Yeah. I just think that the whole of the UK lot. I've been to Jamaica. My father's actually, his ashes were scattered in a place called South Island, south of Jamaica, Banana. But I don't want to sound corny, but him and his friend Guy, they were building a shack, and my father died about 20 years ago, and I had to scatter his ashes, but I couldn't afford to go over to scatter his ashes, so I gave it to Guy's son in a pub called the Bill and Bull. And my father's ashes scattered in Banana Grove, South Island in Jamaica. Yeah, and that's where he's scattered. Yeah, because he never got to live there their dream, my father and his mate Guy, their dream was to emigrate to Jamaica because they used to watch all the old boxing matches together. So they were mates. And my father never got to go there, and nor did Guy. Guy died as well. They both died of cancer. For working for the city council, because obviously the city council they make you chop up wood that's you don't know what you're chopping up, do you really?
Not only that, the big thing back in the day working with the council was working with asbestos.
And my father died of asbestos.
Yes, that stuff killed you, man. It was. They don't use it anymore.
My father died of asbestosis, Paula. Yeah. Died of asbestos.
Yeah, that stuff is lethal.
It goes in the lungs. It killed him.
Hold on a minute, is Don Dad on the panel?
Hello. I don't know if he's there.
Don Dada.
He's not there. But that was the main thing years ago. Asbestosis used to kill people. And but if you go back to the Jamaican heritage of the UK, what a heritage. You're probably talking one of the most when you're talking underestimated influences on history is the country of Jamaica. That is a massive underestimated part of the world. Isn't it about there's not even that many. I think if I went there, there's not even that many people, be like 2 or 3. But the quality that comes out of Jamaica, you got the music.
Beyond belief. Sportsman, music, everything.
And like you're talking history, mechanics, you're talking physics. You're talking some of the cleverest people in the world are from Jamaica as well. It's very
Olympians after Olympians, boxing champions after boxing champions.
You've had the best physicists from there. There was the best physicists from there. It's just I can't understand how such a small island can be so influential. I think it must be in the genes. There's something in the genes there in the brain. There's something in the genes with the Jamaican and the brain. They're very, very clever people. And I don't think you'd have the world as it stands today if it wasn't for Jamaica. I don't think it would be in the state it is today. I think it would be a worse place to live if it weren't for Jamaica, to be honest. I truly believe that. I'm not just saying that because I'm on a live. I truly believe that. I don't think it would be. Actually, the worst thing that come from Jamaica is probably weed. That's probably the lowest. When people go on about weed and the reefer and all this, that's probably the lowest thing that's actually come from that country. There's a lot more positive, and
I don't know. Some people could say it's a good thing. Some people can say it's a bad thing because it is the people that
medicine.
Yeah, medicinally, that they can say yes or can say no. It depends. Depends how it's used, appropriated.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, medicine. It depends. I think it is a good.
I think it's a good thing as well. I think it's an excellent thing.
Herb. It's a herb, just like parsley and coriander.
You can put it on.
It's just, exactly. You can put in the rice, put some in the fucking rice, sprinkle some on the rice. You know what I mean? It's good shit.
You can put it on food and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I just think what an influence. Yeah. I can't think of anything better in terms of sports. The Usain Bolt 2008, 2012. He was in our city because Usain Bolt, his family live in Birmingham, so all his cousins, all his aunts, all his uncles live in Birmingham. So when he was training for the Olympics in London, he was living in Birmingham, and we used to go and watch Usain Bolt. He was training.
Did you?
And we watched him at Perry Bar Stadium in Perry Bar, which is the Alexander. Well, it's in Birmingham. It's just a small stadium, but he's running around there, and yeah.
The Olympics. All right.
Well, he run the 100 meters in 9 point. What was?
Oh shit! What the fuck?
Yo, what's good, Cosmic? What's good?
Yeah, I'm chilling. Listen to this shit.
Yeah, that dude's crazy, man.
What happened? What happened? What happened? Y'all keep on talking. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Nah, I think he fell off. What's good, my boy Paolo?
How you doing, my mate? You all right? What's up, man?
Man,
yeah,
nothing
just
much,
chilling,
man.
buddy. It's all good, man. Just
Oh,
can't
shit,
wait. Just
the
looking
show
forward
fucking
to
rolling. God damn.
looking forward to the fights and coming
Much
ahead. And
motherfuckers
it's a
talking
little
this shit.
slightly slow at the minute, but just can't wait for it to kick in again. It's all go
Yeah,
from the
that's what I said.
15th, isn't it? From the 15th, it's all go, and it will never stop again until December. Again.
Well, everybody's getting readjusted, so now everybody's reassessing what they want to do. So now,
It is,
like,
yeah.
when you think about business, the new year brings in a whole new fucking, like, what am I going to do with this amount of money that I have? How am I going to spend it? You know what I'm saying? That's why, if you notice, Canelo poked his head out. He came around for this fight not so long ago, right? Because he's poking his head out, trying to look at what everybody's talking about. What's the emphasis?
Think that 2022 we should all just be happy to be here, and just enjoy life. Yeah, I just think the main thing is just to get some money together and be happy,
But so when we're here, we have to think about the outside things that are going on, right? So we have to think about what's going on in boxing, right?
Yeah, the boxing is always going to be the way it is. Like, you've only got to listen to H Money or Paolo. The boxing is never going to change. It is what it is. Boxing will always be the same. I don't think it will change, bro. Sadly,
Yeah, it's still gonna overcome. It's not gonna be, like I just hate when people say like, "Oh, boxing is dying. It's going to be this." No, boxing is gonna overcome. It's going to still continue to be the best sport that it's always been. It's going to overcome all these hurdles. It's going to adapt. It's going to change. It's going to do all of those things. And that's why boxing has always been the best sport, and it's going to continue to be the best sport ever.
Yeah,
don't forget that. Stop doubting that. Whoever doubts that, stop it. Just quit.
Facts. It'll never go. It'll never go, bro.
Exactly.
Facts.
It goes back, man. It goes back to just simple fucking things. You look on YouTube, people just fucking squaring off one-on-one. What's that going to get you, right? So if you look on YouTube, you can find a whole bunch of people just boxing in the middle of the fucking street, right? And then they get so good at it. What's the next level? What's the next level? And then the next level is where you're going to be under the biggest lights. You know what I'm saying? Right?
I think it's a lack of control. Like, I've had lack of control in the past when I've been on the internet, and like I get blocked now, like, off all channels, even this one. I just think, like,
should you be blocked? Should you be blocked or?
No, not really, but no, not really, but I do think 2022 is probably, the world is actually changing, and a lot of people are actually changing as well. So I think the world is changing on a positive, to be fair, especially boxing as well, because it is change. Things are changing. They're not the same as they was.
You have to adapt. You have to adapt to that. The world is changing. You have to adapt to that.
It's difficult to change, though, if you're not got the ability to change. But, like, also, you have to apologize or just be a decent person. Like I've done things on the internet, and like I'm not the best person in the world, but I'm a nice guy. Like I'm a nice person to speak to, and I know I'm a boxing, but I have caused trouble, and I probably will cause trouble in the future. But I just think that it's so positive in terms of what's going on at the moment. The movement of boxing at the moment is so positive that we have so much to look to in 2022. It's unreal. It's so good, bro.
Yeah.
So good.
It's a when you have a new year, you know the slate's clean. I'm saying like now you can move forward. So now what are you gonna bring to this?
It's like a clean food or avocado or salad. You do a salad or you do an avocado. You do a nice meal. I think boxing is blessed, to be honest. And we have to look at it as a blessed thing, to be fair. You know, we get to speak to people on the internet that you wouldn't necessarily speak to 10 years ago. This platform is a blessing, is an absolute blessing.
H Money, I be telling you, man.
Is a blessing.
That's why I fucks with H. Yeah.
No, listen,
24/7. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Listen. It you know, I cause many problems all over the internet over the past. I'm shocked even H Money even puts up with me for a second, but he knows that like if there's a part of me like listen. I'm blessed to be alive. I love speaking to people. I have a positive attitude for somebody that lives in a negative world, and I think we should be positive people in it's a negative world, really. We should always be positive, and like I'm a very negative person, but listen, boxing brings everyone together, bro.
Yeah, it's a one true sport. So look, listen, I can't see H. Can you show like who's on the panel? I like when we see,
I'm blessed that he lets me on
the panel.
I'll be serious with you.
I like to see like who's on the panel. But this is the one thing, like for me, boxing is just like hip hop, right? It's the one thing that it doesn't matter where you're from, it's your skills that represents you. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Your skills is what represents you. So
yeah. Listen, hip hop originally, like, obviously started around New York.
We don't have to get in like in depth with that. I'm just saying, like, just
No, it's a great example to use because hip hop is actually a positive part of my life and a lot of other people's lives. And I used to do.
I'm talking to. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, bro.
All good. Mine? Oh man, I would say Rakim would be my number one. Number two, Tupac. Number three, Nas. Number four would be Guru from Gangstar.
Nas was cool.
What the fuck? Nas was like, bro. Okay, let's not talk about it. KRS-One, of course. You know what I'm saying? Coogee Rap. Man, Wu-Tang Clan. You know what I'm saying? You can go all up and down, like the whole entire portfolio from Method Man, Inspector Dak, Raekwon, all of them. Like shit, that shit would take the whole fucking alphabet. So it's kind of hard after that. So after, you know what I'm saying, 4, 5, and 6, everybody else. Biggie, of course. You know what I'm saying?
Do you like Dr. Dre? Do you like Dr. Dre and that, bro? Dr. Dre?
Dr. Dre is a producer. I don't consider him an MC or a rapper. He's a producer.
The Chronic was the original start of all those guys, though, bro. The Chronic album, that was the original.
No, I'm very familiar with hip hop. You know what I'm saying? I studied my craft. You know what I'm saying? I know. I'm very familiar with it. Pigeon, is that who you are? I don't know. I've never seen you.
I like all them guys you mentioned, but I like a bit of Big Daddy Kane. I do.
He was
Yeah, Big Daddy Kane is very good.
He's got a very good flow. I like that sort of flow.
But so this, with Rakim
and Q-Tip. Q-Tip, I like big fan of Q-Tip, Bretch. I like that old sort of 80s,
Big
90s.
Pun. No soft Big Pun, of course, yeah. Big Pun, if you listen to Big Pun, he got his not his whole rap style from, but like Coogee rap, you know, was his influences. You know what I'm saying? Like if you listen to like certain MCs, you can see where they kind of got their not their style from, but like, you know what I'm saying? Everybody gets their style from
but I'm more from the 80s, from the 1980s. So I'm
Grandmaster Cash, Melly Mel. I like all that early stuff.
I'm more the early 80s. So I like all sort of music. I'm into all music. I am. So I do like all that hip hop and rap and everything, but
rapping in and snapping in and shit like that. Yeah.
But I'm a bit young. I was more younger before that. My youth was.
I remember you saying you used to breakdance. I think I recall that you said not long ago.
Yeah. You're right. I used to do. If you watch the video, Prodigy video.
Wu-Tang Clan. No soft spots. Wu-Tang Clan. What the fuck? The best fucking rap group ever.
Do you know the Prodigy? The Prodigy and stuff.
Which one? Prodigy from Mobb Deep? Prodigy from Mobb Deep?
No. The Prodigy was a band in the UK. Paolo, no.
You're mixing. We were talking about hip hop.
No. That they started jungle. There was a thing called jungle.
No, but we on about I know, but we're on about the breakdance, early 80s.
Yeah, breakdancing,
things like that sort of stuff, the Nucleus and all them boys from those days.
Yeah, I was breakdancing in the 1984 when I started breakdancing. That's when I started doing it. I stopped it in actually last year. I broke my foot. So I stopped breakdancing last year. So I used to dance up until last year, and I'm 50 next year. Long time.
Can you do the Can you do that spin? Can you spin on your back? Put the
windmill.
Put the camera. Do a windmill now. No, seriously.
What do you want me to do one now?
Either the windmill or do the Buster move with your arms and like the snake.
All right, one moment.
Give us a bit of snake Buster move.
Can you see me live?
Or spin on your head. Spin on your head. Spin on your head. Don't break your neck.
Oh, shit. You can't see shit.
Spin on your head, don't break your neck. Fuck's sake.
No, I'll do it.
We'll make believe that we can see it.
Jesus Christ. I can
get the camera on, man.
Oh, you do know I've not slept for 2 days, but I can do a bit of a dance for you. What do you want me to do? Do this.
The fuck? Are you in Alaska? What the fuck happened?
Oh, it's too small in here. I think it's gonna be too small for me to do windmill in here. I can do the dance. Can you do that? Do this, but I can do a cross step in here, but I don't think I'm gonna be able to do a windmill. So we can do that. I am 50 years old. I'm not young. I don't think there's going to be room for me to do a windmill. To be honest. Jesus Christ, you guys are getting me. I'm exhausted now. I don't think I'm going to be doing that. I'm not 20 anymore. But hopefully you saw me do that. So there you go. Yeah. So hopefully you heard that. Jesus Christ. Hello. I'm exhausted now. Bloody hell. Is anyone there? I don't think anyone's there. Hello? Maybe me. Might be on my own. To be honest. Hello? I think it's just me. I got my phone on. I don't think anyone heard me, to be fair.
Happening? Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Can't talk to 150. That's the H. Are you there? Talk. Puro Santalbo. Get your asses on the panel. How we do? Fucking pigeons, crazy you are, pigeon. Definitely crazy. I'm trying strange happen. Get on the panel, my lads. 150's banging them tunes out, isn't he? We'll have a CD soon. Best rap group ever. That's interesting question. I think you guys need to come on and tell us your best rap groups ever. I've got my top 5 rap groups ever. Definitely. It's not an easy one actually to pick top 5 rap groups ever, to be honest. Top 5 Rushmore +1. Not sure 150. I don't know. I don't think he is asleep. He might have gone somewhere because he was only talking to us a minute ago. Run DMC definitely in my top 5. Definitely in my top 5 ever. Top Run DMC. Got some. I've also got the Beastie Boys in there. One of the first groups that I enjoyed as a young kid was the Fat Boys. Although they sang about silly things like eating too much, but the dude in there, that used to do the beatbox, fucking hell, that was groundbreaking stuff. The Fat Boys beatboxing.
I wish I could do it. Did everyone go out there at once? Yeah, sort of. You dropped off, Cosmic, and then Pigeon dropped off after doing his breakdancing. Yo, H, can you hear us? H. Did everyone go? Yeah, it does, Dave. Yeah, he's still not here. I watched the Fat Boys movie on board several times. I have it on video. Yeah, that movie was a bit. It's good. It gets a bit sort of cheesy, but it's a legendary movie. That is, for the time, that Fat Boys movie. It's got some guest appearances in there. Yeah, I used to like that, but then, like I said, they got a bit silly. So they're definitely an alien in my profile. I think I got a bit of Public Enemy. Definitely got a bit of Public Enemy. Definitely got a bit of Ghetto Boys were legendary also. I've definitely got a bit of Cypress Hill in there. Definitely Cypress Hill.
Holy shit! I'm back in. Goddamn.
What's your all right? Cos in the house. What's your top?
Man.
What's your top 5 rap groups?
Rap what? Groups?
Yeah, groups.
Man, I would definitely say Wu-Tang Clan's.
Yeah, that's another one there.
Number 1
at the top.
Yeah. Of course, yeah. Cypress Hill, of course. That's the facts. Fucking Onyx. I mean, like,
yeah, Onyx
when
for
you
the
want to
shit.
go from like
Slam.
the Fat
What was it? Their
Boys.
song.
Huh? Yeah. I mean, depends on like what what time. Like the 90s. I guess in the
All time.
2000s.
All time.
Yeah, I would say Cypress Hill. Cypress Hill was led by Be Real though. For you know what I'm saying?
And
be
that
honest.
Suggs. Was it Suggs?
He was like
Suggs.
Thanks. Huh? Oh shit.
No.
And Suggs and whatever.
What was that?
And Suggs. What's his name? Suggs. Suggs. What's his name?
DJ Muggs. DJ Muggs.
Muggs. That's it. Yeah. He's
DJ
Cuban,
Muggs.
isn't he? From Cuban descent.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he's a Mexican descent. He's a Mexican descent.
Is he Mexican? Yeah, I
sure.
love Cypress. I think it was
Cypress
Cuban.
Yeah, Cypress
No, I mean the.
They classify
Muggs.
as Mexican when they're out in LA. It's okay. Don't worry.
I love the Cypress Hill. I do all that stuff.
Yeah.
Cypress Hill.
They're very underrated. They're very underrated, I would say.
Awesome. I love that shit.
Yeah, but they're your favorite rapper's favorite rapper. You know what I'm saying? Like if you listen to like man, they've been talking about pop forever. You know what I'm saying? Since the fucking 90s. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's been talking about it.
Oh, Be Real is one of my favorite rappers easily ever. Yeah. I love him. I do. He's fucking the way he's unique. He's
depends on what you consider a group, because there's Eric B and Rakim. There's Mobb
Deep.
Deep.
Yeah, that's a group. So, yeah. De La Soul were big.
De La Soul is from the soul. That's a fact you can't deny.
When you talk about
De La Soul, bro. De La Soul.
They got that unique.
Come me, myself, and I, bro.
But when you talk about Eric B and Rakim, but you only know Rakim, but they're a group, right?
Yeah.
You know
Yeah, they are duo. Yeah.
Right, and then you listen to Gangstar. Gangstar is a group of DJ Premier and Guru from Gangstar. You know what I'm saying?
And they did their own stuff also. Obviously, Guru did his thing.
But DJ Premier is equally as talented as Guru is. Guru is to me is one of my top lyricists of all time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he
So
bangs. He's a jazzy style. Guru's they were jazz rap, so to speak. They were great. They were not necessarily jazz, but that element.
Yeah,
the fundamentals of hip hop stems from jazz. You know what I'm saying? They have you know what I'm saying? They continue the foundation. You know what I'm saying? They stretch that. You know what I'm saying? Like they brought that into the mainstream. You know what I'm saying? That that the boom bap. You know what I'm saying? They kept that. You know what I'm saying? And like they just continued authenticity. You know what I'm saying? They didn't try to change this. They didn't try to change with the times. They with them.
The greatest jazz dude was a bit of a boxer, wasn't he himself? Miles Davis.
Who would that be?
Miles Davis.
Yeah, he was a boxer.
He was a very, very keen. That's how he kept fit all his life. Really, he loved his boxing. I think he did some amateur stuff.
Do you know what I'm shocked about? The fact that I know a lot of this. Because I'm not really into hip hop or rap, but even though I did a breakdancing for years, I think I might be underestimating what I actually know.
Weird.
Because
that's kind of weird.
Yeah, it is weird. I think like
you guys do it like it's ballet and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like it's you know what I'm saying?
It never seemed to. Well, it never seemed a thing from my city. Like I live in Birmingham, it's a big city. So we used to do breakdancing and dancing around as children, and they used to have music on. So it's
but Birmingham is very, 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 very influential and on the
board.
Multicultural. Yeah, multicultural, and with them, it's the second biggest in England, isn't it?
It is. Yes, it's the biggest city in Europe. Second biggest city in Europe.
And not only that, it's invented styles of music, i.e., heavy metal.
Ska.
Ska. Yeah, I mean that's more like. I mean, Coventry was also big with the ska.
It is. I was married to a woman from Coventry.
Yeah, Coventry.
And, but my kids are from there. My kids are from Coventry.
You just have to mention Black Sabbath and Ozzy Osbourne. And Judas Priest, and, things like that.
Pass the Dutchie on the left hand side. Pass the Dutchie on the left hand side. They come in and come on, what? That was the original. Pass the Dutchie.
I was addicted to that song back in the day.
It did that. They were the greatest band probably out of here. To be honest, I was drinking with one of them today.
Lol.
No, lol. True.
Really?
In the Hornet pub, Weatherspoon's Hornet pub. He drinks in there. He's about 50 odd now. He's old. He looks older than me. He's not a baby face, old man now.
Is he skint or what?
I don't think he's skint, but he's just enjoying his life. So just living his life. I think his name's I think his name's John. So it's not. He didn't know a big name. Pastor Dutchie on the left hand side was filmed on the south bank of the Thames. If you watch that video, Pastor Dutchie on the left hand side was filmed on the south bank of the Thames. That was the height of what was it, ska, that era when you had the. I was with a guy today called One Eye Baz. Now, One Eye Baz. There used to be a nightclub in Coventry. My ex-missus was Indian. I was with her for years, and she worked on the door in this club for about 9 years. One-eyed Baz was a big black guy, one-eye. He was the European and the world champion of the kickboxing. Massive guy. And I went up to him today. I said, Baz, I said, what you...
Purin?
No, he's a world... He was the world champion. Say again.
Puro from South Central? Sur Centro. Puro Sur Centro.
Yeah.
In here?
I don't know about that.
He's trying to get in. Paulo. He's trying
But
to
I don't think he's in here yet. No, or is in. No.
But anyway, one-eyed Baz held the... Before you had the WBC and all these belts, that was the original kickboxing belt, which was the pre-MMA UFC. I think he held it for about 9 years. Leon Edwards, I don't know if you know Leon Edwards.
Yeah.
He trains under all them now. And he's avoided. He's from this area.
UFC is from Birmingham, isn't he?
He is, yeah. UFC originally started in Birmingham. The MMA started here. It did, yeah. The original gym was in Erdington, and where the actual Dana White, when it all got set up, Bellator and all these places, that's the original. Out of America, the first place that they went to was in Erdington, that gym. And do you know what they sell there now? Fridges.
Yeah, that's the story of how it is now.
They sell fridges there now. It's disgusting.
Well, Birmingham, you know the NIA Arena?
Mm-hmm.
Where they used to film... what was that show? Fucking Gladiators.
Oh, do you remember him?
You remember that shit? Gladiators.
I love that.
Anyway, the NIA there, 1993. I saw Prince there.
I watched
the
Kevin Hart.
Shows I've ever seen.
I watched Kevin Hart last year at the NEC Arena. Kevin Hart, the comedian.
Mm.
He was so funny, man.
Was he there? Was he?
Yeah, he did a 5-day. He did a 5-day tour of Birmingham, and I watched Kevin Hart last year. What a comedian! And he was excellent. It's really, really good.
Anyway,
yeah.
What's your Rushmore then? What's your 5 rap group Rushmore?
Oh, Brat in terms of boxers?
No, the rap thing. Then boxers.
Oh, I don't really follow rap that much, but if I was going to I can give you a 5 straight out.
What is it?
Dr. Dre.
Groups.
Oh, you want me rap groups? Oh man, that's going to be difficult. Oh my God. Oh wow. Rap groups. Mos Def is obviously number 1. Them guys. Anti-Up, is that the tune? I got. Yeah, I'll probably give that. This is difficult for me because I don't really follow that. Second is rap group. I'm gonna go the original Eazy-E and the Compton Crew. So that's gonna be number 2. Number 3, rap group. Oh wow, this is strange.
You're coming straight out of Compton, are you?
Straight out of Compton, yeah, that's what I'm saying. And number 3, I'm gonna go rap groups. This is impossible. At the moment, there's a guy who just died. He was in a group. I loved his music. I was listening to that. Was it the Young Dolph? The Young Dolph.
All right.
And
was he in a group, was it? I'm not.
Yeah, I've been listening to. I've been listening.
What was his group?
I've not got a clue, but I know people here were talking about a Young Dolph. So I got the tapes, and I was listening to that, and I really enjoyed that. So that's number 3. Rap group number 4. Oh my God, this is bizarre. I've never give rap rap group, I can give single acts. Number 4. Rap group number 4. It's probably gonna go. Oh my God. I don't even know. It's gonna be embarrassing if I mention the next 2. So the next 2 is mainstream, so it's gonna be very embarrassing.
It doesn't matter. You're not here to trying to be cool. You know what I mean? It's
I'm gonna go Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince, bruh. Number 4, bro.
Yeah, you're not here to get.
I'm going freaking it. I'm going freaking it at the Philly side.
You feeling the summertime, are you?
No, I'm not feeling. I'm more hardcore than that.
Boom, boom, shack the room.
I'm more hardcore than that. Freaking it, and I go his original Philly album, the original. If you go back to the original, the original Will Smith.
Right now? Are you being held captive right now?
I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry.
Are you in jail?
No, I'm not. I'm not in jail. I'm sorry if I'm bothering.
Are you in jail?
People.
You're not in jail.
No, I'm sorry if I'm bothering you.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I'm concerned for you. You know what I'm saying? Like,
you don't want to be concerned for me. I'm always happy. Everyone knows.
No, I know. But I think the only few times that I've seen you, like you were like in a cooped up ass room, dark ass little room. And
listen, bro. Like I work here. I make tellies for a living, so I fix televisions.
Oh shit! Okay.
So look, I'll show you what I do. So
I can't see nothing, but
you get keyboards and tech.
Pigeon.
So that my job is to fix tech.
Pigeon.
So
Pigeon. Yeah. I don't mean to be funny, right, with you.
Sorry.
I just need to pull up you on something.
Go on.
You saying to me you fix pigeons? You saying
televisions?
You're telling me you fix pigeons and TVs and fridges.
I think televisions.
Yeah, bloody pigeons.
Telepigeons.
But 2 months ago, you said to me, we had a conversation.
Go on.
Yeah, you said to me that you were earning a shitload of money.
Lost my job at the HS2 on the railway.
But you were earning a shitload of money, thousands a week, nearly.
Yeah.
Potentially, and whatever.
Lost my job.
Drawing. Working for the railway, weren't you?
The railway.
Drawing.
Yeah, it's good money.
Railway lines and whatever, blah, blah, blah. So you lost your job, did you?
I wasn't able to actually do the drawings and the job, so I didn't have the ability.
Did you blag the interviews then? Did you?
Yeah.
Folks, yeah, that's what they do. No, I can. So you blagged it, did you?
Unfortunately, yeah. I don't
know whether to believe you or not, but I'll just.
No, you should do because
I don't know. No. I'm going to take it for what it is, like. But
no, listen.
I tell it like I don't like,
Listen,
I'm serious. You know what I mean?
I only actually, in terms of trolling people online, people know me and they know that I don't lie. They know. I'm probably the most honest person here. You're right, Paolo. I did do that job. I got about $3,000 from it, and I couldn't do it. I couldn't do the job. I'm too old. I'm 50. I got about $3,000 or $4,000 from it, and I've been signing on. I've got to go back.
What do you reckon? Why couldn't you do it? Did you have a lot of stress on your mind? Were you drinking too much?
No, drinking. I couldn't do the job.
You just couldn't. You couldn't work the patterns out.
Physically?
No.
It's mental. It's a mental job, isn't it? Drawing. It's drawing patterns and shit.
It's mental, and I couldn't do it, and that's that. Do you know what? Really, and to be honest. I don't know. Am I embarrassed about it? No. I
don't think you will be, because the way you come on YouTube, you're not going to be embarrassed, are you?
I'm not embarrassed about it, but I am
No, you're getting
actually.
paid, bro. Don't worry about that.
No, listen, I'm not
Yeah,
embarrassed
exactly.
about. No, I'm not embarrassed about it, but I am embarrassed about it. So the fact that I'm saying I'm not, I am embarrassed about that. Oh yeah, I'm very embarrassed about it. Particularly now, Paolo's brought it up as well. Oh, I'm embarrassed about that. All right.
No, I'm sorry to bring it up, but it's just that, you know,
No,
one minute you're saying you're living like a king, and then the next minute you.
No, king. I'm not. I live in a small flat in Birmingham. I was living in Paris for about 4 or 5 years. I've come back here recently. You always see me in a small place because that's basically where I live.
You're a traveler.
Well, maybe I'm not embarrassed about my life or anything. I'm just.
No, it's good. It's good.
I'm.
Have you got any kids?
Yeah, they're half Indian and half black. They're all grown up now. They're all they're in their 20s and 30s.
You've had kids with an Indian lady and a black lady.
I have and an Irish lady as well. I got about 4 or 5
ladies.
kids.
How many kids you got?
Damn,
5.
Damn, chill.
5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. Well, you answered. Yeah, that's what I said. I
got 2 kids that are adopted that are Indian. I got 2 kids that are my own, and my 5th child. I was only with that woman for about 4 years, and yeah.
So you adopted 2 Indian kids.
I got 2 Indian kids that are adopted. I got 2 my own, and a 3rd who I regard my own, who is not mine. So 2 of my own and 3 who aren't.
Oh.
But I'm quite proud of that because, you know, they look up to me. So, and I'm quite proud of that. At the end of the day, who'd want to look up to myself? I wouldn't want to look up to myself, but they like me, so that's it. And my daughter and my child, Indian ones, they're rich. They look after me. I wouldn't be on. I would not be online if it wasn't for them. My second kids, not me own. My own kids are terrible, but the Indian kids who I brought up for 16 years, and I've been speaking to my ex-wife, and I ain't gonna get back with her. I might do, but we'll see. They look after me, and I wouldn't look after me, to be fair. And I've got so much respect for them too. And they're half white, half Indian, but they're not my kids. And I brought them up from birth. You should never have any regrets. I love them to bits.
You're on about getting with her and all that, but without sounding rude and disrespectful. Have you got tendencies for the other side?
Tendencies for what? Men? No.
No.
No. I used to do a bit of the dressing up.
Yeah,
you've all seen it. You've all seen it.
Dressing up and all that.
No, you don't have to hold back.
Oh,
no. All the dressing up. I'm the most virulent person in terms of that. You never want to buy a book on its cover. The reason I put that out there was for a reason. I'm perfectly fine in terms of the way I'm quite happy the way I am. I don't need to keep anything from anyone. I go to you got the gay quarter, the lesbian quarter in Birmingham. I go to the bars there. I have no issue with that. I'm very, very happy the way I am. It's only I'm actually too honest in my life. I'm probably too honest and probably let too much information out, but I'm the sort of person, if you speak to me and you speak to me in real life, I don't like secrets. So I prefer that people know who I am from the start than I lie. So no, I'm fine. My ex missus was speaking to me yesterday on the phone, and I might get back with her. So I have no issue on that respect, to be honest. And the dressing up thing, you've seen that. Everyone's seen that online. Do I care? No.
But it's crazy though. It is.
It is crazy, but I'm not embarrassed about it.
Yeah. Why do you think you would? Why do you think? Why would you think without? Why would you? Why would you think you would do it? Why do you think you would do it? What's going on psychologically for you to do it? Are you like? Do you like the attention? Do you like? Are you trying to? You know what?
No. I think the reason.
What's the satisfaction? What's the crack there?
I think the reason I actually did it because, like, 2018, I got divorced and I just went crazy. I've been married for about 26 years, so I just went crazy. I just started to enjoy myself,
but that's a bit worrying. Because not what I mean, you do what you want, but it's like
you're right.
Did you think you had those tendencies? Do you think you were there? But
what the dressing up?
But really, you wanted maybe perhaps to be the woman.
I don't think being the woman, but I think
you want to be a woman. Do you want to be a woman then, or what?
No, I don't want to be. I don't want to be a female.
All right. Just now and again.
It was something to do to take my mind off the fact that I wasn't with a woman anymore. So the reason why I dressed up was to. I couldn't be paying any more money out, mate. Paolo.
I know what you mean. But if you were dressed as a woman and then a bloke come up to you and said they wanted to treat you like a woman, would you accept it?
Aye.
Because you were feeling like a woman. No, it's just the dressing. Yeah.
That's a completely different thing because that's just a non. That's not
on the internet. That's crazy, though. Can you imagine doing it in front of everyone, dressing up and stuff? That's right.
Yeah, I'm not proud of it.
I couldn't imagine doing that shit. It's like fucking hell. Forever, you'll be labelled. You get what I mean?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with being labelled.
I mean, I totally respect your opinion. Don't get me wrong. I'm just, it's how it is. But it's just crazy how you would expose yourself like that.
He was wrong.
To the world, like that's like fucking hell.
Yeah,
you clearly don't give a fuck. Yeah, you don't. Fair play.
No, you're wrong. I do care, but
all right.
I was obviously drunk on that night, and I did that. I do regret that.
So you were drunk and you let your guard down, and then maybe
I totally regret it. Yeah.
You let your guard down. Maybe your tendencies took over.
It wasn't my tendencies. I was pissed.
All right, that's crazy. That is.
But everybody knows it, so it's not necessarily something that's. Yeah, it is what it is. I can't take it back, can
I? You can't take it, yeah, but it's fucking. I think it's absolutely incredible. It's crazy shit that is.
No, you can listen. I've had all the hate on the internet. This, that, and the other.
I don't hate you anything for it. You do what you want to bloody do. I couldn't give two shits. But it's just fucking crazy shit.
It is crazy, and I totally regret it. If I'm honest with you,
do you think you've overcome those I don't want to keep saying tendencies because. They kind of because you have done them. You got rid of those tendencies, or do you think they can come over you again?
Well,
the next thing you start wearing lipstick and high heels and wigs, and next thing you're going out as Tina Turner or something, or
No, listen, that's a great point. That's a great point.
Once it starts like that, next minute you'll be in Soho, bloody, you know.
Well, I've already lived in Soho.
Oh,
I've already lived in Soho.
Oh, that's maybe where you got the scent from. That's
Probably
where you got the scent from, then, isn't it?
I lived in Soho for about 6 years in London. So.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of that shit there, isn't there?
It is what it is. And like, I lived in Paris for years. I did my degree in Paris, in Blanche. I used to work in a place called Blanche, which was a area with all...
Paris is ripe for that sort of shit.
That's
one of the that was the center of the world for that.
Well, I lived there for
heroin, jazz, and bitches back in the day.
Well, I lived in that area of heroin, jazz, and bitches for 8 years in that area in Pigalle.
Yeah.
So there you go.
That's where it's coming from. You've seen all that, and you want to have it. Yeah, you've been influenced by that. It is sort of thing.
Probably, but I wouldn't.
You've had the breakdown, and you think, "Fuck it, I just want to girly up a bit."
Yeah, but I wouldn't necessarily.
You weren't happy with yourself in a man, maybe. You just.
I was just disappointed that I got divorced, and I'll be honest with you. I lived in Pigalle for 8 years. I used to work in a bar there. These places you're discussing. I did my degree in Blanche, which is 1 mile from there. I'm nearly 50 now. I lived in the red light area of Paris for nearly 16 years. So there you go.
That's where it's all come from, isn't it? You like, you've got it's all coming back round.
Yeah, and everybody knows
you like a bit of drag, don't you?
I do, but I won't say. I won't say. Let me take my hat off. I won't say it's necessarily a bad thing. I just think it's something.
Whatever you want to do, man. I'm just saying.
I don't regard it as a bad thing. I've been speaking to my ex-wife today. I've got 4 kids. I've been speaking to my ex-wife. I'm a nice person.
The thing is, when in your marriages, did you ever wear a dress or anything? Be serious.
With the female?
No, just ever, like, for instance, obviously you're married to a woman, like, had these tendencies. Maybe she wasn't.
Twice. I've been married twice.
Yeah.
I've been married
did
twice.
you ever, like, wear her dresses or like that? Just trying them on or anything?
No, not in terms of the woman.
Put her makeup on or like.
No. I'm very different like that.
You never put your knickers over your head or anything like
that? No, that is for a weirdo. That's for a weirdo. That's not me.
I don't know. Coming on the internet dressed as a woman, that's proper fucking more than weirdo.
It is more than weirdo, but you're actually listening to me explain to you now. So
I know what you mean.
You're actually having a conversation with me, telling you. So no.
At the end of the day, you had the condition. You had that condition, don't it? And it sends you overboard, basically.
It probably only recent. Let me just go and put my pajamas on. I'll come back and I'll explain. But no, I never wore a knickers. I've done that. I think people think that it's very different to what people actually think.
Cos, are you on the panel?
I think they think it's some sort of game. No, I've never worn a fucking underpants. No. Let me put my pajamas on. Jesus. Right. You can ask me another question if you want. Go on. Ask away.
Have you had any help for this then, or what? We're just leaving it like that.
I think I've been to church.
Y'all been doing amazing.
Cods, can you just
What?
Yeah.
Just answer that question because I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'm listening.
What happened?
What do you want me to answer questions about myself?
Your tendon, these tendons, and have you seeked any help?
Yeah, I've been to the church about it.
Oh shit, man! It's the wrong people.
I mean, which church? Because the church, you might get a guy that enjoys that himself.
I don't know, but I'm just saying that I have spoke to people about it. It is what it is.
Yeah, you're 50, 60? You know what I'm saying? Live your life. You know what I'm saying? Give it up. Yes.
No, I'm 40. I'm 46 years old. So yeah, I have no regrets about anything. So you know, it is what it is. It I don't know. I just think my life is what it is. So I don't think people should be that bothered about me. They should be living their own lives. You can pay my rent if you want. You can get me a train pass. Listen, if people are that bothered about me, they really need to get a life. To be fair, so I don't think I'm very happy the way I am. To be fair, I'm very happy the way I am.
Yeah, you're always gonna piss people off no matter what. I don't even know you, man. You know what I'm saying? My concern was like, man, are you okay? Because you look like you're being held captive and shit. You look like you're fucking in jail. I'm saying here, like, you know what I'm saying? You look like you're
No, fine. I can take my jacket. It's very cold here, so it's about minus.
But I don't know about you, man. So you know what I'm saying? I was just like, man, what this motherfucker look like he's in the dorms freezing his ass off and shit in county jail.
Yeah, but people dress like this in the UK. We dress like this in the UK. That's how we dress. So
yeah, that's good on you, man.
We're online, like we don't do that.
So you expose yourself and shit. So like recap, right? Because I've only been here for like 2 months and shit, right?
Yeah, expose myself dressing up as a woman. That's what I did.
Oh shit! Like, but how did that happen? Like, did you intentionally do that, or did?
Yeah. I was drunk. And I just posted. I just posted shit on the internet, and I don't regret it. I don't regret it.
Don't regret it. You did it. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead. You know what I'm saying? Don't. You know what I'm saying?
I think it's better. It's better that people know than not know.
Yeah, obviously, you know what I'm saying? Like, whatever motherfuckers want to say about you, you know what I'm saying? They already said it. So, I'm saying, like, I don't understand. I don't know what happened, but, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know the situation. Did somebody, like...
I'm one of these people that I have problems. Like,
so you were already doing it before that?
Yeah, man, I've been doing that for years. I've been doing that for years. I've been doing that for about 25 years. But
holy shit.
When I actually speak to people and I'm on the internet, and I didn't really care that much, but like I'm obviously speaking to them a lot. I sort of felt guilty the fact that I was lying about things, so I let it out on purpose. I didn't want them to be conned. I'd rather be honest about the way that I am than lie. That's how I roll, bro. No, listen, I'm one of these guys. I very much believe in the words of the Allah in terms of the Muslim faith. I'd rather live.
Don't bring religion into it. Yeah,
No, I will because I'm very much.
You're gonna cross those lines where people are not gonna like that stuff. Come on now.
But
you have your freedoms and you have your beliefs, but you know what I'm saying.
Like, okay, but I'd rather not keep it secret.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's your freedom. You have the right
Hmm?
to do whatever you want. My understanding, I don't know if like if you were doing it
It's not
beforehand
a
or you're
bad
doing it
thing.
afterward, because it seems like you were discovered. Like people started like seeing you like dressing up. You know what I'm saying? They
Yeah, but
knew
it's
you
not a big
before.
thing. It's no big
So
thing
you're
in.
saying you've been doing it for 25 years now, right?
Yeah, but this is 2022. Dressing up as a woman is not exactly a massive crime. You know, any idiot could put a dress on, run around in a pair of stockings and tights. Oscar De La Hoya, it's not a crime, to be fair. I'm not exactly doing anything that's illegal, so I don't regard that as a bad thing.
You're right. You're right.
I don't regard it as anything. I'm actually glad that I've let that out. I'd rather have the ridicule than not.
There you go. There you go.
There you go. So I'm not.
You're transparent. You're transparent.
But what was that in you? Was that in you for a long time? That you let out?
It was, yeah. It was in me for years. But I've let it out in my private life.
How long was it? How long was it in there for you? And how deep into your two marriages was it?
Oh, it was in me since I was born.
Since you were born. So since you were born, you liked the nice frilly dress.
Pretty much. Yeah.
You like that carousel flow of a dress.
I just know that we're
on
all
on you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you like it. Yeah, there you go. I mean, you have the so that's where it's at. Obviously, that was in you when you hit the pillow. When you hit the pillow in your marriages, you weren't happy. You were thinking of the frilly dress.
Sexually? I was very happy. What, me having sex with a woman? That was the best thing ever.
But did you ever think of having sex with a woman also wearing a dress?
No. That would disgust me.
What the fuck is this nigga talking about? What's going on?
Well, just trying to
they over here busting up laughing and they roasting this dude in the comments.
You're asking me silly questions, bro.
Hey, Paolo, man. Hey, I just want to say, Paolo, man, you my brother. Well, I want to say this to Paolo. Paolo, you're my brother, man, and I appreciate you, man. You know, I just want you to know that, you know, our friendship, you know, the support that you show me, Paolo, since I met you, man, I appreciate that, brother. Okay, brother. I just want you to know that for real, brother.
Ask me another question.
Hey, thank you, Paolo, brother.
Yes.
No, listen. It's very different to that. When you're not with a woman,
I just want to let my brother Paolo know that I appreciate him because he's a big brother to me, and he's been supporting me since day one. You know what I mean, Paolo? I appreciate the support, brother. For real, it means a lot to me, Paolo. Seriously.
To H1 to the death, isn't it?
Yes, sir, Paolo.
Ride or die.
DT.
Ride or
DT
die.
in a place to be.
Listen, when you're not with a female, listen.
You got to ride or
listen,
die.
Listen. When you're not with a female and you're single and you've been single for a long time, you need.
Brother, man,
wait.
I really want to hear what Cosmic and the other brothers got to say, brother. You are kind of creeping me out, though, brother.
Sorry,
being honest, man.
Sorry.
You know what I mean? But I appreciate it, bro. But hey, we got Puro, we got Cosmic and Paolo. You know, Pigeon is one crazy motherfucker, man.
Hey, that shit was entertaining, man. This is what
he's
happened.
crazy, bro.
Yeah, I got on because you were by yourself, Cosmic. I'm like, shit, man. I'm my boy here, even if I don't say nothing.
Yo, he was creeping me out though, Pigeon, right there, man.
I was just asking him some, like, you know, obviously some personal questions. This, I know it's not the place to do it, but he's definitely fucked up, definitely.
No, but we're all fucked up, right?
Yeah, I mean, we are. Yeah,
we're all
but
fucked up. Yeah.
You can't be doing that stuff to the whole world and that in a dress. And all that.
I feel you on that one, Paolo.
I don't know his story,
up,
man.
I'm saying. We are all fucked up, but that's...
like, bro, I mean, this is the thing, though, right? Like, bro, I don't know what the fuck happened. When they exposed themselves and did all this shit, everybody's talking shit about him. I was like, what the fuck is going on? Just poke my head in here and shit. Paulo's like, Kaz, get in here. And I'm like, all right. Yeah, but that should carry on for Interesting story. Interesting story. That was a fucking. You know what I'm saying?
He's a crazy dude. He is.
That's the chill.
Yo, it woke a whole bunch of people up though.
Yeah, right.
What the
You're
fuck?
fucking lighting up the chat and shit.
He's definitely a crazy dude. He is definitely crazy.
You don't seem crazy.
I tell you what, though. What do you guys reckon to the Thurman Barrios fight?
I don't know. I'm interested.
They're making it. Thingy Thurman's not. They're not giving him that much respect. They're making quite an even fight.
Who you saying? What? Thurman who?
Thurman Barrios.
Third fight. No, come on now.
What I'm saying, he's not a huge favourite, Thurman. He's a favourite, but he's not a huge favourite. I got Thurman winning regardless of the layoff.
He should be right back on track, right? Sugar Ray Leonard went 3 years without fighting.
Barrios
Marvin Hagler, right? He fought Marvin Hagler, right?
True.
Sugar Ray Leonard. After
he
3-year break, he fought Marvin Hagler, right?
And he beat him.
Yeah, that was crazy. That was.
Could be Keith Thurman. It could be Keith Thurman. Some people may take some time to fucking come back and do their thing, but it's just it's a disservice to boxing. Yeah.
Barrios is basic though, isn't he? Tall and straight up and down.
Yeah, but basic fighters have had success, and
he's dogged. Yeah, he's dogged. Don't get me wrong.
Mikey does all the basics really, really well, and fucking
definitely does.
Made a great career out of it.
But Barrios would Tank Davis, right? So sometimes these fighters they have more difficulty fighting smaller guys that are shorter than they are. You know what I'm saying? They have trouble shooting down their jab because like if you're taught to shoot your jab up, you know what I'm saying? Your straight hands up. You know what I'm saying? You're not taught to shoot down on your opponent, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like with Barrios with Tank, shoot down like so if you're shooting a jab, you're gonna shoot up. You're gonna like from your waist, you're gonna shoot upwards to their chin, to their you know what I'm saying, to their nose, right? So if you're shooting to somebody that's shorter than you, they're gonna shoot down. You know what I'm saying? So with Tank Davis, he had to shoot down to somebody that's shorter than him. So now that he's gonna fight somebody that's going to be equal his height. Barrios is a big guy. He's a tall guy.
Yeah, tall guy. Yeah.
He is a tall guy. Yeah, but I think Thurman's got too much movement.
Like 10, 5'11" around there. Sorry, Paulo. Go ahead.
I think he's got too much movement for Barrios. I think he's going to win. I do.
Yeah, but you got to remember Barrios only has one loss to a really, really, really good fighter.
That's true. That is true.
You know, he was undefeated.
So do you think? Yes. So who do you think? Who you got winning that then, Pure? If you had to.
Keith Thurman. You know, I'm leaning Keith Thurman. Maybe 70-30.
Do you think it's tight?
Nah, like 70-30. You know, but you know, what's the fucker's name? Thurman has shown us. You know, I'm a Thurman fan, so I mean, you know, he's skilled.
They've kind of got it like that a little bit higher. Even Jacobs, because they no, that's in February, isn't it?
Jacobs, yeah, and fucking John Ryder.
That's a tight fight, also. Listen.
Yeah, I think so. John Ryder's not bad. He gave Callum Smith a good go. Some people say Callum Smith lost that fight.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but yeah, so yeah, I think it's gonna be a good fight. Danny Jacobs has something to prove, you know, because he didn't have a good showing versus Gabe Rosado.
I'm looking forward to the 16th. I am straight with this Smith and Johnson.
Oh, Joe Smith and Johnson. Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I definitely am. Yeah.
So what is the schedule? Are we starting to get like glimpse of the schedule that's going to be happening for 2022?
Well, January, February.
That's what we're looking at. That's what I'm sort of looking at sort of now. Like the most important fight coming up that opens a lot of avenues, and it could have a.
Yeah, we shouldn't be waiting for
is Smith Johnson, 16th of January.
No, we're not. Got a big fight in February, a huge fight.
Which one?
Undisputed fight.
Which one?
All right, let's get it.
Fucking Castaño and Jermel.
Yeah, that's in February. February's stacked already. Looking at this, it is. You've got straight away Thurman on the first week. It's straight away into Eubank Williams, then Ramirez Pedraza, Thurman Barrios, Jacobs Ryder, Amir Brook. That's just in 1 month. Taylor Catdraw.
Macabu Michunu.
Yeah, that Macabre was very important fight also. Because we're all going to be looking what he looks like. It's stacked. It's fucking stacked.
Potential Canelo fight.
Just in this 1-2 months, right?
No, just in 1 month.
That's just in 1 month. You forgot Gary Russell too, Paulo. Gary Russell.
And I'm missing some. Yeah, it's fucking stacked in 1 month, 30 days.
Sal Martinez.
Because everyone needs to get their fights in, and everyone's like fucking behind. And
that's why everybody needs to join the Discord, the H Money Discord.
Wrong beside Quadras.
I need to keep joining the Discord.
Yeah, Roman Gonzalez, and then March starts straight away with Estrada Gonzalez. It's just incredible.
Yo, Puro, can you drop the Discord in the chat so we can let these motherfuckers know where they need to go?
No problem, brother. No problem.
Okay.
Because everybody, they wait on great fights, but they miss out on. You know what I'm saying? They miss out on the build-ups to the great fights. They just see the big fights when they happen. There's great fights that are being made, that are happening before these big fights.
And coincidentally, a lot of these fights in February, there isn't a huge favorite. If you think about it, the stock market's giving some good, looks both ways. It's like what I'm trying to say. Thurman versus Barrios, there's value in all the fights. They're tight. Like Jacobs versus Ryder.
Khan versus Brook.
Khan versus Brook. It's all 2-1. It's all really short prices.
Taylor Catterall.
That's long price because he's a huge favorite there. But the others are like, you never know.
You never know.
You never know. Definitely with Eubank Williams, you never know too. Williams can be a dog. You're fighting at home. But yeah, this Macabre one's we're definitely going to have to look at what this guy's looking like. Because if he does fight Canelo, he's got a camp already behind him too.
Right. So I was listening to Joseph while he was on. So you think that fight scrapped for and I knew that. I kept saying that. I think it was just a kind of to let people believe that was his intended target, but at the same time giving him an opportunity to breathe. You know what I'm saying? And let the stress kind of dissipate. I mean, Canelo meaning like if let all the attention go to Macabu, you know what I'm saying? And I think that fight is not gonna happen. I don't think I've said that a long time ago. I don't think that was gonna happen. I thought in March they were going to be like, nah, it's not gonna happen.
So you think it won't happen then, Canelo Macabre? Eventually.
No, when because Elie Setback, he's always there. He's always there. He's always in the front lines, right?
He's your source, isn't he? He's your source, isn't he?
He's a good source.
He is actually. He is in the front line. Yeah, I don't blame. Yeah,
because he's always there. He's literally on the front lines. If you know what that means, right?
He's got the biggest. I know what. Tell you what he's got. He's got the biggest ears in the game.
in the reporting game. Yeah, and he actually has got big ears. The dude's on ears to the ground.
Yep, and no,
Checking it out.
he's on the ground. He's like
That's what I'm saying.
the United Nations. He's like the United Nations. He's always on the
That's what I'm
ground. He's
saying.
in the
He's on
mission.
it.
You know,
He is.
he's always on the field. So like he knows.
Platoon.
Yeah, he's a platoon. You know what I'm saying? Like he's
on
on
the
the ground.
platoon.
You know what I'm saying? There's a difference between journalism and being on the ground and being
He's on the beat.
in the field.
He's on the
You know what I'm saying?
beat.
Yeah,
It's got
there's
beat
a big
it.
difference.
He's beating it.
So if you listen, he asked.
God.
He kind of didn't corner, but he asked Eddie about Canelo, and then like they alluded to 168, 175, because like they're going to be honest. You know what I'm saying? Like he could have said no, Makabu, 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 but he kind of slided to the fact that it's going to be at 175 or 168. They haven't decided yet, and it's negotiations. At the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? Like that's the negotiations. That's the big business. You know what I'm saying? Like they're I don't think they're trying to hunt down necessarily legacy at this point. They're trying to nail down like big contracts. You know what I'm saying? Like so let's say if you were to like fight someone like Charlo and you were to lose, right? But you still can fall back on another fighter. You still are held down by a contract, a 3-fight contract. Going to guarantee you 120 million dollars. You know what I'm saying? Who's going to give you that? Who's going to give you 120 million dollars? That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to negotiate big money. They're not trying to negotiate one by one fights. They're trying to negotiate guaranteed 120 million dollars, 100 whatever. We're just going based on 3 fights and what he made with PBC, which was 40 million dollars.
It is 40 million, isn't it? He's commanding it. Plus extra. They get extras on that.
I disagree.
That's the set.
He could.
No? What is it?
Well,
No, I'm just saying I disagree. They're going after money. They're definitely going after legacy.
No, but he wouldn't be held down if it wasn't for a contract like that. So look.
Yeah, but he's not gonna sign contracts, bro. I mean, he's done with contracts.
It's not about signing with contracts. You're gonna deal with a promotional company. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure.
Canelo is
He's
big, but
going one by one. He's such a high asset now. He's going one by one, and he's always guaranteed until while he's winning. He's always got guaranteed that's to come to the table. You got to give this, and then you'll take the highest stake.
They're an artist. You still need a platform to be an artist in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, and all the fights
as big as you are, you need a platform to be.
They all have platforms.
Yes, so look, where is he going to fit into that? Who else is going to bring him that platform? Who else is going to bring all those fights without him doing all the rest of the work? The PBC would do
anybody.
It.
No, any promotional outfit. Okay. Any promotion outfit.
But then they have to bring the money with it.
Yeah, and they will.
They have to bring the money. They have to bring all of this stuff. There's negotiations.
Yeah, and they will.
And then he's going to decide who's.
They'll have the money. He's a big seller. He's a big
seller.
Yeah,
like he's a guaranteed sell. So
it's
for him to get the money,
set price.
Not a problem.
Come to the table, you have to have 40 million. Then he takes the highest bidders. He's a guaranteed mark. He's the most prized athlete.
We're all saying the same thing.
But above any other sports.
So
it's guaranteed dough. The market he's got, most of the world watches him.
And that's where you need
all eyes on me, like Tupac said. That's what I see. He's on that.
And that's why you need to go with a company that's going to be like, they're going to pay you up front and be like, yo, this is it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm going to pay you up front. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
You know
all of the companies are going to pay him up front.
All right. Well, I mean, that's at the end. This is where he's at now. I think. You know what I'm saying? Like, who's going to line him up? Line them all up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, depends what he's going to do. If he's going to stay at 160. Well, I don't think he's going to stay at 168 because it's just there's no really any fighters. Maybe Charlo.
But wouldn't it be easier for him to stay at 168?
It'd be easy to go anywhere actually.
At the end of the day, when I hear the soccer lads in the pubs, in the streets, this and that, I don't hear them saying, "Oh, Spencer's fighting this weekend, this and that.
But who needs the most?
When they're around, sat down having a few beers, I hear them saying, "Oh, Canelo's fighting this weekend." Do you get me? They don't hear him say about any other boxers. That's where it's at. There's the interest. There's all eyes on the guy. I'm hearing.
Who needs him the most though? Puro.
And that's in England where they're mad for it.
Who needs him the most?
Wouldn't it be PBC? PBC,
yeah.
Showtime, and pay-per-view? Showtime, pay-per-view.
Oh,
PBC,
just PBC.
right?
Just PBC. Showtime's got the money, but PBC.
Wouldn't they need him the most to promote?
Yeah.
Well, so
yeah, for their fighters,
because
yeah, for
PBC
the fighters in there.
is selling to Showtime, right? They are the ones.
No,
they're the ones that
they
are producing.
to Showfox or they sell to anybody pretty much.
No, so Showtime and Fox, they are the ones. They're allowing PBC to bring in the talents to their networks. So it's up to PBC to bring in talents
Fox
and
in
networks
particular.
and bring profit to their networks, right?
Mm-hmm. Fox in particular for the PBC.
Okay, so they need somebody that's going to make them money.
Yeah.
And guarantee them money, and may not lose. So with Canelo, you have a guaranteed. You're going to make money. You're going to make profit. If you're not going to make money or you're not going to make profit, you're going to make money on promotion. Just on having Canelo, even if you break even or you don't make a profit, you're still going to make money on having him on your platform. He's going to promote the rest of your fighters. So let's say if you don't make money off of Canelo, but you have him on your platform, right? And then you say, like, let's say you have Canelo in May, you know what I'm saying? And then you're promoting him, and everybody's paying attention to Showtime and PBC pay-per-view, whatever the case may be. Now you're looking at Charlo, you're looking at everybody else is Morrell, you're looking at everybody else that's under the PBC, because they're bringing the people that Canelo brings to the pay-per-view and to that market. You know what I'm saying? You're looking at him. He's advertising and bringing more people to your platforms.
Max, for at least one fight.
For at least one fight, but that needs to guarantee you more money. That needs to guarantee you more. You know what I'm saying? A longer contract.
No, just guarantee you more money, because he's not going to sign an extended contract. He's going to go fight by fight.
He's not. Yeah. But it merits and warrants you to have a larger contract, to have a more
like merits who though? Merits who?
Huh?
Merits who though?
What was that?
No, merits who though?
It merits Canelo. It merits Canelo to have a larger stake into the promotional contracts, into the promotional deals,
into his promotional side. Yeah.
Of course, because it benefits all of them. It benefits everybody else. It benefits Showtime. It benefits PBC and everybody else. The fact that they have to outsource, you know what I'm saying, to keep their pay-per-view numbers alive. Let's not forget that
what do you mean by outsource?
Outsource. Canelo's not from PBC.
Yeah, I know that. He's his own promotional company.
Exactly. So you have to outsource. He's not from your in-house. That's outsourcing.
Yeah. No. I get what I'm. But I mean, is what I'm asking is I don't know what you're trying to ask.
What I'm trying to say is that Canelo's going to ask for more money to get nailed down to a larger promotional contract with PBC, which would benefit them in the long year term, right?
I don't think so.
So you're seeing it from only Canelo's side where he's independent, but trust me, you can nail down fighters, you can nail down any athlete into promotional contracts at the end of the day if the money is right.
No, I understand. So
with
Adidas,
what are you asking? With Nike, what am I asking? What do you mean?
Yeah, like I'm confused, bro. What you're trying to add, like, because you're saying I'm only looking at it from fucking
Canelo's end, but I just don't know what you're trying to say. I'm confused.
Explain it again.
No, please don't. Actually,
No, it's very simple. At the end of the day,
do it, brother.
No, anyway.
PBC and
I think he's
Showtime
going.
is
You was
going
like
to.
saying you on about him signing three fights, 120 million. This that. At the end of the day, and at the minute he's going pay as you go. It's one fight thing. To come to the table, you'll have a certain amount, right? It's 40 million. Otherwise, we're not talking. And he knows
Exactly.
he's
Unless
a
you nail it down.
he's a kingpin. He's guaranteed because people want to do business with him because he's such a sales ship. He sells
Or,
like fuck.
Yeah,
Everyone
they
wants to
all need
watch
him.
him. All the
or are you
TV,
asking?
all the TVs in the world will buy him. Buy him. That's another
Yeah.
thing. Every
For
Look,
Canelo to
country,
negotiate a
every
stake in
country,
PBC in the actual
yeah,
company.
it's already set in stone. Every country is always wants him because he's a kingpin in sport. It's already set, and it's a
everybody
set stone. It's a set. Yeah, everyone in Kazakhstan, la 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 la. Where it's certain blows, it might not be. Maybe all of them.
ESPN, whether so Top Rank has ESPN, right? And then you have
Guaranteed. There's
Matchroom. You know what I'm saying?
guarantees. There's guarantees. He knows he has his guarantees, and then it's pay as you go, as in fight
Yeah.
as you go, and then he waits to because he's a free agent. He'll sees who gives him the biggest purse, the biggest deal, basically. So are you giving for 60 million? Okay, I'll take 60 million, and we're working with Showtime, whatever, or whatever platform he then chooses, because he's a free. He then does that separate deal.
So do you think, Cosmic? Do you think Canelo should ask for like a stake in PBC? Is what you're saying?
Yeah, what are you trying to say
No,
then,
no,
Cosmic?
no.
What were you getting at? That's my kind of perspective on it. You know what I mean? It's pay as you
Well,
go.
it would
He brings
be
all the guarantees, Canelo, because the whole world wants to see him.
Because he can negotiate that.
Yeah.
okay. So it would be like a package deal, right? So like, all right, let's say let's so H Money brought a good point, right? So what does the zone have, right? The zone still has Triple G. Canelo can go fight Triple G. Like let's say if the zone offered $120 million contract with the zone to stay in the zone, you know what I'm saying, and uplift their pay-per-view numbers, right, or their subscription numbers, right, for the year. You know what I'm saying, which would be $100 subscription for that year, right? It's gonna raise their money, so it would be Triple G. He would fight Triple G, right? And then it would be Andrade, and then it would be Bivol. Those would be three good fights, right?
For the zone?
Yeah, for the zone, right?
Yeah.
And
So
that
so so
and
go
that
ahead,
would
go ahead.
the zone should pay him. How much should the zone pay him for those three fights?
Well, I mean, the original contract he had,
No, 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 no.
paid him
Let's.
30.
It's not of what was before because we obviously know the numbers has changed now. What are the
Mhm.
numbers now? Because
Well,
now,
he doesn't want to be tied down with like the zone, like he's gonna want to be able to do like what he wants.
yeah,
So I mean,
but see,
for him, he would
this is the
ask
thing.
for I think
But
5% of the company.
pure with the zone, they have a larger stake at this because they're dealing with a year subscription.
Uh huh.
If you eliminate Canelo,
Uh
then
huh.
what are you left with? AJ?
Uh huh.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But AJ sells a lot. Like
AJ,
literally,
I
fucking.
know that, but
Yeah, AJ's the Canelo over there in fucking Europe.
he is, but it's their numbers are gonna change by a million. Let's say by a million.
They're gonna change which direction?
Negative. The
Why?
zone won't have a million, loses a million in buys by not
Why?
having Canelo fighting on their platform.
Oh no, I feel you. I feel you on that one. But
See, The zone is a different animal. It's a different beast. They increase their numbers. They increase their numbers just like Netflix. Netflix is the different things from like your typical digital buy. You know what I'm saying? Like you pull your numbers. You know what I'm saying? Pulling your numbers is like, it's the best thing that you can do, right? You're bringing the power to the consumer. You know what I'm
All
saying?
right.
But
Yeah.
if you eliminate that one product, then you know what I'm saying, it's kind of, you know what I'm saying, by 25%, you know what I'm saying, then that devalues that whole thing, right? 25% out of that 100% devalues, right?
Yeah, but I mean, Canelo's not with the zone right now, so I mean, it's already devalued.
Those numbers are going to reflect. It's going to happen. It's
Yeah,
going to
like
happen, man.
it already happened.
It's going to continue to happen. So, in order for the zone, they have to bring those numbers up. They have to offer more money for Canelo.
Yeah, for sure. But that also depends on what Canelo is gonna do. You know.
But that's what they. I think Canelo's reached the point where now they're going to have to offer him big money, big contracts. That's what I was alluding to before. Big contracts. You have to nail him down. 3 fights, 4 fights, whatever the
Yeah,
case may be.
but that's the
Three
thing. He doesn't
fights.
want that. He's not gonna want that. He doesn't want that.
He doesn't want that. But at the end of the day, when these contracts come up, when you're offered, okay, like let's say, I know you can fuck up, you know what I'm saying, maybe once or twice in your life, right? You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
God forbid, we're not counting on it, we're not betting on it. But let's say you do. Let's say you lose, right? So if
Mhm.
you have a three contract deal, then you lose, let's say you lose that one fight, then
Uh-huh.
you can make it back the third fight or the first fight, but you guarantee that money throughout 3 fights, no matter
But he's
what.
gonna be guaranteed
Doesn't
that
matter if
money
you
if,
win or
if he does
lose.
a per fight basis.
Is he?
Yeah, because he's literally the
But
cash cow
who's
of
gonna
boxing
He
right now.
might actually lose for money because say he ties himself up on a 3 fight deal, 120 million,
you
like you
can
say.
you can
Yeah,
lose,
but
you
then if
can
he's
and
going
lose.
fight
Those
for
are gambles.
fight, his stock's building more and more. He can lose and he can win. But if he's winning, then his stock is rising. Then that 120 million could be 200 million instead. Because you don't know how the stock market's going to change. I mean, he can lose, he can win, but he can also win a lot more. Definitely. If you get me, if he's going
But those
fight
are the
by,
numbers.
because it's increasing it by wins in those 3 fights, it could, make the pay-per-views will be more, depending who he fights and the challengers. I don't know. It's you want him
I
tied
think
into securing like a 3 fight, do you?
no, but I think these networks need him to be tied into these long contracts, and that's where they're
Yeah,
going to be depending on him to do
but
those
he's
long
not going to do
contracts.
it though. Like he already like not they wanted him to sign a 3 fight deal with PBC and he said no.
So, all right, the theory with PBC not signing Canelo, right? Because they don't have enough money. But if they're making more than they're spending on him, then why not?
But I
Why
think
not
they
offer
have
him?
enough money
Why
for
not
Canelo
offer
because
him?
they just
So
have him 40 million.
they just poured 40 million, and they got their money back on Canelo, right? So they
Yeah,
can
so
pour 50 million the next fight, 60 million the next fight, right?
I mean that means it works. So like literally like so yeah. I mean
That's what I'm
he does
saying, though.
he doesn't have to sign a 3 fight deal.
He doesn't, but it would be in their interest, like a Showtime, to nail
No, I
him
know.
down
I
to a
I
three
get I
fight
get
deal.
that, but he's not gonna want to accept that 3 fight deal. Is what I'm trying to say.
Depends on the lineup of the fighters that are gonna line them up with.
No, well that's what I'm saying. Like, but still, I mean, like, when they were negotiating the Keto Plant fight, they had fighters that eventually he's going to fight, but he still didn't want to sign that 3 fight contract.
No, because he had on like Like he completed his mission. It was done. It was over with. But now, obviously,
But they still want to lock him in.
I think obviously the fact that he's still doing business and he's still in talks with PBC is the fact that he's alluding to still staying at 168. You know what I'm saying? I think that, and that's what they're. I think what they're trying to negotiate. Charlo, Benavidez, uh, and them. You know what I mean? Like the people that are in at 168.
Yeah, but he's also
In PBC at 168 and middleweight.
negotiating with Matchroom as well.
But for what fights? So that's what I'm saying. Like,
Better Beef,
but what are they
Bivol,
gonna do? What
Zurdo,
networks? What channel?
the
Okay,
Zone.
okay, okay. Bivol and we talked about that, right? So it would be Andrade, Bivol, and Triple
How do
G.
you know? How do you know about the 168? How do you know he wants to operate in the 168? Then where are you hearing about that?
And that's only if Jamal Charlo moves up.
Follow? What are we talking about?
Yeah, where are you hearing about that? The 168 action that you think he will operate in? Canelo, you saying?
Because if he wanted to, I think he would have just said like Better Beef. Like I think it would have been an easier contract to just be like, all
But the
right.
thing is
You know what I'm
that
saying? They wouldn't
he's
be
waiting to
poking
see
their heads out.
what people do though.
What's being offered?
No, like what other fighters do. Because right now at 168, there's nobody to fight right now for him.
But who's gonna make the money? Who's Bitter Beef is gonna be making money more than Charlo? More than a
No,
Benavidez?
hold on a minute. The thing about Canelo.
But that's the thing is he'll fight Charlo if he moves up. Right now, Charlo's at 160.
With Canelo, you need
Bro,
you don't have to worry about the opponent bringing any like a fan base sort of thing because Canelo's big in itself. It's got that guaranteed market
yeah,
value.
but I think it's about money now. I think it's
I know
about money
you
now.
are thinking about the money a lot, but with him, he doesn't worry about that. It's all guaranteed.
No, I understand that,
He'll
but
sell against anyone. Or do you know what I mean?
yeah,
Within
but
reason.
I agree, Paulo and Puro.
It's
This is
just
the
is,
thing
dude.
though.
It's box
But
office.
they're gonna be making big money, larger money.
Oh,
Like he
yeah.
can't be the only dance partner in the situation. You know what I'm saying?
No, I know, but right now he doesn't
versus
have one at 168.
Charlo would be, right? Wouldn't
Yeah,
he?
but Charlo is still at 160. As of today, Charlo's at 160.
Not to these fans, not to the people that are
Yeah, the
demanding this shit.
fans don't matter in the situation.
I
They're
know what
going
you
to
mean.
be
The
paying it.
Charlo.
No,
They're
they're going to
paying
be
it.
paying it if he moves up. Right now, he's not. He hasn't moved up. Right now, it's all speculation.
The Charlo
The
Canelo
companies, the
in the
promotional companies
Americas
are going to be
is
doing it.
huge. The
Going to be
Charlo
doing what?
Canelo,
Yeah, it's a big one.
it's huge in the
Yeah,
Americas.
Charlo Canelo is huge, but like literally, he hasn't said he's going to move up. Canelo's not going to 160. Canelo's already said there's only one fighter that he'll fight closer to 160, like at a catch weight of like 162 or something like that, or 164, and that would be for Errol Spence. But that's not happening anytime soon.
So, what would you like to see, Puro?
Who would I like to see? Like as the next fight?
Like no. Like let's shape up 2022. You know what I'm saying? Like we're off to a good start, but like you said, what would you like to see with
in May for Canelo?
Yeah, May for Canelo. Yeah.
Better Beef.
Better Beef. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool on them.
I mean, I agree. It would be amazing.
Yeah,
that's just what I want to see. Because like, if I was in Canelo's shoes, I don't know if he's thinking that way. I want the toughest opponent at 168, and then work my way down.
And what would the haters or what everybody's gonna say? Like
the same thing they always say. They don't. Any
they don't
Canelo hater
appreciate
out
that.
there,
Yeah.
and the motherfuckers that not even not even the Canelo, just anybody that has any hate towards any fighter is gonna say the exact same things. At least on YouTube, they regurgitate. They're like parrots. They don't say anything different. You know, Canelo, fucking Instagram model, fucking you name it. They have no. I mean, even the trolls have no creative thought. They just regurgitate what fucking everybody says.
I think Canelo's
Diarrhea.
going to clean the 175. I think he's seen something.
You really think so?
Yeah, I
Holy
think he's
shit.
seen. Hold on a minute. I think he's seen something in the 175s that he can beat, because he's had the blueprint for a lot of them, and it's given him loads of confidence. The blueprint, which was GG. Because if you look if you look at no seriously, if you look at the champions, they that sort of style, kind of. Yeah.
Well, Bibble's more of like a really like a. Well,
exactly.
Yeah, I get you. I get what you're saying.
You got them European.
Bibble's like pretty much the only different style.
Yeah, you got Berzio, Bivels. I mean, Joe Smith.
Yeah, but Kovalev was putting hands on Canelo for a long
Canelo was
time.
putting a jab, not
he'll
hands.
clean that. He's gonna go. He can do the 175.
Yeah, I don't remember Kovalev even landing a combination on Canelo. To be honest, I know he was landing the jab on Canelo, but that's because Canelo's susceptible to the jab.
And Kovalev, if you look at it, Canelo's already done the groundwork for these dudes.
Yeah, there's nobody, I believe, in boxing that exists.
And
Kovalev
goes on, and the list goes on.
Yeah, very
he's
good job.
Seen all the looks. He's seen all the looks. He can do.
Yeah,
these
he's seen them all.
He's seen all the looks. Well, he's seen Mayweather.
And you know what he really sees, Paulo? This is what Canelo sees. Canelo sees, I'm better than all these fighters.
Exactly.
Okay, but this is
and
you
can tell he's got that look. He has that glint in the eye. He has. He walks around with that glint in the eye.
Yeah.
That look.
He knows it. He knows it. That I'm better than all these fuckers. I can fight him whenever I want. I'm gonna get paid, and I'm gonna beat him.
Yeah.
You know, but that could be his downfall too, as well. You get too cocky. Too overconfident, you know. So you know that's why we got to see the fights, you know, because right now it's just like you said, we're just predicting how the fights could go, but you know, until they actually get into the ring, you know.
But like I said,
But where is the money though? Like
the money is Canelo. The money is Canelo. The money is Canelo. The money is Canelo.
Is him.
But the double the money though. Double the money.
There is no double the money other than Benavidez.
He is the stock market. He is the
against
boxing stock market like Mayweather was.
Charlo would be a good money. It just wouldn't be.
Wouldn't it be a significant improvement? Wouldn't it go from 800,000 to 1.2 million? You don't think that is gonna push it to 900,000?
In pay-per-view buys?
Even 900,000 is still a significant number.
In pay-per-view buys, though. Pay-per-view buys.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, then yes, because like Caleb Plant, nobody knew who the hell he was, and he still made around 800.
Exactly.
So Charlo's only a little bit more popular than Caleb Plant. So yeah, I can see him maybe hitting 1 million.
But he's been longer champion, hasn't he?
He has, but I mean, it's just on pay-per-view, because you were talking about that's why I asked like pay-per-view buys.
And okay, and
on pay-per-view buys,
has a following too.
He's not, but not they don't pay for the pay-per-view. It's been proven. Like they had both Charlos on the fucking card, and they made like 200,000.
Yeah, but not. It's like, bro, we don't go out to everybody's birthday party, but you know what I'm saying. Once they hit, you know what I'm saying, like their 21st birthday, you know what I'm saying. They're you know, they're the big event. You know what I'm saying, like we go out.
Yeah, but how is that a significantly bigger event than Caleb Plant?
No, so what you were saying that people don't go out for Charlo's
no, they don't buy his pay-per-views. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're gonna buy it once they reach their big events, their graduations, their the biggest moments. They're all gonna come out. They're all gonna come out
to buy their pay-per-view.
They're gonna buy it. Yeah, of course.
No, they're gonna buy it. I'm sure they're gonna buy it. The Charlo fans, the 200,000 that bought his and his brother's pay-per-view, but they're mostly gonna buy it for Canelo.
They're gonna buy it for the sport of boxing. I believe that.
Well, yeah, obviously, but I mean, but pay-per-view is pay-per-views really was intended for like the really, really, really big fights. And this one's a
That's a
really,
big
really
fight,
big
though.
fight.
That's a
No,
big
no, it
fight.
is, but I'm just talking about like just for what we already know. And this we're speaking in hypothetical anyways because Charlo does not fight in his division anyway. Um so
But
for
that's
me
his
in my head to make
graduation
it
party, though, right? That's
at
his
simple
graduation. That's a big.
just make it simple in my head. The his biggest pay-per-view for Jamal was 200,000 in the last since his last pay per view for Canelo was 800,000. So 8 plus 2 is a million. So it's gonna make a million pay per view buys.
What was that? My bad. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying if to
No, I
me
don't think it's
to make
gonna
it simple.
double. Charlo's not gonna double up. I think it's gonna be like maybe it's gonna crack maybe a million.
No,
I
that's what I
think.
said. That's what I just
Yeah,
said.
but
200,000 for
that's
what
still
he
a
brought.
significant
So
number.
200,000 people that followed Jermel, and then the 800,000 that fucking bought Canelo. You know,
Yeah, but
that's a million pay
you're
per view buys.
also including Jamel's fan base. Jamel's fan
Oh,
base
that's true. Okay, so 900,000 pay-per-views then.
yeah, it's going to include into boxing. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody's included into boxing. That's still
So
100,000 is still a significant number.
no, it's not.
80 times 100,000.
100,000
How
is
much is
not.
that?
It's not,
That's
bro.
$8 million per euro.
Yeah, no. But
eight
I'm
million
talking about
dollars
just in
per euro. That's a
strictly
significant
pay-per-view
number.
buys. It's not a significant number.
100,000 is not a significant number.
Not for a fight of this caliber, brother.
I'm just saying. It's still a significant number. It's still a big
Nah,
significant
it's a
number.
flop, bro. Like that's considered a pay-per-view flop.
No. Added to 100, 800,000
Yeah, but
by 100,000,
uh-huh.
that's 900,000,
Mm-hmm.
right? That's going to
Mm-hmm.
be what, $60 million, right? If I'm not mistaken, do the math.
Okay. All right.
It's going to be $62 million, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure,
Yeah.
right?
But what are you trying to say
It's a big
by
number.
that? Yeah, it's a big number, but I mean you know, I mean, I don't get what you're trying to say.
It's still
That it's
going
going
to
to add
be
62 million. I don't. I mean, he could. I mean, shit. I don't know. I don't get it. He can make 100,000 with any other champion.
who can make uh, who can make that?
Shit. Well, Better Peeve is on the zone, so let's see somebody that fights on pay-per-view that Canelo will fight. Benavidez makes more than that.
Benavidez makes, and you what do you think the numbers would be?
For Benavidez fight?
Benavidez. So you think Charlo and Benavidez numbers would differ?
Yes, of course.
Whose numbers do you think would be better
The Benavidez and Canelo.
versus Charlo versus Canelo?
Correct.
So why don't they do those numbers?
Because Eddie's not gonna want that David Benavidez fight. Not right now.
No. Charlo versus Benavidez.
Oh, Charlo was because I don't know why, but I mean, fucking a bunch of bullshit. You know, I have no idea why they want to do it. David looks like
Yeah,
he wants to do it,
and we don't know what's gonna happen with Canelo versus Charlo.
but I mean,
Same
well,
fucking
right
thing.
now it's moot right now because Charlo doesn't fight at 168.
Yeah, we can't really say what they're gonna do. We don't know until they fucking put the numbers up.
Well, it's just it really for the Charlo fight, and for either Benavidez or Canelo. I mean, until they say, okay, I'm going up to try my luck at 168, there is no fight to talk about.
Bro, they're talking about it.
Who's
They
talking
need
about
to,
it?
according to somebody that was here earlier today.
No. I know Eddie. I watched an interview with Eddie. He was saying that Charlo was on the table, but Charlo's still at 160. Like Eddie could say, I want Charlo, but if Charlo says no, which he already has said, I'm a 160 pounder. There's not a fight to talk about.
Yeah, well, I just think that we need to keep it moving. Like we need to keep the show on the road. We need to keep these fights. These we need big fights, man. You know what I'm saying? They're the highlight of
Better be
all.
even, and Canelo's a big fight.
All right.
It is. It is a big fight.
No,
He's
it
moving
is.
up
It
another
is.
weight class. He's
Yeah,
the
I
he's
agree.
the lineal champion. I don't know. I don't know his fan base, if he has a big fan base. I know a lot of people that I talk to don't know who the fuck Better Be is, but they know who Canelo is, so it's gonna sell.
It's like
Yeah, but
it doesn't make the money and the gravitation that say a Canelo Charlo would do, like you're thinking, Cosmic, because of the money, the let's face it, white dude, black dude, all that stuff, especially in the Americas, it'll be crazy stuff.
no, it's not even about
It
that. It's
is
just like
Mexican.
no,
I
it's
mean,
about.
Canelo. It is that stuff sells a lot. It fucking
Yeah,
does. It sells more than
But Better
fighting
Be
an Eastern
is
European.
not
It
like
sells more than
it's
fighting
not
an
a.
Eastern European. But in
it does.
terms of which fight is bigger from a boxing purist, it's
Yeah,
Berbatiev
no, I agree
because of
with
the
you.
skill set. Yeah.
I'm trying to be like the like you know what I'm saying like the I don't know like
Hmm.
outside
Why
the
do you think they
box. You know
were
what I'm saying?
trying to build up
I feel you.
Fury Joshua? They were trying to build up the Fury Joshua thing. You know they were. The
And we're trying
white.
to make it.
Yeah, they're
It's just
trying to. But yeah, they're trying to make the white
Yeah, but these
because
are the
it's
Deontay
fights that,
Wilder
that capture the
won his
imagination. Like I'm with y'all. Like I'm with the you know what I'm saying. Like I'm with the I'm with all
nature
of
of the
that. But
beast.
it's
Unfortunately, the white on
Jed,
black
what up, buddy?
creates.
it's what captures the imagination of the people. You know what I'm saying? Like like that's the thing. That's what we have to keep on doing. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody just like does that make sense?
Uh, yeah, it makes total sense. It's just unfortunately, thinking out the box is not going to work in this situation because we already know all the information is out there already. If we didn't know
Yeah.
what these guys were doing, if we were just guessing, but we have something to go on. Yeah. What up, Jed?
What's going on, Pura? What's going on, lad?
Same old, brother.
What's going
Same
on,
old, man.
Cosmic?
Just talking some boxing, brother. What's going on with you, bro?
Salute.
Nah, not much. What's going on, Cosmic? What's going on, bro?
What up?
What's up, H? H here, or he's having a break?
Yeah, he's probably on a break, H Money.
I think
Yeah.
Paulo popped off.
Paulo probably just he looked like he connected back. He's probably having some issues.
He'll come back. What are we?
Yeah.
What's been the topic?
Oh, nothing. We were just discussing Canelo and his his potential fights in 2022.
Yeah, I think that's very
Yo, I
interesting.
wish. Hold
To see
on.
who's going to
I
fight
wish
next.
he didn't pop his. I wish he didn't pop his head back up until March, because now we're talking about Canelo again. Because it was good when we were left to talk about everybody else, but now he popped his head off, like his head back up again, and now everybody's talking about what he's gonna do because
But
everybody's thinking that Macabre fight's not gonna
We could talk
happen.
about somebody
Now
else.
everybody's talking about him again, right? No, I'm
no, I
just
think it's
saying,
going to
like
be hard for.
that's what
I think it's
everybody's
going to
talking
be hard
about.
for Canelo not to be. He's the pound for pound biggest star in the sport, top fighter. I think it's going to be hard for him to stay out. Canelo's always going to be a topic. I think it's going to be hard for him to stay out of the headlines anyway. He's always going to be a big topic. I think people are always going to be thinking, what's he going to do? What's his next move? Especially when he hasn't got a fight announced. So I think that's just comes with the territory.
For sure. But
Yeah,
Cosmic, we
heavy
don't have
is
to
the
talk
crown
about
he
Canelo
wears.
right now. We can talk about. There's other fighters to talk about.
Oh no! No, it's all good. I'm not worried about that. No, it's all good. I'm not a Canelo fanboy.
Neither am I, brother.
To me, there's
I'm a
just been
Ryan
so
and
many
Tank
other
fanboy.
great
To be honest.
Oh hell no! That's what I don't like about you, Puro.
It's all good, bro. I mean,
Did you
hey, I know my
hear
boxing. I know I know what I'm fucking looking at, bro. That's why I'm a fanboy of these guys.
Ryan? We'll have to.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that later, Puro.
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it, Cosmic. What problem you got for Ryan other than the usual parroted narrative.
Nah, bro. No, it's okay. It's okay.
No, go Cosby. I can take it.
Allah. Go ahead, Allah. You just joined the panel. Go ahead, man. Do your thing, bro.
Cosby, you ducked the smoke, bro? Is that what you just did?
Yeah.
No.
Hold on.
Sure, you know I don't duck no smoke.
I know, bro. I'm just fucking with you, brother. I'm just fucking with you, bro.
It's okay.
I don't mind you going back and forth either. I don't mind you going back and forth either. It's not really a topic anyway.
No. Allah, go ahead.
Want to cook on that?
You chill. I'm gonna go smoke.
Cosby doesn't want to.
I'm scared of you, Puro. You're right.
No, nobody's scared of me, bro. At least that's what I always thought in my head. Nobody's scared of me. Seriously, why would they be scared of my ass?
No. Everybody's good. Everybody's chill.
I'm a fat fuck that can't do a push-up, bro. I'm good.
Go ahead, Allah. Do your thing.
I'm a fan of them fighting each other, bro. That's what I would be a fan of. I think they're made for each other, bro. They'd be the perfect. Yeah. Their styles would match up perfectly, you know. Out of all the 4 or 5 young fighters at 35, I think Ryan and Tank would probably be the most exciting fight.
Yeah, it needs to happen, man.
I agree. Who you got in that fight, Ola? Who you got in that fight, Jed?
Oh, what, Tank and Ryan? Fuck. I go back. That's a fight I really go back and forth on. Probably Tank, but I wouldn't be shocked if Ryan won, to be honest. Yeah, he does have the height, and he could catch maybe Tank, but I'd probably favour Tank because I don't really know what I'd like to see Ryan get back in the ring, you know, and
yes, sir, yes, sir.
But yeah, so right now off the top of my head, I'd favour Tank, but I'm really intrigued by that fight, you know, if it does happen.
Yeah, man, that's the super fight at 135, in my opinion. I've always been saying it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think they're all big fights. Haney versus Tank, Haney versus Ryan, but I think Tank and Ryan match up best to have the most that'll be the most exciting fight out of all of them.
I think so too. I favor Tank in that fight as well.
Yeah, you got Tank?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you think he stops him or?
I do, or a fucking a highly contested decision.
Yo, once they let Tank off, they let him free, man, bro, that man's gonna be a beast. He's gonna be
let him off the leash.
Yeah.
When they let him off the leash, yeah.
No holds barred. They do whatever you want, bro. Run wild. That'd be crazy, bro.
What about this young man, Jed?
In the picture?
Yeah, William Zepeda.
I haven't seen too much of him. I've been hearing about him, bro. I've got to go check him out. I've been hearing about him for about the last month. Hearing he's exciting. He's an absolute killer. That's what I've been hearing. So I definitely got to check him out. 135.
135.
What's going on? Paolo, what's going on, bro? What's going on,
love? How you doing, Jed? You're on, my mate. How was it?
All good, my bro.
Yeah.
What's going on, love?
Just can't wait for the mid-January to start. There's so many fights coming. It's well exciting.
Yeah, I know, bro.
Yeah.
Charlo Castano, I think that's the first big fight of the year, isn't it? Is that end of January? Or is that a bit after?
There's one mid-January. What's the one on the 15th? Can you guys remember? I've made a brain fart. We just looked
at Joe Smith.
Joe Smith.
Oh, is he fighting Callum Johnson?
Yeah.
I like that fight.
I'm not gonna lie. I want Callum Johnson to win. I'm sorry too. I just do, because he's from my neck of the woods.
No, that's fair enough.
Man. I'll be right back.
I've got to go Joe Smith. He wears the Irish flag, so I've got to back him.
Yeah, I want him to win, Johnson.
There we go,
I see him around here because he lives in Boston.
He's in Boston near you.
Yeah, near me. Yeah, it's real, and he's normally around there because there's some gyms where I live. There's a couple of gyms, and they come do sparring and stuff, and they knock about here because Lincoln's a little bit where I live's a bit bigger. So yeah, you see them. I've seen him in Boston.
Good lad.
Yeah, he's as a normal sound bloke. Yeah, he's doing a lot of TV work now, also actually for BT.
Mm. I remember he dropped Beterbiev. He dropped Beterbiev in their fight.
Yeah, I mean, he's one thing he's got is good power. Definitely, he's a murderous puncher. He's heavy-handed, but let's see how it goes. But Joe Smith, he's bloody good. It's going to be a great fight. Pretty even, that is. Interesting.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a bit of a banger as well. So both lads like to fight, you know. I don't think they don't really take a backward step.
Yeah, it's going to be. Yeah, it's fascinating one, definitely. So, I mean, it starts off well. It's in a week's time, really.
Yep. Yeah. Well, I forgot about. I didn't even know about that fight, so I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's all go in Thurman. Who you got in the Thurman? Who you got in the Thurman fight?
Oh, I don't really rate Barry Slade, but I don't know what Thurman's got left, bro. I don't even know if he wants to be a boxer anymore, or if he's even got it in him. But I'll still pick Thurman to win a lackluster decision. He should just be able to I don't know, move around and beat this guy on muscle memory, really. I mean, I don't think Barrios is all that good at all. I think he's an average fighter.
He's basic.
Yeah. But, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if anyone could beat Thurman. I really don't know what this guy's got in the game.
Basic in terms compared to Thurman, because Thurman moves around better, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if anyone beat Thurman, because I really think he might be finished mentally. I don't know how much he's got left in the game, how much he's heads.
For taking a game, but I don't think it's Barry.
Yeah, I think he was kind of hung. I don't know. He seemed to lose a bit, and then that Pacquiao fight even seemed to take a lot even more out of him. He just doesn't seem to be interested in boxing since then.
Yeah, it's a bit like that. Trying to see what Joe Smith. He's a 7-2 favorite. He is. That's 3-1 favorite. I don't know. It's a title. Who do you reckon will win that then, lads? Joe Smith, Johnson.
Yeah, I still got Smith.
I got Smith as well.
You all got Smith, have you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think.
Hello.
About Smith Johnson. I think Callum Johnson, even though he dropped Beterbiev, I think that might have flattered him a little bit. I don't really think he's a world-class light heavyweight, you know. And not that Joe Smith's the best in that division, but I still think he's world-class. He's a solid top 5 to top 10 light heavyweight. So I think Joe Smith will beat Johnson, but it'll be a good competitive fight.
What about a Liam Smith versus Jesse Vargas?
Now that's a good fight.
No, but it's an interesting little knock. Two guys at the same sort of.
Yeah, it's a random fight, bro.
But that's what's happened. They've got it. Who would you say they got as favourite?
Smith.
Yeah, they do. Yeah. That's at the end of the month. That's in 2 weeks.
Has Vargas fought at 54 before?
I'm not sure. Do you guys know?
I don't know. I see that fight being close, though. I see that being a close fight. I guess where is that fight? Is it in England or is it in the US or?
It's in the US.
Is it in the US? Is it?
Mm-hmm.
Do you reckon it's a headline show there or what?
I mean, I know it's its own show. I think they're fighting in Jersey no, they're fighting in Florida.
Yeah.
That's random.
Huge venue, but I might be wrong.
We got Liam as favourite due to.
That's a random fight in a random location for that fight, like Vargas versus Liam Smith in Florida.
Oh, you guys are talking about Liam Smith. Excuse me.
Liam,
sorry.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me check.
Liam Smith with Jesse Vargas. That is a random one, that is.
Yeah, who would have ever wondered? I don't know where they come up with that.
2 weeks. That's the fact. And then Ilunga Makabu versus Tabisa Muchuno.
That's a good fight.
What's the fight being contested at? Liam Smith? What weight?
154. Him and Jesse Vargas.
Oh, 154? Oh, wow. He moved up even higher? Okay.
Well, yeah, Liam Smith's always been 54, so I'm pretty sure Vargas has moved up.
You're right. Okay, you're right.
Salute Mad Chad in the chat as well. What's going on, my bro? God bless.
Shit. What up, Mad?
Boy.
Salute Mad Chad. Absolute legend.
Mad Chad, the mad lad. He's a fucking legend here on YouTube boxing, bro.
One and only.
YouTube legend?
The soldier on the YouTube boxing, yeah.
Cool. The ultimate. He's the Salvador legend. He's got the face. He's got the stamina. He's got everything.
Liam Smith is in Las Vegas.
We gotta get
IB, what up, buddy?
He brings that Salvador Sanchez mad chat. He comes to you with that Salvador Sanchez look. You ain't got no chance. No, he does. Mad chat does. And that body movement, he just got no right chance, mate. Sneaky right hand.
Did you guys hear? I said Las Vegas for Liam Smith. I don't know if you guys heard.
Okay.
Sorry if you're just.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. I don't know who the judges will favour in that fight. I guess it's probably promoted by Eddie Hearn. I'm assuming.
That's a good point. I do see a fight going the distance, actually.
I think that might even be a draw. I can't even really split them two. It'll be close either way, that fight. It'll be like it could go either way. It'll be close as I think that fight.
It will be, yeah. Liam's coming off a win, I think. He had a win.
He is knockout win.
Yeah, he sort of. What did Vargas do? I don't know. I can't remember what he did.
Last fight, if I'm not mistaken, was Mikey. He lost.
Was it a KO on point?
No, it was decision.
All right.
Mikey dropped him though, but no, it was a decision.
All right. Okay, so it's a bit of a crossroads then for both.
Correct. I agree.
It really is, because if Liam loses, and it's like, oh, fucking hell, he's back on. And then if Vargas loses, I don't think it's one of those, yeah.
I don't really see where even go, though, even if they win. I don't think they can compete.
There is, funny enough, a few crossroads fights. There's another one.
But is that a crossroads, or they're still going to be nowhere to go after anyway?
I mean, it's a little hurdle. It's a big hurdle at the end of their... Because they've been around a bit now, especially Liam.
I can't see them going anywhere, though, even if they win. Whoever wins that fight, I can't even see them going.
But they do get some good money, though. These Liams, they get good pay, these guys. At least, the
Liams. Yeah.
They do. Liams, you'll get at least
package.
A good deal. And these guys fight for a living. Liam Smith, they've been bred to fight. The whole family.
What's 4 brothers? They all fight?
In the office.
Yeah, it's like 4 of them, right?
4 of them, yeah. Yeah, I think.
They were talked about for years. They were talked about like for years ago.
Great soccer player he is. He's a striker, soccer player. He plays in the lower leagues. Shit up.
But I know the boxers, there's Callum, there's Liam, I think Paul Smith, and there used to be another one. Stephen or something.
The one fighting Jesse Vargas, he's a shit up soccer player. Very good.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Striker. Yeah, he just plays lower league just so because he can't go serious because he's a boxer. But he's absolute beast. That's striker.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, he is. They're all about they're bred for that, for the boxing and all that sort of thing. But so are the Canelos and so on. You see, it's survival of the fittest and talent and diet and whatever you want to call it.
And then Canelo beat up 2 of them, didn't he? 2 of them brothers.
This is it. You see, that's how it's about, isn't it? They've all had their, Canelo's also about that himself. Born and bred for this stuff. And then you get these boxers, they're not, they're just been picking it up last minute or something.
So when's Charlo Castano, bro? Is that the end of this month or not? That's what someone was telling me, lad, that it was the end of January.
What's that?
Charlo Castano.
February fucking 15th or I forget.
Okay. Next month. Oh, yeah. Well, that's not too long.
No, not too long at all.
That's not too long. I thought it was the end of this month, but yeah, a couple of weeks off. That's still all good.
February
15th.
Okay.
I'm going to have a look at the schedule now.
February 26th, Jed.
Okay, cool. So that's about a month and a half, yeah. A bit over 6 weeks, so yeah, that's all. It's not bad. And then what's Spencer Ugas? I think that's in March, isn't it? We were talking about that the other day.
Spence Ugas, I think, is in March, correct?
Yeah.
I'll tell you which guy I'm starting to think this guy really could be the real deal. Is the heavyweight.
Who? Charles Martin? Nah, I'm just joking.
He's the worst thing ever.
Charles Martin.
2 best boxers ever. From England is Audley Harrison. Absolute embarrassment.
Yeah, Charles Martin's the American Audley Harrison.
I mean, but Charles Martin actually got a heavyweight title, for God's sake.
Yeah, but Audley Harrison won a gold medal. Charles Martin just won a paper belt. Exactly. So I think Audley Harrison's still more decorated.
That's when he got a gold medal in $1 million contract, 4-fight contract with BBC, and he bummed it straight away on the first fight.
Charles Martin just won a paper belt because some guy sprained his ankle. It was not even a world-class heavyweight either.
Okay, now and then Charles Martin, what a fucking honestly.
But bro, I actually think the best fighter.
Eddie Hearn gave him the payday of his life. Everything fell into place for him in his life. So many greats. I've never tasted that sort of love.
I'll tell you what I think might be the best fight this month.
And you got Charles Martin, an absolute honestly.
I think the best fight this month is probably Makabu and Machunu. The cruiserweight that Canelo was going to fight. him and Machunu. That's a rematch of they fought like 5 or 6 years ago. I think that's probably actually the best fight of the month. And Gary Russell. Hey?
They've got that tight, they have. They've got the Machugu, the Makubu and Machunu quite tight.
Machunu's real underrated, bro. Machunu's got mad skills. He's slick as fuck.
They've got Makabu 9-4 on, so they've got him a huge favourite. He's favourite. But
Machunu's very, very good fighter.
Yeah, he's Tabiso Machuno. Is he South African?
Yeah.
Yeah, because they do use that first name that they're Tabiso.
He's slick as fuck, Paolo. He's slick as fuck. You know, the South African boxers are really skilled.
No, they are. The South African are well coached because they've got good coaches there from back in the
he's
day.
He's one of the best ones I've seen from South Africa, like skill wise of the recent years.
They've always had good coaches in South Africa, right from back in the day, because of the.
Do you remember Eddie Chambers?
Yeah, I do.
He's quite a skilled fighter. This Machunu made Eddie Chambers look like a bum.
Baby Matatla or whatever, Matatata. They've had
Paolo Machunu made Eddie Chambers look like a fool. Like he absolutely scored, embarrassed him.
Mm-hmm.
So Machunu's no joke, bro. The only guy I've ever seen like dominate Machunu was Usyk. That's the only guy.
Yeah, and that's just
no shame in that.
That's understandable. Yeah, that's true. That's a good week. That's what I mean. That's on the same weekend as Liam Smith and Vargas. I wonder where that fight is, the Mchunu and Makabu. Is it in Africa?
Nah, it's in Ohio.
You know, that's what I mean. It's the promotion is not going to go to Africa, is it? You need the money, the bloody.
The first fight was in Africa, though.
Was it in Africa? Was it in Africa? Was it?
Their first fight, yeah.
Oh, right. What country? In South Africa?
I think it was in Congo, in Machu, because I remember I think the crowd went.
They've got money there. Because back in the day, they used to use that sunset. It was like on the border of Botswana and South Africa, like Millionaires Playground. They used to have all the fights there and golf and whatever. And all the golf tour. Sunset King or something like the place was. Mad. They had some big fights there back in the day.
Yeah, what part of Africa's Congo? Is it West Africa or
southern?
So it's closer to South Africa.
Yeah, it's southern, sort of central.
Yeah. In between. So where's Angola? Where you were? What part of Africa is that?
That's right next to the Congo.
Okay, so I always thought Angola was West Africa.
The Congo's bang in the middle. It hasn't got any sea. Angola's next.
Angola's on the sea. Angola's
on the seaside. Yeah, on the west side.
That's why I know a lot of drug money's been rolling.
Somalia and Ethiopia's on the other side.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, they're
on the east side. East side. Yeah, so Congo's bang in the middle, isn't it? Banging in the equatorial.
Yeah, I knew that because we got some Somalians here. Although Sudanese is the biggest African population.
That's why you've got them, because they're on that side, you see.
Yeah, Sudanese are big.
That's why we went to on that side. We went to obviously gravitate. We went to Brazil. You get me? So you go
Sudanese
the side you want, whatever the side. Yeah,
there's a huge community of Sudanese here, but like they're really big population.
And you think a place like Namibia, they've had some boxing, success because of that. The coach, there would be a coach there, whatever, and they coached him up because of that South African link. Because it's right next door there. like people like Ndongo, and I think they've had one or two other guys, say Namibia. I can't remember.
I think the best African fighters they were from Ghana historically.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, it really is.
There's something different about it as well.
That Mulumbu guy, where was he from? I don't think he was from Ghana.
Who are you talking about?
Solomon Mulumbu or something.
Kulumbe.
Yeah.
I think he was from the Congo originally, bro. He fought out of Italy. I'm gonna check where he.
Yeah, which you kind of have to, not only because of the promotion once again.
Was Zaire used to be the Congo?
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. That's where he was from. I'm pretty sure because I think he went to the Rumble in the Jungle, and that made him want to be a boxer. If I remember,
Kinshasa was there. I've been to Kinshasa, but only to the airport.
Yeah, Kulumbe was from the Congo. Yeah.
Congo were mad for it. They were back in the. They used to have good soccer teams. They did.
Yeah, I just double checked. He was born in the Belgium. He was born in the Belgian Congo.
Yeah, the Congo did have Belgium. Yeah. That's why a lot of these soccer players in Europe, they come from the Congos, like Lukaku, because of Belgium. They start through in Belgium. Lukaku and loads of great players. Belgium have loads of mixed race and black players. Belgium have, and it's because it's from the Congo thing. Because Belgium was like in the Congo anyway.
Yeah.
All right. But Ghana overall definitely.
Peace out, IB, my bro. I think he said he's going to. He said he's going to take it easy. He's out. Have a good one, bro.
Who's that?
IB in the chat. He just said that he's going to get back to work. So have a good day, lad.
All right, then, IB. Peace, brother.
He's going to work. How are we doing, Puro?
We doing, brother. We doing.
IB in the chat. He just said. IB in the chat just said he said peace out.
I tell you what, that 135's heating up, Jed.
Yeah, it is for sure. Probably the best division in the sport, bro.
It's incredible. I've never seen it so hot, to be honest.
What, 135?
Yeah, there can only be good fights in the future coming out of it, unless they're ducking.
It's the best I've seen it since probably.
In a long time.
Let me think. I think Castillo, Corrales, and Casamayor had some of their fights at 35. It's probably the best since then.
Yeah, they had all their fights at 135.
Yeah.
I'd say it's the best since then.
It's absolutely incredible. It's mouth-watering. It really is. Especially if they're not. I mean, we're going to get some fights unless they sort of duck out of it. I know there's got blokes moving up and down and whatever, but potentially they could duck each other those ways. But it's fucking up. Potentially, it's amazing. So stacked, and they're all different. The guys, and they got their own thing going on. You've got European Masters. You've got like Baltimore. Blokes from the gutter of Baltimore. It's just crazy. Haney's, Garcia's. But who's going to reign? Who's going to reign at the top? Do you reckon, Outlaw? Outlaw, Jed. Who's going to be the daddy at the top?
I'm not sure if there is one, bro. All these guys might beat each other. You know? All these guys might beat each other. I don't know if there will be a clear king, you know. they might all trade wins and
did a
losses.
tournament. That would be a dream. That would, if they did a tournament, proper tournament, like you all got to fight each other.
I think Kambosos and Haney are going to fight next. I think that will happen. I think that'll happen
You
next
got to all
sometime
fight
next
each other home and away. Who gets the most points? Fuck it. At least once. Fight each other once. They're not gonna do. I don't know if they will they?
Oh yeah. Well, like I said, I think Haney and Kambosos will fight this year.
Gonna go right.
Yeah, I do see Kambosos and Haney fight next. All this year, I think they will fight.
Yeah, I think that's going to happen.
Yeah, I think the zone pushes to get that fight. You know, bring the zone. This part of the world. That's the perfect fight to do it with.
Bring the zone and try and then have an undisputed kingpin in themselves. If say Haney was doing it, or do they keep Kambosos also? Who's Kambosos with? What's the deal with
her? His promoter is Lou DiBella.
Lou DiBella is. What's the company?
I forget actually. Main Events is Kathy Duva. I forget actually. I don't remember.
I wonder if the zone stay on it, keep it on a win-win, whether the Kambosos loses or wins. If you get me, they'll keep the winner, so to speak.
Yeah, maybe.
Because Eddie's been doing that sort of stuff. That's his sort of thing. He's doing the Don King way of things. He always ends up with the winner, and he gives the loser the smile. Oh, hard luck, mate. You know, well, you know, never mind. You know, next time. And then he goes. He does, and he tries to keep the winner.
Like Don King did with Nigel Benn and McClellan, remember? Went straight to Nigel Benn.
Don King was the master. That was his thing. And Eddie earned especially Nick. He does that. He on the shows here. Fuck it out. Just a bit. It's like, all right, mate, try harder next time, and then he leaves out the door with the winner and moves him on to. It's just right, fucking top daddy pimp.
Like I said,
top daddy pimp.
That's the perfect case when Don King did that with Nigel Benn McClellan. McClellan was, you know, about to be carried out in the stretcher. Don King's jumped right into Nigel Benn's fucking.
Yeah, he don't fuck about, you know.
Says to Nigel Benn, you made a believer out of me, boy. You made a believer out of me.
Yeah, the show must go on. No, it is like that. It's fucker, take no prisoners. He was an ex-prisoner, wasn't it? No one was fucking giving a fuck about him when he went to prison for murder or whatever. So it's like.
They're talking in the chat. I've heard you give someone a psychology breakdown. It seems like a fella from what I'm reading, bro. Hey, bro. Yeah, I'm reading the chat, fella. It sounds like you give someone a psychologist breakdown a little while ago.
What are you doing on this?
Yeah, can you hear me, Paolo?
Yeah, what's going on then?
No, I'm saying in the chat, what I hear is you give someone a psychologist breakdown a while ago here on the show, from what I read in the chat. You broke down someone's psychology.
Who?
Oh, the guy they're talking about.
Oh, the followers getting finished to tell these sequences with her. All right. I haven't been reading the chat. I didn't read that.
Yeah. That would have been interesting. Get going to the mind of him.
All right. What's his name? Pigeon came on. Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know. I think he's either winding us all up, or he's, which he kind of is, but he's a bit crazy.
No, I've seen the pictures. They're 100% true.
He did.
Hey?
He was like breakdancing for us.
That's crazy, bro.
Trying to get like, I was just asking him questions, trying to get in his reason. It was just he likes. Yeah. Anyway, it's crazy stuff.
Crazy. Yeah,
You have to go and listen to. So why would you expose yourself like that to the whole world?
Yeah, it's fucking insanity.
It is though, wouldn't it? To expose yourself like to the whole world.
Disturbing, my bro. Fucking madness.
You forever fucking. It's completely forever fucked.
Mad Chad. What is about Chad Riddick? Must have an interview with someone. You got an interview tonight, Mad Chad. That's what's up, my bro. From around, I'll come through.
Who is that?
Obed, yeah, I don't know the lad. Did he fight in the Olympics, Chad, bro? Did he represent USA to Tokyo?
Who is? I don't know. Who is the dude?
Yeah, I haven't heard of him. I'm not familiar.
I haven't heard of him. But that's what it's about, people, you know. Giving some exposure.
Man, is Benavidez fighting David Lemieux?
Yeah, that's fucked up, that is.
Benavidez is going to fucking slaughter that cunt. He's going to beat the living fuck out of that lad, bro.
I don't know, Jed. I think it's a good fight.
Oh, I think Benavidez. Yeah, I think it'll be
good angle there, Puro. Good angle. Are you looking at body? Are you looking at body work here? Hooks. What are we looking at, Puro?
Well, I'm just looking at like everybody that David Lemieux's had success with. You know, fights kind of like in whatchamacallit, in the Benavidez style, coming forward, throwing a lot of punches. Like it's not like it's a Triple G where like Triple G was he was a boxer puncher, like he didn't go in there winging crazy punches. He set you up with the jab and shit like that. Lemieux, he punches really hard. He sets up his shots well. I don't know. I mean, I think I lean towards Jed. Fucking by murder, but I don't know. I think it could be a good fight.
Oh, I think it'll be very entertaining while it lasts, but I think Benavidez will do a job on it. Yeah, it will be entertaining. Yeah, it'll be exciting.
And it's not. Go ahead.
No, I was just quickly going to say, so tell us a bit about Benavidez if he can adjust his style a little bit, because it would probably be better for him to even box on the outside a bit, catch Lemieux coming in and keep him at range. So we'll see if Benavidez, Benavidez could show a bit of different styles to his game a little bit.
Exactly.
Like you said, if he just goes in and slugs recklessly with Lemieux, that would kind of show that.
Because Lemieux hits really hard, man.
So that wouldn't be not a smart thing to do. You'd be taking risks there. So.
Yeah.
But I think he will. I think Benavidez is the truth. I think he knows what to do to beat up Lemieux.
Yeah, no, I agree. And but also I was gonna say this. It's not even Lemieux's like first fight at 168. He's already fought at the weight 3 times. He has 2 knockouts out of the 3 fights.
Yeah, I didn't even know that fight. So that's coming up as well, I assume.
Yeah, it's coming up as well. Yeah, yeah. About 10, bro. Like, he already fought like 3 times, bro. Knocked out twice. You know. Let me see.
Yeah.
He's
Plus, for
got
me,
2
he's such a
knockouts
big
from about
puncher.
10. You know.
He's such a big puncher that he'd be able to carry
Yeah.
his punch up even a division or two.
About 10, I feel you though. You know the competition too. You know, could have you know, of why he knocked those guys out. Yeah, I agree, Joe. I think he probably smoked some too.
PT in a place to be. PT in a place to be. My boy fell asleep on me. But man, shout out to everybody, man. Shout out to Puro. My boy Jed Cow. Jed Cow was just on the panel. My boy Joe in the building. What up, Joe? Man, tonight, yeah, man, it's going down, man. Another great episode of H Money Boxing. Shout out to my boy Paolo. You know, shout out to my boy Danny the Great. Danny the Great, the legend. Mad Chad Boxing. My boy JoJo. What's good, Joe? IB. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel. Another great show, man. And we gonna do it again tonight, man.
You're right.
PT.
I'll see you later, yeah?
Yeah, for sure. PT in the place to be.
Easy, my friend.
For sure, PT in the place to be.
Punches flowing, punches and bunches.
Hey, PT in a place to be.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
ABC.
For sure, Paulo, man. You know, I appreciate it, brother, man, all the time. You know that, brother. You know it, man. We keep this thing going. We got to keep this boxing thing going, man. You know, shout out to the great champions, Pernell Whitaker and Felix Trinidad, of course, man. You know, Roy Jones Jr. was a great fighter, man. And so was Andre Ward, man. And Bernard Hopkins, Evander Holyfield, man. Those are the legends. You know, right now, Canelo Alvarez is a living legend, man. You got to respect what Canelo is doing in the sport of boxing. Canelo is a future legend of the sport, man. You got to give him his credit, man. But I want to give a special shout out to the young fighters, man. You know, the young fighters like Devin Haney. You got to give respect to the Devin Haneys, man. People like, you know, of course, David Morrell Jr., you know, one of the best young fighters in the world. You got to respect these guys, man. You know, Shakur Stevenson is a great champion. I respect Shakur Stevenson. Virgil Ortiz, a great young fighter, man. You know, shout outs to people like Terrence Crawford leading the way for the next generation. You know, I respect